Anyone who has participated in the weird copy knows that. When you encounter an evil spirit of the S-level bloody man, you will call him Dad directly. Meet the SS-level red-clothed ghost. Call me directly. Encountering the final revenge of the weird SSS copy. Go up and hug him directly. Then he said worriedly. Wife. You're so thin. It really makes you suffer. Just because I am a psychopath with severe psychopathy. But I long to have parents who are as loving as you. But the nurses in the hospital said. Your family is in the weird copy. Then, when the weird SSS copy arrives, I rushed in without hesitation. Kneeled in front of the dismembered bloody couple. Parents. I finally found you. Hearing the shout. Butcher cooking. He walked towards me with a flesh knife. How do you tell us to feel? Bloody coming to face. I stared in the butcher's eyes seriously. They all said my family was in the copy. You must be my dad. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was already stunned. Some viewers have even switched to the live broadcast room of the survivor. I can't bear to see the bloody scene of the next moment. However, but the butcher was surprised by this sudden problem and smiled fiercely. Of course, I am your father and son, come in to have a meal. The moment I heard the other person admit it, a feeling of sadness, helplessness suddenly surged into my heart. So many years. I finally found my family. You see, your clothes are torn. Mom will make up for you later. At this time, the nurse in blood-clothed clothes who was sewing the flesh also spoke to me. His hands, holding the scalpel and needlework, swayed in the air. I looked down at the patient's clothes I had been wearing for many years. So many years. No one has ever cared about how well I wear it. At this time, the patient's clothing has long been dirty and damaged. My eyes were instantly wet. He nodded heavily. At this time, the butcher grinned. Put a strange meat paste on the table. Then he turned to look at me, waving his giant flesh knife. My good son came over to have a meal. I looked at the two of them in a touching way. He didn't care about the mess and blood mist in the room and sat at the table. Put down your suitcase. Parents. I'll bring you a gift this time. I don't know if you will like to wear it. I opened the suitcase. Suddenly, both evil spirits became alert. This is looking at the box in my hand. My body began to be wary. Always be ready to wipe me out. However, the next moment. But I handed a bottle of good wine to the butcher. Besides, there is also a cigarette. Looking at my expectant gaze, a trace of confusion flashed in the butcher's eyes. Is this kid pretending or isn't afraid? Starting from entering the door, they can't feel any fear. At this moment, I was staring at myself with anticipation. At this time, I want to get my own praise. He was silent for a while. Finally, I took the bottle of sugar and wine from me and also had a gift. Then, I took out a dazzling sapphire necklace. Run behind the nurse's evil spirit. Put the necklace around his neck. Don't move, Mom. I'll put it on for you. I bowed my head seriously. Press the snap on it. Both evil spirits stopped. Look at each other with your hands. A little confused. They can feel. Whether it's wine or necklace. None of them are special items that will cause damage to evil spirits, so beautiful. I really praise it. He did not pay any attention to the gradually strange eyes of the two evil spirits. All right. Let's have a meal. The nurse evil spirit twisted her body to the dining table. Find a seat to sit down. At this time, the butcher unscrewed the wine in his hand. A smell of soybean instantly floated throughout the room. However, he poured it into the strange meat in the house, which was originally sticky and paste, was diluted. Released the more disgusting soup. But my butcher's actions were red and my eyes were touched in the center. In order to pour the wine into the dish, my father actually removed the fishy smell. I must be afraid that I can't accept it. That's how I saw it. I sniffed. Tears were almost flowing out. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room sighed. I thought this mental illness was no longer afraid. Tears were scared out now. The evil spirit teased him as a toy. It's better to die sooner. In full view of everyone. I sat obediently in my seat. Thank you. I politely picked up the bowl of silk in front of me. Don't mind the strange shape of those chopsticks. Hearing this name, the butcher's body paused silently. Just a quick look, you like? Just him? I'm a reversal. It immediately made everyone in the live broadcast room feel that it was an illusion of self-producing. They didn't feel any murderous intent from this sentence. A warm current flashed in my heart. The meals made by my family. Why didn't I like being imprisoned in a mental hospital for 10 years? Never treated as a normal person. Have eaten everything. I picked up the bowl and started eating. The audience in the live broadcast room and the eyes of the two evil spirits were all gathered on me. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room has risen to tens of millions. Everyone even gave me a hot ghost or jia for my live broadcast room. Don't. You are waiting for the scene where I vomit. However, after a bowl. But I held up the hollow bowl in my hand. The butcher who watched me eat was also stunned. At first he did feel like playing house. He thought it was a human routine or a way of production. However, he didn't find a trace of fear in this child's eyes. The moment he even served food. The child's eyes were so rosy that he was almost crying. He is really moved. After understanding this emotion, the butcher himself was shocked. Evil spirits like them. It is within a certain range of growth by absorbing human fear. Even a little fear. They can all feel it. But at this moment, all he could feel was touch and happiness. As an evil spirit, he had never felt the taste of these two emotions. Although it did not help his growth. But there is an unprecedented fragrance. The butcher respensed the soup. Then asked me again. How are you doing these years? I've served the bowl. Gurgling, Tiff said, I don't care. Over the years, I'm doing well. But the butcher and the nurse in blood were feeling a lot of discomfort at this moment. A breath of pain and sadness. The butcher is silent. The bitterness of that emotion. It's their favorite. The most enjoyable. But now I feel very annoyed. Your mother will go upstairs to clean up a room for you. You go up and take a rest first. The classical Chinese nurse nodded. Turning onto the stairs. My mood changed just now. He can sense it too. Actually, I am bringing him a necklace to eat. He only saw the sincere and bloody meal in the eyes of this child. It's always been very unpalatable. But the child still ate cleanly. Thinking of this, he was stunned. You must remind the blood essence to supper later. A little bit of normal food must be done. He knew that every round of dungeon was turned on. Humans will survive here for 3 days. But the child obviously did not bring any dry food. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckled. I didn't expect that I and the blood puppet would have a human. The son looked at the empty room. He jumped out of the window. Although this child doesn't dislike our things. But at this moment he still wanted to prepare a clean bedding. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room can no longer sit still. After watching me happily eat 2 bowls of rice. Just chat happily with the bloody puppet and talk about the bloody puppet. Sitting quietly on the sofa. Listen quietly. I tell the stories of these years. Oops. I've long said that these evil spirits have eaten this trick. As long as you can survive. Not to mention eating the meat paste. Even if it is popular, I'm willing to do it. Could it be to play for a few days first? Kill again in the end. But this kid really knows how to brag. Say I couldn't spend enough money before. Many girls chase him, Hongju Mental Hospital, who doesn't know? That is a place to nourish human organs. In fact, I know that I am telling lies. But he has been an evil spirit for too long. The memories of the past have been worn out long ago. I had a son before. It doesn't matter. It's pretty good to raise a son now. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. Pat my head. Fine. You're back now. There is a dad here. No one will bully you again. However, watching the blood on my hand stick to my hair, he quickly withdrew his hand. He suddenly realized. It seems that it's time for me to wash my hands. My eyes turned red. Skip your face. Hide tears. A sense of happiness arises in my heart. Feel the breath of happiness. Under the mask in front of blood. Can't help but grin. The excited head and shoulders were twitching. It's really good for him to be a human son. After I took a rest, I thought I hadn't become familiar with the environment near my home yet. So I asked to go out for a walk. Hearing my words, the bloody puppet nodded naturally. Then I put a bracelet made of bone resisting on my body and threw it to me. My mom should have given you the right thing. You go out to play. Bring this well. Remember to go home for dinner at night. I put the bracelet on my hand. Then, under the eyes of the bloody disciple, he walked out of the single-family building. Until I walked a distance. The audience who watched the live broadcast did not see the bloody disciple chasing him out, but he just left like that. True or fake? The bloody puppy won't chase that bracelet. But the special item in the dungeon. We can't get a functional prop if we use every method. He played with the eye puppet to save him. What do you know? The bloody disciple was telling other evil spirits. This is his prey. And there must be a breath of blood on the bracelet. No matter where he escapes, the bloody punish can quickly find the driver. The envious eyes of everyone turned into sympathy. Follow me away. The ground no longer looks like scorched earth or fire. Turned into blood red all over the ground. It seems that this is another realm of evil spirits. There are shops around. I'm standing in a cabinet. In front is a human mummy. Apparently, he was made into a model by the evil spirit. He became a strange position. Shown at the counter to see me coming. The model's dry eyes twisted. Save my mummy. Open your mouth. In addition to eyes and mouth, he could not move his limbs at all. I stared at the mummy in front of me. Just feel familiar. It wasn't until I saw the watch in his hand that I remembered. This is a doctor in the hospital who a patient accidentally touched his watch before. He beaten up. It makes me remember it deeply. The next moment, I opened the window directly. However, my next move made the mummy confused. I took off the watch from his hand. This watch should be good for my dad to wear. Then he turned around and prepared to leave directly. The audience was stunned when they saw this. Even the three people who were observing this scene from afar. He was also confused. This guy has a bubble in his mind. What are you doing with a broken watch? It's okay to ask for some information. At this time, one of the three of them said in a nurse's uniform. I know this person is a patient in the hospital. A man in a suit said. If he doesn't join, I think it works. The nurse raised his hand. Maybe he can even lie to us to open the door or explore the way. The other two suddenly had their eyes lit up. Then hurry and leave now. The man in the suit walked in front without saying a word. The nurse fell to the end in a moment. Watching the two of them running in front of them, the nurse became even more determined. To find my previous method. Just in case of danger. The last guy. It's the teen's neediness. Friends, wait. You can't be so swaying. It's very dangerous here. As he said that, he pulled me into an abandoned room next to him. My name is Zhao Qi. This is Nurse Xiaoya. This is the Wang Bin brothers. He pulled the two people beside him and started introducing me. Hello. My name is Zhang Che. I saw the two of them answer politely. Nurse Xiaoya was immediately overjoyed. He naturally knew that this patient only had to tell him about his family. He is very obedient. I know where your family is. Can I take you there? No. I've found my parents. Nurse Xiaoya was stunned. Zhao Qi winked at Xiaoya fiercely. He was still happy just now. Xiaoya is worthy of being a nurse in a mental hospital. Know how to control these patients with problems. Who knew that something went wrong and I was leaving? Xiaoya suddenly became anxious. You found your parents. Then have you found your wife and children? I looked at Nurse Xiaoya in a daze. Yes. I have to find my wife and children. My eyes became more and more empty. The expression became more and more weird. Find your parents again. There have been two phantoms in my mind before. Until after the blood disciples admitted it. The phantom became a bloody disciple. And the appearance of a nurse in blood. Now when I heard my wife and children, I suddenly felt a severe headache. I squatted on the ground with my head in my arms. I can't stop wailing. The phantom of the two bloody disciples in their minds. One big and one small. The other two shadows quickly generate the taller one. Monli holds a child in her hand. Seeing this, Zhao Qi shouted at Xiaoya. You can find a way to make him shut his mouth. He is so good. It will definitely attract evil spirits. If I hadn't thought this mental illness was useful. He had already stabbed it. Let him shut up forever. Xiaoya squatted beside me anxiously. Don't worry. I know the exact location of your wife. Where is my wife? I endured the pain in my head. Raise your head slowly. There is a normal area in the dungeon. Your wife is there. You just need to be obedient. Will we take you there to find him far? It only takes 3 days to arrive. Zhao Qi put her shoulders on my shoulders. No mention of the copy at all. Things that will end in 3 days. Hao Qi goes with you. But if you want to travel far, I have to say hello to my parents. Go to find their daughter-in-law. They will certainly agree. Zhao Qi frowned. Pull Xiaoya to the side. The parents, he said, would not be other survivors. Xiao Yasi asked. Said. There must be a group of people who control her for this reason. Since that's the case, then let's meet my wife. Maybe we can expand the team size, and Zhao Qi made a decision soon. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room laughed. I guess even the butcher wouldn't have thought of it. He recognized a son. So he took someone back for an extra meal. Tian, who was forced to start with the three of them, and the sky collapsed. At the same time, not far away, an evil spirit was staring at our location. At the beginning, he found that there was one more prey in his area. But this prey carries the mark of a bloody disciple. I originally planned to wait for them to disperse before taking action. Now they are about to step out of their area together. Immediately set off and chased after him. I remember the path I have walked. With 3 people, I don't know if it's my fault. When the 2 of you were talking, they closed their eyes a little deliberately. But just as they whispered, a thick and sticky footstep suddenly came from behind. The moment this sound appears, Zhao Qi and the other 2 suddenly stood upright. He ran wildly with his steps. At this moment, all the previous calculations were left with the idea of escaping. The evil spirit came to me in just a few breaths. Then he was nervous. Take a look at me. Just chased forward. I looked at him, too. It was very strange to tilt his head. Why did this group of people suddenly flock to the ground and all ran away? At this time, the evil spirit discovered it. No wonder the blood disciple wanted to mark this person as a sheep. Once this kind of person becomes afraid, that's really big. However, he didn't take action. Not because of the principle, but he knew that he was not the opponent of the blood public family. This scene made people watching the live broadcast envious. It's just not to catch anyone. This is too cool. I also trotted at this time. This group of people also want to take me to find a wife. It cannot be very strange to the style in the copy if it is lost. 3 humans ran ahead. The evil spirit followed the 3 of them slowly. From time to time, watch them run hard after struggling. Enjoy the pleasure of hunting. And behind the evil spirit, someone was running. I was afraid that I would die so soon after losing that mental illness. I felt countless spider silk sprayed from behind. And Qi was a little angry. But he dared to look back at all. Just once again lived on his heels. I can't help it. Take out his pistol from his arms. He shot Wang Bing in front of him twice. Wang Bin's eyesight fell directly to the ground in an instant. Zhao Qi. You bitch. You must die a little. Wang Bingho is hysterical. His face turned red with a swollen look. Soon, Wang Bing was picked up by the evil spirit. Hold it in the palm of your hand. The evil spirit did not continue to pursue the monsters. I only know that their evil spirits like to hunt people. But they don't know what they want. Just those negative glances of human beings. Angry. A pig's ill. It's enough for him. I haven't even read One Yen again. 8 legs are like spiders. Rock climbing and wall walking. It disappeared between the buildings in just a few breaths. The heavy and messy footsteps behind him suddenly disappeared. Only then did Zhao Qi and the others dare to look behind. I found that the spider's evil spirit disappeared. After. Silently relieved. He just dodged and hid in the house next to him. Xiaoya glanced at Zhao Qi with fear. But he did not mention the situation of gunfire just now, and Erlin arrested 2 people. Zhao Qi shouldn't appear in a short period of time. After slapping my chest for a long time. Only then did the breathing become smooth. It's just that mental illness is a little bit okay. You sighed little. What a pity, why are there so many mental illnesses? Looking for someone to die, she looked at him coldly. Know the weaknesses of those mental illnesses. That is your value. What's the difference between running, then running, then running, then running, how can you do? Almost caught up with me. I leaned over the door and mouthed. See me. Sheng Sheng and the 2 of them turned their heads back. The 2 of them stared at each other. Old man looks like a ghost. Why are you still alive? Zhao. He held back and took 2 steps back. I don't even have dust on my body. Zhao Qi. One hand has reached the back of the waist. Plug his weapon. Nurse Xiaoya is calming her mind. Swallowed. Just that spider evil spirit just now. How did you escape from him? Being asked this, I was suddenly angry. Why run away? If you hadn't run too fast, how could anyone get hurt? Uncle must want to remind you. Don't run too fast. To avoid falling. Someone was injured. The uncle also took him to treat. Wait and wait for him to catch you. Zhao Qi felt that her 3 views were impacted. I've been following him and chasing you. Didn't you agree to take me to find a wife? I see. Zhao Qi slapped her thigh. Then suddenly hugged Nurse Xiaoya. He was excited. Almost crazy. Can't run, can't run. It turns out that evil spirits only catch people who run away. He looked at me. I feel like I understand something. Nurse Xiaoya seemed to have reacted too. No wonder this mental illness comes and goes freely in the dungeon. It turned out that this fool had accidentally touched the rules of Copy No. 9. He looked at Zhao Qi excitedly. Tears were spinning around my eyes. Zhao Qi took a deep breath. Then he looked at Nurse Xiaoya confidently. Let's go together. Now the copy rule is found. I will definitely take you all to live. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Once he becomes the first copy of the Break 9, then he will become a hero. You can also get a copy of the Hand Pass reward. And this group of people who were saved by him will also become his team. Xiaoya, you know, it's helpless to just shoot. He turned to Xiaoya to excuse himself for his previous behavior. Wait until reality. The strange hunting ground is coming. We still need to wait for Zhao Qi to continue. Xiaoya originally thought that he had ulterior motives. But when he heard that he needed to seek cooperation when the hunting ground was coming, Xiaoya immediately realized that she was dead. It's not good for him either. Everyone who survives in the dungeon, the physical condition will be enhanced. And copy props? It's too slow to collect one person. She needs a partner. Brother Zhao. I must believe you. Xiaoya immediately changed her face. After we go back alive, we will be partners who can deliver our lives. So why do you run away? I looked at the 2 of them and didn't run away. After not running, I won't run away. Zhao Qi patted my shoulder. Although this kid has a problem with his brain, but it is definitely his blessing. Fortunately, he is there afterwards. I discovered too many rules. Brother. Let's go. Take me to see your parents. Zhao Qi put on my shoulders. Very good mood. Leave things that have problems in my mind behind. And the people watching the live broadcast. This was stunned. Sure enough, there must be Phoenix chicks where there is a lie on the dragon. I really want to laugh to death with this Zhao Qi. At this time, the other side. The spider evil spirit is using his spider silk to wrap Wang Bin into a mummy corpse. However, looking at Wang Bin's eyes full of resentment and revenge, he stopped his feet again. Do you want revenge? I'll let you go back. You go and bring them to me. What about you fighting together? After hearing this, Wang Bin's eyes suddenly became very fierce. He no longer wants to live. But Zhao Qi can be buried with her. He absolutely does. At this time, I led the two of me to the way I came. I saw the scenery ahead gradually began to change. Xiaoqi, Xiaoya and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Where are your parents? Zhao Qi touched the hidden pistol. Now we are going to meet with another team. He felt that he should be able to gain the upper hand. It should be at home. I walked towards the building in the middle. The more you go home, the happier you are. If you don't know, you can tell your parents that you are going to find a wife. My parents should be very happy too. Zhao Qi and the others followed me and kept looking around. It can be seen that since they entered this area, it's just a straight line. They were in the territory of the spider evil spirit. I only dare to circle around the periphery bit by bit. But it's such a spider evil spirit. Still came to them. Zhao Qi and Xiaoya looked at each other. No one of the previous survivors had figured out the rules of copy 9. Now it seems that the other copies were hidden secretly. The rule that should not be discovered by evil spirits is not suitable for use here at all. This is suitable for straightforwardness. For example, you can't run away when you encounter evil spirits. Enter each area. Can't spin around. Go straight. This is the copy spinning. I'll meet someone else. Whether we form an alliance or not, we must stay this person. I'll use my wife's statement later. Let her go with us, Zhao Qi. I also felt the importance of my whisper and asked Xiaoya to give Xiaoya a little. This kid is a bit lucky. It's almost here on it. My house is right there. I pointed to a small building in the distance. Like the ruins after burning. Like this piece of wasteland, the ancient castle that goes upstairs. Zhao Qi pointed at Xiao Bu. The voice is low. Here I know that in the past, the Qiu Xingzhe went to the secondary copy to touch the landing point. It's here. But no one has opened it. Will that door be dangerous? This boy who held back and pulled Zhao Zhao's clothes. This guy should be a little lucky. No one on his body dares to open the door. This kid dares to open it. This confirms the rules I figured out before. Then, this is seen by Zhao Qi's careful analysis step by step. The barrage is silent. This is only the part of this talisman. I took the two of them to the single family building. He reached out and knocked on the door. My parents, I'm back. There was a fishy-fin that could not be hidden in his eyes, and no one answered. There is only the sound of walking. Zhao Qi has put her hand behind her. Pick up the pistol. He stood behind me. Raise the pistol. Align the door at the location. No matter who it is to open the door. He wants to give the other party some force to shock him first. Only by demonstrating force can the situation be controlled. The front door slowly opened. Behind the door crack, a figure slowly appeared with dirty pig slaughtering. There is a blood dog on her clothes. You can see bloody eyes in the two holes in the mask. A cold air instantly rose from Zhao Qi's soles. Push straight to the top of your head. His hands holding the pistol kept shaking. The audience who watched the live broadcast was also a little suffocated. Even if you already know how to suffocate, I still feel suffocated when I see this picture. Before we could discuss a trembling fruit, we heard a gunshot sound. With a loud bang, the power of the bullet shot directly into the bloody puppet's forehead. His head tilted back. Behind the eyebrows, Zhao Qi is emitting black smoke. Grudge your teeth. The hands holding the pistol were shaking. He only knows that the evil spirits are not dead. It will be yourself. I'll go to your uncle's stupid mental illness. Looking at the hole in front of the bloody eyebrows. Regret and annoyance. Anger. Many emotions. It exploded in my mind in an instant. I turned around. Snatched Zhao Qi's neck. UTM. I'm going to kill you. Xiaoya, who was standing beside her, saw this. I was so scared that I kept hiding. The scene in front of him had already broken him. He couldn't figure it out. Why shoot at evil spirits? This mental illness will rise. Now he just wants to take advantage of the opportunity of this dog biting the dog and leaving quickly. At this time, Zhao Qi's face had been pinched to the color of pig liver by me. He raised his pistol with difficulty. Pointed at my temple. The audience who watched the live broadcast was silent. I don't think this mental illness is stupid at all. He also knew that his protective umbrella was gone. I didn't expect that the final winner was the little nurse, not the brothers.
Have you forgotten one thing? Thermal weapons can't cause any harm to the evil spirits. One sentence brought everyone back to reality.
Really? Just the moment the gun pointed at my temple. A big hand stained with blood. Instantly, the muzzle was crushed.
At this time,
the bloody puppy has slowly raised his head that is leaning back.
Although there is a charred hole in the middle of my eyebrows. But you can see it by looking closely. He was not hurt. All right. I'm fine. Said. Bloody patted my head. I felt my emotions clearly.
He turned his head and looked at Zhao Qi angrily.
He pinched his head and took a look.
Xiaoya, who had already frozen at this time.
You bring your friends in for dinner. Just deal with this bad guy, Dad. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have brought everyone home.
I wiped the tears that were gushing out of control. They said they knew where my wife was.
I just brought them back. It's okay.
First, they are bad for good kids.
Said. The bloody puppy gently pulled me into the room.
Then he looked at Xiaoya, who fell to the ground.
Xiaoya's terrified hind legs instinctively get up, turn around and try to escape. As a result, I saw a blood-clothed dress when I turned around.
The nurse stood behind him.
Then, he was dragged into the house.
Seeing the door closed. Then he grabbed Zhao Qi's head and dragged it to the garden.
5 fingers were embedded tightly into Zhao Qi's skull.
He screamed in pain.
The wood is about to break. At this time, he realized how stupid he was. It's too late to take a mental illness.
Wait for him to regret the bloody disciple. Increase the strength slightly with the 5 fingers.
His head was like a watermelon. Explode. Turned into a headless corpse. Lying quietly in the garden.
The bloody disciple who finished this did not go home immediately.
But a few flashed and disappeared. I don't know where to go. Each other. At the same time, in a single-family building,
I sat on the sofa with a look of guilt.
He lowered his head in annoyance. Are you looking at the door? Dad hasn't come back yet? He went to give a friend something.
At this time, the nurse in blood poured a glass of water.
Handed it to me.
These 2 preys are the butchers of the spider next door.
I couldn't help it just now. Kill one.
Of course, I need to find another prey to return it to others.
Is this your friend? The nurse in blood looked at Xiaoya, who was frightened and overflowing with frantically. Asked with disdain.
He is not my friend. But he said he wanted to take me to find my wife.
You have a wife.
The nurse in blood was stunned when she heard this.
Then he frowned again.
Then you have to find him quickly.
It's not safe here. Do you know where it is?
He looked at Nurse Xiaoya in confusion. Xiaoya, who was originally caught and pressed on the chair and dared not move, was asked this question.
I immediately frowned in my heart. My mind immediately began to think quickly.
If you lead this psychopath to another evil spirit,
then
let the female spirit kill him. The bloody disciple here will definitely go over and take revenge.
Let them bite the dog. You have a chance to survive. Thinking of this, Xiaoya spoke quickly. Yes. We agreed before where to meet? Hearing the words,
the nurse in blood frowned. He didn't know if it was his own illusion.
For a moment,
he felt the thought of gratitude from this woman.
Okay. Then, after eating, then you will go to your blood. The nurse also knew that time was in a hurry. In this ghost place, no one knows whether his daughter-in-law will die in the next second. Your dad doesn't have to wait for him to come back.
He went to find something to return it to his friend.
It also takes time. I made you a piece of clothing. He said that and handed me a doctor's robe with a little dripping of blood. Then turn around and bring out a bowl.
The freshly cooked instant noodles were placed in front of me. This was obviously the human food he had previously gone out to get from several preys.
Seeing the food in front of me, Xiaoya was stunned immediately. The food prepared by the evil spirit is instant noodles. The evil spirit likes to eat instant noodles. Go out in a hurry. I ate very quickly. Xiaoya is very honest. No sound was made.
The brain runs fast at a crazy speed. He felt the brilliance of his mother from this evil spirit. She wondered if she wanted to call the evil spirit Doctor's belly. But I thought I would immediately follow the psychopath to find my wife. I gave up this idea again. At least I am safe before finding his wife. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room had exploded. Because the live broadcast screen is not affected by evil spirits. So now everyone can see it clearly. Now our food is a real instant noodles. Instead of some unknown malignant deworming of flesh and blood. Audiences began to calculate the possibility of success in this kind of house play. For a moment, the popularity of the live broadcast room has increased sharply again. A psychopath can survive until now. And got 2 special props. That's already explaining the problem. Cute Ghosts Playhouse is definitely a feasible way. Everyone in the live broadcast room stared at it. I want to learn how to deal with evil spirits. Look at the barrage. Carefully analyze my every move. Someone laughed at himself. I'm so ill that I laughed. He is really a natural and beautiful body. Xiaoya stared at herself tightly. She didn't understand why I could eat so deliciously. Ghosts know if this is an evil spirit's illusion. There is a high probability that the instant noodles in the bowl are countless twisting virtual insects. The nurse looked at Xiaoya with contempt. Because he could feel Xiaoya's crazy changing emotions. Except for the first time Xiaoya saw some differences in instant noodles. Every time I look at the food in my bowl, my heart was filled with horror. Snort. Humans took a breath of disdain. If this woman didn't know where her daughter-in-law was, I've solved it myself. Are you hungry too? Looking at Xiaoya staring at her instant noodles, I asked in confusion. Xiaoya immediately prepared to refuse when she heard this. However, he still had no time to answer my question. I suddenly felt the temperature in the room began to drop suddenly. The threat of death is instantly broken, and it is not hungry or hungry. You eat, you eat. Xiaoya wants to cry without tears. She didn't want to eat it herself. This evil spirit. He was afraid that he would steal his son's food. It's like protecting a calf. He felt a flash of slit across his mind every moment. He was immediately thought of. He was shocked. The maternal love he felt vaguely once was not an illusion. He looked at the doctor's robe I was wearing again. At the moment this mental illness put it on. In terms of breath, I was already a family with the nurse in blood. After realizing this incident, Xiaoya's heartbeat stopped suddenly. By the way, it is to cover up the breath. Just wear this robe. Will be evil spirits. Think of it as the same kind. Then, a plan began to be considered in his mind. I'll put it down early. I'm stuffed. Shui got up and took away the bowls and chopsticks in front of me. I put on the doctor's robe again. Then he said, go. Hurry up and find someone. At this time, the sky outside has gradually darkened. Night is about to come to hunt at night. Only then will you really start to have a bracelet. And clothes? She will not be in danger in the dungeon. In order to prevent humans from hiding when they see far away. The nurse in blood naturally couldn't follow me. And there is another more important thing waiting for him to do. 3 days later, humans who are still in the dungeon will be wiped out immediately. He must not let his son die in the dungeon. Until the nurse in blood sent us out of the room. Xiaoya just started to breathe boldly. At this time, Xiaoya's stinking clothes were like a fairy smell to him. Then he seemed to have known the way. He walked in one direction. In fact, he also gave up. He just wanted to find a dangerous place to cheat me out of my clothes. Let me go to die. Then she hid with my doctor's robe. Find a way to escape from the copy. However, Xiaoya's luck is indeed very good. Soon he saw an ancient castle in the distance occupied by other evil spirits. Xiaoya couldn't stop her heart from beating wildly. Humans know about copy 9. Except for no exit found. It's quite comprehensive. Especially the castle. It is the only place in the No. 9 copy that is most similar to the human living area. Everyone doubts where the exit is. But those who go to that area will die inexplicably. Xiaoya is very excited. He didn't expect that this place was so close to the castle. And at this time I was also excited to follow him. I try my best to think about my wife's model in my mind. Before leaving, I also brought my own suitcase.
There are gifts I prepared before. Xiaoya walked in front. At this time, even AK could no longer be suppressed in the corner of her mouth. He felt that he was lucky. Although there are only fools around now. But this is a fool with two top props. It is said that the mantis stalks the cicada and the oriole is behind. He thought he was the oriole. He has begun to imagine that he has won the reward of dungeon through two of my props. At this time, Xiaoya suddenly stopped. I'm a little cold. He hugged the police. Is it cold when I sneeze on my arm? I touched my clothes. I'm not cold. I was in a happy mood at this moment. The tone can't help but rise. The warmth of cold weather. I only understand the thread in the hands of a loving mother. From this, the top was stretched out. I continued to speed up and walked forward. Even though I can't bear to leave my home. But my wife hasn't come back yet. I have to find my wife back to reunite. This is something I have to do as a man at home. I said they were a little cold. Xiaoya stamped her feet in anger. This mental illness doesn't understand what he says. It's not that I can't leave anymore. Apart from some trembling. It doesn't affect action at all. I frowned and said. Very Xiaoya couldn't help but swear. She understood. This mental illness couldn't understand her hints at all. Can you be impatient to wear your coat for a while? It's not cold later. I'll give you the clothes back. Xiaoya held her arms and looked at my pitiful opening. The audience in the live broadcast room is staring at Xiaoya acting and cheating. Unexpectedly, the young nurse finally got the bargain. If she gets this dress, maybe I can really come out of the copy alive. However, for Xiaoya's approach, no one thinks it's wrong. Everyone is even discussing how to do better. Only then can you get the clothes. I heard her words. Frown. I reached out to touch the coat. Button. Quickly buckle the rest. I feel cold, too. Watching my movements, Xiaoya's movement of holding her arm became stiff. For a moment she really couldn't tell whether this mentally ill brain was really wrong. It's still a fake problem. I'm really too cold. I've started to wrinkle and hurt. Natya covered her pants. Squatting on the ground. A look of pain. You don't want to find a wife either. Xiaoya squatted on the ground. Build your face in your knees. Yu said. Seeing Xiaoya's move. The audience said that I really am mentally ill. The nurses in the hospital are really familiar with all kinds of patients. This kid is probably completely in the hands of this young nurse. That's what the audience thinks. Xiaoya thought so too. Listen to Xiaoya. I couldn't help but frown. I have indeed heard of girls who are afraid of the cold before. Seeing this, Xiaoya hurriedly continued. Do you definitely don't want your wife to think you are a cold-blooded guy? By the way, you still have a daughter. If your daughter needs kidnapping outside, you don't want others to be as cold-blooded as you. Xiaoya began to continuously output. Begin moral kidnapping. Xiaoya can hear her remind her daughter. My brain was as if it was hit hard in an instant. The image of a young son in my mind begins to evolve. The hair starts to grow longer. The clothes also became dresses. Look soft and glutinous. I squatted down. Cover your head in pain. Seeing me like this, Xiaoya immediately understood that it was her own words that would have the effect. So he continued to increase the excitement. Keep talking. Really? The next second I stood up numbly. Start unbuttoning the buttons of his doctor's robe. Xiaoya has an unhidden joy in her eyes. This time he might really be the first person to pass the 9 done. The audience couldn't help but look at Nurse Xiaoya with envious gaze. This is the real winner in life. Once Xiaoya can survive from this copy, in addition to obtaining 2 powerful dungeon props, the most important thing is the foot of the hand passing copy. That was a real escape. I heard that all the chickens and dogs at home can ascend to heaven. Both the audience and Xiaoya felt that the plan was successful at this time. But the next scene almost made Xiaoya's brain go down. I took off my coat numbly, but then took off my sick clothes I was wearing inside. Then put on the doctor's robe again. After putting on the outer robe, I pointed at the big chest that showed a large piece of flesh and said with a serious face, "Look at my coat, it's definitely not good to be air flowing on all sides." The one inside is thicker. Warmer than a coat. Said. He also handed the clothes in his hand to Xiaoya. Looking at the clothes handed to me. And my clear and sincere gaze. Xiaoya collapsed instantly. But you will be cold. What normal people take off the clothes from them? I'm not cold. I'm in good health. I can withstand it. And you taught me just now. If you can help someone else when you go out, please help me. Otherwise my wife and children will look down on me. Although I want to give you my coat. But it's gone. I'm afraid that my wife will misunderstand my righteous expression. Xiaoya took the clothes very stiffly. You can even feel the residual heat of body temperature from your clothes. She forced her mouth to open. Smile. Then put the clothes on. Seeing this, I nodded with satisfaction. If you still feel cold, then let's go home and find out if there are any thick clothes that suit you. When I heard what I said, Xiaoya immediately closed. Not cold-mouthed. Not cold. Let's go. I'll take you to find a wife. Want to be warm? Since then, no one can do it. More than 2 hours. Since I arrived at a cemetery. Xiaoya always feels that there is a shadow following her. She couldn't help but hand her head to me. Have you seen anyone there? I looked at the position she pointed in confusion. A figure can be seen vaguely. Hidden in the fog. Seeing me throwing it, the eyes quickly disappeared. Have you seen it or not? Xiaoya sits beside me. Excited to speak. But I dare not speak too loudly. It seems to be there. I just took a look and then withdrew my gaze. But I have something to do now. No plans to make friends. Xiaoya is speechless. This evil spirit should be afraid of it. Haven't started yet. Lao Hai started to think wildly. Let this fool fight with that evil spirit. But what if she leaves and encounters danger? Soon. She calmed down. Zhangche and so on. The reason why I didn't mention my daughter to you before? It's because your daughter was kidnapped by the man in the fog just now. That's not a good person. What do you mean by kidnapping? It was like a heavy hammer hitting my chest. I turned around and looked around. The dark shadows in the fog of the tomb have long disappeared. No one was seen. I couldn't help but run in that direction. But Xiaoya pulled her down again. You're so high profile now. Wouldn't rush over to alert the other party to the alert? Maybe even a ticket will be torn. How else do you save people? There are no people around. Xiaoya will never let me chase it out. Then what do you think I should do? I paused. Every sentence of Xiaoya talks about what I am most worried about. After so many things. At this time, I have completely trusted Xiaoya. Because I told me a lot of things. Xiaoya said in a voice. I have a plan. You and I will leave a little bit later. I walked ahead. Front. I won't be by my side anymore. The person with dark eyes will definitely not be able to help attacking me. Then you will rush up and kill him. Now he is suspected of making a move. And the only thing he knew was that she wanted to stir up a dispute between me and the evil spirit. But this will make you unable to resist the danger. I hesitated to cheat Xiaorang. Constantly treat it as a temptation to help yourself save your daughter. I'm a little confused about my conscience. What is important to have children? As long as you do your best to protect me, I won't regret it. Xiaoya looked at the huge and clear full moon above her head. The mouth is bitter. She felt that it was a blessing that she could have reached now. In this dangerous copy, it is impossible not to take a little risk. Then he looked at me seriously. I'll serve you as bait. Seduce enemies in the dark. Will you run away in fear? No. I promised it firmly. Good. Be careful later. Hide behind. Xiaoya clenched her fist secretly. Stabilize yourself. After a brief discussion with me, Xiaoya got up and walked in front. The cemetery's wind kept whistling in my ears. Her fist clenched tightly and the shadow appeared. She had already agreed with me. When you encounter danger, she screamed. Then I will rush up to die. Wrong. He was saved and he didn't go long. Xiaoya felt her back start to feel cold. The feeling of being stared at rose from the bottom of my heart again. However, she wasn't feeling a pair of eyes, but countless pairs of eyes. It is dense and pervasive. Xiaoya looked at the ground with a sudden step.
Those tombstones were like things buried under these tombstones and all crawled out.
He suddenly realized. There may be more than you here. He stopped, looking behind him. He regretted it a little. He wanted to come back to me quickly. However, her gaze began to blur. Countless tombstones turned into insect shadows. Loomingly, she saw a small phantom. Step by step towards him. For a moment, her hair stood upright. Subconsciously yelled out.
Jiang Hua comes to save me.
It seems that I am afraid that I will not hear it.
He called my name sharply in his voice. At this moment, she could already clearly feel it. The black shadow behind him was already close to him.
As long as it is at night, even for a second, you will definitely die. However, warning for a moment.
A shadow in a white coat suddenly rushed out of the fog. Then he rushed behind him without hesitation.
Xiaoya's eyes were instantly wet. He actually felt an unprecedented sense of security.
Suddenly a thought arose in her mind.
Maybe she can live. It's also a good choice. What a pity. And the moment I heard the screams, I rushed over. The moment I saw Xiaoya, I also saw the black shadow behind Xiaoya.
I remember Xiaoya's words. Crash towards the shadow.
No hesitation.
The audience in the live broadcast room stares at me.
That unswerving action was also a sigh. This kid was cheated so hard by Xiaoya.
But in this kind of place, even if Xiaoya doesn't lie to him, there will be others who will lie to him.
This Xiaoya is really good. Even if he can make a copy, I will definitely go to him to form a team.
You are not afraid that he will deceive you.
You don't understand at all.
It is always better to be able to team up with powerful people than pig teammates and be able to deceive others.
Everyone smiled sarcastically.
The live broadcast scenes of the two are different. The picture on Xiaoya is me rushing towards him without hesitation. The picture on my side was rushing straight towards the thing behind Xiaoya. The figures of the two intersected at the same time.
The audience all heard Xiaoya sigh clearly. Although she couldn't bear to be a sincere person like me. But if I go to deal with the evil spirits behind me, it means I succeed. Xiaoya lowered her head. Don't dare to look back.
I will take your white coat to escape from the dungeon for you.
Then,
he took the courage to run in the opposite direction.
She just needs to find a hidden corner now. Hiding. Just wait quietly. At the same time,
as I approached, the dark shadow gradually became clear. It was a little girl holding a long piece of intestine in her hand.
The moment the little girl saw me,
grinning and starting to laugh wildly.
There is also sticky blood on the teeth. Some viewers in the live broadcast room. The screen has been cut off now. I can't bear it. Watching the death of such a sincere person. However, what unexpectedly happened to everyone was that I rushed to the evil spirit girl.
The next moment, he hugged him hard in his arms.
What Xiaoya said is true. My daughter was really kidnapped. Tears couldn't help but flow out. How are you? Have you been injured? Have you endured hardships? I reached out and wiped the blood on his face tremblingly. He looked in his arms with distress. Is the child injured?
My behavior made the evil kid suddenly stunned. The hands that pinched the intestines were a little at a loss.
This development seems to be a little different from what I think. She just fell in love with a prey.
After walking for a long time,
unexpectedly, other hunters followed him into his realm.
She kept staring at it in secret.
I just want to seize the opportunity to attack. But what is the situation now?
He looked at the person holding him in confusion.
Why is this evil spirit called himself a baby?
And the breath on her body is very strange.
It's a bit like a human being when approaching. It's a bit like an evil spirit.
The little girl let me wipe the dirt and blood from her face.
She couldn't even react. I was already holding her and crying. It's Dad that he didn't protect you. Dad will not put you in danger again in the future. I was tidying up her dress, while earnestly ensuring that you see the gifts your father brought to you. Said. I opened the suitcase next to me. The little girl stood in confusion. Not what happened now.
The cold moonlight shone on the two of them. I quickly took out a slightly flattened teddy bear girl from my suitcase and stood quietly, watching the teddy bear slowly retract,
Become full and cute. I was a little at a loss for a moment.
The cruelty in his eyes has disappeared.
If you don't like this, next time he will always bring you other things. When saying this,
I don't dare to look straight into the girl's eyes.
I still feel a little guilty. Because this teddy bear is not new.
He didn't bring him any other good-looking dolls either. The girl looked down at the doll that was forced into her hand.
His other finger loosened.
The intestines in his hand fell to the ground with a slap.
Furry texture. This is something he has never felt before.
She pinched the bear's face. The round face sank in and swells rapidly. He reached out and touched the teddy bear's head again. The touch from her palm
let him be unable to stop. Like Mom?
I asked carefully. I'm a little excited to like the girl's voice. I also brought gifts to my dad.
It seems that something has come to mind.
She picked up the soft and glutinous intestine from the ground.
Then I put it on my neck.
She always likes to chase those who are surviving with this intestine. Survivors only see the round intestines in his hand.
They can't help but run away. At this time,
a scream pierced the sky.
The girl looks in the direction of screaming.
The eyes immediately became excited.
Just got interrupted. He forgot what he was going to do. Seeing Xiaoya, he grinned again.
After Xiaoya hit herself, the fog in the cemetery is heavy. So he had no idea what was going on here.
I just feel that the wind in my ears is falling lighter.
The evil spirit hidden in the wind cried. The wind has also changed.
Waited for about 10 minutes. Xiaoya finally couldn't help but go forward to find the body. She can die. But she can't lose anything.
It's just that she clears away the fog. Walking slowly into your eyes, I saw a little girl holding intestines in her hand.
It was strangling towards my neck. She screamed.
The little girl's evil spirit suddenly looked at her. She said nothing.
He turned around and ran backwards again. However,
the little girl heard Xiaoya scream. She was very excited.
That's it. That's what screams.
The smell of fear spread rapidly in the air.
At this time, I also looked behind me in confusion.
I just feel that this voice seems to be able to think of Xiaoya.
I immediately came to my senses.
I looked at my daughter beside me wearing only a thin skirt. I suddenly thought of something and quickly took off my white coat and wrapped it up.
Xiaoya says it's very cold. My daughter should be very cold now.
A white coat wrapped in 7 or 8 years old. The girl's body just fell off.
The girl's hands couldn't even reach out completely from her sleeve. Seeing my movements,
the people watching the live broadcast were completely stunned.
What a fool. Isn't this a conscious grave? He actually exposed his identity on his own initiative. If Xiaoya saw this scene, I guess I will have to get cerebral hemorrhage on the spot.
There is no need to plot against her at all. This idiot will die when I take off my clothes. The little girl was indeed stunned. She always thought that the human breath she felt was an illusion. Now I realize that the person in front of me is a pure human. At this time, she kept wearing a scarf on her hands.
The next moment, his hands holding his intestines contracted quickly. Dad. The gift I bring to you. You still like him?
He said with a grim smile.
At the same time, I kept tightening my hands. Feel the intestines on my neck tightening. I just feel that breathing becomes a little difficult.
But this is the first time my daughter has worn a scarf for herself. It is normal for the subordinates to not know the importance of the seriousness. I bent down and hugged my daughter to my father. I really like to feel my harder embrace. He thought I was trying to strangle him like this. But gradually I found that the strength was just gently embracing him. Her hand kept pushing.
I didn't feel any counter-terrorism between the other party. It's Dad. Sorry. You. Now I found the strength between you and your neck. I also realized that it must be my daughter who is angry with herself. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room was angrily laughing. The first time I saw someone willingly being strangled to death by the evil spirit. However, for a moment, a lot of regrets.
The movements of the evil spirit girl filling his hands.
A sudden pause. In the bad mood. When these emotions surround him. Only then did he realize that there is no trace of fear in the person holding himself. Isn't he afraid? At this time,
the girl loosened her hands slightly.
Feeling the strength on my neck restrained, I couldn't help but take a deep breath.
Although my daughter blames herself,
but I still love me. After, Dad won't leave you anymore.
Perhaps it was the air filled with emotion she had never felt before.
The girl is a little lost. He must be pretending. He's just pretending.
She turned her head away. I snorted coldly in my heart, okay.
Tuenchuan will not leave in the future. Dad thought to himself. As long as this human dares to reveal any fear,
he killed him himself. Not to kill her prey he likes.
You must keep it in good condition.
When Tuenchuan was thinking about these things,
Xiaoya's scream came again from afar. I was stunned. This is your Aunt Xiaoya's voice. Why did she scream so badly? Aunt Xiaoya. Tuenchuan was a little confused. This is obviously my own field. The only possibility is that the woman encountered other evil spirits. Thinking of this,
she quickly took off her coat.
I'm not cold. Put on your clothes yourself. And they don't wear white coats.
I only wear small skirts. She turned her head proudly.
I felt a little guilty when I looked at her. It's too hasty this time.
Next time, Dad will definitely prepare a small skirt for you. Hurry up and put it on, Tuenchuan.
Listening to the screams in my ears. It's getting more and more terrifying. She forced me to dress up. Evil spirits are also divided into strength. At this time,
she was still unable to determine whether she had the ability to protect the people around her.
Humph, human. I'm not trying to protect her. I'm fighting for my prey.
He kept convinced himself in his heart. After I'm sure I'm wearing my clothes.
Hold my hand quickly. Walk towards the screaming position.
She released the fog in this area.
He can easily parade. It is undetectable in the fog. However, Tuenchuan pulled me halfway through and stopped. She suddenly didn't want to go there.
She was really unable to determine whether she was confident in dealing with the evil spirit.
It doesn't matter if it's him.
But now he still brings me by his side.
We still can't get over it. Go straight to find your mom. At this time, Tuenchuan suddenly thought of his mother. It should be a human being. If it's a little late, maybe it will be made like prey. She suddenly realized. I seem to be a little eager to have such a family.
This cemetery is buried with children like him.
She didn't know what she was before she became an evil spirit. But after he became an evil spirit, stay here all the time. The words parents. He hasn't heard of it. Never thought about it.
He was a little surprised. This time he actually had the idea of leaving this cemetery.
Your mother and I are lost. I spoke embarrassedly. Your Aunt Xiaoya knows where you are. I just kept following him. Oh well. If you have to save that woman.
She was about to show her fangs.
This is her hunting area.
I saw the fog around me getting farther and farther away. 2 white mist blades gradually formed around his hands. At the same time, the thin gray mist immediately made the 2 of them transparent. The screams of Yet are getting more and more terrifying.
There is a lot of fear in the air. Tuenchuan was a little confused. The hand that was holding me became tighter and tighter. Most evil spirits like to chase their prey, sucking fear while sucking. This time it was obviously a bit abnormal. Being led by puppet. At this time, I can see through this fog. The distance is even further than before. Faintly.
Suddenly I saw a familiar figure.
Wang Bin. I looked at him and her in surprise. Didn't you be taken to heal by the cosplay Spider-Man? It seems that it should be ready now. I turned around and introduced it to Tuenchuan beside me. That person is also a friend. Her name is Wang Bin, and Xiaoya. Tuenchuan understood the reason why this fear became increasingly intense. This person named Wang Bin is obviously a human. And he took me quickly to get close. At this time, Xiaoya is hiding in the corner. Don't dare to move.
He felt a very thin layer of spider silk attached to his body. Wang Bin in front of him had become frightened at this time.
This is obviously from the previous spider evil spirit. I didn't expect that I could stand up. Where is Zhao Qi? At this time, the audience in Xiaoya's live broadcast room was also exploded. Damn! Wang Bing is not dead. What was the spider silk drawn from his wrist? The audience was very curious. How did Wang Bing get the ability to draw silk? The spider silk looks very firm. Once you can't move every year. Only at the mercy of others. Someone has also verified before that I can get a certain skill of the evil spirit by killing it. And that man has now become a huge arrest. Now everyone looks at Wang Bin. Could it be that the last moment of his life gave the evil spirit a counterattack? Zhao Qi is dead. He was killed by the mentally ill parents. Xiaoya quickly answered. I was so anxious that I almost cried. He clearly felt that his vitality was being pulled away by the spider silk that was entangled with him. However, he looked at Wang Bing with a suspicion. All I said is true. I will take you to find Zhao Qi's body. Right. I also knew that Fool had a bracelet on him. That's why the Spider-Man didn't attack him before. Xiaoya didn't hesitate at all. I sold some bracelet. Wang Bin was originally unfortunate and elegant. But I remembered the last sentence after hearing it. At that time, the evil spirit did indeed pass the Fool. Otherwise he wouldn't have been shot. There is another more important reason. After he gained the power of the evil spirit, I've given up on the idea of escaping. But now there seems to be hope again. It's a bracelet given to him by an evil spirit. I don't know what it is used for. But it can indeed avoid attacks from evil spirits. Xiaoya quickly explained. But I also chose to hide the matter of the clothes on me. Then where is he now?
Wang Bing looked around.
I didn't see my shadow. I designed to frame it. He went to trouble an evil spirit. Xiaoya whispered. As soon as this is said, Wang Bing smiled calmly in an instant. He understood instantly. Why is Xiaoya hiding here alone? By the way, elder brother, can you tell me how I gained the power of that spider evil spirit? After Xiaoya saw that she was temporarily safe, then he twisted his body. He threw a girl in the direction of Wang Bing. Wang Bing looked at him with a smile. That's simple. As long as the evil spirits are willing, he will give you power. Damn spirit. Why would you be willing? Xiaoya didn't care about this sentence. Ask if it will anger Wang Bing? This answer is too important. And in the live broadcast room where he was, the number of online users has reached an unprecedented peak. For this question, the audience was even more anxious than Xiaoya. Everyone hates the barrage at this time. It cannot be transmitted to the copy of the survivor. Very simple. Promise to help him hunt. Just help him catch the humans and go back. However, Wang Bin also knows that the people outside must be watching this scene too. A trace of foam flashed through his eyes. While looking at Xiaoya, it seems like I have seen thousands of people. Wang Bin is about whether he can survive. Not sure, he just wants to do one thing now. That is how to make these people in the future go to die one after another. Brother Ding, can you untie me first? Just a moment of effort. Xiaoya's vitality has been lost a lot. I'll go with you to find the spider evil spirit. I can search for humans for him. Help him find prey. You fight alone. I must also want to have a companion.
Wang Bin was moved when he saw him.
He couldn't help but laugh. You're not afraid. I didn't tell you the dangers here. But if you don't have the ability, you can live without death. I feel like the spider webs on this body are disappearing little by little. Xiaoya spoke. Xiaoya is not stupid. He had already thought about it in his heart. At first glance, compared to that fool, they are all being used by evil spirits. You can give props.
On the one hand, it is the ability to give it directly. And the same may not necessarily lead to the end. He certainly wanted to let one of the two helpers. Xiaoya sighed helplessly. These words also directly expressed the thoughts of everyone watching the live broadcast. Being able to survive is more important than anything else. Even any price is not a problem. I can take you to find Zhang Che. Xiaoya still decided to throw me out to block the knife for him. This fool can still be used.
I just lied to him to die. He didn't hesitate at all. Xiaoya expressed her smugly. He trained me very well. I'm lucky. Wang Bin sneered. His eyes were full of contempt for Xiaoya. When Tuanchuan and I approached them, Xiaoya has been removed from the spider web by Wang Bing. But the people holding my hand beside me. But he had a dark face. This fog still belongs to his domain. He naturally decided what the two of them wanted to calculate me. I can hear clearly. Dad, they are really your friends. Tuanchuan looked at me naively. Yes. And Xiaoya will also take us to find your mother. Tuanchuan sneered. These two men dared to plot against the prey he chose. Dad. I will never leave it. Follow your group of people. He wouldn't give those two people a chance. Just find your mom. It was the death aura of those two people. I led the group forward. Here Xiaoya and Wang Bin warmly. Thank you. Xiaoya, thanks to you and I finally found my daughter. Tuanchuan led me directly out of the fog. It appeared very suddenly. The sudden sound behind Wang Bin's scalp was numb in an instant. You know, he has spider silk around him. But he didn't notice it at all. And at this moment on me? He also clearly smelled a smell of evil spirits. Wang Bin took a sudden step back. Try carefully 2 types. It can be seen that I still look stupid. He was struggling on my wrist for a moment. He was evil to the courage. I immediately wanted to take the bracelet away from me. As for the kids at my hand, he didn't even look at it. As for Xiaoya, that's even more a solution. Dad, is this your friend? Tuanchuan felt the murderous aura on Wang Bin. He looked forward coldly. Standing in front of me. At this time, Wang Bin began to look at Tuanchuan seriously. Wearing a bloody little white dress. Brown teddy bear in hand. Apart from the blood on his face. No scars at all. However, when Tuanchuan first felt my emotions, I'm already adjusting my appearance bit by bit. So now he looks almost the same as a human little girl. Yes. This is Aunt Xiaoya. This is Uncle Wang Bin. Long time no see you too. This is my daughter Tuanchuan listening to my introduction. At this time, Xiaoya's CPU, hiding behind, was burned. The daughter I mentioned was completely made up. She just wanted this person to die. Now it's a matter of really finding a daughter for him. It's not that Xiaoya feels a little hurt in her head. He thought something was wrong with this little girl. Hongju Hospital also does not have children of this age. So how did this child appear? He. Kids come and close their eyes. Uncle will give you a gift. Wang Bin grinned. Killing one will undoubtedly be revealed. Xiaoya was shocked. He is a man without any ability. Observe words and expressions. Very good at learning. She immediately stepped back step by step. He wanted to take advantage of Wang Bin's not paying attention. Take the time to escape. However, she just took a step back. I found that my feet were firmly stuck to the ground. Did I let you go? Wang Bin turned his head slightly. A white Lilia glanced at it. Tuanchuan also saw the little guy on the ground grinning. Put your own things here casually. Very rude. But you can take me and my dad to find my mom. Tuanchuan is very happy. As he said that, he stretched out his hands towards Wang Bin. Can uncle hug him? Good. Then start with you. Wang Bin sneered. This was delivered to the door by the little girl himself. I don't know that I killed her daughter in front of mental illness. Will this kid become even more crazy? At this time, everyone watching the live broadcast had already noticed Wang Bin's thoughts. That murderous intent is too obvious. Only that fool didn't feel it. This Wang Bin is a fool. All right. How could there be such a simple and cute little girl in the dungeon? You are fools. All right. I didn't expect Wang Bin to pick up Tuanchuan from the ground. Her power is much greater now than before. For such little girls, she could have broken her neck and killed her. However, Tuanchuan held Wang Bin's neck very hard. The sound of spine cracking was even heard soon. Wang Bin was shocked in an instant. I wanted to reach out and pry Tuanchuan's arms apart. However, the next second, she was stunned. The little girl's arms were as solid as rocks. It seems that uncle, you are such a bad person? But it's a pity. Tuanchuan is a good child in front of his father. You have to be good. When my dad is gone, I will handle the birds well.
Just when Wang Bin was about to suffocate,
Tuanchuan just let go of Wang Bin's neck. The king returned to me. Hold my hand again. Wang Bin, who was released, gasped heavily. My body couldn't help but take a few steps back. However, before she could even breathe,
Tuanchuan, who was standing beside me, stretched out his hand and turned out to nothing.
Suddenly, he is like a heart. It's like being pinched. Wang Bin moved forward violently. A staggering. Almost fell to the ground. Are you okay? I quickly wanted to come forward to help him. I saw me forward with one hand. Wang Bin was so scared that he waved his hand and retreated violently. At this time, I don't know why this fool holding the little girl. It actually made him feel so mysterious and terrifying. Uncle probably has a heart disease. I see someone having heart disease. All are like this. Speaking of this group, he stretched out his little hand and shook it in the void.
Wang Bin was so scared that he hurriedly kept his heart secretly.
He never wanted to try again. At this time, he finally saw it. Where is this little girl? This is clearly an evil spirit that is stronger than a spider. But at this moment he easily stuck to the fool's side. Like a real pair of women. Why do evil spirits like to play role-playing? Thinking of this, Wang Bin was stunned. Since that fool can cheat, then I can fool Tuanchuan myself. Have you ever thought about changing a dad?
Wang Bin squatted on the ground and waved to Tuanchuan's live broadcast room.
Everyone who watched Wang Bing's behavior was also suddenly lingering. Since the evil spirit want to play Jejia? Then who can play with him? Not the audience. I suddenly felt that this trick should be credible. However, as soon as this said, my face suddenly became cold. I pulled Tuanchuan to myself. I thought I finally found my daughter. Thinking about what this group can do. That's my strong enemy. You like my wife, too. Wang Bin. I think we should leave separately afterwards. I was very angry at this moment. Obviously I can cheat everyone. They are always bad to themselves. The moment Wang Bin spoke before,
Tuanchuan felt anger rising from the bottom of my heart from my body.
Seeing me angry at him,
the corners of his mouth were raised slightly.
Yes. Yes. You'd better leave with us, Tuanchuan said with a smile.
But it scared Xiaoya and Wang Bin to make him smart.
Xiaoya is probably stupid at this time.
I have also known the identity of this little girl.
Tuanchuan's innocent smile. At this time, it looked like a demon. She knows very well.
As soon as Wang Bin leaves,
it was basically the time when she died. Sorry. Sorry. I have no other meaning. I just see Tuanchuan so cute.
Want to recognize her.
Be a goddaughter. Wang Bin quickly explained. Secretly glanced at the heart of the eyes. To see this evil spirit. What reaction does he hear praise? But my daughter is naturally the cutest.
I heard someone praise him.
I was immediately happy.
The anger that Wang Bin had previously offended dissipated instantly.
Seeing this, Xiaoya hurriedly reconciled. Yes, yes. Tuanchuan is really cute.
When I saw her at first sight, I wanted to recognize her as my goddaughter.
Holding my hand aside. The expression is calm. Looking at Wang Bin and Xiaoya. Neither angry nor happy. These two people said they were cute. But my heart was full of reaction.
But do you still have the face to praise yourself?
Listen to yourself. It's different for my dad to praise me. She could feel her heart. As for Xiaoya, a daughter with ulterior motives. Found mom. That moment was his death. When I think of my mother.
But Tuanchuan felt nervous in his heart.
What if this mother doesn't want to accept herself? I can't call someone who is afraid of me. Mom and her own grandfather come. You won't scare them like this. No. I want to try my best to be a good baby. Thinking of this. Smile. Okay. Then let's go find mom together. Until then.
Only then did Xiaoya and Wang Bin dare to breathe a sigh of relief.
Do you know where my mom is? Looking at Xiaoya. Try to make yourself look harmless. Yeah. Go there.
It was Xiaoya who pointed in one direction in horror.
Now. Do she dare say that she doesn't know? But then a force.
It flashed through his eyes again. She was thinking about how to make her original plan.
This time I will let this fool die with this girl's evil spirit. Or maybe she suddenly took a deep breath. Another arrogant idea is still there.
He has hidden in his heart.
Feeling Xiaoya's emotional changes. The gaze of the sensation became colder and colder. Although she couldn't understand it directly.
But this woman inadvertently exudes a hint of cruelty.
Emotions cannot escape her perception. She couldn't help but hold my hand tightly. Humans are too complicated. This is also why she hates humans. Fortunately, my dad is not like this. Thinking of this, Tuanchuan pulled me out of the fog.
The full moon above my head has gradually fallen.
How many people? But there is no sleepiness. Xiaoya took us to one direction.
From time to time, I rely on the fact that there are scrambling to climb to the high point to observe the direction.
However, unlike us, Tuanchuan is so familiar with the distribution here. Looking in the direction Xiaoya said. At this time, the direction they are moving forward is where the copy exit is. But it is also the direction that person is in. Bai Tuan frowned. No more to say. After all humans want to escape. Ran's mother should be heading in that direction too. And my dad is also human. When time comes, he will find a way to send her out. So you should walk there. She also dissociated. However, this time Tuanchuan was wrong. Humans don't know where the exit of copy 9 is. Xiaoya took them in that direction. It's entirely because he thinks that direction is the most dangerous. The worst thing is, the red sun rises slowly. Countless survivors who were hiding in the corner were able to breathe. There are 2 days left for such a day and night. But if the exit cannot be found, that life will be here forever. The moment the copy closes, the live broadcast will be suspended. No one can happen after the copy is closed. No one can live until the next time. This copy opens a golden sunlight on the 4 people.
Xiaoya has returned the patient's talisman to me at this time.
He never thought he wouldn't sleep a day and a night.
Be able to maintain such spirits.
I never thought I could live a day and a night in the Nineth copy. And the Wang Bing who followed behind. It's very uncomfortable under the warm sunlight.
Maybe it's because the flesh and blood are too wilted. She always felt a tingling sting on her body and felt a dark place to hide.
Maybe he dares to ask for the evil spirit that he wants to open without authorization.
The little girl will directly deal with herself.
At this time, in this 4-person team, Wang Bin's value is not even as valuable as Xiaoya. Just now I was just thinking about moving and leaving.
I feel like a pair of eyes staring at me.
As soon as I raised my head, I saw Tuanchuan's eyes looking at prey under the arms of a fool.
The more Wang Bin thought about it, the more angry he became.
This fool held the evil spirit in his arms all night. I've been keeping my nagging guilt all the time. He can be too light a child. It's because I'm not there, I'm the most responsible person. Holding it is like having no weight.
This is all his incompetence, his father. I listened to the reincarnation of the soldiers all night.
I want to give up and have this feeling. Every evil spirit. If he can have weight, he will have ghosts. Alright.
It's obviously a scene.
But that evil spirit still sucks his trick. However, he wanted to try to say something similar. But before he could speak, the cold eyes would stare at him and make him feel numb all over. Dad. Do you think this uncle has other things to do? Or let Aunt Xiaoya take us to find my mother later. If you have something to do, let him do it by himself. All right. Listen to Tuanchuan's words. I'll look back. Sure enough, I saw Wang Bin's unbearable appearance. It's really over. It means you are leaving us.
Although I found Tuanchuan all the way. But the murderer was not found.
I guess Xiaoya told Wang Bin. He protected us all the way. One night.
If this kid hadn't been thinking about his daughter all the time,
I still have a good impression of him. But I can understand. Such a cute child. Who doesn't like it? Looking at my sincere thanks to Wang Bin. Tuanchuan couldn't help but hug my neck tightly.
This puts Wang Dan on my shoulders.
He decided not to let his father know. In the realization, these two discuss how to deal with him. Dad is so sincere. But humans are too bad. At this time, Wang Bin really couldn't stand it. He stared at Tuan Chuan and thought, if this fool holds him, maybe I can really run away. Conceptual. Since then, he immediately looked caring. Jiang Che, you must hold your daughter. It's dangerous here. Don't let him go. It's best to keep holding it. Don't let it go. Do you know? After saying that, he took 2 steps back tentatively. Until a while, the feeling of being stared at did not appear. He turned around and ran wildly. Ha ha ha. I'm going back to coax the spider, too. The evil spirit is happy and sweet-mouthed. This move is really cool. Watching Wang Bin run away, Xiaoya has no emotional fluctuations. He knows very well. Now, it is safest to follow this fool around you. He can even learn how he gets along with evil spirits. Every time I walk back to the bush in my arms. Suddenly yawned. Dad. I'm sleepy. I'm going to sleep for a while. His mouth was wide open. Rubbed his eyes with both hands. As he said that, he buried his head in my arms. Hearing the words, I touched his hair. Extend your hand again. Patting his back rhythmically. Try to make Tuan Chuan sleep more comfortable. This time he is in front of Xiaoya. Soon I found that the feeling of being stared at by diners disappeared. He knows very well. Wang Bin is probably in danger. At this time, he turned a corner. Walk in the other direction. He is not far from his group point. He wanted to take advantage of Tuan Chuan's failure to respond. This period of time delays a little. Think about the complete plan. At the same time, Wang Bin has arrived in an abandoned and dilapidated building. After a large amount of spider silk was arranged around, he collapsed on the ground. Exhale. He has 2 choices at this time. First, go back and speak wisely and trick the spider evil spirits. Or choose to deceive other evil spirits. Only, he felt that he was a little inaccurate. Just as he was thinking so, but I heard a familiar voice. I remember my uncle in my ears. What are you thinking? Are you thinking about how to deal with my dad? The sudden sound made Wang Bin clever. How could this little devil be here? However, before he could figure it out, his heart felt like it was being grabbed tightly. At this time, the group floated not far away in front of Wang Bin. And there were countless young shadows around him. Only, he reached out to deal with the young boy next to the soldier. The evil spirit shadow pounced towards Wang Bing. In an instant, it is like a bone in my body. He clung to Wang Bing tightly. At this time, in the live broadcast room with Wang Bing as the perspective, countless questions instantly emerged whether Wang Bing, who obtained the evil spirit skills in the audience's mind, had the power to fight. Tuan Chuan will choose when to kill that fool. Will you fight with the evil spirit of the bloody disciple then? You can't kill me. I am a slave to the spider evil spirit. At this time, Wang Bing could no longer move. I feel the evil spirits clinging to my body. He is gradually dragging him to the bottomless abyss. However, at this moment he discovered a strange section. He found that he was a little calmer. I can't even find fear in my heart. Hate. Unwilling to cry. Tuan Chuan with a joking smile, looking down at Uncle Wang Bing who was lying on the ground. The most valuable thing is the slave. Oh. Especially where you are exhausted from your emotions. And you don't think I'm really afraid of that stinky spider? Said. Without waiting for Wang Bing to react. The shadow of the child who was clinging to Wang Bing exerted force instantly. He pulled Wang Bin's limbs off directly. Wang Bin started wailing in an instant. However, the next moment. But he was stunned. There was no pain in his limbs. It's the section of his broken arm. He had no blood flowing out. I can't see the white bones. But countless insect eggs. Filled with his flesh and blood. Is this what is called prosthetic pain? Ha ha ha. Wang Bing laughed at the moment of birth. He suddenly felt relieved. I seem to have become a strange self who cannot generate basic human emotions. I have been saying that Jiang Che is mentally ill.
Now I am also the audience in the live broadcast room who watched Wang Bin instantly betrayed by the feeling of the Tuanchuan. Everyone thought he could rely on his own efforts to obtain the skills he had obtained in this evil spirit called Tuanchuan. There are no fights on the stand, but there are no fights. But at least it shouldn't be that there is no need to resist like this now. This is a barrage slowly drifting by. This is called Tuanchuan evil spirit. It's really done a great thing. Fortunately, he killed Wang Bing in advance. Otherwise we will all be misled. Mom! Wang Bing's aura gradually weakened. The scenes in the live broadcast room also completely ended the last moment of life. She said sadly. No last words of despair were left behind. She won no sympathy. The audience re-replaced the picture back to the fool's live broadcast room. Soon, Tuanchuan returned to his original body and woke up. He stretched out his head and stared at Xiaoya in confusion. Aunt Xiaoya? Have we gone astray? Xiaoya was shocked. She didn't expect that Tuanchuan would see through her intentions as soon as she opened her eyes. Have you gone astray? Sneering. It is normal for humans to go the wrong path. But Xiaoya's emotional changes instantly sold herself. Maybe I feel the destination direction I have set before. You are not going toward this direction. Seeing Xiang Xiaoya's look very faint when she saw Tuanchuan Xiang. He was not lost by laughing. The sound sense group is not only cute but also amazing. Do you know the direction? I looked at myself in surprise. Maybe it was the telepathy between mother and son. I felt like my mother was squinting her eyes and smiling in that direction. Behavely sold a dream. Xiang Na's mother is still unaware of her kindness. Said this. But I suddenly felt a little envious inside. If I had this telepathy, you won't lose your daughter and family. However, a hint of envy. But it was clearly captured by Tuanchuan. His eyes are curved. The heart is warm. Dad wants to be in love with Tuanchuan. As he said that, he stretched out his finger and placed it on the middle of my eyebrows. A mechanical eagle suddenly rang in my mind. To obtain the skill mind-reading binding object, Tuanchuan senses the other person's consciousness and thoughts. I was stunned. When I want to ask what this is, he stretched out his finger and made a promotion gesture. I nodded with understanding. In an instant, another perception appeared in the brain. At the same time, I also found myself now able to observe the world from the perspective of two people. It's just a puzzled discovery. Tuanchuan's perspective is much bigger than that of himself. There is a 360-degree field of view. There is no blind spots. Just when I was confused. After the voice of Tuanchuan was remembered in my mind. We can whisper. I stopped, no matter where Tuanchuan is in the future. I can find Tuanchuan. Yes, yes. Even Dad. Leave tomorrow. You can talk to me all the time. Know where I am. When saying this, a hint of sadness appeared in Tuanchuan's eyes. But he had already thought about it. When the hunting ground arrives, he would go out to find him. He was a rare spiritual body in the dungeon. The evil spirit has the ability to condense entities according to their own ideas. At the same time, consciousness can also be projected onto another spirit body. The corpse buried under the cemetery. They are all the nutrients he has gathered to countless spiritual bodies. This is also the reason why he was able to catch up with the dead soldiers in an instant. I nodded in confusion. I didn't understand the subtext in Tuanchuan's mouth and continued to walk towards the destination. This time Tuanchuan kept giving himself the way in his consciousness. I'll speed up. Walking in front of Xiaoya. Xiaoya's mind suddenly began to become confused behind her. He found that the person in front of him suddenly ingested. The weirdest thing is, in the next time, the two of them who were originally very talkative suddenly stopped talking. Even in the middle of the journey. Almost fell. The fool walking in front of him found out without even looking back. It's not that this fool's soul has melted. He was controlled by this evil spirit like a puppet. Along the way, I was whispering to Tuanchuan in private. Very happy. He didn't care about the place behind him at all. This time, there is a guide to the... Arrived at the target soon. Xiaoya followed behind with numbness in her limbs. It didn't react until it hit my back. Look around. It is a completely different environment from the rest of the copy. A place like a modern city.
clean like a holy land.
But it's such a beautiful place. The person who entered the recording stopped the live broadcast without exception.
He knows very well. This kind of piece is a scheming method.
This must be the most dangerous place in the entire dungeon.
Now. It's an arrow on the string. Have to send it. He has no way out. This has come here. He gritted his teeth. Zhang Che is here. Your wife is here.
Where is there in this place, and I'm not waiting for my reply.
Tuanchuan spoke first.
It is the most central location.
Xiaoya gritted her teeth.
It may not die outside. The most loyal one will surely die.
Tuanchuan frowned. These survivors really know the location of the exit.
But this is the territory of that person.
Feel Tuan's doubts. I asked quietly. Tuanchuan, what's wrong with you? Why do you look worried and afraid? To hear the sound of consciousness suddenly sounded sweetly. Let Xiaoya and I go in and take my mother out. This is a punishment for daddy losing Tuanchuan. If you meet a stranger, I'll come to you right away.
As he said that, he made an action with his right hand.
A black and blue spirit body
appears beside oneself.
Seeing this, Xiaoya suddenly burst into a cold sweat. Quickly think about how to deal with emergencies. She had a light of inspiration. But he won't go.
His wife won't believe me. She also asked her to use the bracelet on her wrist as a token.
Xiaoya hurriedly pointed at the bracelet on my wrist. Tuanchuan laughed instantly. At this time,
greed accounts for the majority of Xiaoya's emotions.
He immediately stepped forward to grab Xiaoya's hand. Now go in and find someone. Don't let me say it again. Xiaoya was forcibly pulled into the manor area. The moment you enter the manor,
she only felt the scorching temperature of the sun disappear instantly. The hot skin also begins to relieve the pain.
The manor is big.
The two of them walked for a long time but didn't get to the castle.
Surprisingly, on the way, they actually met an acquaintance.
A three-person team with modern weapons in their hands.
I finally saw you.
Xiaoya greeted the group excitedly regardless of the crowd around her.
Now it's dead.
She also wants to find a few people to attract firepower to herself.
Hearing someone shouting. A few people who were called. I quickly found a refugee. Just then I looked back at the person who came. Don't come over. Who are you?
Several people were alert to put their weapons in front of them.
I am Xiaoya, a nurse from the spiritual hospital, and I quickly announced my identity.
The woman nodded immediately.
No problem. There is indeed this person in the information. Xiaoya also looked at the few people. Obviously, these three are not ordinary survivors. Memorize it in advance. Information. Ordinary people can't do it at all. Who is she?
After seeing that Xiaoya really has no weapons on her body, a few people pointed their guns at Tuanchuan behind them. But soon the woman spoke.
Wrong. There is no girl of this age in the information. Once the sentence is over.
The three of them held guns.
Without saying a word. Just pulled the trigger to Tuanchuan. Watching several bullets penetrate their bodies. Tuanchuan grinned.
He knew that Xiaoya had no good intentions.
Close her soon. She should be the leader of the three bosses here.
One person licked his lips. At the same time, something strange appeared in my hand.
Seeing this, Xiaoya immediately relaxed.
This is obviously a special prop in the dungeon.
He knew that these three people were extraordinary. This time I was finally saved.
He immediately prepared to find a place to hide first. But at this moment, a bullet suddenly shot on his shoulder.
He. It is indeed a human shot, the woman among the three. She was like looking at trash.
Watch Xiaoya find a place to hide first. You will still be useful later.
At the same time, the man holding the music box has begun to rotate the clockwork. Suddenly, a phantom of music box suddenly became larger under Tuanchuan's feet. Get it fast. Time is limited.
The man quickly ordered the other two to act as soon as possible.
He was in a good mood at this time. No surprises. She is the doorbell for this copy. And it's a small one. Not looking strong. Where is my mom? Tuanchuan didn't care about the music box under his feet.
Instead, he looked at Xiaoya with his head tilted. There was murderous aura in his eyes. At this time, within his perception range.
In addition to them, there is not a human. He suddenly thought of something. The perspective was unilaterally cut off.
At this time, I saw Tuanchuan trapped.
Xiaoya finally couldn't hold it in. Neuropathy. A wife with yarn. Are you his daughter? Are you looking for your mother?
A trace of loss flashed in Tuanchuan's eyes. He didn't think Jiang Che had no wife. I just think Xiaoya is using this excuse to deceive him. So my mother stayed on the way here forever.
At this time, he just wanted to go back to his father. However,
but he found that
the music box under your feet is like a glimpse of an invisible wall. Block him?
He could not exchange his consciousness with his spirit.
At this time Tuanchuan was a little anxious. It was very cut off before. I just ran around because my father was worried about him. Give up resistance.
This music box can trap you for 10 minutes.
A group of people is enough to solve the problem of you seeing the group of people run away. Failure is anxious. 8.
The 8-box man was a little anxious.
How do you get from Tuanchuan's perspective?
I saw someone thrust. He shot his daughter.
Immediately afterwards. The picture on Tuanchuan ends instantly. My liver and gallbladder suddenly broke. He glanced at the blue-black spirit group pulling his feet. Hold it in your arms. He ran towards Tuanchuan. Don't be afraid. Dad save you.
When I saw me coming towards her,
Tuanchuan immediately became anxious. This is the realm of that person. Tuanchuan originally wanted to discuss with the man and say hello. Let me in again.
But at this time, no matter how he persuades him in his heart,
the opposite side seems to be rushing but not listening.
He was determined to be in danger at this time. You guys deserve to die.
Tuanchuan looked at the few smells in front of him. Anger is about to ignite the body. Let's talk about what it means to go to hell. It's the woman took a breath unremittingly. Said. He also took out a lighter. At the same time, another man also took out a ball bat.
As I said that, I got the skills.
Next time we take turns to speak first. In addition, the two of them didn't speak. This allocation is defaulted.
The baseball man picked up several pieces from the ground. The stones were thrown into the air.
Start hitting the ball into the music box.
The woman holding the lighter approached Tuanchuan with the lighter. The virtual music box was ignited directly. They want to completely kill Tuanchuan within the only 2 control times of the music box. At this time Tuanchuan saw that I had entered the area. He cut off the joint force directly with a cruel heart.
He left the function of keeping the call, so that he can keep reporting his safety to the other party. Tuanchuan looked at the 3 people in front of him.
He knew very well that these people were troublesome.
But want to kill him?
It's impossible to kill him completely. It is only possible to completely pour him into Laos.
At the same time, I ran towards the point in my consciousness.
But as soon as I ran halfway through, I found that the shadow belonged to Tuanchuan in my consciousness.
The final disappearance. Lost position. I'm completely anxious. He is still a child. How could I be shot at my newly found daughter? I must never lose him.
I continued to run wildly with my instinct. And the flames on Tuanchuan had already begun to burn on the surface of his body. But his body was intact.
Obviously, Tuanchuan is not an evil spirit with a corpse type. He is more like a combination of resentment in the cemetery.
Want to ignite the virtual space?
There are also items that need to be very high at a higher temperature. Obviously, the temperature of this turkey girl is obviously different. The guy holding a baseball bat, still picking up the stones and hitting him.
This made him not pass through his body.
Instead, it hit Tuanchuan in real terms. However, this human being is too little power. The stones that come over can only cause a little damage. At this time, except for the music box, he can't go out.
The other 2 attacks were like tickling.
Soon the 3 of them felt a little bad.
The person who controls the music box watches the first twisted clockwork is about to end. He looked at the 2 people in charge of the attack anxiously. If you 2 are counting each other at this time,
my second control is no longer continued. I want to die together. No. Brother. I can do it with my hands. You still suspect that I am fighting counterfeiting. I really have no choice. The baseball player is anxious, too. Fire. The girl also feels the helplessness of the baseball player. The temperature of his lighter cannot be adjusted at all. He didn't have any mistakes in dealing with other evil spirits before this move. Only here is the warm water that is the one who is kissing. We really can't continue the rhythm. I'll run back together. Reconsider. How to solve it. Neither of them wanted to be anxious. This hand is so strong. Snort. You know that the control is mine twice. Let me use it all. Wouldn't you just take control of me?
The music box man obviously distrusts him. The two groups watched this scene. The corners of the mouth are rising unconsciously. This is how humans doubt others, but they don't look like dads. Just feel like I'm dangerous. Running towards yourself regardless of everything. He ignored whether he would fall into a dangerous situation.
In an instant, it was a stalemate.
The turkey girl still maintains the flames. He has become pale in his character. When using flames, the blue bar baseball man's hands, who had been continuously losing his body, had already started to tremble.
They also know. In this way,
they are sure to rise up and die here. He immediately stopped maintaining it. Put the lighter in his hand directly into the hands of the man holding Bayan and the man.
Shao Li. So? You always believe it. Remember to return it to me later. This evil spirit is too strong. The skills are really useless.
Looking at the lighter in hand and breathing heavily,
only then did Bayan and the man believe it. The two really tried their best. He didn't say much. The music box's clockwork was directly rotated.
He put out his last trump card. Xiaoya also heard the news that the three of them were about to evacuate temporarily.
Immediately begged loudly. Hope they can take themselves away. But what he didn't expect was.
The response to him was a fiery bullet. It hit her in the thigh straight.
You won't run away again. But I can't run far. Bayan and the man glanced at him.
Then without saying a word.
Leave Tuanchuan with two partners.
He looked at Xiaoya with a smile.
I'll ask you again last. Do you really know about your mother? Tuanchuan watched me coming here. Only temporarily lost direction. I was a little lost, but I was safe and quickly explained my love. Cut off the screen again. The fault is that we must solve the problem of the future.
But he didn't want his father to see the shadow of his own killing.
I have the message. I have your mom. Xiaoya spoke quickly.
He hated his humble mouth at this moment.
Feeling Xiaoya's emotional changes, Tuanchuan smiled angrily.
She only knows now. It turns out that this person has been telling lies all the time.
Only the ridicule just now.
What you said is true. And at this time I ran here for a long time.
I realized that Tuanchuan and Xiaoya were really far away from me.
When I was looking for someone with my head covered,
the direction is reversed.
But I gradually felt relieved.
Just group kept chatting with me in consciousness. The state sounds very good. However, since entering this area,
there was a shadow following behind him. But the shadow held a crystal ball in his hand.
Like playing a movie. Put everything in this area. Even the spiritual dialogue between me and Tuanchuan. Human evil spirits look for mothers. It's really interesting.
I continued to rest for a moment.
Prepare to run to Tuanchuan in one breath.
At this moment, a sound suddenly came from behind.
Husband? Are you in front? Hearing a call from behind me. Stopped and turned around suddenly.
I saw a girl crawling on the wall with one hand. A pair of eyes are pitiful. The clothes are some of the wire tight. It's like a survivor of a disaster.
My brain started to get confused instantly.
The shadow of the wife in my mind
gradually overlapped with the girl.
Xiaozhong lowered his eyes. Yu Guang secretly looked at him and found the combination of humans and evil spirits interesting.
That evil spirit deceived this human.
This human was also a little confused and could play his daughter after loving her.
Then can I play his wife? Husband Aining finally found you. Another call. It was like a heavy hammer hitting my head.
The shadows in my mind are completely clear.
He became the girl in front of him. At this point, all portraits of the family are in place. Looking at Aining's dusty appearance, the feeling of heartache suddenly filled my chest. I ran to Aining quickly. He carried him on his body, running wildly again. Come with me to save my daughter. Our family can finally reunite.
Aining has never had such a close contact.
Sudden action. He immediately wanted to execute the person in front of him. But a sound full of kindness came to me. But it calmed him down in an instant. Since becoming an evil spirit, this is something he has never felt before.
The smell of these emotions did not help him in his growth. But he found that he enjoyed this warmth very much.
He was just a little lost. Just got carried on his back.
The human beings under his command are soft.
I only felt that the warm skin of humans is the soft touch of human bodies. I was already very tired. The people behind me are very light. Carry on your body. No weight felt. My eyes are a little sore.
Thinking of the weak look of my wife and daughter,
a deep self-blame erupted in my heart. It's all my fault. Let you suffer. Said. I gritted my teeth and speeded up again.
Ding Ning leaned on my back, tilting his head full of doubts. This man is actually blaming himself.
In guilt. At the same time, Tuanchuan on the other side also found something wrong.
He felt that my distance was getting farther and farther away from him. He switched my perspective.
I planned to see what happened there.
But all this happened and couldn't sit still for a moment. I saw that the road under my feet was reorganizing infinitely.
It seems to be running forward. In fact, it has been retreating all the time. Wife. I've been really happy these 2 days. Found you. There is also my daughter Tuanchuan's perspective just cut over. Just heard this sentence. He was stunned.
A hint of regret arose in my heart.
Dad found Mom.
But my mother should know that she is not his daughter.
At this time, he was hesitant. I'm not sure if I should still meet with my dad. He looked at Xiaoya, who was running away. No matter what, he has to deal with it first.
This woman has been cheating and using her dad. He will never let his heart go.
Shut up.
Feeling the bondage of the music box without saying a word,
gradually weakened,
she slowly stepped out of the range of Bayan and the clan formation.
Where have you hidden? I can't find you anymore. Following the bloodstains towards the target. But he was pretending that he couldn't find it. Calls. Xiaoya hides in the corner, listening to the steps that are getting closer.
Fear continues to arise in her heart.
And despair. How could that evil spirit not find her? She secretly poked her head out. Aunt. What are you looking for? At this time,
someone suddenly poked her shoulder behind her.
An innocent and lovely voice came from behind. Xiaoya was so scared that she held back.
But his body fell directly to the ground.
Looking up, standing in the hands of Tuanchuan beside him.
At this time, 2 more arms were already added.
2 scenes suddenly appeared in Xiaoya's mind.
It turned out that everything was just his hallucination.
I don't know when.
Her limbs were removed.
Xiaoya is wise in a hurry. Immediately, I took a look at it. I fainted. At this critical moment,
the only way he could think of was to pretend to be dead. I can only rely on hope, and Xiaopa is easier to fool. Watching Xiaoya lying on the ground. But the fear never stopped spreading from his heart.
Xiaoya's death was ruined. I immediately laughed out loud. Pretend to death, right? Said. Push out a finger. He was still pretending to be dead between his eyebrows. Xiaoya suddenly found that she could not move her chest. Can't rise and fall because of breathing.
It made her very uncomfortable.
Dad will definitely be very sad when he knows that Aunt Xiaoya will die. Then I will bury you with my dad. At this time, the audience in Xiaoya's live broadcast room discovered that.
After Xiaoya poked her finger,
Xiaoya's eyes moving under her eyelids,
and all my chest cavity, which was breathing, stopped.
However,
her live broadcast was not interrupted.
That means he is not dead yet.
After hearing Tuanchuan say he was going to bury him,
everyone immediately understood. It's really sinister. Being buried alive can't happen. It is the most painful. Tuanchuan said that he wanted to bury the person with his father. But this time, he really didn't dare to face it. Take dad to do this kind of burial. Parent-child games mothers should be afraid of themselves. He stood there. At this time, I don't dare to switch perspectives. But then my father's voice came over again. Round and round. Don't be afraid. Dad and Mom come to find you. I just took a look at the person my father liked. Then I left with peace of mind. Go and ask the adult to let her go. Thinking of this, Tuanchuan mustered up the courage to switch perspectives. At this time, I was still running towards the Tuanchuan position. But it's like falling into an infinite vicious cycle. Seeing this, Tuanchuan sighed. What a stupid human. I told him not to come in without permission. Now he has to save him by himself, he is afraid of himself. Isn't it just a human woman? I don't care how he feels about himself. He glanced at the very thin woman on my back. Anger suddenly arose in my heart. What a weak human. At this point, Dad has to carry him on his back and move over little by little. Until you see the woman's face thoroughly. A pair of standard purple eyes? And it's always on the right track. He grinned. His eyes were instantly widened. At that moment, he felt like he was locked. In a moment, the spirit couldn't help but feel a huge fear. Dad. You really recognized the wrong person. This is not your wife. As he talked, Tuanchuan ran towards my location. He thought my wife was a weak person smiling. I didn't expect it was that person who pretended to be crazy rushing. However, gradually he also found that the road ahead of him was also constantly repeating. The two went to each other. But I can never reach the other side. He wants to be aware. Teleport. But it was not successful either. Ding Ning did control the path of the two. If he doesn't want to be in this area, the two will never meet. He originally thought it was just a play of an evil spirit pretending to be a daughter and teasing humans. But now I saw the two of them rushing in anxiously in both directions. He suddenly felt that the father-daughter relationship between these two people seemed to be real. Please let my father go. Whatever I asked me to do, I do. After Tuanchuan realized that it was difficult for him to move forward, he fell to his knees on the ground without saying a word. Pray to the void. Are you really father and daughter? Soon. A voice came to mind. Good soul. With a hint of doubt. Yes. Kneel on the ground. No hesitation. I recognized this relationship. Ding Ning said in confusion. Isn't it a tease? But why are you so special to a human being? Because he cherishes me very well. The corners of the big mouth rise. A bitter smile. It was the adult who I took him in to hear and offends. Please let him go, sir. I'm willing to promise you anything, right? But if I take your life, take the initiative to integrate with me. I'm for him. You do, too. Hearing the words, Tuanchuan was stunned. The mind began to become tranced too. Evil spirits can indeed nourish themselves by absorbing other evil spirits. However, the high failure rate may also lead to backlash. Unless the evil spirit is voluntarily swallowed. The spirit emerged. A silent light group. A thin layer of snow appeared on the corner of his mouth. He is looking forward to the next addiction to betrayal. However, what answered him was a sound that sounded in the minds of the three of them at the same time. Dad, remember to find the bear. Hide him in a place where only you know. Then the little bear in the arms began to shine. Along with it is a weakening breath. After obtaining skills to resurrect and die, resurrect at the doll. And restore 80% of your own state. Seeing this, Ding Ning was stunned. This never happened to him. This girl's evil spirit would accept it so calmly. In the end, he even left a life-saving skill for the man he lived. My running pace also stopped instantly. The sound in my mind and the so-called skills made me very puzzled. But suddenly a bad premonition came to my heart. It's like something very important. I'm about to leave myself. Round and round. What's wrong with you? I called for a lifetime. I want to ask, what is that skill? But I feel like I am separated from my life and death. I dare not speak. Dad. This is Tuanchuan's trick. Do you need to make good use of it? Tuanchuan explained it very simply.
He stood there and stared at the void. In my eyes, I was calm. It seemed as if waiting for the trial to come. Ding Ning's eyes were full of confusion. For the short and ridiculous life of mankind.
Give up your strong and long life. He had never heard of it. I have never seen an evil spirit.
For a man, he will die calmly.
Is it really worth it? Smile indifferently. Although the warmth doesn't make me stronger.
But that smells really good.
This is the first time I have received a gift.
She picked up Tete Bear. I resisted, rubbing my face. It's really greedy at this moment. This kind of warmth is slowly closing your eyes.
Waiting for the death of your own life.
Waiting quietly for a long time. No one felt the death of life. He opened his eyes in confusion. Then I saw my way forward change.
If we have been constantly extending the distance between the two. Now I feel like I'm shrinking into an inch. Just a few breaths.
He saw me appear in front of him. I carried Ding Ning on my back. Looking at the girl who suddenly appeared in front of her. Surprise faster.
Zichuan Ben is still thinking. Why did I see me running to him quickly? Put Ding Ning down. So happy. Baby. Our family has finally reunited.
Ding Ning pretended to be weak and leaned against me.
He waved to Tuanchuan. Baby. Come here quickly. Mom misses you so much. Tuanchuan was stunned. Looking at the scene in front of you. Walked over uncontrollably. Crawling into Ding Ning's arms.
Tuanchuan felt the power of this adult for the first time.
I can actually control myself like this.
Leaning in his arms. He looked up at him in confusion. Ding Ning didn't seem to see his gaze. Just reached out and squeezed his face hard.
Really?
You've lost weight. I looked at the touching love between mother and daughter in front of me, and my heart was warm.
He quickly took out a blue rose stone protecting corsage from his suitcase. Hand it to Ding Ning. What's this?
Ding Ning tilted his head.
This is the gift I have prepared for you. Although it's rushed. But it is already the best thing I can find.
I looked at Qing Ning with my eyes suffocated. I have been to Anding district before while the nurse was not paying attention. This video has been displayed in the hospital's unchanged area. It is those women who wish to exchange with survivors with special items for dungeons. After all, most of the equipment that is actively used can only bring one and get too much active equipment. It's better to take it out and exchange something you like. And passive equipment is almost no one traded. In this strange era, money is something outside the body and is more vividly reflected. So these things have been kept in the showcase. And put it in the highest and most conspicuous position. Ding Ning looked at the blue rose gem bristle in front of him.
Looking at my bright and expectant eyes. At this moment,
she only felt that Daoguang rushed into his heart.
In this darkness, in the bloody copy of killing, his area is warm and peaceful.
It is also under the cover-up of his learning to decorate the human world. There are still bloody wreckage everywhere.
Now there is finally something real in this castle.
He is the true heart of the person in front of him. Ding Ning took the corsage. Put it in your palm carefully.
He also stole a lot of human things before. Some videos are as cold as this one. No temperature.
But the sapphire corsage lying in the palm of your hand. But it made her feel a kind of hot and scorching temperature at her fingertips. Seeing him carefully looking at the sapphire corsage, the live broadcast audience was stunned.
No. What's going on? The little evil spirit is crazy. Found the evil spirit. Then what is this now? Has no one tried it before? Do you think everyone has a problem with their brains? But this time I learned it. I'll try it next time. The audience in the live broadcast room looked at me enviously.
Looking at the evil spirit enviously. Holding the sapphire corsage in your hand.
It looks like a treasure. Dad, Aunt Xiaoya. I'll take you there. Tuanchuan can't get it right. What exactly does this adult want to do? He had to divert everyone's attention.
He is just this person's confrontation. He can be the one whom the adult wants to wait for me to be sent away. But he's ready. After Dad leaves. It would be better if he died. Humans are very fragile creatures. If something happens to me,
This fragile human being doesn't know how sad it should be. Xiaoya, I sighed. I haven't had time to say to him yet. Thanks. It is because of him that I found you. My eyes were filled with guilt for Xiaoya. But the group is saying, watch you start as a gun for him. I completely regarded Xiaoya as a good person. Ming was silent and didn't lie. She saw everything through the crystal ball. He turned to look at Tuanchuan. I just smiled embarrassedly. Tuanchuan didn't have the nerve to tell me.
It is hard to explain that Xiaoya has been disabled herself.
After the three men shot themselves, I can survive myself. I looked at Tuanchuan with distress. He must have been frightened before.
Now the breath is very unstable.
Let's go. Let's go and bury Aunt Xiaoya together. I sighed.
Each of them held one person with his left and right hands.
Tuanchuan led me toward Xiaoya's position. He looked at me, reaching up to hold that adult. He originally wanted me to stop him. Don't let me offend.
I saw that I was carrying that adult before. She already found it incredible. But at that time he felt it was just a prank by the adult. But now I've watched the adult be led with my own eyes. No resistance. Tuanchuan secretly looked at the hands of the two crossing their fingers. She looks like a loving couple. She rubbed her eyes. It's just that I've read it wrong. Ding Ningkai didn't care about Tuanchuan's strange gaze. I just felt the joy that kept emitting from the man holding her. As Tuanchuan said, humans are really strange. Very fun. Very warm. Xiaoya is not stable. Just walked for a few minutes. I saw it. Xiaoya, who was lying motionless in front of him. His face was pale. Throw the broken branches beside you. It's enough to show how cruel the murderer is. I unconsciously covered Tuanchuan. And Ding Ning's eyes? Don't let them see the bloody scene in front of them. You guys rest next to you. I sighed. This scene is a bit boring when I see it. I thought Xiaoya was just shot to death. I didn't expect that I would die so miserably. Don't be afraid. Aunt Xiaoya. It's because of us. I'm not afraid of Tuanchuan pulling away my hand. Staring into my eyes seriously. I'm not afraid, either. This is to save Tuanchuan. I won't just watch this. Ding Ning also pulled my hand away. He wasn't afraid of these things at all. I didn't react much after watching it at this time. I took a deep breath. Looking at Tuanchuan with relief. It's so good for us to group together. As he grew up, I touched Tuanchuan's head again. At this moment, I found that there were just a few shovels next to me. I didn't think about it. How come this suddenly appears here? The shovel was the first to walk through. Holding the shovel, I started digging a hole next to me. The two of them wanted to come and help. But I refused. As a man at home, it's also the pillar. Get some small things. Of course, women cannot be allowed to do anything. This scene was watched in the live broadcast room. The audience said speechlessly. Among the three people, she was as weak as a chicken. I'll just say it. These two evil spirits are to torture him slowly. Tuanchuan and Ding Ning were sitting on the stone next to him. Squat beside him. Silently speaking. You want to swear Ding Ning with your fingers to your lips. Make a promotion gesture. Don't call adults and mothers. Pause for a second. Then he glanced at the person who was still digging a hole next to him. Then Mom, do you like Dad too? Hearing this question, Ding Ning sat on the stone, holding chin with both hands. He quietly looked at the boy digging a hole in front of him. First, Xiaoya's broken limbs and body were moved to a hidden place and placed it. Then I started to shovel the soil on the ground. It looks very serious about doing things. From time to time, he shot at Tuanchuan and himself. The eyes occasionally fell on Xiaoya's body. Thank you so much. Looking at Xiaoya's breathless body. I didn't expect that I just lend you clothes to warm me up but gave me such a great kindness. It's a pity that this is a copy or something. I don't know how to go back. Otherwise I will definitely take you back. I'm digging a hole. While talking to Xiaoya in a low voice. Compare. After entering the copy from yourself, I have never heard of any information related to the hospital again. During this period, I also wanted to go back. For example, take your family to your own place of life.
But this thought is just fleeting. Being at home with your family is more at ease than anything else. As for going back or something, I was actually scared. If you go back, you will be separated from your family again. I don't want to go back. Xiaoya is not dead now. There was still a breath that kept her live room still there. But her body cannot move. The eyes are slightly open. Can't open your eyes? He couldn't just shut him up and just looked at the two evil spirits quietly, instructing the fool to dig a hole. Bury yourself. In my vision, Xiaoya's face was pale. Blood stained the whole body. Dead with your eyes open. It makes me feel guilty. The audience in Xiaoya's live broadcast room has become very small. She is destined to die. No one wants to do more on his side. After all, watching live broadcasts is to learn technology, instead of watching others die here. After half thinking about it, Ding Ning began to answer Tuanchuan's questions. I don't know if this is like it. I just think this human is really special. This feeling. I've never felt it. Mom has so many survivors. If you don't want him, can you please let him go? Squatting beside Ding Ning, asked in a low voice. Ding Ning was silent for a long time. Then he said slowly, You know, there is a lord in each of our dungeons. And you are actually my people's fears. It can make evil spirits grow. But the flesh and blood of humans melted after the copy. It is considered to build the foundation for the strength of the dungeon. Let one or two go. It does not have much impact on the copy. But perhaps the slightest difference between the lords is a few human flesh and blood. Rantuan looked at my position. Then he turned around firmly to look at Ding Ning. When my mother waits for the hunting ground to come, I will take the lead in charge for you. Said. Tuanchuan put his right hand in his heart. This is the nuclear high ceremony of the evil spirits showing loyalty. Put your hands on your core weaknesses. Tell your weaknesses to your evil lord. Strange. There are many copies of the land that lords of all sizes are responsible for. Each lord has countless evil spirits of different strengths under his command. However, every time the hunting ground arrives, but not all evil spirits are willing to go to the human world. Because the human world can certainly be harvested, but it is easily sieged. When hunting grounds, some humans who have acquired skills or have special dungeon props will form a group to cooperate. The hunting ground is an evil spirit. The opportunity to hunt humans. It is also an opportunity for humans to hunt evil spirits. For both parties, it's a huge risk. A war with huge benefits. Ding Ning didn't lie. He just looked at the man who was digging a hole quietly, watching him dig the pit very deeply. It seems that the temperature in this place is a bit burning. Want to bury Xiaoya a little deeper? It seems that he hopes that he will not experience this torture again after his death. Just then, I'm still digging deeper. But suddenly I found a slight light oozing out of the land under my feet. Then, a ray of light shines out. A door was slowly formed. You see what I dug up? I got up from a pit half a man high, looking alertly at the icy and cold light flowing together. Don't come here first. This thing appears so strange. When this light gate appeared, it seems that the surrounding environment becomes clearer. Looking at the ice-colored cold light in surprise, he lowered his head and couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. Thank you. He knew that this was the exit of the copy. At the same time, the crystal ball in Ding Ning's hand disappeared. It turns out that no one has found the exit of copy No. 9. Because the exit is never fixed somewhere. It is the crystal ball that has been held in Ding Ning. What are you talking about? Didn't he dug out this himself? Ding Ning ignored Tuanchuan's Taoist blood. When I dug out this light, a voice appeared in the mind of the survivor who was still alive in the entire No. 9 copy. The number 9 copy exit has been opened. Please promptly go to the escape exit and open the tournament exit. It also appeared in a large live broadcast room. Everyone looked at the fool in surprise. I saw that he had reached out to try to touch the light door in front of him. Xiaoya is not dead yet. At this time, he even had to twist his body. It seems to see the exit. Then escape. And get the hand pass reward for dungeon number 9. He can't move. He could only watch the stupid egg in his heart.
Tuanchuan and Ding Ning, who left the side, were just looking at me quietly. This second seemed to everyone to pass very slowly. The hope that is within reaching human eyes. In Ding Ning's eyes, it was just a thought. That's something that can be stopped. This light broke through the sky. All survivors saw the opening of the light gate. In this copy of No. 9 that cannot be found, the survivors who were originally waiting for death were dispatched in an instant. The barrage is even more exciting. It's such a fool who is so lucky. The exit of the Desperate 9 copy. It was actually dug up so dramatically. Luck defeated all capital on this day. And at this moment I just felt that the whole world was quiet. Through the light door, I seemed to hear the traffic outside. The escape message also appeared in my mind. Although I don't know what an exit is. But at this moment I had a very strong feeling. The light door in front of you is the exit. After leaving, I suddenly turned around and saw Tuanchuan and Ding Ning still sitting on the steps by the roadside. The mother and daughter are chatting with smiles. Neither of them even saw what I was doing. This scene is so peaceful. At this time, I suddenly felt that if I reached out to touch the door in front of me, I will be separated from my family I just met again. Never, do not. I don't want to leave me. Take back your hand. Pick up the shovel again. Tuanchuan dad has dug it up. Let's bury Aunt Xiaoya with my mother. Turning back suddenly, she couldn't help but smile. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Ding Ning was also stunned. He couldn't understand why this human wasn't leaving. Just thinking about it, a pair of small hands holding him. That's all he took to participate with a fight. Xiaoya's parent-child family game. Soil. Inch bych. Fallen inch. Until Xiaoya was buried completely. At this time, Xiaoya can move. The audience in his live broadcast room, hearing the heavy breathing in the darkness. I heard the sound of the soil rubbing against my body. Soon the breathing began to become rapid. It stopped soon again. The end of the picture. She died before the exit. As the parent-child game ends, the originally glowing door is gradually disappearing. During the period of burying Xiaoya, Ding Ning has been observing whether he will take the opportunity to leave suddenly. But my emotions have always been stable. Until the glare door completely disappeared. The crystal ball returned to Ding Ning's hand. At the same time, the prompt that the dungeon gate was closed also appeared in the minds of all survivors. At this time, the audience watching the live broadcast was also anxious. I only know now. It turned out that he was really not pretending along the way. I originally thought that a mental illness passes the level. I feel very uncomfortable. But now he doesn't pass the level. It's even more uncomfortable than killing me. Let's go. My parents have been waiting for us for a long time. It's time to go home for a meal. I led the two of them to the road. Along the way, keep peeking at Ding Ning, looking at the two hands with their index fingers connected. Until you walk out of this area completely. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Where are dad, grandparents? Tuanchuan pulls my arm and is innocent and cute. There are about half an hour left. Actually, the bracelet has always been giving me direction. Constantly changing temperature. Let me find the right direction. Just when walking back, I always feel like the distance has shortened very quickly. It is indeed Ding Ning has been using the method of shrinking the ground in farming inch. Just the closer you are to your destination, the more worried arose in his eyebrows. Because ahead is the direction of the bloody pupil couple. The couple has not yet been killed. Ordinary humans cannot hide it here at all. Tuanchuan frowned. The white coat on his father can cover up the breath of human beings. It is very likely that it was found by chance from the blood pupil couple. My grandparents wear the same clothes as you. Tuanchuan pulled my clothes. He felt Ding Ning's eyes. Keep beating indirectly. I'm not a doctor. I scratched the back of my head. I don't know how to explain it. But my parents really need the same clothes. I remembered the nurse's uniform on the blood-clothed nurse. But this outfit on my own is also considered a parent-child costume. However, as soon as I finished speaking, suddenly, I felt that the two people beside me breathed a sigh of relief. I was a little confused. But it was the first time we met. It is normal to be a little nervous.
Aining. You don't have to be nervous.
My wife will sooner or later be successful.
Who is ugly? Hearing the words, Ding Ning gave me a blank look. I am worried about his parents that this fool cannot see it.
He didn't know it was a dangerous place.
In the next time, Tuanchuan has been reading my inner thoughts all the time. Just along the way, he was all sighing.
My life situation has passed through my memory like a fragment over the years. Those nurses always say something strange about clothes and good health. The heart, liver, and kidneys are very good. After the matching has been successfully completed.
Arrange 3 meals a day. There are too many words like this.
The eyes were sore.
For a moment I couldn't tell the copy. Those outside are also evil spirits. Tuanchuan is reading my memories.
He also took the initiative to open this part to Ding Ning.
Ding Ning followed me quietly. Looking at the scenes in the mental hospital. I've seen it a lot. He understands, too. Don't worry. This time, no one can get out except you and your family.
He shook my hand tightly.
Where to go out? I looked at him in confusion.
I felt Ding Ning's whisper through the spiritual link.
This sentence made Ding Ning confused.
Because in his unique idea,
I don't seem to want to go out. Just want to be with your family. Tuanchuan looked at Ding Ning's speechless look. He couldn't help but smirk out loud.
He didn't expect that the Lord of the Dang Dang No 9 would worry about how to get a human to leave the copy.
As the head of the family, you need to go out and make money to support your family. Hearing the words, I was stunned. I see. I nodded.
I won't let you follow me to endure hardship. Looking at Tuanchuan holding the worn-out bear tightly. Looking at Ding Ning's clothes with silk hanging on him again.
According to me, my head was lowered. I regret that my family's pillars are a bit incompetent. Feel the emotions that are overflowing from me.
Ding Ning looked helplessly at Tuanchuan and spread his hands, and looked helpless.
Dad, that's what he is. The real scene in front of this man. At this moment, my heart was filled with determination. He really wanted to build a world for the mother and the mother. When you understand this idea, Ding Ning was a little amused. This weak human can poke to death with one finger.
As a result, he wanted to protect his heart.
But he is stronger than anyone at any time. Okay. Dad is a great hero. Hold my legs together. 2 eyes shining. I picked him up with one hand. Feel the weight of the bun. The annoyance in my heart is even more serious.
Ding Ning left his forehead with one hand.
He handed a heart-to-heart word to Tuanchuan.
Or you can adjust your weight slightly.
Dad, why don't you hug Mom, too? You can go by yourself.
The voice of the little demon sounded from his arms.
I stopped.
Looking at Ding Ning's weak and thin appearance.
Then it would be aggrieved. Said. I put Tuanchuan down. Pick up Dingling, a princess. Very light. This is such a person. I am not bad at all, and he and I have really suffered. It will be bad later. My son is coming back soon. The bloody puppet was also feeling the approaching aura at this time.
His whole body was trembling with excitement.
Are you coming back soon?
The blood nurse raised her head.
Asked happily. Before this, he has been cleaning all the time. It's almost done. It's estimated that there will be half an hour left.
Bloody Pussy calculated the speed of the bracelet. It's a pity that when there are no players,
the audience cannot view the dynamics of the evil spirits.
Otherwise, everyone would be shocked to see the scene in the small building.
The bloody puppet was frowning at this moment. Looking at the food in your hands.
The table was filled with bloody and sticky flesh and blood.
But I don't know where to find vegetarian jewelry. The blood in the room was much cleaner than before.
Looking at the word mosquito on the packaging. At this moment, my brain was weaker.
There should be no bad stuff. I don't know which good thing. Or you can try the taste. Bloody tricked the food on the table.
The blood nurse was so angry that she was laughed at by his words.
I'm not a human. I don't know these things. Or I'll catch a human and ask me. The blood nurse asked tentatively. At the same time,
Kibifu shouts and scoldings were also heard in major live broadcast rooms.
Because many people find that the food they prepare is gone.
I didn't make a mistake and return to where I was originally receiving food. He had found a cool place to put it in before.
He also marked it. Here. The mark is still there now. But the food is gone. Damn. Who took my meal? Didn't I prepare for the last meal for myself? All the survivors are angry. Everyone searched everywhere. The traces of the thief. After searching, no shadow was seen at all. This made many people laugh. At the same time, the nurse in blood has also gone out.
Soon he also saw the goal of his trip.
A middle-aged man. He didn't find his own meal.
At this moment, he was rushing towards the exit in despair. He felt like he was being stalked by a sharp hand of his fingernails. Your 180-pound body was instantly stuck to the ground by your feet. The nurse in blood grabbed his neck.
Without saying a word.
Running to the place home like a pig holder.
Xiong, who had reacted, immediately burst into despair. But just now, a trace of suicide thoughts arise. I found that my body was imprisoned. Can't look at yourself. The small single-family building gradually approaching.
At this time, 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart.
Who is so unethical for ND?
I stole the last full meal I prepared.
Wow. After being dragged into the house,
Xiong closed his eyes,
waiting for death to come. However, a few minutes passed. But he didn't feel any pain in his body. Then I carefully opened a crack in my eyes. Just opened your eyes just now. He was stunned.
Because there were a lot of vegetarian hot pots in front of him. There are other vegetarian dishes. Of course, he also saw his luxurious mind changing. And the head holding the giant flesh knife. At this moment, he squatted in front of him. He was so scared that he was shocked.
Of course, there are many people.
The identity of this evil spirit is.
The person responsible for dismemberment is the bloody disciple.
He was ready for death again. However, he only heard the blood puppet ask him a question.
I said you can tell me. Which of these things is delicious?
Xiong looked at the scene in front of him and a little surprised.
Only then did he realize that the environment in this room is a bit clean and abnormal. The food of humans is piled up on the table. Could it be that he escaped? Is this someone cosplaying the blood picture?
Tell you to speak. The gloomy voice of the bloody disciple rang in front of him. He was immediately frightened. Quickly pick up your own vegetarian hot pot.
This one is delicious.
The bloody punished gently took the things from his hand. Xiong was a little at a loss when he looked up and down carefully.
He looked at the food on the ground in confusion. What's going on? This is to copy all the survivors' nests.
This see the blood picture to pick up his rice.
Looking at the table. He also has his eyes on him.
You continue to say what else is delicious.
The previous question made him sweat. The latter question left him at a loss.
Xiong is a bloody disciple in his mind.
Seeing that he didn't move, snorted coldly.
I raised the meat utensils in my hand and wanted to put them on it for him.
But I immediately reacted. He paused. Try to make yourself look kind and kind. I mean, what else is more delicious among these?
He raised up again and described his problem in detail. Xiong was really stunned this time. This scene completely exceeded his cognition.
But I dare not neglect it either.
He carefully selected two more. He raised one of them over his head and took the food again. I looked at it carefully. You can look at these exquisitely packaged things.
He really doesn't understand. Should I eat it raw or cook it? Human food is too complicated for him.
After watching for a long time,
still confused,
he had to turn his face and look at the bloody clothes.
A look of helplessness.
The nurse in blood snorted coldly.
Just pick up Sister Xiong. The whole person was twisted up. I'll give you 10 minutes.
Except for the 3 on the table, I picked out 10 of them to sit. And it was made neatly for me.
It's best to look good. Do you understand?
The nurse in blood spoke coldly.
Being smart, Sister Xiong
immediately unpacked the packaging on the table.
Then he discovered that the bloody couple really didn't get hot with him. Even consciously exited the kitchen. It seems that I am afraid of causing psychological pressure to affect my efficiency. He looked at the food in his hand. I just feel extremely ridiculous.
But I didn't dare to neglect the movements on my hands.
At the same time,
Ding Ning was still held in his arms. He unconsciously put his face to his chest. That powerful heart is beating rapidly.
He knows. This is the weakness of human beings. Just aim at one blow. It can make humans lose their lives. And now.
But he felt this weakness erupting. The rhythm he never felt before.
He couldn't help but stretch out his fingers to touch them gently. Just the next moment,
he felt that the body temperature of his body was instantly drawn and became a little hot. Even the tips of his ears are so red that they are a little red.
Are you tired? Ding Ning was a little confused. I shook my head quickly. No, no. I'm just happy and excited. Still a little happy. At this moment, I was suppressing the one that appeared in my mind.
You know, Tuanchuan can read most of my thoughts. Ding Ning quickly withdrew his hand. He immediately understood what had happened to him.
What are you talking about?
At this time, Tuanchuan looked over his head in confusion. He suddenly felt what the two of them said.
Why can't you understand it all at once? He frowned. Start reading your inner thoughts directly. Suddenly, countless thoughts come. Buy a bicycle for Tuanchuan. Buy beautiful clothes for your wife. My wife is so beautiful. My daughter is so cute. My mother cooked the meal yesterday was so delicious. Next time I will take them on the Ferris wheel. What the hell? Why is the content in my mind messy in an instant? At this time,
Ding Ning seemed to have thought of something.
He reached out and was stunned at Tuanchuan will.
The voice of the constant integration came to an abrupt end. He paused with his head tilted, and then you took the initiative to communicate with him.
He knew what to think about. He wanted to say, I'll try harder to think about anything. What am I thinking about at this time?
My wife knows it clearly.
Lu Kechuanchuan was a little confused. Why? Why is this suddenly? I don't want to be a father. Tell me quickly. Are you hiding something from me? Round and round. You see, we're home. I immediately changed the subject.
Just to the forefront.
In a single-family building in the ruins, you can see that it is your grandparents' location. The location of the single-family building is very conspicuous. In this ruins burned by a fire. It is the only complete building. Tuanchuan naturally forgot what happened just now.
At this time, the two pairs of eyes blinked quickly and their parents were really bold. He didn't expect that he was hiding directly in the location where the blood disciples lived. Ding Ning also breathed a sigh of relief.
These two are smart. Fortunately, I hide so much. If you need everyone to speak. The couple also took care of their own identities and let them go. Thinking of this, Ding Ning is fierce. He said to me. Did he recognize himself long ago? Do you want to use yourself to save his parents to be good to you? For a moment, his heart is in a mess. He was held in his arms along the way. I really enjoyed the hot temperature. But now reality is gradually breaking his fantasy. He just used himself. For a moment, Ding Ning was a little stunned. No words. I hugged him openly to the entrance of the single-family building. He reached out and knocked on the door. Parents. I'm back. In a moment,
Ding Ning and Tuanchuan were both stunned. The two of them had arisen in their hearts.
Same idea.
Today, the bloody puppy is not at home.
Isn't it a mistake to be killed?
They both thought so. So bold to come over and knock on the door and show it out. It's just that the bloody puppy is not at home.
Actually, as we came along the way,
Ding Ning felt something was wrong here.
Because in the area where the blood puppet is located, he found no body.
Not even smelling blood or stench.
Compared with other areas, it was so clean and terrible at this time. He glanced at my clothes. I'm knocking on the door without any psychological barriers. I already know it in my heart. A conclusion. The bloody poople couple may have really died. Their lair is now occupied by humans.
He and Tuanchuan looked at each other.
Before, they all thought that the so-called parents were ordinary humans. It just seems now. It is not easy for humans to be afraid of things. The bloody pupils and the couple will not be mentioned in the copy No. 9. Ranked to T0. At least it is a T1 intensity. It was solved so easily. The two of them are not worried about their safety. Just a little worried. The next family may not be as peaceful as expected. Even though the two are now disguised as humans. But those who can deal with bloody couples, I guess they can easily recognize their identities. Ding Ning took a breath. Although I feel reluctant to leave. But I still quickly broke free from my arms. Jumped down. He even put on a defensive posture. Seeing him cautiously frightened. It looks like coming down from your arms. I'm a little confused. You're so weak. Parents will understand you. Feeling my feelings of distress. Ding Ning sighed helplessly. He was a little unaware of how to explain it. However, species and evil spirits have never been irreconcilable. Not all human beings are as pure as him. Baby, wait. No matter what happens,
neither of us would change to listen to the sound of footsteps gradually approaching in the house.
Dingu holds my hand. Open your mouth quietly.
They also took a step back with Ding Ning. Of course, they will not hurt others.
But you need to ensure your safety.
With a click, the lock of the door began to rotate.
Seeing this, I spoke excitedly. Parents! I brought my wife and daughter back.
The bloody disciple in the room looked at each other with the blood-clothed nurse.
The two looked at each other. Nodded with certainty. Others wear masks, covering most of my face.
The two of them also thought about whether to disguise themselves as humans.
Should I pretend to be a good family? But after thinking about it, forget it.
They still hope to treat each other sincerely.
If disguised,
then this warmth is a bit too false. As for the so-called daughter-in-law's expression of kindness,
the two of them thought it was simple. No matter how fearful they are. But they will just send them away slowly.
Before their son came back.
The two agreed. Just make simple occlusion.
Then slowly express goodwill to the two humans. Then slowly remove your cover.
If we are still afraid of this, are they really good at it?
They also cleaned up all the bodies around their residences. The blood in the house was cleaned up.
He even prepared a lot of human food. This kind of goodwill should be obvious. The door slowly opened a gap. The four people inside and outside the house were tense. My body stared at the crack in the door. There is silence around. It seemed as if the entire copy was holding his breath.
The door was slowly pushed open. The light begins to penetrate inside and outside the house.
Son, you're finally back. Come in and have a meal soon.
Before I could see clearly what was happening outside, the bloody disciple was the first to speak. He felt that someone always needed to break the silence of opening the door. He looked carefully at two women, one big and one small behind his son. And at this time the two people were also looking at him. Ding too looked at the woman in front of him. Although he pretended to be a model man of I-type.
But that lord's magnificence. How could he not tell it?
The bloody disciple opened his mouth.
Want to say something? Break this embarrassing situation. Another moment of speech. Don't know what to say.
His eyes were full of confusion.
I looked at it and thought to myself. Didn't it be agreed to take your daughter-in-law and children home? Why did you bring the lord back? Ding Ning watched the two wearing hats and masks.
Want to cover up your horror characteristics?
He was also surprised. Even a little cute. None of the two sides had any action.
The 8 eyes were filled with confusion.
Parents and wife. I looked at both sides in confusion. Why do you suddenly stop moving? Parents. Are you having a cold?
Looking at their outfits at this moment,
I'm a little worried. Hearing the words, the bloody disciple quickly pulled off his mask. That dad was afraid that he would be too ugly. Scared my daughter-in-law. He is not afraid. I'm relieved. Said. Blood pointed to his face.
His grinning mouth was full of sharp Leah.
No matter how you look at it, it's all peaceful. It's like being friendly.
I turned my face and felt the old father's love for his wife and daughter.
My heart was filled with emotion. My parents met for the first time. Terribly sorry.
I haven't brought my children to see you in these years. Ding Ning said politely behind me.
The bloody puppy stared at the boss.
The nurse in blood was also stunned.
Ding Ning, please put your blood in your clothes. The nurse took a humbly step back. Still unconsciously used the forbidden object. I led Ding Ning and Tuanchuan into the house. Happiness overflows from the bottom of your heart unconsciously. I didn't notice the still life in the blood-clothed painting. I just think the family atmosphere is really good. Ding Ning glanced at Tuanchuan. Round and round. The eyes were full of shock. He hadn't heard me say it. His parents are bloody disciples. But after knowing that my parents are not humans,
the sorrow in the two of them also dissipated a lot. That lord is not Xiao Ning coming to have a meal. The nurse in blood-clothed habitually called the lord. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Ding Ning's gaze coming quietly. He quickly changed his words. Turning his head and looking. Dare. Standing and holding Ding Ning. Hand chop. He still hasn't figured out how his son has brought the lord back. At this time, Ding Ning became more and more curious. He didn't understand how his husband made the blood pupil couple willing to be his parents. After all, the bloody couple is different. But if I am considered chaotic and neutral, the bloody pupil couple is the standard chaotic evil. Torture and killing is a pleasure. Sorry. I don't know if you like the prepared food. At this time, the food was brought to the table by blood. Some are at a loss. They are so indifferent to these foods. I could already smell it when I entered the door. At this moment, looking at a table of food that exudes fragrance, I was a little stunned. These things are so fragrant. And I have never eaten these foods myself. Have never seen it before. When I think of what I ate at home 2 days ago and what I am now on the table, I immediately understood. My parents must have spent all their time on these meals. It seems they also attach great importance to it. Ding Ning. Do grandparents have other food to eat at home? When Tuanchuan first entered the door, he felt fear spreading inside the house. He turned his head to look at Ding Ning. Ding Ning nodded and signaled to acquiesce to Tuanchuan's behavior. What they both fear is the human underground. Maybe it's my friend. After all, there are living humans here. This is a particularly strange thing. Looking at the two of them, the bloody puppet also immediately understood. There are also some ingredients in the basement. As he said that, he led the group toward the basement. I just took a look and then withdrew my gaze. The family can get along so well. I'm very happy. Husband. If you have friends, can you bring friends to have a meal? Ding Ning squinted his eyes. Asked tentatively. The nurse in blood is bringing the kitchen food to the table. Hearing Ding Ning's husband, his hands shook. Almost smashed the thing to the ground. He thought the lord might just be for fun. This husband is really called Xiong. Looking at the two people walking into the basement, despair filled my heart. He didn't expect that what he had prepared before was the reunion dinner for the evil spirit family. And I seem to be the staple food. Do you know someone named Zhang Che? The group came to Xiong. Asked, staring into his eyes. Don't know Xiong. In order to survive. Don't dare to tell lies. But I know he is mentally ill in the hospital. What does it mean to be next to the word mentally ill? They have never heard of it. Xiong replied quickly. Mental illness is an emotion. Humans with obstacles in their thinking and consciousness. If you really want to say it. Mental illness is also an alien among humans. Xiong nodded. Say everything you can think of. The aliens among humans are a little lost. He always thought that smile was innocent. And those who bring gifts to themselves. It should also be very popular in the human world. But I didn't expect that it would be considered an alien. When I think of knowing me, until now, all around him are evil spirits. Tuanchuan couldn't help laughing. A small body. Smiling freely and arrogantly. Since humans regard him as an alien, then I will treat him as a kind of person. After confirmation, Tuanchuan pulled the corner of the bloody clothes. Let's go. Grandfather. It's time for us to go back. He turned into an innocent and cute little girl again. Bloody sneered. The flesh-gathering knife in his hand was raised high. It's time for this fat man to show his final value. Don't kill him. I have questions to ask. This is Ding Ning's voice sounding in Tuanchuan's mind.
Grandpa doesn't have to be a foodie. Mom should have some questions to ask him later. And my mother said, he wants to try out what human food tastes? Tuanchuan looked at the ground. Jisir huddled in the corner and was very embarrassed. He felt that he really didn't understand human mothers. A person is regarded as an alien by his own kind. What would it feel like? I don't know either.
Ding Ning answered him like this. I only remember since I saw the man in front of me.
He felt happiness and happiness. Just been excluded by the same people. It should be bitter. Thinking of this, Ding Ning turned his head and looked calm.
Looking at me, he supported his chin with one hand.
I was thinking about something in my heart. Bloody leads upwards. Before going, he never felt lonely in this building.
But now he could feel that there were more things he couldn't say here.
On the way out of the basement,
he turned and walked into a room he passed by. May had 2 more things in her hand.
This is a gift, said.
The bloody puppet handed a hand of ancient blade to Tuanchuan.
Slightly turned his head away. Take the ancient blade. Suddenly, his eyes shone. Is this the bone opening of human beings for the 7th tribulation? I like it so much. You must know. Tuanchuan did not hunt actively like a bloody disciple.
I haven't participated in the hunting grounds.
But he knew the value of this weapon very well.
He even found that this was a rare weapon with 3 skills sealed.
Just like you like it.
The bloody puppet looked at the little broken child who called his grandfather. Looking at him happily holding the gift.
He just felt very happy. Is this a bond formed by a human being? Just walked out of the basement. Tuanchuan rushed into my arms with excitement. Dad! Look, Grandpa just gave Tuanchuan a gift. Tuanchuan likes it very much. This is a bloody tiptoe.
He handed another blood-colored crescent necklace in his hand to Ding Ning.
This is already the best thing in his 1st grade.
Just thinking of the Lord calling himself Dad. He felt that his gift was still of a level.
Ding Ning took the necklace calmly. Thank you, Dad. I love so much. Said.
He also got up and took out something.
Dad said. This is my little care.
I saw a pair of rings in his hand.
One black and one red.
With the bloodthirsty dark edge.
Just took it out. The atmosphere inside the house became weird in an instant. A strong sense of oppression spread out of the ring. Once the pair of rings are worn, you two will be together. We'll spread the damage equally.
It also means that both parties will share their lives.
But after putting it on, both sides will have bonuses. And there is also the ability to borrow the other party's power for a short time.
Ding Ning handed the ring to the bloody puppet. At the same time, the functions of these pair of rings are introduced in detail. Bloody Disciple and Bloody Clothes took the ring.
Without any hesitation. Just put it on your hands. Just a moment.
They realized the power of this ring. At this time, their strength has been greatly improved.
Even with this ring, when you encounter danger,
the Bloody Disciple can directly borrow power.
Break through the upper limit. The combat power is more than doubled. For them who are couples, this item is simply magical. And I was confused. What kind of combat power are we talking about? What is hurt? The conversation between several people directly made me brainstorm. This is too expensive. After putting on the Bloody Apprentice, I felt something was wrong. You are welcome. Thank you.
Before taking care of Jiang Che, he saw that I, a silly boy, looked fierce next to me, was regarded as an alien by humans.
Can live until now. Thanks to the 2 props you gave.
The Bloody Disciple looked at the ring in his hand.
He never thought that he would benefit from a human being, so he didn't need to.
It's his right to ask me, Dad. I take care of my son.
Blood waved his hand. My son must be very hungry. Let's just open the meal.
The next scene is the warm family time I miss day and night.
Although I found that my family didn't seem to be like me. I think these foods are delicious. But I still feel too happy. Aining also said. I'll cook for me in person in the future. Maybe the food is too delicious. Or maybe it's because my emotions are too satisfied. Just had enough food. I feel very sleepy.
I saw Aining reaching out to sway in front of my eyes.
I closed my eyes. Sleeping over, After putting me on the bed on the second floor. For evil spirits. Gathered in the living room on the first floor. Actually, after this meal today. We will also bring him to find your bloody clothes.
The nurse said with a smile.
I saw it.
Ding Ning smiled with a pursed lips.
But why did you unconsciously bring Jingyu with you?
What he couldn't understand the most was that I am the blood sector, not the spirit lords.
Even if it's impulse? Don't kill. Humans will not have much to do with each other. But the Lord is different. Identity represents position. Hearing the words, Ding Ning unconsciously looked at the location on the second floor.
A gentle soul appeared in his eyes. Once loved, flesh and blood will grow wildly.
I yearn for the beauty of mankind. Now I can be loved so sincerely. I'm very satisfied. From now on, you can call me Xiao Ming. Ding Ning smiled calmly. When he called out that mom and dad, he confirmed that he was like me. Just want to have a home. Have your own family. I'm going to the basement. See that human. He stopped. Ding Ning stood up.
Restored his original appearance.
The basement is filled with heart force.
Sister Xiong, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up. An uncontrollable fear spread from the bottom of my heart.
He vaguely felt a great horror at the basement door. Approaching. It was far beyond the time when he was kidnapped by a bloody disciple before. Hearing the steps approaching, he can't help but raise your head. But I only saw a fog in humans. What does it feel like to be an alien?
A hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the fog.
Listening to this voice, Sister Xiong,
I just feel like my brain is being drilled with an electric drill.
But the more painful the head is, the clearer his thinking is.
He dared not look directly at the fog.
Quickly answered by humans as alien. The ending is being excluded. And death. Are those foods that all humans can eat? Then, Ding Ning asked a question that even Xiong Jia couldn't even touch his mind. This is the most common food in humans. Don't worry. Definitely a problem.
Xiong Jia shook his head with fear in his heart.
I thought I wouldn't dare to use problem food to harm them. Have the aliens in your mouth eaten similar foods? Ding Ning remembered the way I couldn't bear it. He has no sense of food. I can't feel the quality of the food.
But at that time he seemed to think that he had a precious treasure.
It looks like I can't bear to eat. If you are asking about the delicacies of mountains and seas, they certainly haven't eaten it. Humans also have status. The difference between wealth.
If he is mentally ill, he is already trying hard to eat enough.
Ding Ning understood. He approached Xiong Jia.
Appears from the fog.
The last question. You are in humanity. Is wealth and status considered high? Xiong Jia's heart is in a mess.
He felt that something was wrong with the evil spirit in front of him.
The question asked is simply inexplicable. But I can't find the problem? I'm average. He gave a moderate answer. Is this true?
Looking at Xiong Jia and Ding Ning, who was kneeling, he felt thoughtful. Then he reached out and pressed the other person's head.
Soon. A reminder appeared in Xiong Jia's mind. You gain skills. Afterwards, as the spirit of the Lord's vision, share your own vision. When you see the word skill, he didn't feel anything yet.
But the moment I saw the Lord, Xiong Jia only felt that blood flowed backwards into his brain.
This day, in front of me was the Lord of the copy of the bear. He also gave me skills. Damn. I survive in adversity. A desperate situation turned around. Xiong Jia immediately knelt on both knees. Owner. What's wrong with you?
Despite the instructions at this time,
he just wants to live and not betray anyone or something. It doesn't matter how many questions you ask. Then I need you to do one thing for me. Ding Ning's voice is very light, but with a forced thought that cannot be refused. I must have said everything. By the way, owner, should we be guarded against everything? We are being monitored?
Xiong Jia told the other party about the live broadcast without hesitation.
He is indeed the slaughter of 2 or 5. But if you can. He doesn't want to be slaughtered by humans yet.
Ding Ning suddenly thought of the feeling of being monitored.
Something interesting. Items of this level should not fall into human hands. Ding Ning thought something. Then Xiong Jia talked a lot about live broadcasts. Xiong Jia was frightened. Because if humans saw what happened to him, he will definitely die when he goes back. Seeing him like this, Ding Ning waved his hand. Don't worry. I didn't feel any gaze in you. However, Xiong Jia's words reminded Ding Ning. Fortunately, he opened the exit before. It attracted everyone's attention. Otherwise, Jiang Che would have seen the scene at the dinner table. Even if you go back, there is only one end to death. Ding Ning appointed Xiong Jia under his command. Of course, it is also to let him take care of me in the human world. He wasn't afraid either. While Xiong Jia betrayed the skills, he also took control of everything about Xiong Jia. If mental illness does not obtain the same status as normal humans, so what do they usually do? Xiong Jieben is still expecting it. The host will conduct detailed interrogation of the live broadcast issue. He had already calculated it in his mind. Tell him everything he knows about is very rich in real society. Of course I have been exposed to these private information. He felt this was a good opportunity to submit a letter of vote. If it weren't for the tail behind me, he even wanted to bite it on the spot. I just heard Ding Ning's question. Xiong Jia, who was just about to say, was immediately put back. What? Do you usually do mental illness? Is it the mental illness named Jiang Che? Damn. No. Is it all for that human being to prepare food and everything now? Xiong Jia took a deep breath. After trying his best to calm down, Hangzhou Mental Hospital is actually a place to supply organs. Once the host has a demand, it's the time for these patients to be discharged from the hospital. So they should be doing it very repetitively every day. The basement is very quiet. Xiong Jia's low voice came to everyone's ears very clearly. So do they have family? The bloody puppet couldn't help but ask. Xiong Jia looked at the bloody papa in surprise. These evil spirits do not have the eyes of the highest and lowest level. But he did not ask these doubts. He lowered his head and began to answer the bloody puppet's question. Some are some. But after locking up there, even if you have family, there will definitely be some contradictions without Xiong Jia's words. But the blood pun and others understood. So has he been looking for his family all these years? No wonder all the way. He was saying that he was very grateful to the nurses in the hospital. But Ding Ning saw Xiaoya for the first time. I feel that it is a kind of calculation and utilization. If it weren't for his sincere heart, then this copy will be the last desert of his life. There is a mirage, but there will never be an oasis. If Jiang Che longs for the warmth of his family, then Ding Ning was greedy for his gentleness to his family. Are you the same type of person as him? Under the fog, Ding Ning grinned. Humans regard their husbands as an alien. But he thought he was born with a perfect match. From now on, I will be his real family. All right. You can stay here first. After saying that, Ding Ning turned around. Now he needs to do something. Since those humans tried every means to use Jiang Che to make themselves survive in the dungeon, then he wants everyone to die. Then let Jiang Che leave the basement alive and lock it again. Xiong Jia lay on the ground again. After being strongly stimulated, my brain began to get tired again. This time, he slept with confidence and boldness. Ding Ning came to my sleeping room. The room began to change as soon as it reached out. In just a moment it turned into a cell full of torture instruments. I didn't expect this live broadcast before. Now I need everyone to cooperate with the performance. A look of viciousness. Teasing human appearance. We must make plans for him to go back. Bloody Puppet and others nodded. Ding plays humans like this. They are the best. As for Jiang Che's wake up. Will you be frightened by your room becoming a prison cell? Will you get angry because your parents suddenly become vicious? The bloody disciples said. No matter what you do, he will definitely not misunderstand Xiong Jia. Those words just now. Ding Ning felt the feeling of heartache for the first time. While I was still on the second floor. Ding Ning only took a few moments. Go back to your castle. The exit was still shining with dazzling light on Xiaoya's grave. How can we summon evil spirits to guard the gate? Seeing the boss come back and return to his position. They understand, too. The boss who has never been exhibited before. Why did the exit suddenly open this time? Here, hide the corners and falls. Humans ready to act. All of them were taken into account by Ding Ning. In his field. Even an ant.
Even he couldn't escape his gaze.
Looking at the doctor's clothes on some people.
A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. These doctors are holding life props. They are all the flesh and blood of friends, as my husband calls me.
It's almost midnight.
The temperature dropped sharply.
The humans who are huddled together. Ding Ning's mouth raised. It seems that something has come to mind.
He is willing to lend clothes to other survivors.
Even if you use and deceive him. So will the survivors here share their clothes with others? At this moment,
the surrounding temperature dropped sharply again. The survivor who could stand on the cold before tightened his body even more.
A survivor's sports watch immediately issued a warning.
Your heart rate is being detected to be dropping abnormally. Exercise only immediately to increase body temperature.
I've heard of temperature changes before. But I haven't heard of it being so cold.
A survivor raised his head.
Looking at the companions around you.
A layer of white frost has floated between the hair. Every breath condenses into solid white mist.
At this time,
all the live broadcast rooms look at the survivors. They all shivered and shivered.
The audience was stunned.
The previous copy of No 9 did not have such a strong temperature difference change.
Is this forcing the survivor to pass the level?
This terrifying temperature. Soon everyone will be frozen to death.
It's just a fear of Kung Fu. The husband's family will discuss it too cold. The snow has come.
Slices of snow began to fall on the light door at the exit. The evil spirit that was guarding before has disappeared at this time.
It seems that it is also avoiding the cold, and evil spirit disappeared. The survivor hiding in the dark also discovered this. Looking at the icy escape port. Finally someone couldn't hold back. Run out in the wind and snow. Run towards the gate.
In the dark, countless pairs of eyes stared at her.
The legs are ready to run. Soon.
All those who seek survivors can't hold back. I saw the man running in the front with his shoulders straight.
Want to break through the ice.
The sound of heavy objects hitting the bottom of the ice surface sounded.
The mouth is the one who reaches the fire. Looking at the frozen escape entrance in front of you.
His eyes were full of despair.
I have clearly touched it. Behind her. All the hidden survivors emerge. Sister Xia, take out your lighter.
But the woman who was so popular was confused at first. Then he immediately reacted. She took out her lighter and was surrounded to the front.
Watching the flames of the special props start to ignite.
Sister Bingxiao at the door grinned and laughed.
Ha ha ha. My turn.
Seeing the frozen exit ignited by flames. Sister Xia's lips have begun to rise wildly. She has even foresaw the glory of becoming a master.
But in 1 second there was a huge silence in the sky.
Sister Xia fell sharply again.
The flame that represents hope is extinguished instantly. She didn't hesitate at all. Slide the lighter immediately.
Put your second chance of trump card with flame just risen.
Then it went out again.
A ray of cold wind swept across everyone.
The stiff hair looks even whiter.
The scene was once in a silence that was so desperate that it was suffocating.
Sister Xia. What's going on? A man asked in a trembling voice for a long time.
Such a temperature.
Even speaking is very difficult. Staring at the lighter in your hand.
The despair completely spread from Sister Xia's heart.
How could I know?
Sister Xia collapsed and closed her neckline.
The temperature is getting more and more. He looks at the people around him. You will use any trump card you have. This should be our only chance. It will be instantly revealed. Yes? You're hiding. It's now. Are you still calculating each other? At this time, someone questioned it.
My sister Zhangxia cursed in the cold wind. Without saying a word, he threw his lighter towards the inside person and threw it over. Then he leaned over and squatted down with his knees.
She was so cold. Everyone said nothing. One person picked up the lighter and activated the skill.
A flame that was rising from the cold wind disappeared in an instant.
After 2 times,
her body was as if she had been taken away from her lighter speechlessly. He also squatted down with Sister Xia.
Soon, Several people tried without exception. Everyone squatted down and squeezed together to keep warm.
Ding Ning stood at the highest point of the castle.
He looked at the scene below with a blank expression.
The sudden appearance of the wind and snow in the copy of No. 9. It also caused crazy discussion among the live broadcast audience.
How to prevent this? Do you want me to wear a down jacket? Countless people began to mutter in the barrage.
Everyone believes that the change in snow and snow is caused by the exposure of the exit. The situation of each copy changes rapidly.
Just before this,
Dun 9 was never found to escape.
In this case, no one would have expected it.
Looking at the frozen lighter,
the escapees below are getting tighter.
But they were reluctant to leave this place.
I'm afraid I'll miss it if I think about it. That possible escape opportunity. Brothers, please take turns to come around. I can't just keep the wind outside away. There are only a few dozen people left. Soon, the people who stayed outside were ignored. No one hardened there. Just bury your head low.
Sometimes only fools give up the innermost position to others.
You come out for me. At this time, a person outside finally couldn't help but get up.
One handful of hands inside, one moment when guns are about to break out. A gunshot suddenly slashed the blood.
Sorry. Miss Li really can't hold on.
Sister Xia reached out to take away the music box that Xiao Li hid in her arms. Then quickly unplugged. Xiao Li put 2 clothes on his body.
Remaining heat left in the body. A few warm bodies in an instant. Then,
she pointed her gun at her heavy body.
Ri Sel Chong found a new corner and squatted down.
I advise you not to act rashly.
But I made the game dead. It's not good for you. She stared at the exit of the copy.
When the lighter was thrown out,
she thought about it all.
Looking at her movements, the audience in the live broadcast room shouted ruthlessly.
Many people even stunned Sister Yu Xia's outstanding performance.
After seeing Sister Xia put on Xiao Li's clothes,
the complexion has improved a lot. At this moment, some people gradually found their hidden weapons in the crowd. He directly aimed at his companion beside him. Ding Ning looked at this scene. There is no emotion in my eyes. Sure enough, not all humans are like Jiang Che,
willing to help others in times of difficulty. He even chose to draw his sword to face each other.
This is also the fundamental reason why she hates humanity. Gunshots sounded frequently below. The clothes of your companions can keep you alive.
The sprayed blood can be used to warm your hands. The corpse of the companion was discarded at will.
And those who survive, the body warms up on the face.
His face was filled with a satisfied smile.
Soon,
a prompt sounded in the minds of the remaining survivors.
The copy gate is closing.
After 10 minutes, you will randomly brush your heart somewhere in the dungeon. The corners of the mouths that had just been raised were fast and stiff again. The frozen exit in front of me slowly disappeared.
Let's go separately. To be honest, now I don't believe you, say sarcastically. Ha ha. Are you sure? If redemption knows it's on others, there must always be someone alive. A round of ice and snow fell.
There are only 16 live broadcast rooms left for survivors.
The audience looked at the survivors. In the end, I chose to go with me. Just like the man said just now. Salvation knows that breaks the deadlock. Knowing it's up to your companions.
This scene made the audience outside the venue sigh.
Although this is the norm in SSS level replicas. Next time if I enter copy 9, I will choose to walk with others. The companion will not burden individual actions.
I can still snatch the other person's clothes when needed. The words gradually floated over the barrage.
I can't bear to look at it. At this time, the information about copy No. 9 on the official website of the dungeon strategy has been updated again.
The column about the probability of escape has increased from 0 to 1%.
See the refreshed message. Countless people fell into silence. In the copy of 9, export appears. The evil spirit has not taken action yet. But there are very few surviving humans.
I will commit suicide next time I go in.
The comments read various audiences who watched SSS level dungeons.
Continuously switch between the perspectives of survivors. After a group of deaths.
Only then did everyone realize that there were not 16 people who survived, but 18 people. The two people thought they should have died long ago. As the number of survivors becomes smaller, it was discovered by the audience again. Come and see everyone. The boss named Xiong Jia and the spirit were arrested. This is my sleep soundly. It's definitely the best sleep in 20 years. Sister Xiong also slept very heavily. Because he knew that since he obtained the skill called Akago, he doesn't have to work hard to live. At this time, she just thinks that the basement is simply too cool. Seeing the two sleeping soundly, even the sound was very stable. Everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. What's going on? This TMD also slept in this place. How old should I have to sleep at this point in time? In this way, the camera aims at two people and the survivor outside are completely different. The outside was covered in cold and complaining. The two of them slept soundly inside. Looking at the eyeballs rolling under the eyelids. Even covered it with a handful. But the audience is surprised. But I don't envy the two of them. Especially looking at the place where the psychopath is locked. Various torture instruments hanging by the bed. Said it was a torture instrument. It's more like various weapons covered with blood rust. You must know. Injury and death are not scary. Torture is the most terrible. The locked class. But they are all used blood corpses. At the same time, Ding Ning was also feeling the staring in the void. As Sister Xiong said, the live viewers are uncontrollable. Everyone can make their own choices. Different perspectives of survivors? Look at the pictures you like to watch. Now the number of survivors has decreased. Everyone gathered together. But he could still feel his eyes focused on Xiong and Jiang Che. He breathed a sigh of relief without hesitation. Fortunately, I had planned to make arrangements. While my husband is still sleeping, he had to prepare the anti-psych props quickly. But I thought that after Jiang Che woke up, I'm going to send him away. Ding Ning shook his head with a wry smile. He also thought about leaving Jiang Che here forever. Stay with yourself. He has this strength. It can also guarantee Jiang Che's life. But this idea only emerged with resilience. Then he wiped it out of his mind. What he likes is that this person has a warm body. What is the heart that's surging for yourself? Thinking of this, Ding Ning couldn't help but think. It seems that there are still many things to do. At this time, the 16 survivors did not seek out the exit aimlessly. Instead, I found a place where I felt safe to sit. But no one dared to sleep. Soon the evil spirit will suddenly lose this big thing. Look at me, everyone. I think most of them are old faces in mental hospitals. At this time, a man covered himself and was hungry. I really don't have the strength to complain. Who stole my meal? At least don't be a starving ghost. Ghost. Wow. Another person took the call. When everyone talked about the food disappearing inexplicably, everyone laughed angrily. Have seen a weapon stealer. Stealing books and stole food. I really didn't laugh at it. Speaking of food, everyone seems to be looking for it. Found the only common word in the dungeon. When you start a clock, it's not too long. Soon. Everyone felt the light that belonged to the outlet. It flashed in the distance. Everyone frowned in an instant. Judging from the current distance. But the current location has really started a little bit. But it is obvious that there is no wind and snow falling in that area. 16 people fell into the cold before silence. It seems to be a random event. At this time, it's clear on it. The killing companions snatch clothes to avoid the cold. But it became a mark. The seal that cannot be dispelled on the body. Even if you don't grab clothes, wait a few more minutes. It will disappear. The wind and blood will disappear. The position of the door will also change. Sister Xia has a slight joking look. He put the faces in the crowd that were obviously annoyed. Remember. Thinking in my heart. After these people are a little conscientious. Maybe it can be used for a little bit. She looked in the direction of the door. Sneer. There are no such early days in this world? Only knowing that you can make the right choice at the right time. Want to see what you should do. We are rushing over now. One person can be reached in about half an hour. Just finished speaking. Someone has already stood up. Someone took the lead in action. Even if the rest of them don't want to move. I had to run along. No one wants to see someone running out. I was left here. In the copy,
a group of people began to rush to their positions.
Start rushing.
That's the light spot that belongs to the escape port of the dungeon.
16 people are very fast.
I was unwilling to slow down my pace by covering my hard-to-gas chest. But the scene seen by the audience in the live broadcast room was a group of people blushing.
It was circled around a building. Not far from this building, an evil spirit like a mouse.
I was watching some of their human foreheads exploding. The speed has not diminished.
Just listening to their breathing can make you feel it out. Their heart and lung function is almost exploding.
The sound of murmuring in the exit kept coming out of the 16 people's mouths.
Even the breathless Sister Xia. Now, he is running with his naked eyes. Don't dare to stop at all. The audience who are familiar with the guide will immediately see it.
They were trapped in illusion. Ding Ning felt the peeping and returned here. I saw that the audience loved the show they prepared for them very much.
Ding Ning nodded with satisfaction. He walked through the crowd. Come to another area where evil spirits are stationed.
When he stepped into this place, a voice sounded in Ding Ning's mind.
I will come on the hunting ground. It charges for you.
Ding Ning Duan showed a quite satisfied smile.
Very good. But I didn't come for the hunting ground. I need you to do something for me. Give your gravity field and earth escape skills to a human voice for free.
At this moment, still, even the air became as quiet as death.
Ding Ning stood in place with Tuanchuan.
The strong wind blows all over the ground.
Rotten dead leaves. After a moment,
a figure formed by rotten leaves, crawling respectfully before him.
Lord, don't worry. I will definitely control this human being.
Shunny's voice lowered his head and spoke sharply and hoarsely.
It also carries an inexplicable madness. Before,
he always felt that although his lord had a strong strength,
but it's not aggressive.
The Lord's consciousness of killing and aggression in other copies are basically strong enough to make human beings frightened.
Now I heard that my own lord mainly puts flags among humans.
Thinking that his lord finally got to know him,
he couldn't help but tremble all over with excitement. I mean, no action.
Ding Ning squinted his eyes and spoke seriously.
This is also his plan for Jiang Che.
He thought he could give Jiang Che some props to protect himself.
But I have so many props on my body.
It will only bring him more danger.
So he calculated.
I selected several skills of the evil spirits under my command. 1 or 2 life-saving skills.
2 or 3 offensive skills. Let him master the few first. It's completely enough to hang out.
Hearing his words,
kill Nissi.
A golden light flashed in his eyes.
Yes. The Lord's subordinates knew that he was excited. With indescribable excitement. It's true that I don't do anything.
The Lord can control it himself. He always thought that the Lord would not fight or rob. I didn't expect that I would go to the battlefield and see my subordinates in person.
Ding Ning's mind was a little empty. My subordinate understands something. He frowned and thought for a while. So I gave up on this matter again. You need a secret.
Some Ding Ning briefly explained the issue of live broadcast snooping to him.
Hearing what Ding Ning said, Shamisen Sauce became even more excited. The leaves stuck on their bodies were all shaken off by their trembling bodies. How could the lords in the past ask about human information live broadcast?
They have been living the spirit for a long time.
But the Lord didn't care about these things before. A pawn inserted in humans.
It must be done with concealment enough. Lord, please rest assured.
Regarding this, I have a plan. Then, San will tell you his plans in detail.
In fact, how to get Jiang Che to obtain skills.
But it cannot be discovered by humans. At this point,
Ding Ning was also very distressed. Now listening to the plans told by my subordinates,
he realized what happened to humans. I know it. I really put too much in my life. He couldn't help but laugh. It seems that my lord is indeed a bit too flat. Shunny's skill is gravity field.
There is also earth escape.
This is Ding Ning's primary consideration of life-saving ability. Even if it is exposed in human society and is chased.
As long as Jiang Che escapes into the ground, it can be easily dissolved into sand.
Follow your plan. I need you to arrange the world in the shortest time. I will hang you away. There are 16 survivors in the dungeon. I will arrange for you to go then. Hunting.
After saying that, Ding Ning.
Then he took Tuanchuan away quickly. Mother, there are many humans on our evil spirit side. Tuanchuan also heard it. The words of the sand mattress just now. Many humans have acquired skills in a special way.
It means that evil spirits can store their skills in various items.
Humans also call it a skill book. This is also Shunny's plan to avoid snooping. Although evil spirits will not store skills in items for no reason.
But now the group of survivors who have obtained the skill book have a very reasonable existence about this matter.
There are also transactions among evil spirits. That's why there are skills books. There is a saying that it is simple by humans. Yes?
Ding Ning led the land in front of Tuanchuan and continued to shorten and change.
But it's nothing more than a dungeon lord. To use humans? But these have nothing to do with us. Let's find a few more life-saving skills. Now with your rebirth. There are also a series of skills such as Earth Shield. Find a few more attack skills. Even if you want to kill Jiang Che,
it will become a very difficult thing.
Soon. Ding Ning stopped.
A huge flower changes. But a box of color floated in the air like a condensed.
Looking at the flowers in front of you, Tuanchuan suddenly fell into confusion. I couldn't help but feel good about the peanuts in front of me.
Such a good impression is very strong. It makes Tuanchuan unable to help but want to be purified. But the flower in front of me has become more favorable. The center of the stamen is covered with ferocious teeth. It seems to swallow all the creatures that are approaching.
Ah hua. Ah hua.
I will come to see you, Ding Ning, and greet you happily.
I know I need my help. What else can I say to see? So I told me everything. Finally got enlightened.
He knew how to fight. Ah hua giggled.
It's obviously a very weird picture. But Tuanchuan was very engaging in seeing it. Even he wanted to go forward and be swallowed actively. Really? Don't tease my daughter. Don't mess with her. Said. Ding Ning waved his hand.
It directly dispels the confusion in the eyes.
Tuanchuan woke up instantly. He couldn't help but hide behind Ding Ning and poke his little head out.
He looked at the huge flower in front of him vigilantly. Daughter Ah Hua leaned towards Tuanchuan with her head.
He reached out and poked Tuanchuan's head. How could you have talent? So bad? Daughter? Which evil spirit did this reproduce? Say the flowers. Keep poking Tuanchuan's face. Although Tuanchuan is a little scared.
But there was no evasion.
He could see that. My own mother. The adults have a good relationship with this flower. I found a spouse. And it's quite special. Ding Ning's voice is stable. There is an uncoverable effect in the eyes. Just look for it. Don't like it anymore. Just drain and nourish yourself.
Ah Hua continued to poke the bush.
I'll give this little thing a few days later. Do you know the props for the human detection copy? It seems to be a live broadcast. I know. I've already made something to cover up. I thought you didn't want it. Just have it. Ding Ning turned his mind. I'll take you to see my spouse later. She is quite special. It's this little guy's father. This definitely won't work.
Ding Ning hasn't finished speaking yet.
Just stopped Ah Hua.
She absolutely cannot accept herself.
My best friend found someone to take care of the children. I'll kill him now. Then he swallowed the little thing too. Ding Ning grabbed his huge career. My spouse is a bit special. He belongs to this little thing. Dad is also a human being.
She is not that special. Ah Hua's voice is getting sharper and sharper.
The branches and leaves are trembling. It seems like it's about to go crazy. You said your spouse is a human. Is it the kind that dies with just a poke? That's it. That's right. So Dong Ning grabbed Ah Hua's branch liquid. You can poke this. But I'll take you to see him later. You can't poke him like this. At this moment,
the branches and leaves that were waving in the air stopped suddenly.
How could a human be a human?
Ding Ning stuck out his tongue.
And her parents are also evil spirits.
It seems that I am afraid that Ah Hua will misunderstand.
This time, Ding Ning quickly revealed the whole story. What are parents? Evil spirit? There was a hint of alertness in Ah Hua's tone. Forget it if an evil spirit is confused. Now the evil spirits are confused by a human being. He had to be cautious. His parents are bloody disciples. I haven't had much contact with it before. But now they feel they are pretty good. Is it the same as you? It's because of all kinds of coincidences. Ah Hua's voice became colder and colder. This is clearly bewitched. And it was also a bewitching man. Ding Ning thought for a moment. Then nodded. He knew it was a coincidence. But that's the truth. Seeing Ding Ling nodding, Ah Hua couldn't help but tremble. Even the bloody pupil couple was bewitched by this human. Ah Hua looked at her best friend in front of her. Looking at each other. Speaking of the human named Jiang Che. A happy and joyful look. What he is best at is charm. And illusion. But now the situation is. She didn't feel any sign of confusion in her sisters. There is only one situation. That is, this human is much better than himself in illusion. Then you can take me to meet you quickly. Ah Hua's voice is very cold. It's completely gone. Inappropriate at the beginning. He was even ready to die. I came to you today just because I wanted you to meet him. Ding Ning touched the pedals. He has too much about Jiang Che. Want to talk to friends. Ah Hua felt it. Ding Ning leaned on himself. He stretched out his vines. Hold it tightly. It seems like you are greedy for the last tenderness. She knows very well. Illusion and forgiveness charm. Although this is the most harmless skill type. But the most harmful. Ah Hua took a deep breath. A little choked in my throat. Breathing is a little blocked. She didn't expect that this copy would bring such a strong human being. And now he is ready for sacrifice. Ding Ning felt the emotional changes of his best friend. You're not jealous, are you? Really? I don't want you anymore. Okay. I have something urgent to do. I want to copy your charming skills to me. There are also anti-peeping equipment. Prepare one for me, too. When you are ready, come to the blood pupil to find me. Although Ding Ning also wants to say a few more words to his friends. But he still needs to arrange some other skills for Jiang Che. Looking at Ding Ning's back as he walked away. Ah Hua sighed. He dared not think about it. That human is charming. After Ding Ning. How invincible will you be after you have obtained so many skills? But he is powerless now. I can only follow my best friend's method first. Ding Ning didn't know that his friend had thought so much invisibly. He was even ready to sacrifice himself to save her. Mother. These skills are too strong. Much better than mine. Ding Ning only took Tuanchuan 2 steps. It shocked him. Take out any skills you have prepared at this time. It's different for all the species that make the veins boil. Ding Ning touched Tuanchuan's head. Although I've been looking for some life-saving skills. But it's far less than the reflection you gave. You must know. That is the resignation you made with the determination to die. Next, we need to arrange 2 attack skills for our father. Tuanchuan said. The eyes were full of excitement. Clench your hands into fists. Wave towards the void. Still can't. Ding Ning couldn't help but sigh. 2 more life-saving skills. 1 attack skill is enough. Your father's temperament is not about taking the initiative to hurt others. Just make full defense. Ding Ning thought that he would teach Jiang Che to grow up in the future. After all, he can only guarantee his safety in the 9 dungeon. After all, in some copies, some of his old enemies passed by overnight. Ding Ning contacted 2 more evil spirits. Both are life-saving skills. A skill that can absorb damage and store it. The other is the strength of the target. Information skills. And you can mark people who are hostile to yourself. As for attack skills, It was prepared by himself. It is a skill that he owns. Because the evil spirits can possess humans and use equal proportions of skills based on humans' own strength. He couldn't rest on other skills. He only feels at ease with himself. At this time,
the horizon has begun to turn white.
The audience in the live broadcast room looked at Zhang Che. Xiong Jia slept all night. The two of them turned over a few times in the middle. I forgot about my situation.
And those group fell into illusion.
A person tortured on a running wheel. It's not dead yet. But the legs are heavy and can only take off. He grabbed his hands helplessly. In their consciousness, the exports in this book change time and time again. Every time is a short distance. And the rat evil spirit kept guarding the side.
Watching them run through the whole night, the audience who broadcast live broadcasts in detail was the same as the evil spirits of rats and rats.
Just watch these 16 running tirelessly. But the audience knows very well. What are these 16 people seeing? Can run so hard. I can only see Jweki.
It turns out that I have never chased me and died.
Maybe this can be done. At least you can die carefree. It's a happy thing. This constantly changes in the replica location.
This arrangement is also the last one to remind the guard.
Zhang Che's departure is ready.
After all, she had already hit the exit once.
What's wrong with hitting it again? When early morning,
the first beam of light penetrated Sister Xia's eyes.
She just woke up a little. The endless escape in consciousness disappeared. She only remembers that she was a little bit short of every time.
Every time I just touch the exit.
There are random places to change the exit. She looked around.
Prepare to find the location of this exit change. But it's this glance. But she was just lost. There are still more than a dozen naked corpses around. Sister Xia turned her face and immediately saw the bright light in her head not far away. Tips for exit closure.
Once again, no sound rang out late. Then I realized.
It turns out that this night was an illusion.
Because of the prompt sound about the escape mouth. Despair never sounded at night.
This was her first real feeling.
It's in despair. This night. They never left. I have never chased the so-called exit.
This is a few consecutive sounds to fall to the ground.
The sound rang. Of 16 people. 8 people fell to the ground one after another. Baiwen's at your fingertips.
It's just the breath of a false part of people hanging.
The truth disappears.
Sister Xia said nothing. She activated the music box directly. An illusory small stage.
Instantly itinerary under the feet of the evil rat spirit. At the same time, Sister Xia turned around and ran towards the escape entrance. She has been working hard all night. It's impossible to give up like this. The rest of the living. He followed closely in his footsteps. That person didn't move.
He just ran to the exit silently to meet the mouse.
The evil spirit did not catch up. Several people couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But this is not the case from the audience's perspective. The last second when the rat evil spirit disappeared in human vision. It was easy to get out of the control range of the music box. The reason why I just didn't move. It seems like I'm trying to play with it. The rest of humans. Sure enough, there shouldn't be hope in SSS and copy.
Compared to those two sleeping guys.
It's a lot of fun outside. I just woke up here.
I rubbed my eyes. I found that my room had changed. The walls are full of torture instruments. Some unknown stains are also stuck. It seems that my parents like this decoration style very much.
I looked around. There is no change in emotions.
As soon as I woke up, I heard Tuenchuan greet him.
Baby. Where have you been? We have prepared things for Dad. Dad will do something later. Okay? You go to the basement. There is a friend of grandparents there. After this uncle said that, he will take his father to work hard. I nodded. Then I'll go now.
I touched my head with a little guilty conscience. I know that I am responsible for taking care of my family.
The burden of taking care of your wife and daughter. I will not let everyone down. I will definitely follow this uncle to make a good move. The money is a bit ashamed of.
My parents need to arrange my work.
But this is just leniency of the boss. I was secretly happy. Although others say this behavior is not good. But I think this feeling of being taken care of by my parents is really happy. I have some old friends to eat. It's really so happy. I got up and tidied up my clothes. Just walked towards the door. As I wake up, I was still watching the escapee. All the audiences there drew in. Everyone wants to see this fool wake up. Then he looked full of panic. Bang ha. This fool probably doesn't know where he is. Sometimes I really envy him. Those who don't know are tasteless. The barrage of discussion. I walked to the door. I found eyes hanging on the door. I reached out and took it off casually. Then he stepped out of the room naturally. Without a trace of hesitation. There is no doubt at all. Seeing this, I suddenly felt like death. See me. It comes out of it naturally. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. What did he do? Just come out casually. Shouldn't he hide in the corner and shivering? The barrage is already crazy. The scene of me opening the door casually. It was directly affected by the silence of the crowd. The Jing family did not expect that the evil spirit would not lock the door. I didn't expect that I would leave me directly like this. Go down the stairs. The audience was shocked as expected. I didn't even show up when I rang the door and saw it around the corner. The room was quiet and quiet. I only walked through the wooden stairs from the second floor. Heavy silence. Looking at the wooden boards under your feet. I frowned. It seems that I really have to work hard to make money. At least you have to renovate your home. It's time for your turn to support your family. To cheer myself up. Continue to walk towards the stairs. Not all he is thorny on the audience's hearts. Be gentle. Alarmed the evil spirits. You're going to die. Finally came out. Brother. Don't look like this, so I have a lot of headaches. The squeaking sound magnified infinitely in the quiet little building. The audience's heart was raised to the throat. But when I saw that there was no one in the building, he breathed another sigh of relief. Thinking of the human dog outside. He's full sleep here. Then the unlocked door was opened. Everyone just thinks this is too dreamy. Who is not? Don't wait, no coincidences. It became funny when the door of the copy was randomly placed on his face. The audience in this live broadcast room was awakened. Because everyone can't deny this. Because I really met me and continued to go around the basement in the house and listen to the name. It's on the first floor. I opened the doors on the first floor one by one. There were also corpses of prey torn and cracked in some rooms. Watching this scene, I didn't care that I had seen something bloodier when I first came home. I saw me open door after door. The barrage has no idea what to say. In everyone's opinion. I escaped from the cell and was in the room and didn't wake up, so I didn't take the opportunity to leave. Still searching in other people's nests. They are anxious again. I was so angry again. At this time, Xiong Jia in the basement also woke up. Just when I woke up, he received the order in his consciousness. The command is very simple. After someone will take him out of the basement. He needs to perform the show in front of the camera. At this time, Xiong Jia was completely relieved. He knows very well. As long as you are loyal, it will never die. But he still pretended to be scared. Crouching in the corner. Build your face in your knees. My body was trembling constantly. The person in the live broadcast room looked at him like this. I don't know what to say for a while. One acted recklessly on the first floor. The other shivered in the basement. From the audience's perspective, I seemed to be looking for an exit. After opening it, I found that it was not a monk who was disappointed again. Xiong Jia hurried in the corner. He knows. No matter what Jiang Che's identity is, they are definitely much nobler than themselves. He was thinking. When will Jiang Che be back? I heard the sound of opening the iron door at the exit of the basement. It is very difficult to open the rust-covered door. I've put a lot of effort into it. Just push the iron door in the basement opens a gap. I crawled in with my body sideways. Xiong Jia heard the sound of opening the door. He shook his body silently. He saw through the gap. But the white light stretches down the stairs. The sound of footsteps also came from the passage little by little.
The hearts of the audience in the live broadcast room on both sides instantly hung together.
No. How could this person think this is the exit? There are evil spirits to come down. Basement. This fat man is going to finish late. Both lenses are aligned with the same channel. But no one linked the two channels together. Everyone doesn't think they are imprisoned in the same place. But soon, in the light and shadow of Xiong the appearance of a character gradually appears. He tried hard to open his eyes. I want to see who this person named Xiong Che is. Soon, my figure appeared in Xiong camera. Xiong also saw my appearance clearly. He hurriedly stood up and looked at the person at the door. In the light and shadow, that person seemed to be glowing. Xiong has also thought about it. How could this Xiong Che sneak into the basement? Then rescue him. After all, what the master requires is to perform and survive. But what he never expected was that this Xiong Che actually came with such a big way. No. Brother. Even if you have a higher status than me on the master's side. But you can't act without acting at all. At this moment, all the viewers in the two live broadcast rooms also stood up. Damn. The audience in both live broadcast rooms did not expect that. These two people were actually locked in a house. I'm really convinced. How could such a coincidence happen? At this time, I finally saw Xiong Jia in the basement. I thought I would follow him to work and make money in the future. I was so excited that I couldn't be more excited. Uncle. Hello? I finally found you. Xiong Jia looked at the person in front of him silently. He felt that he was lucky enough. But compared with him, I look too embarrassed. And this person looks energetic. It looks like I've eaten and slept. It made him even more confused about what to say. At this time, Xiong Jia's eyes turned black. Have been hungry for too long. At this moment, my mind suddenly became dizzy. He suddenly thought of the food he had prepared before. He looked at the man in front of him again with a rosy face. Damn. It's not for this kid. But he only dares to think about such things but not ask. At this time, he knew very well the person in front of him and his status. Obviously it is no longer on the same level. Quick. Come and let me out. Xiong Jia's mood changes very violently. It can even be said to be a bit abrupt. He suddenly felt that he still had to satisfy the basic qualities of the actors. He can't control Xiong Che. But you have to make sure you are not exposed. After Xiong Jia was locked in the iron fence in the basement, he shouted. Then he began to look around. See what's handy around you. You can let Xiong Che get himself out. However, does this uncle look like me for a while? Does uncle need to carry him out by himself? Can't he come out by himself? It's okay. I'm a polite child. Said. I walked to the iron fence. A handful of it. Just pull the door of the iron fence up. Uncle. I'll follow you afterwards. I unconsciously used Jingmu. After all, I don't know anything. After that, this uncle needs to teach him a lot. At this time, Xiong Jia was grabbing two iron sticks on the fence. Just as I was about to roar twice to pretend, I saw me open the door and come in. Xiong Jia was stunned. My mind is like thunder. He opened his mouth, looking at the fence that was pulled open. It's not locked. He even thought about asking me to steal the keys. I just never thought that the fence was not locked. Xiong Jia tried to take a step forward sexually. No evil spirits appear. Only the man in front of him looked at him with a smile. The voice of the master in his mind came again. Go out with him. Then look for the escape port. Don't hug yourself when you see uncle. Turning around and walking in front of him. Xiong Jia followed him at a loss. Just go out easily like this. No need to put anything on it. I'm going ahead with a generous way. I was so scared that I was broadcasting in a live broadcast. Brother. You go out like this. What people will definitely be suspected is that Ding Ning watches Xiong Jia and me through the skill of waiting. Seeing Xiong Jia's incredible look, he suddenly felt a little funny. He had originally thought about whether he needed to let Xiong Che act. But just thought about it. Just dispelled this idea. Since they all think he is an alien. If it's normal suddenly. Instead, it seems abnormal. Thinking of this, he passed the message again. Do your own for Xiong just as long as you keep him. As for his actions, he no longer needs to be paid attention to. As soon as you walk out of the basement, Xiong walked towards the gate. Otherwise, follow slowly. The mental state of the two is at two extremes. Mine doesn't matter.
The audience saw both Xiongjia's caution.
I really didn't expect it. Among the survivors who are still alive, these two people are in the best condition. This mental illness is really too bold. My heart is about to jump when he moves. This fat man actually had a glimmer of hope. But if I were me, I wouldn't ask for it. Look at the survivors outside. It's better to wait for death here in Anshin to let go. It is impossible for someone to go out alive with an SSS level copy. After coming to the living room, I suddenly remembered in the kitchen. There should be food. That uncle. I think you're really hungry. Do you want to eat something? No. Let's leave quickly.
After Xiong said that, he hurriedly walked out.
Of course he knew there was food here. The problem is that he doesn't dare to eat it at all. As soon as you go out,
Xiong felt the light blooming from the exit. His current task is very simple. Just take Jiang Che toward the exit.
I followed Xiong obediently.
From time to time, I chat with Tuanchuan through the connection. At this time, Xiong who was walking in front, suddenly paused.
After that went out. What job do you want to do? Ask this question.
Xiong also thinks it is ridiculous.
Who's discussing these things in the copy? Isn't the primary goal now to leave alive? His master asked him to ask this question again. He couldn't understand even if he wanted to break his head. I can do it either. Uncle. I will do whatever you arrange. I can learn anything. I'm the hardest. I'm not afraid of anything. I said seriously. At this time,
the audience in the live broadcast room also listened to the two chatting.
Watched them head towards the exit.
They had thought about whether Xiong would leave Jiang Che and run away.
But obviously, no. He kept Jiang Che by his side.
I still feel that this mental illness is ill. If I do, I'll dump it for him.
Anyway, he saved Xiong life. If it weren't for him, Xiong is still locked in the basement. This Xiong is really crying to death. He even asked Jiang Che what he wanted to do after he went out. Some viewers wiped their tears. Looking at the two of them, I was choked up during the experience. Ha ha. If this can really go out, even if it's mentally ill, then I will be my good brother from now on. What's wrong with arranging a job? I don't want him to work. None of the audience expected that. In this copy full of calculations, the last trace of true feelings actually happened to these two weirdos. Ha ha ha. If you can really get out, I will definitely arrange easy and expensive jobs for you. Xiong laughed. He treated it as a pure chat. He will definitely be able to go out this time. But the task will definitely be very heavy. But I actually shoulder the tasks of these two types of godlike underworld. He must have a lot to do. Next.
The two of them were chatting like uncles spreading in the dungeon.
I feel very happy every word you say. Xiong stared at Jiang Che. I can't tell whether he is real spirit for a while. Still can't be done. Damn. Him.
I was very excited throughout the whole process.
I thought I was about to start working and make money. I thought I could buy star gifts for my wife and daughter.
At this moment, a bunch of voices appeared in my mind again.
Mom and Dad have prepared something for you. Just the direction you are now in. You can go and get it. At this time,
the sand mattress has already arranged the skills to go out and chase the remaining survivors.
In the scripts drawn up by the Lord, when he went out, that piece would sneak into his territory,
then steal the skill book he placed. Because the chess pieces arranged by other lords get the skills in this way, while the evil spirits no longer steal their things.
It sounds so reasonable. But only the evil spirits know. This is actually not reasonable at all. At the same time, there are only 5 survivors who are still alive. At this time,
Sister Xia felt that every step she took was heavy.
But he can't stop. Once you become the slowest running one, you will be killed.
But he suddenly felt that the land beneath him was becoming more muddy. The earth is corroded.
It will swallow everything that is trapped in it. He's so meow, I don't want to run away. You guys run away. Just die. At this time, a voice came from behind. Then a man stopped and lay on the ground. Looking at the bloody sky, Lan Zi's heart is unprecedentedly calm. Or this is the inherent death of a person. He was thinking. Suddenly I felt my body start to sink. Approached the flesh and blood of the mud. Suddenly, a violent pain came. It's like the soul and flesh tearing each other. He wailed heart-wrenchingly. Struggling. But I'm constantly trapped in saving me. Lanzi just said that he was just dead. Now, I am struggling desperately. The remaining 4 survivors continued to move forward without saying a word. They believed that the person just now really wanted to give up his life in an instant. Then he was prepared for the pain that would be encountered in death. The idea of giving up life is true. Even struggling to survive is true. Shunny looked at the remaining few humans who died with one poke. He was a little irritated at this time. Has the person arranged by the Lord gone to him to get the skill book yet? The previous few people are a little too weak. He's almost unable to continue acting. It's obvious that you'll die as soon as you poke it. Now I have to pretend to be torture and hunting. Looking at the miserable appearance of Sister Xia and others, the people in the live broadcast room couldn't speak. The remaining 4 people were already confused at this time. The strength in the body is gradually disappearing. Come on. Come on, everyone. Sister Xia ran in front to feed the backbone of a few people. He no longer has the intention to sacrifice others to plot against each other. At this moment, all he thought about was himself. Why don't you have a full meal in the end? You have no problem. At this time, Sister Xiong and I have already arrived in a swamp. Looking at the mud in front of you. Step inside. Not directly to the calf position. Every step is particularly difficult. Sister Xiong took a few steps. They all became sweaty. But he is different from those who seek survivors. She had instructions from her master in her mind. The direction of the exit. Need to lie through this mud swamp. I'm fine. Uncle. I can eat any bitterness. After saying that, I don't say anything. After a lifetime of collapse, he jumped into the mud. The audience turned the camera over. What they saw was that the 2 of them were running towards the exit. It's also a mud swamp. The mud swamps there will swallow the flesh and blood, and the mud swamps here will have no effect. It should be the same realm of evil spirits. But Si Ling happened to chase those people. This time I really think this fool runs for a day. What's going on? What's going on? Even if such a person survives, it's also a waste without the heart of a strong man. To become stronger, it still takes 81 difficulties. Actually, I have to be lucky for us. Xiong Jia walked in front. Said casually. He really felt lucky enough. He has no big ambitions. Just want to live. Even if it is a different form of identity. But Jiang Che, a fool, has a higher status among evil spirits than himself. He felt that Jiang Che was lucky than himself. As long as you do not reveal your identity. Xiong Jia thinks you can talk about anything. Sometimes I talk about something related to evil spirits. Instead, it can consolidate one's identity in human society. And I looked at Xiong Jia in confusion. I don't think I'm lucky at all. I don't know what luck is until now. I was talking. Suddenly I felt a hard object under my feet pushing me. That uncle. You wait a moment. As I said that, I put my hand into your swamp. What's wrong? Xiong Jia didn't react yet. I saw that there was a mud ball in my hand. The mystery looks mediocre in this swamp. But watching me pick it up. It's strange. Lu Dong has condensed into shape again. What is this? Xiong Jia was a little confused. I reached out and touched the sphere in my hand. A prompt came to my mind. That uncle. What did he say? I have obtained the Earth Escape skill. I spoke without changing my face. Xiong Jia's eyes immediately jumped. This mental illness started to catch it in the swamp. He directly took out his skill output. This road was indeed arranged by the owner to walk them. Is the skill also arranged by the owner? Xiong Jia thought for a moment.
I don't think I'll step on my legs quickly. I hope I can step on something strange too.
In human cognition, evil spirits sometimes store their skills in special items. Whether it is an evil spirit used for transactions between evil spirits, it has other uses. Skill books are recognized by everyone. The hardest to find. It can be said that finding one is better than killing an evil spirit Dongnan. At this time,
the audience in the live broadcast room was completely stunned.
Just said. People who don't know what luck is. That's the product. Meow's random touch of skill combing. Bad luck.
I threw down the mud ball in my hand. I didn't care about the physical expression in my mind just now.
Then continue walking forward. But soon, I felt something beneath my feet.
It's like the feeling of walking in the mud and stepping on hard objects. Xiong was still trampling everywhere at this time.
Seeing me frowning, he looked puzzled. I was shocked. Damn. Brother. You won't? Brother? Don't mess with me.
Xiong kept comforting himself in his heart.
Hope to believe it.
All of this was arranged.
But everyone knows it. Install the inner line and arrange the undercover or something. Paying attention to being low-key and secret.
So he couldn't convince himself. I can only continue to jump around.
I hope I can pick up one too.
And I didn't care about these two skills at all.
It was originally what Tuanchuan asked himself to take it.
I just feel that after getting these two skills,
it became easier to move in the mud.
Seeing Xiong sweating all over the place, my mind touches the earth and the gravity field. At the same time, perform on him. This Jia felt that his legs were loosened instantly. He glanced at me and felt envy that could not be hidden.
After a long time of picking up, finally, I wrote a sentence. Hey brother. You are so lucky. Yeah. I'm starting to feel lucky now.
Although I don't care about hardships. But these two skills made me feel my wife's love and feeling sorry for myself.
At this time,
the audience in the live broadcast room gradually recovered from shock.
Start analyzing this unprecedented thing. Where can I see?
This is pure luck.
Alright.
Poor Xiong stood beside him and probably envied his mother.
That's luck. This is completely the chosen son of God. Just so happened that evil spirit went out to hunt Sister Xia and wait. Otherwise, how could they both do whatever they want? At the same time,
Xia Nijiang also sensed that the two skill balls disappeared. She breathed a sigh of relief. She really had enough fun with this group of humans. The remaining 4 survivors no longer know how long they have been gone.
They just think the exit is still very far. But suddenly, the mud under your feet is mutated again.
It makes it difficult to lift the legs that were already filled with lead.
He really couldn't run anymore.
The man was crying behind Sister Xia.
Ha ha. So am I.
Sister Xia said as she looked at the music box in her hand. Then it's like throwing garbage.
Thrown on the ground. Return my lighter.
She turned her head and looked at the person next to her. Now she is ready to burn her soul to start the lighter.
Even if you die,
we must also die with the evil spirit in front of us. The person who was asked for a lighter did not hesitate at all. Take the lighter. Sister Xia said nothing. Just clicked on the ground twice. Suddenly, she felt her soul begin to disappear.
However, the flames ignited.
Baked, but there was no sign of it being dry.
At this time,
Sister Xia murmured and threw down the lighter. It has always been a cat and mouse teasing game. Gradually, she felt her soul begin to melt. Consciousness begins to dissipate with the wind. Until Sister Xia's live broadcast completely disappeared from the audience's eyes. The next 3 people were just holding it in. Let's have a last breath. Instant Kung Fu. There are only 2 pictures left in the live broadcast room. At the same time, Ding Ning is already waiting for me to arrive in Ahua's territory. Feel my breath. Gradually approaching the corner of his mouth, he unconsciously raised his mouth. In the painting that will be opened, everyone in front of the camera will be blocked under Ahua's illusion. Let the audience see another fabricated picture display. This is all Ding Ning's arrangement. Ahua looked at her best friend's stupid appearance. My brows frowned even tighter for a moment. If possible, He hopes that his best friend can wake up on his own initiative. After all, if he killed that human.
Forced awakening.
It will damage the spirit of the arrested person.
Aining. Do you feel that you are sincere? At this time, Ahua asked. Although he has asked this question many times. Of course, I'm very sure of the same answer. Ding Ning also answered many times.
You'll pretend to hunt him later. Then replace the live broadcast screen.
I can give him the rest of his skills. When I saw him again, Ahua nodded. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. My acting skills are very good. But don't tell her. I'm good at illusion. You don't let me poke her.
I used illusion to tease her for a while.
Always okay? Ahua said, holding Ding Ning's hand and acting cute. She's stupid. You will definitely be deceived. Said. Ding Ning couldn't help but want to laugh. Who is the one who is easy to cheat? The dignified lord was finally bewitched by a human. Looking at the way my friend came in, Ahua felt desperate.
Here Xiong Jie continued to take me toward his destination.
Since I got the skills, the two of them also became more relaxed when they got off.
At this time, only 2 or 2 left in the live broadcast room were crazy.
Now that evil spirit is coming back soon. Found out that his skill book was stolen. It's definitely going crazy. So what if you are crazy? Can he still catch up with it now? Your skills are mine. Let's go quickly. I don't know how long the exit can stay. Xiong Jie said. Take me to speed up the exit again. Hearing the words, I was stunned for a moment. Only then did I realize that Xiong Jie was taking me to the exit. Then where is it after going out? I walked with my head down. The steps under the feet behind him couldn't help but hesitate. Going out means going out. Xiong Jie is a little puzzled. What is the question this is asking? Did you leave here when you go out? Mine is a little turbid. For a moment, my throat seemed to be blocked by something. Actually, what I want to ask is, does going out mean you are separated from the people here forever? But I can't ask. I already feel it. Whether it's your wife or Tuanchuan. It seems that they are leaving me.
What I am mentally prepared is to go out to work and earn money to support my family.
But now it seems that. It doesn't seem like this is how I heard my question. Xiong Jie didn't know how to answer for a while. He looked at me and sighed secretly.
It's really hard to communicate with mental illness.
Going out means going out. Going out means leaving here. He felt that his answer was fine.
I saw Xiong Jie didn't answer.
I had to establish communication with Tuanchuan. Tuanchuan, am I leaving the copy? Will you and your mother go with me? My voice is a little hoarse. I recalled it unconsciously in my mind. The day you arrive at the copy. Huge black vortexes gathered between heaven and earth. It seems that even the soul of a human is going to be sucked into it. On that day of class, the nurse sister said, my family is only out in the copy.
I've encountered such a whirlpool in my memory.
But 20 years have passed. No. Ding Ning held Tuanchuan's hand. The sound also sounded in my mind. You just go out to work. Go out to work. We can contact you anytime. Following this telepathy,
Ding Ning and Tuanchuan both felt the sincere emotion.
Even if the price left is death, he doesn't want to leave either. Then do I have to wait another 20 years before I can see you again? My voice is very soft. But it was full of pain. No. A brief separation is forever together. Make preparations. Not 10 years. 20 years won't be 1 or 2 years. We will meet again soon. Ding Ning's voice is very gentle. It seems to be able to soothe people's hearts. Good. I see. I nodded.
I don't think my wife will lie to me.
Then be yourself. Be able to make efforts. Make money to support your family. Just pass through that exit. We can leave the copy.
At this time, Xiong Jie was just a glowing door in the distance.
It turns out that this is the exit from the copy. I looked at the door. The eyes are a little blurred. Xiong Jie only realized that the person in front of me really doesn't understand any common sense. When I think of my mental illness,
he began to introduce the relationship between the copy and the outside world to me again.
Humans cannot stay in the copy for a long time. When 3 days arrive,
those who don't go out will die. Humans also need to escape from the dungeon.
And killing evil spirits. Growing up from my own.
He did not lie on the side of the evil spirit.
As an undercover agent,
he knew exactly what position he wanted to express.
Are all evil spirits who don't leave the copy? I asked silently.
Sure. Moreover, evil spirits are natural to kill good and bad.
I groaned. When I heard Aining still couldn't say it. I have a reply to my own scriptures. But no matter what your family is, they all chose protection. Because I clearly remember that this door opened my mind before I was.
I always remember Aining and there were groups sitting on the stone steps on the roadside.
Quietly. I'm sure to touch the door.
I didn't care about Jez's words.
I just feel that there is a deep misunderstanding among human evil spirits. The evil spirit's wisdom is not completely bad. My parents and my family are all kind. But I didn't say it like that. I'm afraid everyone is in danger. Because there are 2 key points in Zhengjihua. Evil spirits kill. Humans can kill evil spirits. Will evil spirits come to the human world? I will continue to ask. So this is why humans want to become stronger. If you don't work hard to become stronger, when the hunting grounds arrive, humans will face being caught up in the island. The 2 said.
Facing toward the face.
Those who eliminate evil will become brighter and brighter. The square jungle was very messy.
The drama curtain of the dining sky covers a lot of light from the exit.
Then I will try to make people live in peace with evil spirits in the future. Create a harmonious society with people and evil spirits. I said so. The evil spirit will look at me incredible. For a moment, I couldn't tell whether I was really stupid or fake. I heard what I said. He rubbed his head. Your dad is such a fool. Tuanchuan hummed all his life. Dad is such a big fool. Man and evil spirits.
There is no harmonious coexistence.
Everyone in the live broadcast room is also ill of a psychopath. What you say is different from normal people. Dad is not in danger. When he received the new order. Not far ahead, a huge order of food deteriorated and deteriorated. Just let him walk there with him. Xiong paused. Let's whisper. Never wake him up.
It's him at the top of the huge flowers.
Ahua leaned against Ding Ning and looked down. Yes. My husband is a human. Ding Ning looked at Zhang Che below.
The eyes were bent unconsciously.
All right. Then I'll start acting.
Zhang's voice was filled with joy.
Because he will kill this human soon.
In fact, from this man into his territory. He already felt that there was no fear in this human emotion. However, the fat man beside him changed his emotions very violently. This gave him the heart to kill Zhang Che.
No human is afraid of any in the copy. At this time,
the audience in the live broadcast room was shocked to see the scene in front of them. Because they have never seen such a big cannibal flower.
Even in other SSS level replicas? Actually, I think the purple bloating here is very unusual. This flower is very likely to be the last survivor of this copy. Okay, dungeon, the last survivor of the copy of No 9, is going to disappear.
Xiong Jia pulled me and walked carefully towards the exit.
I also become careful. I couldn't help looking around.
Because the group that I already feel is nearby.
When you get closer, you rush towards the light gate. Don't look back. Xiong Jia didn't dare to speak out.
I only dare to speak and communicate with you and always enjoy the most words I feel more awake. When the 2 of them were disobedient. The huge flower had appeared above the 2 of them. Even though the strange and beautiful colors are getting stronger and stronger. Xiong Jia was still pulling me to move forward with caution. He didn't know that my danger had come. The sound of this K-time number also appeared in my mind.
Dad. If you pretend to be thrown to the top of your head.
Then he took Uncle Xiong to run towards the exit as fast as possible.
Remember to walk away as if you try hard to touch the door. In fact, Ding Ning and Tuanchuan saw Xiong Jia telling me everything about the evil spirits before. But they didn't stop it. Because they all know that these things will be understood sooner or later. But now they are a little uncertain. After their true identities were exposed. Can he still treat everyone like he used to? Just him? Just let a human go. I don't lack this prey. At this time,
Tuanchuan turned his head and snorted. But a pair of little hands that have nowhere to be placed. But he betrayed his mind very thoroughly. At this time, the bloody pupils have also arrived here, waiting for the final meeting of the family arranged by Ding Ning. Ding Ning's plan was the moment when the two of them touched the door at the same time. At the same time, Ah Hua pretended to swallow the two of them at this moment. Ah Hua will implement illusion covering. After watching the scene, we can only see the straightforward and dangerous scene. The screen in the live broadcast room will be cut off. But Ah Hua calculated that he wanted to take advantage of this human being's opportunity to relax his vigilance. Swallow it in one fell swoop. At this time, I suddenly pointed at Xiongjia's head. Xiongjia looked confused and didn't look at it. Fine. At a glance, my soul was almost scared. At this moment, the stamen turned into a giant mouth that swallowed people and the salt water kept dripping. Then I pointed to the location of the mouth. He said a word as soon as he opened his mouth. Good. Xiongjia said nothing. Run away. Looking at the exit in the distance. He didn't look back. What comes to mind is, I just don't panic. Tell him how he ran. Brother, your acting is really urgent. Install it. He suddenly felt that acting was up to him. But he was confused. Why is the sandy feeling above your head so strong? It's almost turned into substance. He really wanted to ask his master. Is this really going to let them go? Ah Hua stared at the moment when Jiang Che and Xiong were about to touch the light gate. He is the same script he rehearsed before. Swallowed the two of them in one mouthful. At the same time, the live broadcast room screen was cut off. Damn. Life and death. The two of them went out in the end. No. What I saw was swallowed up. Hurry up and search for Hongju mentally ill. The audience was anxious in an instant. Because in the last second I really couldn't see whether the two of them had escaped. This is Xiong and me. I just feel that the scene in front of me suddenly became different. A very chaotic space is filled with purple acid leaves that are constantly corroding my skin. Xiong was already wailing in pain. It's already appeared on his skin. Enough to see the holes of the bones. Uncle Xiong. Have we gone out? Looking at my skin that is being eroded by acid leaves. I'm a little confused. No. At this time, Xiong was contacting the Master Crazy. But this connection seemed to be cut off. It must have been made a mistake. This time I really want to die. Here. Xiong has realized that he is in the monster's stomach at this time. He smiled bitterly. Yes. How can humans believe in evil spirits? Let's do this. Then let's wait. Said. I pulled Xiong up from the ground. Try to keep him away from the acid leaves on the ground as much as possible. I also felt severe pain. But I believe my wife will definitely not harm me. What else can you wait for? Xiong sighed. From the second it was corroded. He already knew that this was the trick of evil spirits teasing humans. I'll be able to go out in a while. I said without changing my face. Although the corrosive pain continues to come from the body. But I didn't feel any dissatisfaction. Ah Hua Jiang Che, get him out soon. We're going to meet for the last time. Ding Ning saw that the plan has been completed. I started urging Ah Hua to release me. I made a mistake. He accidentally lets him go out. But he didn't look guilty either. He knows very well. The two humans were in his stomach. It is impossible for Ding Ning to establish a connection with them. Tuanchuan also felt it in confusion. At this time, I can't sense any information. Will it be disconnected after going out? I really don't know. Ding Ning has never tried to connect with humans. So he now thinks that the two people have already left the scene. Just break it. Next time I go to the human world to find him. Ah Hua squinted her eyes and put her consciousness in her stomach. He is slowly melting. The two dared to use illusion to deceive Ding Ning. He wants this mankind to know what the price of doing evil is. However, he had just turned his consciousness into his stomach. I saw that man standing there quietly. The fat man around him was constantly wailing. Do you still have to wait? We're really dead when we're waiting. Listen to me and wait a moment. Xiong really can't wait for a little.
Wait a little longer. I stood calmly beside Xiong Jia. The acid leaves kept falling on me. The corroded skin begins to turn black. But I didn't wail in pain. There was no pain in the mood. But this is not what Ah Hua wants to see. What he wants to see is this man begging for mercy in pain. Cry. But I dared not to do it again after I didn't have myself. But he just didn't. Just stand there quietly. The body is covered with acid. I didn't care about it, more of an emotion that Ah Hua had never felt before. Trust. Where does trust come from? Ah Hua saw those shiny eyes. Unconsciously a little irritable. Is this human being really different from what he thinks? He still didn't feel the breath of illusion? What's going on with this human? Gradually, Ah Hua began to feel a little restless and unconsciously. He lowered the degree of acid. This is the external blood puppy and Aining. They were discussing happily. Ah, stupid guy. Dad is disconnected. I must be worried about death. Compared to me, he is the child. Although I will see him again soon. But I was still a little worried that he would be in danger. There are still many things that have not been given to him. Ding Ning's voice is a little regretful. Although the disciple laughed beside him. The next time the hunting ground arrives, I'm going out, too. He is so honest. Will definitely be bullied by humans. The nurse in blood was also expressing her inner concerns. I'm not worried about his safety. I'm afraid he's so kind. It was used again. Listening to everyone's conversation. Ah Hua squatted beside her. It started to be a little messy. At this time, the stiffness in his stomach was still in his body. There are already too many on the body. Many holes. But this man still has his eyes shining. That's how it looks. He still couldn't find any resentment from this person. But the family in front of him looked like when they met him after discussing the situation. Discussing what to prepare for him. But I slowly walked to him. Ah Hua. I originally wanted to intervene him until he died. Already my best friend. Ding Ning squinted his eyes. There is an unhidden effect on her face. Do you have any good contact information? How did the lords and other copies do it? I just want to occasionally say Ding Ning's words to him keep ringing. Bombing him? Ah Hua didn't say a word. At this moment, Ah Hua seemed to really feel that this was a family. He interrupted the man and Ding Ning. The illusion that should be used will also fail. But looking at the current state of Ding Ning and others, he can't make sure. His body is when plants are devouring prey. The various advantages of prey. Weakness. These pheromones will be analyzed one by one. He just knew that this human was the most ordinary human. Just as Ding Ning and others said. The only skills I just got. This ordinary human being deceived his lord as his wife Ah Hua. Ah Hua. Why don't you speak? It's just separated. I was a little worried that Ding Ning's voice sounded in his ears again. Until now, I have never doubted my friends. Hey. I'm actually kidding you. Ah Hua said. At the same time, my mind moves. The next moment, Xiong Jia and I appeared next to Ding Ning at the same time. Because the surrounding environment changes instantly. Xiong Jia and I were both stunned. Before I could react, Aining hugged him like a child. Xiong Jia opened his mouth. Ben was still wailing. But at this time, he looked at his body in confusion. No wounds on his body. The pain disappeared. It seems that the scene that has been constantly corroded just now is an illusion. So strange. Xiong Jia kept stroking his body. He looked up at me and saw it. At this time, I was already hugged by a woman. There was a little kid jumping around him. Muttering. Dad, hug. Dad, hug me. Where is this? How could there be such a warm family? Did he and Jiang Che really escape? Xiong Jia was still forcing the bloody disciples and his wife to come to him. After you go out later, Xiao Che is going to trouble you to take care of him. Suddenly a sense of concern rose from Xiong Jia's back. What are Xiao Che taking care of himself? Xiong Jia didn't dare to ask too much. Twitchingly lit his head. I know it was Ah Hua who was joking with her. Ding Ning was a little amused. Baby will introduce you to you. This is my best friend. Ah Hua said. Ding Ning pulled Ahua to my side. For a moment, Hua was a little at a loss, looking at the face in front of him with doubts. I have been completely sure that the person in front of me is the most ordinary human being. But he still couldn't understand. Why did Aining and the others wake up so much? I saw Aining pulling him to introduce him continuously. For a moment, Ahua was anxious quickly. A little bit out of the way. Because only he knows that Zhang Che and Xiong Jie can stand here, nothing is wrong. It's because he released the magic. At this time, the real state of the two people. It still looks like a lot of holes are corroded. I politely stretched out my hand. Hello? Aining's best friend is Zhang Che. Aining wants to ask you to take care of me. After Ahua replied. My mood is a little floating. You weren't scared just now. No. Aining asked me to come here. What's wrong? I waved my hand. It seems that the previous scene never happened halfway. Did you bit him accidentally just now? It sounds strange. Thinking of Ahua's teeth. Can't help asking. How could I bite him without it? Just Flower waved his hand quickly. Just muttering in my heart. Just swallow it. It took only a few seconds to digest. People don't know that he is such an ordinary human. At this time, Xiong Jie squatted beside him and raised his ears. Listen carefully. He wanted to figure out what the difference between him and that psychopath was. But a series of words passed through his head like thunder. Especially Ding Ling's sentence. My husband almost fucked his brain. This is an evil spirit. He even called her husband in a word. And most importantly, it is obvious that these evil spirits did not deliberately close them. He even showed Zhang Che's identity brightly. It's over here. Xiong Jie understands everything. He glanced at Zhang Che secretly. It was abominable. He is obviously more handsome than him. Oh, I've prepared some things for you. Ding Ning said that, taking out 2 more skill balls and handing them to me. In an instant, it turned into 2 rays of inspiration and penetrated into my body. Then, he took my hand again. A warm current flowed out of his palm, spread all over my body. At the same time, the skill description is remembered in my mind. Listen to the introduction. My eyes suddenly shone. That wife. You can come to me anytime. Thinking of Ding Ling coming to her body. For a moment, my eyes couldn't help but shine. Looking at my expectant gaze, Ding Ling shook her head. If you are not in danger, I will not come. It will cause irreversible damage to your body. Is that so? Then I understand. I promise I will never let myself be in danger. I said seriously. Just make money with peace of mind as soon as you go out. Ding Ling squinted her eyes and smiled slightly. He doesn't expect his husband to be a hero who stands tall. As long as he is safe, everything is fine. In the next time, Ding Ning asked Ahua to give some things again. One can increase the loss of charm. It can be a petal that can block others' perceptions. Among them, the petals were planted in my body by Ahua. After doing this, Ahua began to urge him. Ding Ning. Nor did he continue to be attached. At that time, the crystal ball was replaced and the passage was opened. They were about to go out when they saw them. At this time, Ahua stretched out her hand. A few purple crystals appeared out of thin air in my hands and I. 3 sisters in my hands. After one of the hands, swallow it when seriously injured. This crystal can temporarily protect your life. Said. Ahua snorted coldly. The body couldn't help but flash back. The breath was obviously weaker. Ahua. You are so expensive. Ding Ning looked at the things in the hands of the two. A heartache. He knew very well that this was the essence of Ahua's life. Ahua's behavior made him a little confused for a moment. Looking at Ding Ning's heartache, I immediately knew the preciousness of this thing. Thank you. You are such a good word, Dad hugs. At this time, he reluctantly jumped onto me. When you can't see the group. If you want me and my mother, remember to contact us every day. But of course I think of you every day. Said. I will put down. Looking at the family in front of you. I hugged each other. The eyes have become red and swollen without realizing it. Xiong Jie stared at this scene blankly. I looked at the crystals in my hands again. All this is too dreamy. He didn't expect that he would have a baby. And it is equivalent to directly sending his life. Looking at the farewell love of the family, my mind is very messed up. Very complicated. Is the emotions of evil spirits real? Or is it that Zhang Che is the real evil spirit lurking in human society? Just when he was still thinking, the bloody disciple stared at him again. The next moment, a blood-colored bone whistle fell into his hands. Take good care of Archer. You will be indispensable in the future. Just bought the benefits. Xiong Jia got the corresponding information from Gu Shao in his mind. A harsh whistle can cut through the target's meninges within range. The attack props can specify the target of attack. For a moment, a little overwhelmed. If you want to rate this prop, at least it can achieve golden quality. Flattered. It cannot interpret his mood at all. Alright. It's time. Ding Ning patted my head. The eyes were full of reluctance to leave uncle. Let's go. Please tell me first. I gave a seat next to me. Seeing this, Xiong shook his head violently. He knew I didn't know what was going on here. But he doesn't know yet? This time he can go out alive. I can get so many props. He was already satisfied. How dare you cut the first prop? You go first. I have something to tell him. At this time, Ding Ning said. At the same time, pushing my back. Send me out of the door. Remember to protect yourself. Watching my figure disappear into the light gate, Ding Ning turned his head and looked at Xiong Jia again. I don't want you to give me any humanity. Your task is to take good care of it. He said that Ding Ning took out a mirror and handed it over. This is also a prop that can save you twice. You must stand in front of him when you need it. Xiong Jia took the mirror. This is the mirror on both sides of the top leader dies and breaks every time. After resurrecting, the physical condition will be reduced directly by half. It's a prop with a relatively big side effect. Despite this, Xiong Jia was also very satisfied. Owner. I will take good care of him. Xiong Jia knelt down and said. Go sincerely. Ding Ning stood next to him. Xiong Jia was a little unmoved. He reached out and touched the light door. The figure disappeared into it. Seeing the figures of the two disappear in front of them, Ding Ning waved to everyone. I saw that the water had turned into a huge light. It is actually a live broadcast shot based on Xiong Jia's perspective. The moment I saw the light curtain, Ah Hua's heart skipped a beat in an instant. At this moment, the wounds on Jiang Che and Xiong Jia were about to be discovered. He didn't say anything. Call the police quickly. Ding Ning aiming beside you. Sorry. I just accidentally injured him. Ah Hua quickly explained her behavior. He said that he was just afraid that Ding Ning would be illusioned by humans. Gao Shuoji. Ding Ning, who I knew, pulled Ah Hua and said calmly. Actually, when you just gave them the essence of life, I probably guessed it. But I believe you didn't mean it. And Archer won't blame you either. Yes. I also gave him some inexplicable food. I don't know if he has diarrhea. Hey. At that time, I almost strangled my father to death. Tuanchuan said, looking at the side with a little embarrassed expression. Ah Hua watched them generously admit their previous mistakes. At this moment, he finally understood. It turns out that all luck comes from the crisis that humans have personally experienced. Then will he hold a grudge against me? Ah Hua stood there. He thinks that humans are very revengeful creatures. Don't worry. Although other humans are like this. But Dad is definitely not Tuanchuan. Hey, smile. Ah Hua admits apologizing. The evil spirits didn't care. From now on, the family will be able to admit their mistakes in time. None of them are big problems. At this time, Ah Hua was a little afraid to look at the screen. Because the first moment when Xiong Jia goes out in the picture, the illusion attached to the body disappeared. Xiong Jia's scream immediately resounded throughout the Hongzhou mental hospital. His body was corroded very much. The whole person collapsed to the ground in an instant. Ah Hua felt embarrassed and buckled her head. It was indeed serious. But I gave him the essence of life and ate it. It can recover in an instant. Seeing this scene,
Tuanchuan was anxious to set up a contact reminder me. But he was stopped by the advice. It is to let him learn how to solve the danger himself. Also, he must learn to use the materials on his body.
And props. We can't follow him all the time. Body point. I feel that it is not a mortal crisis. Hearing the words, Tuanchuan nodded. Restrain yourself. Want to contact me with the idea.
I returned to reality one step ahead of Xiongjia.
In the moment of falling into reality,
I saw the potholes on my skin. Some have corroded to the bones. A moment of pain came in an instant.
Go straight into my heart.
The empty Red Pig mental hospital returned here again.
It's not as lively as before. Those noisy patients have disappeared. The noisy rich people next door were no longer able to hear anything. It seems that I am the only one left in this world. Xiongjia is not by his side either. I felt the connection between my heart and Tuanchuan. The connection is still there. At that moment just now. I'm very scared.
All of the previous dreams happened. I'm afraid I'm back to my old lonely and helpless time.
My thoughts began to sink. The family photo in my mind. The characters above are already very clear. The background is still the appearance of the bloody puppet's family. The blood-blooded knives hanging on the wall on the bloodhouse on the ground looked weird. Horrible. But it makes me feel very warm. That's how your home is. At this time, the bloody sound came from the hospital counter. I want to go over and check it out.
But as soon as I lifted my feet, I felt pain on my soles. He said that he looked at his physical condition in his heart.
I immediately understood.
I didn't experience anything before seeing my wife again.
But something that really exists.
But first of all, I thought that my wife didn't see me hurt.
I was immediately a little grateful. No hesitation. Take out a life essence and take it. Less than 3 minutes to go.
The pain before was like a dream.
Disappear.
I rushed to the counter quickly. I want to thank my sister nurse who asked me to go to the copy to find her family.
If it weren't for him, I'm afraid I can't find my family yet.
But as soon as I got closer, I found that the nurse had disappeared. Tutorial videos were still playing on the tablet in front of him.
For a moment I was a little lost. Because since I came back, I didn't see the gods alone.
I heard Xiongjia's roar.
From a direction not far away.
I immediately rushed in that direction excitedly. Soon, he saw Fang Jia lying on the ground, and Ding Ming, from Xiongjia's perspective, he saw me walking over intact. He was relieved immediately. He hoped that Jiang Che would only use things like this. Only then has his value.
Anytime the items are poured out. In precious. All can only be put second. Mom and Dad. He's so smart. Look at me intact. Tuanchuan's eyes shined. At this time,
Xiongjia collapsed on the ground and watched me walk towards me.
He said quickly, Master. Call me an ambulance.
Xiongjia said that right by his side.
I touched a cell phone on the ground. Just an action.
It took all his strength. I quickly walked to Xiongjia and ignored the cell phone handed over by him. Instead, he reached out and took out the essence of his life from Xiongjia's pocket.
Eat this soon. It's okay if I eat it, I can't eat it.
Xiongjia lifted it hard. You can call an ambulance for me without any last resort.
Xiongjia will never use this. He knows very well. For him, these props can never come so easily again. He is different from Jiang Che. Seeing Xiongjia's appearance, I'm a little silent. After coming out of the copy, I felt my own changes.
Physical fitness has become stronger.
More mental power. His facial features are sharper than before. So I know very well. The liquid that looks down at Xiongjia is very unusual. It is definitely not ordinary treatment methods that can be cured. Thinking of this, I took out the essence of my life. Without any hesitation.
He fed Xiongjia directly.
In the mouth. Xiongjia was stunned.
He knew the other party had a lot in his hands.
But he never expected it. Lenovo didn't even think about letting Jiang Che distribute the essence of life to him. The moment you enter your mouth.
He felt the pain disappearing. The skin is itchy and it smells of flesh and blood.
What are you doing for?
Xiong Jie looked at the man in front of him who was called a mentally ill.
He tried to think about it with the mind of normal humans. It's a way to win people's hearts. But I am already his slave. So why did he do this? Xiong Jie couldn't figure it out. For a moment,
even Xiong Jie forgot to say that. Ding Ming and others looked at the curtain.
In addition to the picture with Xiong Jie as the perspective, there are also external factors of Xiong Jie's psychological activities. Hearing Xiong Jie's thoughts, Ding Ning couldn't help laughing in an instant. Of course Xiong Jie won't know. In Archer's world, you are his uncle Xiong. Ding Ning didn't blame Jiang Che for giving Xiong Jie anything. Instead, I think this is a good way to win people's hearts.
Jiang Che has a lot to learn.
During this period, Xiong Jie's sincerity helps him. Is this always the case? Ah Hua looked at this simple human thought. It was a little confused for a moment. Ding Ning nodded.
Then he turned around and left.
He will not keep going around Jiang Che. Just know he is safe. Guangmu was left here by him.
The bloody puppy and others come and take a look at it at any time.
At this time, Xiong Jie's physical condition has recovered. I didn't let him return a life essence, either. Representing the vortex of the dungeon, the dark clouds disappeared. It's clear.
The golden light fell on the faces of the two men, gently brushing across the two faces. The air is mixed with the fresh fragrance of flowers.
Looking at the person in front of you,
the amber eyes were shining with the elf's light.
I don't know what to say for a moment. He didn't know how to repay.
Jiang Che held it in for a long time.
You're such a mental illness. You will lose this gift to you with this watch. Xiong Jie didn't hesitate either. Lost my wrist. I handed over the copy prop book I bought for a lot of money. This is the only thing he can do. After a while, I will arrange a job for you.
He felt that Jiang Che should want to hear the most now.
Before he could answer,
a voice came from outside the mental hospital.
Jiang Che and Xiong Jie. Where are you? The visitor called out their names accurately.
Here Xiong Jie responded loudly. Then he turned his head and looked at me seriously.
Master, listen to me. No matter what you are asked later about evil spirits, you just said you didn't know. If you can't answer correctly, I also said I don't know. All the remaining answers are left to me. I nodded seriously, too. Now I understand that my family is quite special. Uncle Xiong. You really like it. By Xiong Jie's intention, I sincerely thank you. Looking at my eyes full of disputes, a warm current flashed in Xiong Jie's heart.
He is at his age but has no son. But there are a few years that are about the same age as Jiang Che. But those kids only have money in their eyes.
Only property. Thinking of this,
Xiong Jie unconsciously pulled me behind him.
Can't help but add again. They don't ask you. You won't speak. If what I said is different from you, you said you didn't know. Be sure to remember
Uncle Xiong's words.
This is a quick approach for a group of 5 people. Hey. Boss Xiong didn't expect it. It turned out that you came back alive and came to the position of the person. The voice came first. Although it's a very ordinary sentence. But I could feel a little bad. How did you come out alive in the end? Now everyone in the world is curious. No. 9 SSF copy hand pass.
And he passed the level with a mental illness.
This kid is really lucky. Just like cheating. While speaking, the eyes of several people fell on me. Just to glance at each other. I felt like I was seen through by my whole body. Hi. This guy has a problem with his brain. Any questions? Just ask me. Xiong Jie said and walked up to me. Blocked them. Staring at my gaze. Boss Bear. This is a normal process. I believe you should be very clear.
The experience you have expressed can help countless. The human beings are surviving in the dungeon talking about a man holding a black box in his hand.
Said. He took out a computer and a camera from the box. There is even a lie detector. I have never planned to ask if we agree to the interview. Then, he arranged the gaps between the organizational and arrangement copies on the site.
Xiong Jie seized the time to tell me the situation.
This is a survivor named Flying Tiger. The live broadcast in the previous copy was also a contribution to their Feihu organization. And in terms of strength,
Flying Tiger is also the strongest of all survivor organizations.
Now this kind of interview is something that everyone must go through to the site arrangement soon. The leader waved his hand. Let's start now. May I ask this little brother? What skill is the skill book you got? Hearing the words, Xiong Jia was stunned.
I didn't expect this person to ask so directly. Immediately contacted Ding Ning in my heart.
On the other side,
Ding Ning said nothing.
It controlled Xiong Jia's heartbeat, blood flow rate. If you feel confident, the answer is. As for Jiang Che, I believe they can't ask anything. I am also a cold skill book.
As I said that, I looked hard and thought in my mind.
My answer immediately aroused the other party's dissatisfaction. Everyone saw you touching 2 skills from the swamp. Brother, don't pretend to be stupid. Sorry, everyone. My little brother may be really lucky. All right. I've asked him this question many times. But he really didn't know anything. Xiong Jia quickly answered for me.
At the same time, he stretched out his finger and pointed at his head.
A helpless look on his face. It means there is something wrong with the other person's brain. Just ask me. After all, I am now an SSS and copy escaper. And this is my first time on TV. At the same time,
Jinjie looked vulgar.
I can't help but rub my hands. It looks like you're broadcasting me quickly. You are a son with a few eyes. My wife looks like she wants to show off her face. They had already breathed for a while. This time,
except that the live broadcast camera has already been used to make a body full.
The audience was already impatient. Hello everyone. I'm a template. I will host this live broadcast for you.
We found 2 survivors from this dungeon.
This time, in addition to asking some questions that everyone is interested in,
I will give you a physical test for you to pass the SSS level copy.
To what extent will your physical fitness be improved?
As he said that, the sample turned his body to control the camera, facing the picture to Sister Xiong and me.
The first question. How did you survive in the last moment? I control the lens.
Facing the picture to Sister Xiong and me.
The first question. How did you survive in the last moment? The question of the template is very direct. This is also the question that the audience wants to know the most now.
Sister Xiong was asked.
Pause. The expression immediately became nervous. It seems like I am returning to the situation at that time.
Usually, Jiang Che and I were swallowed by that monster at that moment.
But do you know? The moment we were swallowed,
I saw the monster's mouth full of crystals.
That thing exudes a very strong breath of life. Then we broke up with one hand. Everyone broke down 2 of them.
Xiong Jie's words immediately made the Semper speechless.
This is too outrageous. Even if it's a monster, there is something in your mouth. It's not that easy to break.
The most important thing is that he turned his head and looked at it. Lie detector placed aside.
It's not called this. Certainly. It's only that easy. Speaking of this, Sister Xiong is sweating profusely.
He took a deep breath and continued.
I think everyone knows it. I was cheated before. It's the little brother. The watch in my hand now has the ability to trace back time. The effect that ordinary people can activate. At most, it can only be back to 1 second. It was a very useless thing in the past.
But at that time, after this kid and I took 2 crystals together,
I used the backtracking ability. Although it only takes 1 second. But it's enough to get the monster back to its mouth. Before it was completely closed.
Then we just reached out to touch the exit.
For a moment,
the scene was in a deadly silence sample.
I couldn't help but curse in my heart.
They all know the prop of Chao Xiong.
Reply for 1 second or something. It's really useless. If it is not the right time, place, and people, he cannot express his value at all. Seeing the template frowned. He looked unbelievable. Xiong Jia quickly added.
But we suffered serious injuries.
I almost died when I can tell it. The monster had a very powerful acid in his mouth. Said.
Xiong Jia stretched out his hand to show his skin. The surface is a trace of flesh and blood.
We recovered after eating the crystal that was broken off from the monster's mouth. Then, Xiong took out the essence of life from his pocket without hesitation. I'll try Xiong too. Then he took one out of his pocket. For a moment everyone was silent. Why do I feel like this the more I listen to it? Not a trash prop like brother. You used such a strong operation. But I've agreed in advance. It's better not to come and make our crystallization idea. Even if you fight for your life. I will never let people succeed easily. Xiong said as he stared at the camera. Then poked. I'm still thinking about what skills are lost. My brother. You also express your opinion. It's right to be stupid. I won't give it to anyone else even if I die. For a moment, the sample was completely forced to the whole thing. He felt that the world was too upset. What Xiong said is simply nonsense. But everything is so traceable. He could also feel that the idiot and Xiong were really full of energy. It can't hide it at all. Is the liquid corrosive? I have to eat this sample. As he said that, he turned to look at me. Obviously I want me to answer this question. I was a little overwhelmed by the microphone. Turning back to see Uncle Xiong nodding. I just started to say. That liquid is really amazing. I felt that after we came out. The remaining corrosive liquid on the body surface has not disappeared. But it is constantly spreading. If you don't eat it, you will definitely die. I answered very seriously. It seems to be aimed at all of this. Some analysts heard my answer sample. Can't help frowning. He began to wonder if there was really something wrong with my brain. At this time, the barrage began to express doubts. Isn't it a good brain problem? I see him answering the question. The idea is very clear. The sample must be tortured. Falling into thought. I couldn't help but reach out and patted the lie detector next to me. Is this thing really not broken? At this time, the fashion house called the assistant. For a moment, he felt very tired. Very thirsty again. Xiaoqin. You go find a water dispenser. Give us a few glasses of water. Wait a moment. I have a problem. At this time, I suddenly stood up. I was still thinking about the sample of the lie detector. He was shocked immediately. Brother? You God. What's the problem? The water dispenser you just mentioned. Didn't he get out of water? Why not call him a water dispenser? Listen to the template. Water dispenser. I suddenly remembered this problem that I had never figured out. The boss with his eyes wide open. This problem directly burned his CPU. I don't know how to answer me for a while. Then he said. Talents should be called water dispensers. That should be called a water outlet. I'm talking about the template very seriously. Looking at the lie detector next to him with a look of horror. He couldn't help but say something. I like men. But the next second the lie detector started screaming wildly. It's not bad. The template was even more shocked and he looked at me. Is this how he understands the problem? Xiong was stunned. Then he looked at me and nodded vigorously. Brother. All you talk about is the truth. Just one sentence. The audience felt it. Xiong had no helplessness in his voice. I've said it all. There is a problem with your brain. You don't believe it. Why not call out? It's broken. I am not starting to ask questions. The water is coming. Put the zither in front of the sample. Oh. I have another question. It was right when I raised my own book again. He started coughing violently. Before, I heard everyone sashimi and fish. But sashimi is actually a dead piece. It was a dead slice. Then why isn't that body a dead slice? I still don't call the hand of the sample again and again. He couldn't control himself and shook. This shows that this person has a real doubt about this issue. No falsehood. Take a deep breath of the template. It's amazing to turn around and walk outside the house. I'm broadcasting. I think he did a bad job. Visit again and again, yes. To make no special experience. That's fine. I was also surrounded. He now feels that he has a problem with his brain. You're right. Sashimi is dead fish fillet. Life is dead. Slice. They were wrong. At this time, a girl's voice sounded.
I turned around and wanted to see the white skin, which was white and delicate.
A black skin.
The copper plan ink is similar to the appearance of the loose shirt, ink, green pleated skirt, and young people see talent.
I took him.
It seems that he smiles.
Colorful flying. Miss. Why are you here? The template is imported immediately.
But there was a panic in my eyes.
Starting today.
The sample deprives the team leader of the position and has some feelings.
You take over his position. The template lowers its head.
The corners of the mouth are bitter.
But I dare not look directly.
The girl's eyes.
He had to respond softly. It's a live broadcast room. Dear viewers. Hello.
I am here to apologize to everyone on behalf of Feihu. Please rest assured.
Flying Tiger will never force survivors to share their secrets. This time it was my dereliction of duty.
I looked at the girl in front of me seriously.
When he spoke,
the eyes are shining.
Like the sun's light.
Even in this somewhat desolate famous place, there is no way to cover up the brilliance and aura in those eyes.
Is Mr. Jiang considering coming to Feihu? I can arrange a reliable team for you. Xiong Jia can protect your safety. But you believe that I can only let you grow. Hearing the words, I pointed to the sample. Isn't you the same as him? No, the same. I'm really making arrangements for you. Luck is also part of strength. I really think you are better than everyone. Feihu squinted his eyes and looked at me. Everything Xiong Jia said is fine. But for people like Xiong Jia, lucky to be.
Let Jiang Che leave a life essence.
It's a bit unreasonable no matter how you say it. He was a little confused. Does Xiong Jia have any concerns? Don't snatch Jiang Chi's things? I have no luck. These are all arranged by my wife for me. I shook my head. Said.
Feihu Yu Guang glanced at the lie detector.
Still no response. Your name is so strong. Did you found the Feihu organization?
I looked at Feihu in confusion.
Not founded by my dad. I think my name is very strong, too.
I was in poor health when I was a kid. My dad was just thinking about taking a terrifying name.
In order to protect my life. Then your dad is so nice. I nodded. But there is no envy. After all, my dad is not bad either. At this time, Xiaoqin came to report on Xiong Jia's detection. Second level peak. They would never think of it even if they died. Xiong Jia only passed the level once. SSS level dungeons can actually be of second level. Is this the charm of the first pass of an SSS level dungeon?
Xiong Jia looked at the result of the second level peak in his hand.
I was a little dazed for a moment. Now I have the power to protect myself.
The audience in the live broadcast room were also envious for a while.
Looking at Xiong Jia's incredible expression. They suddenly have a kind of gangster. Suddenly controlled the feeling of lightning. Have a mess. As a result, I found out that I became a big boss Feihu and was a little envious. Looking at Xiong Jia. Even he envies Xiong Jia's initial level.
You can also consider coming to Feihu will not give you the position of team leader in the early stage.
But after you pass the level a few times, you will directly lead the team. You can also bring Feihu with this kid. Watching Xiong Jia throw out his olive branch again. I'm considering Xiong Jia frowned. This time he was really thinking about it. Seeing him bowing his head and thinking. Feihu then put his eyes on me. People like Fei Jia who are good at it. The data will not be used as a reference. But the people who pass the level for the second time are the most important. It's your turn to data collection. Don't be discouraged. You should also be close to the second order. Although not the first one. But there are many benefits of passing SSS level copy. Feihu said seriously. Said.
Several members began to paste various metal patches on themselves. They also placed a screen in front of them. It seems to be moving in various ways.
It seems to be a test of the reaction process of people. You will aim at your own people later. Imagine that I am doing the same thing. A staff member walked to the front of the equipment as he said. The animation above has been turned on.
What is now conducted is the responsiveness test.
I nodded. Watch the animation on the video. There is also a phantom of doing actions in my mind.
Change with the characters on the screen. But I think the characters in the video are very slow. The characters on the monitor coincide with the images in your mind. They are all completing the movements at a very slow speed.
At this time,
the human-controlled machine looked at the data in front of him and gradually became serious.
He couldn't help but type the double speed button on the keyboard.
After twice the speed, his expression became more and more serious.
He stretched his fingers again and accelerated again.
This behavior directly caused other members of Feihu to turn their heads.
Xiong Jia walked over in one step.
He knew that Zhang Chei's rank must be higher than him.
Everyone thinks they are the ones. Only he knows it.
Zhang Chei is the one he just thought about how he could explain to everyone.
Just looking at the speed on the screen, Xiong Jia was stunned. Damn. So strong?
He has made after images. Feihu looked at the data with a serious expression.
Continue to do the subsequent test. If Zhang Chei didn't have his hand pain, it's amazing to have this reaction speed.
Soon they handed me a metal pressure ball. You'll squeeze it hard later.
You can force as much as you have. Don't be afraid of being broken. Feihu looked at me and said seriously. I looked up at Uncle Xiong. I don't know if I should listen to them.
Xiong Jia nodded at me in slightest. He had already thought it all clear.
Once again, I can't hide it at all. It's better to admit it at first sight. As long as the acting is right, no one can really verify it.
Anyway, the master's request is, as long as you don't take him into danger.
Seeing Uncle Xiong agree,
I started pinching the ball hard. I felt the pressure in my hands soon.
The ball is deforming.
The expressions of the flying tiger and the tester in front gradually became solemn. Gradually, the metal pressure ball was still motionless.
Excuse me. I really can't pinch it anymore.
I was embarrassed to let go of him.
Xiong Jia stood behind the people. Accompany them to see the test data above. The picture shows
whether it is strength or reaction Zhang Chei's test.
The result is all the 5th level peak. However, he just envied for a moment. The next moment,
I saw him screaming strangely.
Damn.
I clearly touched it first.
Xiong Jia's mental state became very unstable.
Hongjue's eyes rushed towards me.
Just a few short sentences. Everyone already has the last moment of the picture in their minds. Xiong Jia's position is a little more than Zhang Chei's.
That's why he thought he was the first to hold him down. Feihu and take a deep breath. He looked at the confused Zhang Chei over there. The thoughts became complicated in an instant. He thought Xiong Jia was the 2nd level peak of hand width, which was amazing enough. But I didn't expect that Zhang Chei is the SSS and dungeon of the hand.
The hand is so amazing. Thinking of Jia's reaction now, he remembered what Xiong Jia said before. In the last second, the two struggled, touching towards the light gate at the escape entrance. Perhaps it was the moment when Zhang Chei was faster than Xiong Jia here. Zhang Chei is longer than you, too. Maybe this is the advantage. Feihu looked at the difference in their body shapes. Maybe this is the reason. He was originally doubtful about the story Xiong Jia told before.
Because all this is really a coincidence.
It seems now that this is a coincidence. Because of a normal person. Especially like Xiong Jia. A shrewd normal person's position.
Being ahead of Zhang Chei is the most normal thing. At this time, a report has been printed. It's just that the report was handed to me. The expressions of the staff who delivered the report were also very complicated. Looking at this, I asked about sashimi. Why not call a man with dead fish fillet? Are they really not as good as this bullshit person? Can someone like this Jia not plot against it? He probably didn't know that he would lose a 5th level peak because of his body advantage. Only the captain of the Flying Tiger has this level and the 3rd level, who has not grown up through life and death. For a moment he couldn't accept it. At this time, Feihu walked to the live broadcast camera. Everyone in front looked at this expression with a little uneasy whistle. Dear survivors, our data is obtained. Except for the growth level of ordinary people who pass the SSS and dungeons in the subsequent hand pass. As soon as the 2nd level peak speech ends, the barrage instantly clears the screen. How could this old fox let that mentally ill hand clear? At this time, you can see the angry man sitting on a chair on the side. There is also Jiang Che, who is sitting with Xiaoqin and has no concern on his face. This time the person who knows the hand is not Mr. Xiong. But this handsome little guy Fei Hu has a smile on his eyes.
It seems to be talking about something ordinary.
As for why it wasn't Mr. Xiong's hand to Flying Hu, he couldn't help but laugh as he spoke.
Because even though the handsome guy is behind Mr. Xiong,
he should have a piece of his hand too.
After a moment,
several unique golden logos.
The barrage is extremely conspicuous. Those famous big names couldn't help but ask a question. Seeing everyone's reaction,
Fei Hu just felt comfortable all over his body.
Some things cannot surprise yourself too. The barrage in the live broadcast room was silent for a moment. Then it boiled quickly. I just said why Xiong Jie's face was like eating shit. So it's a mental illness.
In this case, Xiong Jie, the old fox, won the hand pierce.
Just because he is a little taller. Hands longer. MD really envy mom. Is Jiang Che really envious of me?
I hugged you when you were a kid.
So what is the experience value of the first pass of the SSS level copy? Level 5 peak.
As soon as this is said,
the live broadcast room exploded again. You mean that fool is now at the peak of level 5? Just like his treacherous look in the dungeon. My secret head is almost broken. Now it is only the 4th level peak. He only passed one copy. It's level 5. You don't even look at what level the copy they pass. Can you compare your low-level dungeons? Let me have an SSS level copy. I'm terrible now.
After Fei Hu said this answer, the golden names in the live broadcast room are rapidly decreasing. All that should be said is also said. The two gentlemen seem to have no reliable experience sharing.
Today's live broadcast ends here. We will sort out the information today and send it to the official website. If you have anything to know, you can also leave a message on the official website.
Fei Hu finished speaking. The squad members who controlled the lens quickly turned off the camera.
He looked back at me. Mr. Jiang and Xiong. One way or another. Flying Tiger. Welcome to join.
Join Flying Tiger. You can get better growth resources.
You can also obtain secondary tutorial materials that outsiders don't know. Hearing this sentence, Xiong Jieduan suddenly felt energetic. Is there any information about looking at Fei Hu that has not been made public? Survival information can be sent. We all sent it out. Fei Hu is just studying deeper data. For example, what is the origin of the copy?
Or the world level? It is not beneficial to know these contents. There are still worries about adding brain capacity.
He explained part of the reason to Xiong Jie. Although many things cannot be said.
But one thing can be said to express our commitment. The initial experience value determines the upper limit for the survivor to grow later.
This rumor. According to our research and investigation, it is true. Once the sentence is over, Xiong Jie's heart couldn't help but get worse. You can hear the strong blow in your chest. Now everyone thinks he is unwilling to accept it. Not willing to give up.
Let Jiang Che take his chances.
Only he knows it. He didn't care at all. The initial growth of the 2nd level peak has already made him very happy.
I don't know what kind of comfort Miss Fei Hu is now in.
Can you reveal how Xiong Jie went to Lingjie towards Xinpeng? I haven't been to any copies yet.
The Flying Tiger is not hidden.
This is something everyone inside knows. Just a little inquiry can tell why Xiong Jie was stunned. The Flying Tiger organization's big festival is still Lingjie now.
He was not interested in this answer at all.
It's because of the answer just now.
The initial experience value will determine the subsequent growth period line. He was annoyed at the sight of his body.
But the copybook is not random.
But the higher the level of dungeon, the harder it is to stay happy when it comes to humans. You can't make sure you go to a copy randomly.
So you know the level of the copy opening. This is my fault.
Fei Hu looked at you thinking and guessed.
That's right. Before the copy is opened, this area is formed into a magnetic field that cannot destroy. Multiple tissues have relevant testing tools. Although it is impossible to accurately judge which copy Chi-Chi is, but it can detect the level of this dungeon. Hearing this, my breathing begins to get rapid. I've been thinking about how I can go home. How can I go home? Meet your family again. If there is a test method, Then I will know. Fei Hu suddenly felt a little strange to me. He seemed very happy. Don't think that after passing the 9 copy, entering the 9 done can save you from your life. We can only ensure that the energy coefficient of the same level of copy 9 can be detected. So the next time this coefficient book appears, it may be a SSS level copy. It means that you already knew it before the red copy was opened. The SSS level copy is enabled here. Xiong Jie's face was not very good. He thought that he almost died tragically because of this kind of SSS level copy that could be disclosed. Isn't this a death sentence? His voice was a little angry. Pinch your hands tightly. You're right. SSS level dungeons can indeed be avoided. But if you keep avoiding risks, we will never be able to understand. What exactly does the SSS secondary copy have? The copy information and materials are filled out of the package by life, including the information you have worked on before, which one did not live without human life. Our voice has a formation. His eyes were full of firmness. When the flying tiger speaks, the team members around him didn't say anything either. Xiaoqin raised her head. He glanced at Xiong Jie with complicated eyes. This does not require energy detection at all. It's just the magnetic field of the flying tiger. The detection equipment data is more accurate. You are now 2nd level. Wait until the next copy is opened. You can feel it. Xiong Jie was stunned. He suddenly remembered the reason why he came to Hongzhou Mental Hospital for recuperation. It was a 2nd-level nephew in the family who asked him to do so. This time, does Xiong Jie understand? Oh. He didn't expect he could come back. All right. I understand. Xiong Jie made a fight with no means. So I can feel the energy of the copy opening. This is my head in staring at Fei Hu's pupils shining. If Fifi Hu. We have more accurate measurements and equipment. If you avoid those SSS level replicas. This is what I am really moved. I don't want to rely on luck. What can I go home? If you can go home regularly once or twice. I was already very satisfied. If we go to Flying Tiger, what we need to do. I also want this boy to be brought out by me. Of course I have to follow me. At this time, Xiong Jie stopped me. Fei Hu looked at Xiong Jie funnily. But it can be understood. After all, a master with cognitive problems is around you. Anyone wants to keep it with you. Just a little training. This can become one of the best players in your hands. This is also one of the reasons why Fei Hu is moved. Now Jiang Che is good at training Baizhu. This master is simply very simple. He smiled and looked at Jiang Isai. A busy look flashed in his eyes. He knows. Many organizations will come to Cage and set up and withdraw. All he has to do is before everyone. Do I look good? He turned around, holding hands on the table. Look at me. He is not as profitable as before. What do you do? If you suddenly shout, just make friends. Fei Hu is greedy for little. He is interested in Jiang Che. Alone and have strength. As for mental cognitive impairment, as long as it doesn't affect life, there is no problem. At worst, can the treatment be cured? He knows the inside story of Hongzhou mental illness. This is not a treatment institution. Just an organ breeding center. And no relatives. No friends, either. This huge Flying Tiger organization. He is the only daughter again. Let Jiang Che come over and be his son-in-law. At least the property will not fall behind like the rest. I guess my dad likes this person very much, too. I've read your information. You are younger than me. After you come to Fei Hu's sister will definitely take care of you after you are 1 year old. Fei Fei smiled gently and looked at Jiang Che. That expressionless face. The more I look at my face, the more I like it. If you say you have strong strength, their potential is still high. High potential. Everyone is handsome. Enter the secondary copy. Luck is even more unstoppable. Fei Hu thought about it while he liked it. Is that a lucky one? I nodded seriously. I really need the precise measurement settings of Fei Hu. But Jay knew that I didn't have this heart. But I am afraid that I will be involved in this evil dog for a long time.
But if the scam owner is familiar with Fan himself and explains to the owner that kind of measuring equipment.
If you don't guess the wrong thing, there are all in the group organization, right? You must stop interrupting.
At least Jiang Che was caught by this demon. He felt that his father could sense the goo goods. Xiong Jie thought so much more than I thought. He guessed that there should be a standard table for the perception of this field energy.
Different levels represent different replica coefficients. You said it before. The higher the rank, the clearer the perception is. Jiang Che, now at the peak of the martial arts level. Even if not, your device can sense almost the same.
Fei Hu looked at him with a cold face.
Don't worry, this old fox. You come to Fei Hu. We will also vigorously train. Fei Hu turned his head and continued to win over Xiong Jie.
Jiang Che and the others want Xiong Jie and this kind of old fox.
It's a good thing and a bad thing.
However, it is a good combination of Xiong Jie.
Clamping your fists secretly. It's not whether you go or not.
The problem of Flying Tiger. Xiong Jie thought this Flying Tiger was competing with him for MP, and the owner was watching.
How dare you hook up with Jiang Che? How dare you?
You which came strangely after you hooked up like this.
Reality is afraid that the first thing that will be destroyed is your Fei Hu organization.
Jiang Che and Xiong Jie looked at me again.
He looked serious. I want to speak but stop. Boys must learn to protect themselves when they are outside.
Hearing Uncle Xiong's words,
I nodded seriously. I will definitely protect my Flying Tiger. Take a deep breath.
The smile on his face was stiff. Mr. Xiong's words.
How can I say that? It's hard to marry a daughter but not. Isn't this very normal? Hearing the words of Fei Hu, I was shocked immediately. At this time, even if your brain is slow, you can react. This woman is actually interested in her. I quickly took a step back. Sorry. I don't know what I did to misunderstand. But I am a wife. Hearing the words, Xiong Jie's mouth froze. The hidden smile can't help it.
She found that this young man had a true nature.
Fei Hu was stunned. A man who was locked in a mental hospital since childhood. A wife with yarn. Maybe it was my wife I was looking for in the mental hospital. Who knows? Xiong Jie gave a tiger's eye. The Flying Tiger's forehead is about to take off and fly. Whether you two are alive or not. And these are all small problems. You and me in the future. My family's huge foundation is all about you Flying Tigers.
As he said that, he walked straight towards me.
Can't. I have a wife. I said seriously again. This attitude is very obvious. As far as I know,
it is difficult to change the perception of mental illness. Xiong Jie set out to guard the Flying Tiger squad. Several people stood aside and remained silent. This was the first time they saw the eldest lady go crazy. They know the so-called wife very well. Whether it is a mental illness or a nurse, they should have stayed in the dungeon forever.
The flying guys just think it's a bit good, I'm mentally ill. He was actually guarding his wife like Jade. Flying Tiger is speechless.
I claim to be my own concession to win over.
It cannot resist any man. But this trick. But now it doesn't work at all. It really doesn't work. Would you like to marry another wife? Fei Hu continued to coax me with kind words. Only one wife. Now it's all monogamous.
Please respect yourself, miss. As I said that, I took a step back and saw this. The members of the Flying Tiger squad hurriedly took out their cell phones.
That mom has eaten, right? I'm back now. At this time, in the large flat cut of the copy No. 9. Everyone is going to do their own things. The only thing left is to stare at this scene. Following Xiong Jie's perspective. The whole process of this woman seducing her father. He is not bad at all. After reading it, wait for me to come out. I want to teach you a hard lesson. Tuanchuan hugged the teddy bear and gritted his teeth. Don't guard every day. There. We also need to learn about human knowledge. At this time, Ding Ning, who was far away in his own territory.
I felt the fluctuation of Tuanchuan's heart and emotions.
What if mom someone likes dad? Next time, reality comes. I'll kill him. Someone like you? Isn't it normal for dad? Archer is very good. Ding Ning's voice is very light. But I didn't take this kind of thing to heart. But Tuanchuan wanted to speak but stopped. The words that just arrived at my mouth were stuck in my throat again. It's time for you to get to know humans well. Since getting in touch with humans, I realized that humans have a lot of things. They say that the most important thing between husband and wife is trust. This is a book in Ding Ning's hand. I don't know which copy he escaped from. Of course, I also trust my husband 100%. I see. Tuanchuan agreed in a low voice. But watching the video, the woman in the picture snorted viciously. Next time I will definitely teach him a lesson. Hearing the words of Fei Hu, Xiong Jia couldn't bear it for a moment. You said you are an ordinary person who is in the ranks. You think you are not only in the background and appearance. Is there anything that can be shown off? Sister Xiong looked at Fei Hu. Now strangely comes to the beautiful woman. If you don't have strength, you will be a vase. To put it bluntly, for the strong, the vase is as much as you want. What's more, my brother is still a master at the peak of the martial arts world. I'm just waiting for the S-level copy to be opened. I was prepared and couldn't hold on to the point of squatting. After hearing him, Xiong Jia took a breath of disdain. You haven't really experienced a copy. You don't understand all theories at all. All tutorials are a big talk. When you really face the evil spirits, even strong psychological qualities can't help but tremble. Said. Xiong Jia thought of the love he met Ding Ning for the first time. The pressure that evil spirit comes with. It's not a matter of courage. The most fundamental fear in people's hearts. It is impossible to suppress the incident of entering the flying tiger. Let's think about it again. Xiong Jia doesn't plan to refuse. Before entering the flying tiger, he wanted to take Zhang Che with him to see the benefits of other organizations. You won't come. Hearing this, Fei Hu looked at me. I must follow Uncle Xiong. I haven't learned anything yet. How can you do something like this with hard wings? Don't you believe me or Xiong Jie? Fei Hu smiled a little angry. He was so devoted that he was not as good as a scheming Xiong Jie. All right. We have something to do. Said. Xiong Jie pulled me toward the house next to me and confirmed his wishes. We will contact you. Looking at the figures of the two, turning into the sample building next to it, come to Fei Hu's side. He has no practical experience. Do we want you to help you get home? This mental illness. You'll face him better later. He could feel it. Miss. Your goodness. The template still wants to take back his position as team leader. Fei Hu glanced at him disdainfully. He is at the peak of martial arts level. It's just a brute force. You can't control it. What's more, he has two skills. As he said that, Fei Hu pointed to his head. Looks like your mind is fine. Looking at the template. You go tie it up. Tied to Zhang Che. I will give you the position of captain. Fei Hu said indifferently. Watching the two figures disappear. Fei Hu sighed. Find out Xiong Jie's information. Show some of our sincerity. I guess Yijia's most urgent matter is to find out the person in his family who plotted against him. Speaking of this, Fei Hu sighed again. People like Xiong Jia have desires. There is a way to handle it. But he really doesn't know what to do like Zhang Che. No idea. No desire for money. Don't care about power. Even delivered to your door by yourself. He doesn't want it. I followed Uncle Xiong all the way to Anding District. A gorgeous hall. All of the exhibits are all for everyone. Xiong Jia just found a bag. Didn't you come with me just to make money? Now this is the first step to making money. Put all of these on. Xiong Jia said. Just raise your fists to the glass window. The sound of the glass shattering sounded in his ears. Feel the sharp glass passing through the skin. He glanced at the skin on the back of his hand. Not even going to be hot. Now I only saw a white mark on the back of my hand. After. Do we make money like this? Looking at Uncle Xiong's movements, I looked excited. Unexpectedly, Uncle Xiong made money the same way as me. I would have smashed a little more before I knew it would have been included in the dungeon. Of course, this is not how it makes money. We were shocked by the businessman looking at me. Very excited. Suojia's face became weird. It's just because the things here are all ownerless things now. That's why I can get it the same as now. Can't you take it when you have a master?
I remember getting it from here before I entered the dungeon.
No one cares about me either. Hearing the words, Xiongjia's face became even more weird. If you can beat this, you will be unparalleled. In a moment,
we cleaned up almost the same place. The bag in my hand was filled with hand dressing boxes of all sizes.
Uncle Xiong's way of making money will not last long.
I looked at the stuff in my pocket.
After a little silence, if you can. I still want a long-term and stable job.
It is best if the salary can be higher.
Many of the jewelry you have in your hands are limited. Very precious. Just sell it in exchange. Many people don't have to worry about food and drink. Are these difficult to buy?
I looked at the things in my hand.
Then I won't sell it anymore. I want to bring all these to Aining. I said seriously.
Xiongjia heard Aining in my mouth.
He was stunned at that time. He has a sense of intuition. This Aining is his master.
He looked into my eyes.
He could feel clearly. This is not the kind of careful calculation. To bring yourself more half.
It seems like I think from the bottom of my heart that good things should be kept for my family.
He looked at the bag he was holding. He was still thinking just now. Lei-laying is of no use to take human money.
He also thought about his family property in the past 3 days of disappearance.
I don't know what it was transferred to. Now you can just add a little bit of chips to yourself with your money.
But when I see my appearance, he immediately sent the bag in his hand to his face.
This is for you too. Uncle Xiong. I don't want it. I waved my hand quickly. I remember it seems like this is all about 55% of things. Follow Uncle Xiong's money everywhere. But in this era,
it is difficult to find good art collections.
You won't take it. Just don't treat me as my uncle. Your parents told me to take care of you. Then I'm not polite. I will make money to pay you back in the future.
You bury these things in a familiar place. Hidden words that have been worn by your side.
Too inconvenient. I nodded thoughtfully.
Looking at the empty earth outside the building, carrying 2 bags, walking outside.
I just had the idea of digging a hole in my mind. The land in front of you will automatically sink. Generate a big pit.
Xiongjia grabbed a giant safe.
Late. Watching me move without moving. Just dug a big hole. There is only envy in my eyes. Is this the use of skills? No hurry. Put the things in here first and then bury them.
As Xiongjia said that, he put down a safe that was 1 person tall.
This kind of leather. Said it was long and very delicate. It should degrade after a long time. Looking at the safe, my mind moved.
The pit in front of him became bigger again instantly.
Shuni was still thoughtful. Said. Put things in a safe. Put it in the pit.
Then piles of soil automatically merge into the land.
Before.
I also think that Earth escape means escaping myself into the land.
Only now no.
Earth escape is more like a control of the land. Make the soil soft.
Become obedient.
Xiongjia was just amazed at the power of his skills.
After a big pit appeared in front of me in just a few minutes. This big pit is closed again. Even the excess soil is automatically filled.
If he hadn't witnessed what was buried here with his own eyes. Even the traces of the earth caves here can't be found.
If this is the case. The sand mattress saw this scene. I will definitely be amazed at Zhang Chei's skillful use of skills. If this is the case with any escape number. The most important thing is to have a deep recognition of it. This is how Earth can move freely. After doing all this, I was reluctant to take a look at the mental hospital behind me. For a moment, I suddenly thought of something. I walked towards the data room. Even the friend at this time said, discharged successfully in the hospital.
Then the information should be displayed.
Where are you going? Xiongjia asked in confusion. He is going to take me home.
By the way, settle the score with my nephew.
Xiongjia suddenly followed. I made some turns familiar with it. Come to the door of the information room. Stretch your hand and push it lightly.
A very violent sound suddenly sounded from the gate. It was like steel was torn apart.
For a moment,
Xiong Jia looked at me in disbelief.
Then I thought. It seems that I really taught this myself. What's your friend's name?
Looking at the densely packed information files on the walls, Xiong Jia turned on the computer next to him.
I picked up the next folder casually. I'm a patient I'm familiar with. As old as myself. But he had already left and asked Feng Xiang. This is a very thick folder. The above records the physical examination data. There are also various types of people. Besides,
there are also various organs priced according to high-quality prices.
I suddenly remembered when I was in the precision hospital before. I can hear it basically every day.
The doctor gave us popular science and said that people in the transplant room will contribute to society after their death.
We even signed a lot of voluntary terms.
At that time, I felt it was not important.
All dead are dead. Is there anything else to use? Everyone in the hospital is like this. I feel very happy that I can make a contribution to society. Thinking of this, my throat is tight. The fingers become forceful.
The shattering of the house of Sudu was dead.
Looking at the dense information in the archives room. A little dizzy. So have the examinations over the years been for organ transplantation? What about Feng Xiang? I've been blaming him all the time. Don't contact yourself.
At this time, Xiong Jia also found the friend named Feng Xiang in my mouth through the index.
On the material,
it shows that I had a kidney transplant 2 years ago.
The day I left, I had a heart typing.
Listening to Uncle Xiong's voice,
my breathing became heavy. Looking up at the archives, the eyes looked over the rows of cold iron cabinets.
Then he turned his eyes to his name.
I had a meal. Or take it off. Are you okay?
Xiong Jia saw that something was wrong with my condition.
He asked. No. I just saw myself. As I said that, I called him.
Zhang Che changed his spirit at first sight.
As soon as the sound came, always fantasizing about having family. Just tell him how to find family.
It can control patients simply.
Stable mental state. Don't go crazy or get sick. April 18. The kidney-derived matching is successful. I started to manage nutritional exercise for the workers' sports successfully. Uncle Xiong. I seem to have a kidney missing.
I reached out and pointed at a piece of asphalt in the data, comparing the position, and touched my left waist.
Remember that time? I did eat well. Xiong Jia quickly got up and pulled up my clothes. You can see the incision on your waist at a glance. Just a glance.
He covered his clothes.
At the same time,
a cold voice sounded silently in my mind.
Xiong Jia's heart skipped a beat.
Unexpectedly, there was an uncrowned one.
He could still feel the urgency.
He didn't expect the master to react so much to this matter.
Uncle Xiong. So we are all working body.
As I said that, I pointed to the information and thought.
Am I really sick? No. You're not sick. They are all looking for more workmanship. And haven't you found your own family? Actually, it doesn't matter if you lose a kidney.
And now my body can be said to be very healthy.
At worst, we will spend money to find Pepe or buy props. Xiong told me patiently. Actually, it's also to your master. The anger in the tone just now.
He felt it very clearly.
Can't the one before be taken back?
Ding Ning looked at the screen in front of him. Every piece of information that Xiong Jia has passed in his eyes.
They see every word. The one before shouldn't be able to get it back. Fragile stuff. It's not suitable to see it multiple times. Xiong Jia sighed. How difficult is page. In addition, too many people died when strangeness came. But now we have comfort. Physical fitness is not a problem. This guy has no choice.
100% guaranteed that he could help Zhang Che find Pei Qin.
Dad Tuanchuan will help you find it back. At this time,
I remembered the voices in my mind.
The moment of the call.
I saw the situation on Tuanchuan. At this time, Ding Ning was also beside Tuanchuan. One big and one small are already leaning against each other.
How do you know? I'm a little helpless. I wanted to hide it.
It was Uncle Xiong who cared about you and told us about your situation.
It's okay. one can live a normal life. Look, I'm all fine now.
As I said that, I jumped around in the same place twice.
Seeing my appearance,
Ding Ning didn't refuse to see each other together.
instead, my heart became more firm.
He wants to help him get his own things. It's a pity that all the people in the hospital died in the copy. Otherwise he would never let them die as simple as this. Where is the hospital of Uncle Xiong? I want to find my friend Archer.
There are 2 kidneys. But there is only 1 heart.
Xiong Jie whispered.
He hopes that after I know the human body tried, you can recognize this matter. Anyway, I still want to go and see it.
Okay. But let me tell you first. I heard that there was a copy that had happened there before. Your friend's information may also be cleared at that time.
I'll check the information first, said.
Xiong Jie started searching on the computer.
However, looking at the information, Xiong Jie was stunned.
The information clearly records that Hongju City Hospital opened a copy of the collection 2 years ago, etc. If the copy is opened at that time, your friend is likely not having time to undergo surgery. Although the survival rate of said copies is not high.
But at least it's an opportunity. Let's go and tell me first, be mentally prepared. But you still have to be mentally prepared. Hearing the words, a light flashed silently in my eyes.
Uncle Xiong, don't worry.
I said mentally. I walked to Xiong Jie a little embarrassedly. Uncle Xiong, how can I learn these things from you in the future?
As I said that, I pointed to his computer.
Don't worry. You don't say it. I'll prepare it for you too. The first thing now is to get you a mobile phone first. We will be able to contact us easily then. I nodded. I still know this function. I just called me. You can access the internet with your mobile phone. This is the fastest way for you to understand the world.
Xiong Jie.
For a moment I don't know where to start.
Then you can first see what other copies look like.
In addition to guarding against copy.
Also, we must prevent strangeness from coming to reality.
Speaking of this, Xiong Jie is happy.
He suddenly thought of Fei Hu. They did not inform us of the fact that the strange came to reality.
He quickly looked through his phone. I immediately saw a countdown to the reality of strangeness. The time limit for this time is only 3 days left. I don't know the strangeness is coming. Is there any hint of magnetic field?
The bear also muttered in a low voice.
Flying tiger? Do they know? Can we ask? When you hear the evil spirit, you can come to reality. I frowned suddenly. If the evil spirit comes to the human world, humans will hunt evil spirits in groups. If energy can be detected. If they come, I have to protect them. Ask for sure. But I didn't ask Xiaoche now. You remember. The more we want something,
the more you cannot express yourself.
Very urgent. Soon. Uncle Xiong drove me to the city hospital. The car drove out of the basement. I looked out the window curiously. This is the first time I have walked out of the Hongju Mental Hospital. Looking across, it is a large farmland. There is also a stair-shaped T-mountain. It would be great if everyone had watched the scenery together.
Aining must have liked it very much.
I don't know if my parents and Tuanchuan like this scenery. After all, the decorations at home are all in that kind of ghost style. Seeing my appearance,
Xiong Jie also lowered the speed.
Try to let me take a few more glances. Looking at this green field,
Xiong Jie also had some remembrance after the strange arrival.
Such scenery has become rare.
After frequent strange arrivals, many areas.
It became a pool of death prison. Uncle Xiong. I suddenly thought of something. You said the collections we took before. If the flying tiger is not taken by them, will we be exposed? Don't worry. Flying tiger will definitely not clarify. They should be able to guess that you took the things. But don't worry. In order to please you, it will definitely sell you a favor. This is what it is. Uncle Xiong. You're so smart. No wonder my parents asked me and you to collect it well. Uncle Wan is worthy of being a human being.
As I said that, I seemed to have learned it.
Nodded and came out. One day, I learned a lot from Uncle Xiong. My family is a bad spirit. Uncle Xiong is the spirit among human spirits and evil. The essence among human beings. It seems that only human spirits can be with evil spirits. I clenched my fists secretly. You must also work hard to become a good person. Looking at me as I agree. Xiong Jie's mouth twitched. Why does it sound so awkward? If you praise others in the future, don't praise it so directly. Ours is called relaxation and relaxation. Be wise. Xiong Jie raised his eyebrows while talking.
He has now confirmed that this person has no common sense in life. Like a simple little white rabbit.
Thinking of this,
Xiong Jie suddenly realized a problem.
His every move seemed to be completely controlling his cognition.
Xiong Jie continued to speak.
We don't distinguish between good and evil.
It can also be written with justice.
But we don't harm others. Just seek to be above the bottom line. Talk and laugh. Below the bottom line. Decisive in killing. Don't show mercy.
Xiong Jie unceremoniously instilled his own ideas.
He taught me how to see the world and things with great sincerity.
I listened very seriously, too.
Listen and think. The seed in my heart is becoming stronger and stronger. I must create a world with my own hands.
A world where humans and evil spirits live in peace.
Come to the city hospital.
Xiong Jie took me straight towards the archives room.
There is a QR code on the door. Wu Jie took out his mobile phone and paid for it. Then enter the information of my friend immediately.
I also stared at the screen seriously.
It is not written on the data. Success and failure.
Only written about the two people being pushed into surgery. The archives came to an abrupt end.
I didn't even type the words. I want to tell you some things first. No matter what his state looks like when he enters the dungeon. But from the time point of the data, it must have been anesthetized. I know. I'm mentally prepared. But I still want to find out this matter. Xiong Jie didn't say much. Life and death. It is the most important moment in life. There are 3 days left to wonder come to reality. Before this, I want to take you to another moment in my life.
At this time, Jinjie's phone suddenly sounded a prompt sound.
It was an email sent by Fei Hu. This is a meeting ceremony organized by Fei Hu. Click to see. It is exactly the information about the nephew Xiong Jie needs.
The nephew has now been hiding
and spent expensive assets to hire a 6th level survivor.
Protect yourself to be safe. I saw my nephew hired a 6th level survivor.
Xiong Jie laughed in anger instantly.
Information about the 6th level survivors.
This is because of his assets, it is difficult to withstand long-term employment.
Although Xiong Jie is very angry.
But now he gave up. Find your plans right away. Instead, I took me to find a mobile phone store first. Come out from entering the mobile phone store.
It took only 10 minutes to get it done.
Xiong Jie first helped me get a case on my phone. Why is this also called a flying tiger? I pointed to the software on my phone.
Xiong Jie also wanted to laugh a little.
Is this woman's name really an abstract platform for his family? Maybe he still has a villa. It's about making Fei Hu manner.
Xiong Jie just finished speaking. Behind him, a cold girl came.
You're right about this. I really have a manner called Fei Hu. How to join the Fei Hu organization? How are you considering? Fei Hu asked with a smile. I was stunned. I haven't had time to think about it yet. From the out to the present, I've been thinking about other things. Do you have any other place to go? Is there any better conditions than if I give it? Fei Hu asked with a serious face. You didn't give any conditions?
This time even Xiong Jie was stunned.
I've been there all the time.
I haven't heard of what conditions Fei Hu has to offer.
The entire Fei Hu organization is treated as a dowry. Isn't this a condition? As he said that, Fei Hu pointed. I saw that you were not there on my phone. If you marry me, this ABI is yours. I don't want it. I didn't hesitate at all. Reject to this moment. I don't even want to join the woman Fei Hu. What should I do if I was swallowed by myself like a wolf?
This Jie rolled his eyes even more.
All conditions are calculating. This is the only one that is not a condition. Okay. I'm here to tell you something serious. This information is true. Few small organizations know the reality that evil spirits are coming.
There is no sign of energy that will form an extremely strong magnetic field after it arrives.
Then, only then can this person detect and enter the truth. Not a certain area. No wonder you don't have a level. Can survive too.
Xiangjie speaks a little.
No politeness. This is nature.
So if you join the Flying Tiger organization, at least it can ensure that when the hunting ground arrives,
you can survive every time.
Fei Hu said it very seriously.
I'll be here all the time.
The hunting ground arrives 3 days later.
If in this area, I hope you can meet with us as soon as possible.
Fei Hu has experts who will protect your business card.
You two lack practical experience and will die.
He said that, and handed out his own business card. Then he took people out of the hunting ground and came.
Xiangjie couldn't help but sigh. I don't know if it's people who will send people to reality. If not, he and Jiang Che really need to find a gecko. But if the master wants to send someone to come with Fei Hu's seduction operation, I'm afraid he can't save his life. I don't want to be with him. Tuanchuan said. Come back to find me.
I muttered in a low voice.
Then we have to be with him even more.
Xiangjie was ashamed. It is not certain if the master has to think about Tuanchuan's little devil when doing things.
Even though that's what it means. But Fei Hu really can't die just like that. His life has the meaning of living. We are getting up with him. Calculate and guarantee.
At this time, I couldn't explain what I had stepped forward.
They have no evil intentions towards us. We need to borrow.
Two heroes formed long and shook their heads.
Get out of the mobile phone store. The two of them got together. At this time, Xiongqian has to deal with his own housework.
Along the way, Xiongxiong taught me how to use my phone.
Will be the first time.
I began to look at the past copy called An Hour-Long Drive.
Just watched it for an hour. But the more I look at my browse, the deeper I frowned. Because the copy seems to be different from what I think. Fei Hu is also different from what he thinks. En route, Uncle Xiong has lowered half a floor. When I was a child, I returned to my eyes again. It's obviously a little bit shining. Okay. We'll get into the phone. I rush. He smiled.
There is a layer of blood in my eyes before Ming Dynasty.
I can do it either. Said. Xiong took out his cell phone and prepared to contact Fei Hu. However, Fei Fei's phone call happened to come over.
You're flashing across from there.
There is some urgency. We meet up quickly. This time the matter is a bit urgent. I was a little panicked when I talked about it. I come over here.
I will explain to you my flying in peaceful land.
This moves away from the city center. Don't see it just now. Duo strange faces are all nicknames.
Xiong said in a low voice.
The two walked towards Nene. Enter the villa housekeeper. The cat came forward to serve us tea. Miss is having a meeting.
The arrival of the hunting ground is ahead of schedule.
All major organizations are thinking about solutions. Please wait patiently. I didn't wait for a while. Fei Hu walked out of the conference room with a gloomy face.
The strange arrival 3 days later. Suddenly it turned into 2 days.
Relevant news has been announced. You can view relevant content online.
Fei Hu explained a few words.
Then he left again. It's rare that I didn't tease me again.
I sat on the sofa and took out my cell phone.
Click on. Fei Hu just opened it and saw it. Pop-up windows that fill the entire screen. The red warning font stimulates the eye. The warning message is all about the discussions of netizens. Will it become 8 days and 7 days? The evil spirits are gradually occupying the human world. This is just a small step to their success. So it hasn't been said by anyone. Hope that humans can actively participate in the copy. Find a way to survive. Then grow. So when the effect is not coming. Reality. Everyone will be the lambs to be slaughtered. A day is not difficult. Even just stopped sleeping. I saw the sun hanging in the sky again. The people in Yangshu are very busy. You have experts going to the villa at all times.
They are basically arranged to protect the flying tiger. So I can't wait for a copy of the episode.
Have you never attended? During meals, I looked at Fei Hu in confusion. So what he planned before? I hope to wait until the B-level copy is within my consideration. Ma Fei Hu hid his own intentions. I envy you with my intention. You can join Fei Hu. The chopsticks in his hand. Poke the vegetables in the bowl. A strange thing like this is coming. Actually, for me. Every time is a test of life and death. How can we become stronger? I asked in confusion. Come out alive from the copy. You can absorb the instinct of the copy. Strengthen your strength. Is there any bonus to experience growth in killing evil spirits? I've never spoken. Xiong Jiama's opening. I really want to have it, too.
But this is not a game to kill monsters and upgrade.
Then why do you still fight with evil spirits? I asked with some confusion. Sometimes I really envy you. For example, all the children today are going to be well. Fei Hu held his chin and looked at me with my mind. I didn't know what I was thinking about. Then you'll just follow me. But this doesn't have much practical experience in a copy of it. Nothing to be a part of the experience. I didn't say anything. Xiong Jia knew.
It must be impossible to stay with Fei Hu.
Miss. You can spoil the genius like this. We will encounter dangers when we are moving nearby. We'll be by your side again.
Although killing monsters cannot become stronger.
But there must be basic practical experience. Xiong Jia began to find an excuse to leave. 2. Then are you moving around nearby? He looked at me seriously. I originally thought that everyone would be in a mess in the hunting ground in advance. But it's only one day. Those who are in this team will form the team. Everything is handled. It seems that humans are not as fragile as I imagined. After dinner, Uncle Xiong took me out.
I set up a tent in the suburbs, waiting for the strange arrival in the early morning.
You asked the master. Will we come this time? Night comes.
Xiong Jia and I sat in front of the tent. He held a wooden stick in his hand,
pointing the work built in front of you.
I shook my head without saying that.
I asked Tuanchuan if he wanted to come to me. But Tuanchuan said, "This is a secret." Time passes by.
The two of them started surfing the internet in their spare time.
Some anchors have started live broadcasting. Live streaming. How will you fight against the evil spirits yourself? There are always masters who will take the initiative to hunt evil spirits. Arrival in the morning.
The moon above the head is getting rounder and bigger. Everyone could see the huge white moon when they looked up. Then I knew that strangeness had arrived.
Did Uncle Xiong arrive? I didn't feel any difference from before.
All the moons that can be seen are within the area of the arrival. Looking at the sky, the fear consciousness in Xiong Jia's eyes passed away. The moon after that oppresses everyone's heart.
It seems to fall from the top of the head at any time. Tuanchuan, I tried to contact. Round and round.
But there was still no response.
It probably won't be here. Tuanchuan never answered my phone number. Sway around. If it's really okay, we'll go back. Xiong Jia wants to make sure that the master has no task instructions. Only then will you return to the human camp. However,
at this time, Tuanchuan was already lurking beside Fei Hu.
Feel the communication in your mind. He played and smiled. He looks naughty. During this period,
with the help of Ding Ling, he has also grown a lot. He was hiding in the dimensional space at this time.
This is his newly evolved ability. Tuanchuan was a little puzzled at that time. In his opinion, aren't humans very weak?
He just remembers his mother said,
"My previous ability to save my life is too weak." After that, the clone was reborn. It's better to hide yourself from the beginning. It's too dangerous outside. That's all.
Only then can he let himself go out with peace of mind.
And at this time, Fei Hu has been strictly protected.
He stared at his head in horror.
The security around the theater was online. There is no accident alarm.
He breathed a sigh of relief.
Looking for a stool. Want to sit down and rest.
But he sat on the ground,
looking at the seats behind me.
A trace of confusion flashed in Fei Hu's eyes. After he lost it for a moment,
pat his head. I must be too nervous. This is how I don't have the ability. Even though it has been protected by countless people, I still feel no security in my heart. He pulled the chair back to the desk. Thinking about what to do later. Thinking about it, I sat down naturally. There was a loud bang. A severe pain. It came from Feihu's but instantly. Suddenly, fear flashed in Feihu's eyes. Hello. Can my sister play with her for a while? At this time, crawling out of the dimension. Silent and cute words. But his face was full of hideousness and playfulness. Flying Tiger's constant remarks. My fingers have touched the alarm device on the desk. He pressed quickly. The alarm sounded instantly throughout the villa. But after a second or two, there was no rescue movement. If the security personnel hadn't noticed it before. But after he illuminated the alarm system, those people have not moved yet. There are only two reasons for this. First, this evil spirit blocked the space around him. Second, all the people around him were dead. No one laughed. Only in this way. When you hear the alarm, there was no movement around. At this moment, Feihu's heart was completely cold. What a powerful evil spirit. Only then did people instantly kill the audience without even realizing it. He thought of Xiong Jia and I saying that we would go out for training. Thinking that the two of them escaped this massacre. A hint of confusion arose in his heart. His luck is really good. If I had known that he would have followed the two of them out to work hard. He looked at the direction of the door. Running towards that side in despair. They should be just not far outside. If he goes out to find them now, maybe we can survive this disaster. Tuanchuan lowered his head. Watching Feihu running around the house in panic. He didn't kill those outside. He holds his mother in his hand. The best friend gave him a leaf. It is said that it can create a small-scale illusion. Humans are really fragile. Tuanchuan watched Feihu's other party's actions in the illusion. He thought he had pressed the warning button. But in reality, it doesn't. But my mother didn't want him to kill outside. Don't he run around, either. Just let him see it. I will return as soon as possible afterwards. He just wanted to teach Feihu a lesson. He didn't want to kill him. From the live broadcast, you can see that Dad can get a lot of information here at Feihu. And resources. He is not a kid who is confused. After the group of trees trapped the flying tiger, he followed my senses and ran towards the wilderness. Xiong Jia and I wandered outside for a long time. If it weren't for the huge moon above my head, they really doubt the weirdness. In fact, it didn't come to see it from afar. I rushed towards the fog. I turned around suddenly. Then I saw Tuanchuan appear suddenly in his arms. Daddy Tuanchuan, miss you very much. His cute little face kept walking on my face. He looked at the girl in my arms. You'll know it right away. Why haven't they seen the evil spirit killing her mother for so long? I hugged Tuanchuan and looked at it. Behind him, Dingling really didn't come. Mom said. There have been quite a big change recently. He's a little busy. Tuanchuan hugged me for a long time before letting go of my hand. He politely greeted Xiong Jia beside him. Uncle Xiong heard that Dingling was a little busy. Didn't come. I just nodded in disappointment. Xiong Jia saw him standing politely beside me. The unreal illusion that my uncle was obedient and called him to his heart. He felt like they were really a family. This is too sci-fi. Let's go. Dad will take you to the city to eat. Yesterday when I was with you, Uncle Xiong, I saw a lot of interesting things. I just want to bring you with me. I held Tuanchuan's hand. I was excited to talk about the many things I saw yesterday. Tuanchuan didn't care whether he could taste it. He quickly agreed. Actually, I heard the arrival yesterday. The world will continue to decrease. I'm still very happy. Xiong Jia is working as a driver. Tuanchuan and I sat behind and heard Feihu say what to do if this continues. The arrival of the world gradually shortens. The two worlds will blend together in the future. What I said is novel. You don't know how happy I was at that time. Xiong Jia doesn't care. Because in his opinion, humans are too weak. It will be a matter of time sooner or later to be occupied by the world. But Dad, I heard from my mother that she has been integrating like this. Not a good thing for us.
Mom, he just wants to stop two worlds.
Integrate with each other. Sitting in the car. Feel fresh about everything around you. Is this the world of humanity? As soon as this is said,
The car body paused for a second instantly.
I asked in confusion. Why did I only come out for a few days?
But judging from the news I have received these days,
all bad things are evil spirits. All actions are evil spirit locks. Have no idea. My mother thought about it too.
But yesterday, the lords of each copy temporarily summoned all lords,
just to discuss this matter. Tuanchuan doesn't treat me as an outsider. Say whatever you know.
Xiong Jia braked suddenly.
I parked the car directly on the side of the road.
You mean the arrival time changes?
It's not what you did.
A bold idea suddenly emerged from his heart.
But I dare not think about it.
Yes, why do we do such a thing? The group spoke with a sincere look on their face.
The human world is not suitable for us to survive. Killing humans does not allow us to grow.
It's just that those fears will help. But this is not the main growth route.
When no humans enter the copy, we also need to grow. Tuchuan is greedy. Then why do you come to your father? Pull humans into it? Go and kill them.
Hold the steering wheel tightly.
Asked a question he wanted to know the most.
He is indeed greedy for life and fear of death.
That's why I've been living forever. If possible, he wouldn't want to use his life to fight for the initial experience of the second-level peak.
If you are not afraid of death,
he would not recognize evil spirits as his main purpose. It's not what we did. Tuanchuan waved his little fist angrily. The level of life of human beings is too low.
There is no point in doing these things.
None of these are right.
Xiong Jia only felt his brain began to break down. All the information is in a confrontation at this time. Starting from the strange arrival. The information he received was that evil spirits invaded the human world and dragged humans into the copy and killed them wantonly.
Enjoy the murder. But humans only have fans who are struggling to survive.
But now an evil spirit told him.
They never did this. What's wrong? I'm a little confused. I'm the same as ordinary people. Very unsatisfied with all this. The happiest thing is when the copy is opened. Finally reunited with my family. These evil spirits like to kill humans as buildings. Now they actually say that they don't want to do this. If the level of life of human beings is lower, what Tuanchuan said is normal. Who would like an ant to appear in their home? A bunch of ants appeared. Isn't it normal to step on it to death? Xiong Jia paused for a second. My words are like a bolt from the blue.
He remembered in his mind that he found that there was a big platform instilled in the world in the live broadcast, and a point that he had instilled in the world was directly overturned at this moment. He felt that human survival has always been in line with the laws of dark forests. When discovering another advanced civilization life, all you have to do is hide yourself. Don't be discovered. But if there are ways to fight the other party, what will it do?
Xiong Jia already has an answer in his mind. Invade humans. If you find that you have the means to defeat the evil spirits, it will invade fiercely. Escape from the dungeon can be upgraded and can also fight against evil spirits. Get loneliness. The other party will take the initiative to let the ants dig holes in their own home. Let the ants keep stealing their own things. In the end, he killed himself with the help of the enemy? Won't. Absolutely not. Xiong Jia took a deep breath. He is now unable to determine who is the final winner of both humans and evil spirits.
He even felt that he could not believe Tuanchuan's one-sided words.
If this is the invasion of evil spirits, plans to destroy humanity.
Xiao Xiong Jia did not start the engine.
He just looked at me.
He took a look at Tuanchuan again.
If this struggle is in, the evil spirit is the disadvantaged side.
He expressed his guess.
Humph. How could I just hit the group of people looking for teeth? Waving his little fist. Show your own danger. Xiong Jia thought he was standing by the evil spirit. That side will survive and become the final winner.
But now he found that it wasn't that he found out that he might have been in a failed camp.
It's not that he looks down on the evil spirit's strength. He clearly knows that humans are very resilient in this oppression. The higher the pressure of the moon is, especially everyone recognizes evil spirits. Destroy your own home.
It was the evil spirit who harmed his roar.
It was the evil spirit that destroyed all this. When you master the power,
it's also the time when evil spirits are extinct.
What if humans have the ability to clear out all evil spirits one day? Xiong Jia is a little confused. I thought that relying on the strong can survive to the best. Then I will create a time when both humans and evil spirits can live in harmony.
I clenched my fists and sweared.
If possible, I want everyone to be well together.
I held Tuanchuan's hand.
Xiong Jia restarted the engine.
The headlights drive towards the city with light and shadow to the full moon in the villa. Looking at the huge moon above your head, it's so quiet. This time it seems that no evil spirits came to offend him.
I don't know if those two people are outside,
but I didn't feel any energy fluctuations outside. This was definitely the most peaceful and strange arrival I have ever had.
To be honest, still want to come. It is also good to practice the two evil spirits. A group of people in the villa were talking and laughing. Only Fei Hu stayed in the room. Compared to being trapped in boundless fear, the city is much noisy. It's constantly coming from all over the place, screaming and roaring goodbye.
The car accident connected to the car window after car window was covered with blood.
I was slightly stunned. He originally wanted to take Tuanchuan to the city to have some snacks,
but he saw such a spiritual bear and paused.
Or I'll take you to the amusement park. There should be no one there. Everyone hid. In advance. Everyone will choose a safe place. There are almost no defensive rides. Xiong Jia glanced at Tuanchuan beside me.
He just felt that Tuanchuan's face was softer than before. Compared to the first time I saw him, she is now more like a simple and clean human child.
What are you three doing on the street? Hurry up and hide. The strong will arrive soon. A cry came from the building next to it. It sounds like I'm talking about three of them. I looked up and looked. It's a middle-aged woman.
She was anxiously lying on the window and shouting. He also looked around from time to time with a warning.
We'll leave right away.
Xiong Jia pulled me into the car. But I saw a black shadow piercing towards the elder sister who was shouting to us.
I was shocked.
The building where the eldest sister is located began to end wildly. The building in front of me suddenly fled into the ground.
I pulled Tuanchuan. Sister Xiong paused and entered the underground at the same time. Just a moment of effort.
Everyone came to a dark underground world.
Sister D, who has no skills. The scream of the ant just now was actually in my ears. Obviously.
She hadn't come back to her senses from the horror. A ball of dark blue flame appeared around everyone's heads with a snap of his fingers.
I whirlwind 2 times. Under the dark blue fire. His face was a little pale. This is my temporary use of skills.
Let the entire building escape to the ground together.
It also consumes a lot of money for me. The fire is not obvious. Only illuminate this small space.
My sister only felt that the light of the ground door in front of her was lit up. She had followed her to the interior of the building. The elder sister who had just called them to escape was hiding in the corner.
The body trembled constantly.
The sudden darkness made him panic.
Miss Xiong Jia doesn't have to be afraid of saying hello. Already safe. I'm a little dizzy. Only then did I find that there is a limit on the use of skills. Ant. It's okay. Run over and hold his hand. Good boy. Are you in trouble? The ant saw a little girl coming to join her. He quickly looked at the condition of the girl in front of him. I'm fine. Everyone is safe. Tuanchuan smiled. Run to me quickly. Then the ant looked at the alien who had just called them to hide from. Now I am staying in this dark room with myself. A faint blue flame above the head. It looks a bit sinister. Fortunately, in addition to lighting, there is no danger at all. You were not downstairs just now. He fell into a trance. Then I remembered. A moment before danger comes. The boy holding the girl stretched out a hand to the boss where he was. Dad saved you. Looking at the people in the room. Except for that ant. There is also a young man of the same size as me. Your father and aunt suddenly realized. He knew that there were many humans entering the street in this world who had combat effectiveness. But this is too far away for ordinary people like them. Many times their family finds ways to avoid their parents. Avoid strange invasion of reality.
They have tried their best to avoid the crisis in the world.
Still can't completely avoid it. Dad Xia is such a great person. He is both strong and kind.
As he said that, he thanked Xiong Jia fiercely.
No, 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 no. You misunderstood.
Xiong Jia waved his hand quickly. This guy made the mistake.
It doesn't matter who saves him. But if you admit it wrong. The state of the little devil.
This is what is called this is my father holding my hand and almost showing off his mouth.
I saw that and glanced at her. I glanced at my son again. Thank you. You are so young and promising. He looked at me. Not like me.
There is no girlfriend like this.
This is my son. Zhou Wangmo will introduce it. Don't tell me that I don't have a girlfriend. King Zhou sighed helplessly. But thank you. Thank you for saving my mom and me.
King Zhou bowed to thank him.
Let's stay here. After the strange thing leaves, let's go out again. Zhou Wangmo looked around. He didn't know where it was now.
But it's very quiet.
No one crying and roaring.
There was no strange sound of destruction.
If you can.
He hopes that he will never stop here.
He never doubted whether he could go out. Are we in the cave now?
The original air from the king of Zhou's house towards the window had turned into hard soil.
See the other windows. No hard life. He secretly glanced at me beside him. He dared not think about it. How strong is this person? It can actually sink the entire building into the ground.
He stretched out his hand to scratch the earth and stone wall outside the window. The fingernail holes are just a thin layer of soil in the cracks of the nails. The touch of fingertips tells him.
The walls outside are very hard. Here is the little brother's place below. Can you teach me?
King Zhou looked at me.
He could see that.
I stood with the middle-aged man.
I am the one who dominates. I'm a little confused about what that teaches. Don't know what he is talking about. He had no doubts. Destroy some energy soil. Teach me how to communicate from the copy. How do I live from the copy?
A trace of firmness flashed in the king of next week's eyes.
Because my mother always calls him. We are life. You matter.
But when the black shadow rushed over. But he hated himself for a moment of contact.
No one can fear the first reaction of the arrival.
He wanted to rush to his mother.
Pull him down. Then stand in front of him. But under fear. The hands and feet are bound. Usually I can only watch the scene with my eyes open. Can't move, brother.
You should know that this is not possible.
Xiong Jia immediately rejected the skills. This thing can only last for a copy. As for entering the street, you need to pass it from the copy first. Humans want to grow. You have to enter the copy.
Then you teach me how to survive from the copy.
King Zhou's eyes became more and more firm. We have no experience in this matter. Xiong Jia put her head white. We have passed the level. It didn't take long. Zhou, my letters have not gone up yet.
Your king has heard him.
Suddenly he became lost.
Didn't the king of Zhou say that?
Don't go to the copy. You've gone to the copy. What should I do? King Zhou also went to the dungeon. There are too many dangers and shortness. If you die, Mom really doesn't know what to do. Mom, I just want to protect you.
You see, after the strange arrival has become 9 days.
After the complete integration with reality. What should we do? I listened to him. It's a little messy.
You also think the time will be shorter and shorter. It has become shorter and will not become longer.
Everyone knows it. This is an irreversible process. Even before the demise. Just look at who can live for a while. You take me with you. As long as the quantity can be obtained. I'm going to do something that I'm willing to stare at me tightly. He has seen very advanced humans.
I've never seen anyone who was as strong as me drag the whole building into hell.
It even took only a moment of effort. Dad. He is sincerely. Be able to feel human emotions. You can also judge the true or false from these emotions. I was also a little moved. On the king of Zhou.
I, Panfo, found my own shadow. Because the king of Zhou wanted to protect his family's heart was the same as himself.
I don't know how to pass the level either. I shook my head with other copies. But if you go to the dungeon next time, you can bring you with you. I will try my best to protect you from safety. Xiong Jie stood beside me and paused. No one noticed the other words I said. Only he noticed it. It means I have no way to survive in other copies. Staring at Xiong Jie. I just think Uncle Xiong's emotional performance is very strange at this time. He seemed to be thinking all the time. In the process of thinking, there was also a hint of fear. Thank you. Just let me follow you. If you encounter irresistible danger. If it seems to have been completely eliminated, I won't blame you. King Zhou looked at me gratefully. My brother's room is not very space. The air is also rising and falling little by little. Fortunately, there are not many people in the room. The oxygen consumption at this point is completely sufficient. I disappeared for a while and went to the ground to see the situation. After seeing the safety of the ground, the building rose flat again and the King of Bears saw the building rise from the ground with his own eyes. Once again, I firmly determined that I wanted to follow me. I feel like I'm secretly controlling Jojo's eyes. But he did not take the initiative to come forward and connect. After seeing the light again, Zhou Wangma collapsed to the ground. Crying bitterly. Used the skill twice in a row. I feel a little overdrawn. The building you controlled just now disappeared. A voice sounded above my head. I looked up and signaled to you in a black tight uniform. Snort. I waved my hand weakly. Don't want to talk. This is too difficult. I want to invite you to be a member of my squad. I don't know if you want to come. Not polite. Tell me directly what I think. Tuanchuan was watching the scene below upstairs. Zhou Wang's mother is checking his body. He said everything. It's okay for me. But Zhou Wang's mother was still unfortunate. I'm afraid that the little girl's body will suffer any hidden injuries. Where is your mother? Seeing Tuanchuan keep staring at the bottom, Zhou Wang's mother also looked from his perspective. Mom is busy. No one came to look down absent-mindedly. He felt that the Zhou Wang Ma had no evil. That's why she let her mercy on her body. This time I went out. They made a lot of preparations. At least whether it is body temperature or weight. Or it looks like. He was like an ordinary human child. When I saw me being called by a beautiful woman, Zhou Wang's mother smiled quickly. Your dear aunt will check your health. Your dad is amazing. It is normal for someone to like it. He pulled Tuanchuan. Didn't let him go. Just pretend you didn't see anything. Don't destroy your parents' relationship. Zhou Wang's mother sighed. Living in this world. He knows better than anyone else. A capable man. There will not be only one woman around. If you don't know, it's okay. If the woman knew that this would not be a big deal. I'm not my dad. Not that kind of person. Ruochuan resisted the urge to go down. But his eyes were looking down. At this moment, I looked at the woman in black in front of me. Excuse me. I already have a team after coming out of the dungeon. People around me have been saying that they are a very capable person. Even Fei Hu said that something happened to him was coming strangely. Start saving him one. Now he has a cooperation with Fei Hu. Uncle Ruo followed him. If you enter the copy. Flying Tiger. Maybe you have the ability to protect yourself. And I still need to be responsible for Uncle Xiong's safety. You have a team. After listening to my words, the woman in black couldn't help but frown. In this way, I can introduce you to the situation of my team. You can see if our team is more suitable for him. Looking at my ability just now, he could see clearly. I'm in the team. They might really have a chance to get a copy collection. You can run a dungeon when you can't beat it. Where is the exit? You just need to hide underground and run out. Then you can talk about it. I saw him blocking his way. He asked helplessly. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zaya Huzi. It's the captain of the team. The 4th level is out of the level, currently mastering 2 skills. Feel sorry. What is it specifically? Can't say it. If you come, I can give you the position of deputy captain. The information of all our members can also be shared with you, the deputy captain. I looked at the other party's level with doubts. Why do you go there to be the deputy captain? Yes. This is just a name. As long as your proposal is reasonable. I can also follow your orders. Our team is still very wise. Certainly. If there is a difference in opinion, you will choose to obey the commands of the captain or deputy captain. Xiahou only thought the other party didn't want to obey him. People will refuse. That's not what it means. I waved my hand quickly. I already have a team and it seems that Uncle Xiong is right. No matter what the other person thinks, boys should learn to protect themselves outside. Just as I speak, Xiong Jia also came to me. He saw Xiong Jia, the girl beside me, raise her eyebrows slightly. He just didn't see me for a few minutes. So there were such beautiful women gathered. He approached the past. I heard them talking about what team they were forming. A series of words. I told the other party firmly. If you have a team, you can consider it. Our team is really suitable for all kinds of technical matching and matching. I also hope the team can get better and better. Xiahou only said it seriously. From his contact with strangeness to the present. Why do you have the most teams of experts? The teammates around me are my old friends. After all, everyone's growth limit is different. At the beginning, they can still hold on to each other. Later, the realm became bigger and bigger. The difference afterwards becomes more and more obvious. It will be a matter of time before choosing a new teammate. But a teammate just now had many disadvantages. For example, trust. For example, cooperation. He will change it later. It's better to find a suitable teammate from the beginning to the end to the lady who can grow up. You've never seen his teammates. How do you know that it is not suitable? Xiong Jia appeared with his belly straightened. I walked by my side. That aunt had something to do with her friends just now. I was a little surprised to see each uncle interrupting just now. But he has never seen his teammates. In this way, the words belong to. Some shouldn't be. You are his teammate. Hearing the words. Jan Xiong. It's right to hold your head up. The second level peak is my strength. Xiong Jia could already think that this teammate saw that he was the surprise demon of my teammate. You are considering joining us. The least of our team members are the peaks of the three realms. Turning to look at me. Completely ignore Xiong Jia's existence. Xiong Jia doesn't talk to you. Fine. A chat. His confidence increased directly. Group a group with middle-aged and elderly people to enter the copy. This is not a good idea. Xiong Jia was not bothered that he felt the benefits of having strength for the first time. Feel the benefits of high initial experience values. He was Xiaohou's edict who looked carefully at his eyes. If nothing unexpected happens, you've already entered the copy no less than 10 times. Only in this way, their team can only have a minimum of 3 sessions. That's right. This also proves that our team is rich in experience. Because until now, our team is full. There is no phenomenon of postpartum reduction. Xiahou spoke proudly. This is also the most worth mentioning point he is. The other teams are constantly replenishing. Teammates and teammates are also losing wildly in the dungeon. Only their team joined more than 10 times. Copy. He is still full of staff. Then guess how many times we have entered the copy. Guess what level he is now. Xiong Jia pointed to the 4th level peak division and 5th level me beside me. After he hesitating for a few seconds. Or estimate. I looked at Xiong Jia and saw him looking very excited. No interruption either. Because I also want to see how Xiong Jia better rejects others. These are all things I need to learn from when I go out of society. Ho tell you the truth. He is at the peak of the 5th level. Hearing the words. Xiahou suddenly felt confused. He finally knew why the other party was unwilling to join his team. The strength to become the 5th level vice captain. Only the other party knows the blood bathed in it. Then do you know how many times did he and I enter the copy? Xiong Jia only felt that his whole body was clear and clear. He used to be an ordinary person. Always looked down upon by these humans who have entered the ranks. Now it was finally his turn to speak with a powerful voice. Xiong Jia stretched out a finger. We entered once. After another. My 2nd level peak. He is at the peak of the tiger rank. As soon as this is said, Xiahou then looked at him with a direct eye. Middle-aged man. He also deeply realized this second-level peak. This is actually better than those of him and others. He always felt that he was a genius. He has become such strength at a young age. But now, even a middle-aged man is not as good as being distraught when he sees him. Xiong hurriedly pulled me away. He stopped talking now. I'm a little confused. I've said so much before. He always looks like he's going to die. This is called pretending.
Xiong became so proud that he couldn't get wide when he walked.
I am giving you my own identity when you are out there. Appropriate pretentiousness can reject many things. Xiong is in a good mood.
He didn't expect that he could taste the genius even if he was nearly 40 years old.
And I didn't tell any lies.
He waved his hand.
Grade.
There are also copies.
He did not commit fraud. Their next few times they reached the second-level peak.
I stared at him. I just feel that there is more disdain in his eyes. At least I think Xiaoho pointed out that they are really strong.
I've made up a lot of knowledge these days.
I also saw many soldiers who wanted to ask for a child. It is very difficult to protect your companions. I even went to watch my copy live broadcast.
We'll use Xiaoya and the others' perspective.
After listening to their words, only then do I realize that they have been using themselves all the time.
So I think Xiaohuzi and others are very powerful. Can protect all teammates.
If I met Ding Ning before I met him,
will definitely enter their squad. Be their will. How long will it take for the second-order biological level?
I looked at Sister Xiong and didn't know how to read the copy level. Ordinary higher-level dungeons may take more than 10 times. Xiong Jia was seriously calculating this matter.
He really just passed. Fei Hu told him about the initial difficulties. The faster the upgrade will be. There are also more bonuses for each copy settlement.
So he guessed that after he made more than a dozen copies, I will also reach the level of my pass-through dungeon. He was not worried at all.
Replicas below SSS level? He didn't take it seriously at all. It depends on the owner to beat a dog. You killed me. Don't give my master face?
What's more, he thinks that it's very useful for keeping his master alive.
I won't let myself wake up and ask easily. That's how. I thought something.
Then you do it 10 more times.
Can get to where I am now. I will definitely be higher by then.
Xiong Jia looked at me in horror.
Just now I taught him to show off. Did you learn so quickly? I ignored it.
Xiong Jia just feels that Uncle Xiong is in a good state.
For others, including Fei Hu, I can always feel Uncle Xiong's intimacy.
At this time, Tuanchuan was talking and laughing with Zhou Wang's mother.
See me back. Zhou Wangma took the lead in saying hello. Benefactor. You are back. Tuanchuan jumped out of his arms. Crawled into my arms. Dad misses you.
He rubbed my shoulder hard. But my eyes passed by me and looked at the benefactor Xiaohuzi who was leaving behind.
I have a heartless request. While the two were talking, Zhou Ong, Mom took the king of Zhou up. I haven't had time to ask.
I saw Zhou Ong kneeling on the ground with a plop.
Please take me. I want to be stronger, too. I also want to have the strength to protect my mom. When the black shadow came just now, he is really afraid that I won't drag you down. If you are in danger, just give up me. King Zhou lowered his head.
His mother lowered her head and smiled bitterly from the side. He always wanted his own children.
Don't design dangers.
But what just happened told him.
Some things are simply unavoidable. You are all ordinary people. I didn't pass the level. Only one or more copies can keep up with us. Xiong Jia frowned and spoke first. Do you know what the concept of an S-level copy is? Xiong Jia pointed outside. A small team just wanted to pull me into their team.
But when the captain heard something happened to him.
It's the peak of the 5th level. I heard something happen to me. The 2nd level peak was frightened directly. But the captain is born and die.
More than 10 times, I have the strength of the 4th level.
I dare not say that we were joining. How do you feel that you can join our team?
Sister Xiong's eyes were very high. He also felt that his mentality had changed.
But he thinks this is a normal strong man. You shouldn't be with the weak and will only be dragged down after you're involved in it. He can accept flying tigers into their organization. It's also because Feihu is really strong. Even if it's just an ordinary person.
But they have confidence.
It also has the ability to pass at least one level of copy.
Sorry. Zhou Wang's mother pulled her son over and listened to Xiong Jie's words. He also felt that they were a little presumptuous. He just simply thought about asking his son to learn instincts with them. I didn't expect that my son would ask them to be a waste of money. I looked at Sister Xiong. This is what Uncle Xiong wants to teach himself how to behave. He himself doesn't like this method. And when it was in danger, Auntie was risking her life upstairs to remind them. Although the evil spirit cannot pose a life threat to me. But people don't know how to remind Dad. Why are you hungry? Tuanchuan was the first to feel my unhappiness. I just think Uncle Xiong has some methods. I don't like these very much. Do I have to learn it? He has more than a lot of me. He frowned and his eyes curled up in an instant. Just now he also read another emotion in Xiong Jia. It's called arrogance. But turn to look at my own affairs. But respectful. He looked at these two faces. Just a little annoying. But it doesn't matter. Now I don't like it. I suddenly smiled happily. Then he told me in consciousness. Dad doesn't have to learn from him. According to your own ideas. I like Dad. Being yourself doesn't want your father to be someone else. Then, King Zhou will follow me from now on. I nodded. If you enter the copy, I will do my best to protect him. Are you crazy? Do you know your situation? Xiong Jia heard that I promised to be my own eyes. Maybe I'll be by my side all the time. After that, others see him and the evil spirits living in harmony. King Zhou lowered his head. A warm current rose in my heart. I don't know what my strength will be like. No matter what happens later, I will stand firmly on your side. I know that humans will have many camps of plays in the future. What he can guarantee is that if there is no future other factions, I'm a little wrinkled. Other people. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile. I read novels before. Watch TV. I always see what kind of grace I know. What kind of idea of supporting. He always felt that these kindnesses were a bit unremarkable in today's society. But no matter how much his subordinates sacrificed their lives for justice for their superiors, he felt that this would never happen in modern times. That is, it's yourself. But seeing that I didn't listen to Xiong Jia, decided to bring him with me. After that, he had the first doubt of filial piety and loyalty. Because this kind of thought is cut off. Smile. It's a bit too false to say anything. Dad. He really wanted to follow Tuanchuan to see the king of Zhou a little confused. Because he actually felt that Zhou's heart was happier than Xiong Jia. Thinking of this, he frowned. Perhaps it is not a bad thing to have one more person around my father. In his opinion, this Uncle Xiong. Too much thought. And sometimes my father doesn't agree with his behavior. Perhaps one more person around is the best way to do it. Thinking of this, he hurriedly contacted his mother and the people around his father. They all need to take a serious control. Not to mention controlling dating or something. They never stop. Let him say there is no need for a hood. Ning is in the meeting. Hearing Tuanchuan's words, just thought deeply and agreed. Xiong Jia is because his mind is too complicated. He will control it. Let me grow. He believes that. Whether I'm making friends normally, still separated from friends. This is an experience that must be passed through in life. He hoped that I would become the golden wire bear I kept in the cage. He hopes that I can make friends of myself. For example, this Zhou King. And the future situation is not optimistic. Our Lord, don't know what you are thinking? Ning is the first SSS to let humans go. A stepfather's voice interrupted Ding Ning's thoughts. He looked up at the round table and the ones who were talking to this meeting were all the major lords. So isn't it normal to make mistakes in one's mind? The mistake lets the humans go. You said this was a mistake. Ding Ning was not polite either. So you want to hold me accountable? I accidentally let myself go. And you have not lost your origin. Ding Ning leaned on his chair. Squint your eyes leisurely. Hold your chin with one hand. And as far as I know,
Some SSS and parent books have long been cracked. He smiled and looked at the other lords.
The huge round table surrounds 10 shadows. The black shadows envelop the major lords.
I could only vaguely look at the black outline. Humans have always been guessing. How many SSS level replicas are there in total? Can you sit at the same level as Ding Ning now?
Ding Ning looked at the two mud-like shadows. As far as I know, the two subcopies that were opened in the human live broadcast have been broken. As soon as this is said, the other 7 pairs of eyes stared directly at the two lords.
Copy No. 9 has been in live broadcast all the time. Humans escape a little. Hide your nonsense.
As soon as Ding Ning finished speaking, a low and hoarse voice rang out in the mud. The sound of heavy soil resounds throughout the whole world.
If you have this information, I just listened to it. And according to the information I learned, there are copies that continue to allow humans to escape from it. Continuously transport talents for human beings.
Ding Ning revealed his investigation information during this period. His eyes were slowly looking at the SSS level lords on the field.
Although everyone has hidden it.
But the information he received was actually 8 of the 10 lords who had been broken. Some of them were when the first live broadcast was not started yet. Some of them were deliberately concealed after the live broadcast was started. Just now, he just pointed out 2 props that covered the live broadcast camera.
Not a scarce thing. The lords in each copy have subordinates who can do similar tasks.
In the information he investigated,
one of the lords of the dungeons. For 5 years, we have been continuously cultivating human beings.
Whether before or after the live broadcast is started. As soon as Ding Ning finished speaking, all the lords focused their eyes on the other lord. It is also the Lord's secret heart who was rated as the number 10 copy by humans.
Isn't this talking about you?
A lord looked at the position of the lord of the number 10th copy. Seeing the crowd staring at me,
Dark Star. Just twisted my body. I found a comfortable position on the chair. That's right. It's me. But I pretended very well. Those humans thought I was just an SS level copy. We didn't lose the title of our SSS level copy. What's more, you haven't contacted humans. I don't know what a clever creature it is. The Dark Star creeped in 2 humans. But very resilient. Give them a little chance but work hard to climb up. I like this kind of pet.
He stretched out a tentacle and dripped in the air. The spiritual spirit on the desktop is in the shape of a human villain.
This is not why I didn't know why.
A passage has emerged between us and humanity.
Then humans began to invade our territory.
He even called him the Father's body.
Human beings are eroding our power bit by bit. Fill out away with human lives. Now you actually say that it is all cultivated by you. He would rather listen to the angry scolding beside him.
Unconsciously chuckled. The ones who were talking around were those 2 copies of humans who had never escaped.
One of the lords is Rabbit Man.
He stared at the Dark Star Ding Ning with his naked eyes, looking at them with great interest.
I don't even have to say a word. The firepower was focused on others.
He only raises countless categories. He only let the 2 of them go away, which seemed too insignificant.
You also open the channel between that category and us.
The Rabbit Man stares at the body that people want. This is not the case.
But I was indeed the first to discover the channel. Humans are also the first copy to appear in my. Dark Star laughs casually, not taking it seriously at all. He didn't seem to continue hiding it from everyone. Tell me about the previous events one by one.
A group of people were killed at that time.
But one left. Just want to see it. What would happen if he was released?
I played with him for 2 days.
I found that it could be given to mankind. I got one at a moment's notice. But I have no unprepared method.
A mark was left on him.
He can take his life away.
Dark Star didn't care about the eyes of others at all.
Keep lying on your own.
Later, based on the calculations left on this human being, after he released the dungeon, he actually improved his strength. Later, humans named this level the 5th level.
Peak.
Now he uses the skills I gave him.
I can go in and out of each copy. The 15th level of human beings is mine.
He talked out with 2 tentacles. There is no need to be frightened at all.
Humans are a kind of well-controlled creature.
I can even regain his strength at any time.
When my strength returns to me, I will definitely break through the current levels. You will all regard me as yourselves. I do not hide my thoughts at all. Their 10 SS level lords have been competing with each other. But at their level, it is very difficult to grow up. So they have always managed their respective areas. No one interferes with anyone. Have you ever thought about it? It's not that your territory is disguised as an SS level dungeon. But after being absorbed by humans, it is now an SS level copy.
The rabbit man sneered. He was still thinking about it before. Why is the strength of Darkstar gradually declining? But with the principle of not disturbing each other, he did not investigate too much information about other lords.
No hurry. Everything is in my plan. There are many humans. My seeds will mature one day. After I recycled it, I will surpass all of you.
All the dark stars no longer have the corresponding strength.
I suggest from now on, he doesn't need to attend the meeting. After saying that, sigh lightly. I wonder if you didn't understand. If I take back all the seeds, my strength is much stronger than yours. The reason why I don't accept it, it's just that the time is not ripe enough.
Darkstar groaned and didn't care about it all his life. You also did the integration of the human world with our world.
That's right. This is the plan that I and the seeds jointly implemented. Darkstar smiled. This is a good thing for you. Now you all use their own strength to invade human territory. After the two worlds merge, your territory will be larger and I will be stronger.
Ding Ning frowned and heard the more he heard it, the more he was getting worse. When he heard him say that the number one master of humanity was also cultivated by him.
After that, Ding Ning's frown was not put down. I don't care. Have you cultivated any seeds? Can you regain your strength? As far as I know, the strength of human level 15 is equivalent to that of an SS level lord. Your current strength. Because it is divided into humans but not SS level. How do you make sure your seeds are still under your control? Darkstar snorted for a lifetime. My seeds cannot be separated from my palm.
Ding Ding just felt that she couldn't understand the world. In terms of cause, the Anthropocene world and our world are more harmful to them.
Use human techniques to change knowledge.
It is the destruction of human habitat. He can't tell whether it was Darkstar's plan now. It is still the 15th level of human relief. Anyone who grows to this level, whether it is human or evil spirits, all of them are willing to control a person. Then you must be crushed by level and will inevitably be backfired. You don't need to worry about this.
I'm experimenting often. Only a small punishment is needed at a time.
It can make him feel painfully eager to live and die.
Darkstar rang out in a show-off accent. But you heard that a human was let go. I don't know if I let it go on purpose. Still accidentally let it go. If you accidentally let it go, then this person will be a strong enemy when he grows up. I know how terrifying the speed of human growth from SSS level dungeons is. I'm controlling you here. If you also deliberately go, just pretend I didn't want any control experience. I can share it with you too. Darkstar smiled. His tentacles stretched out. Mysteries of all sizes are condensed on the desktop. Turned into one small clay man after another.
These clay men are walking around freely.
It seems that it's only a moment to carry out your own activities.
There were 1,000 more villains on the desktop.
Different villains?
It also has the pressure of different levels.
I can show you my ability to recycle my strength. Maybe humans have the stars to release.
But they had no way to stop me from taking their lives.
Still have strength. He laughed. Said. He picked up 100 of them. A medium clay man. The huge tentacles rolled it up. Throw it towards the black saw. In a moment.
Everyone felt that the aura of the dark star was instantly improved by a huge amount.
This is to demonstrate to everyone.
It was considered that some immature fruits were harvested in advance.
It's dark human.
Greedy hands just recycled 100 clay men. Different strengths have been improved from SS level to SS level.
As he said, if all are taken back, then his strength will inevitably break through the SS level limitations. Become an existence beyond SSS level. The Nine Lords' eyes roared. Someone is going to take action immediately. Everyone doesn't want a lord to break it. The current balance of strength? I advise everyone not to do it. If so, I can only recover my strength in advance. The Dark Star didn't move.
He looked at the other 9 lords present slowly.
It would be fine if you don't want to make progress. I'm planning for everyone. Want to occupy territory for you. I want you to improve your efforts. You guys actually took action against me for the meeting. I won't attend again. You don't need to call me again. Whether you want to stop me, still want to join me, I welcome you all to rest. Laughing wildly, the body exploded into countless mud dots in an instant. Disappear on the throne. He only came here with a clone. Lost.
It won't have much impact either. No matter how the Dark Star operates.
I rejected him. After the rabbit man stood up from the chair.
I will investigate which lords you have collusion with humans.
I do not allow humans to infect our territory. A bunch of ants. I also want to be on par with us. You let that human go. If there is no control, don't blame me for attacking. Kill the rabbit man.
As he said that, he looked straight at Ding Ning, cultivating a novice.
He can still accept it. After all, it's like a toy.
What he couldn't accept was like a Dark Star.
Already raised so many. It is invading everyone's interests. This is different from Dark Star.
Ding Ning snorted coldly.
I advise you not to attack my people. Otherwise, don't blame me for being polite. But he really wants to give a smile.
If you encounter the so-called #1 master of humanity,
must be far away.
A rabbit man left angrily. The other lords looked at each other. Most of the lords here are more or less involved with humans.
It's just not as profound as the entanglement of the Dark Star. He. Lost laughter in the black shadows.
The Dark Star came in waves.
There are also rabbits who leave him.
Then he started to speak.
As far as I know, humans have been calculating. Why did it go back on the contrary?
Dark Star Ding Ning was stunned.
He knew the information he could find. Others can find it out. It's just that the rabbit man doesn't care about other territories. I just don't bother to check it out.
Dark Star should have its own control.
Otherwise, a girl wouldn't have been so arrogant. Ha ha. If you can't control it. That's really fun. Another voice jokingly spoke. Are you not afraid?
Afraid of jokes? His Dark Star has his own means.
I have no way of doing it.
If it is not a Dark Star,
that idiot has cultivated too many kinds of.
It wouldn't be in such a situation.
No level 15 human can handle it.
Ding Ning remained silent. Only then did he realize the Dark Star's plan. All the lords have made some calculations in it.
Many even look at the every move of my heart. I don't know what they have to do to see you all in it.
The seeds of Dark Star should have been passive. When he regained his strength,
it's also the time for you to grow up. Ding Dang looked at one of them.
His body is best for growing plants, which is when they are rejuvenated.
Others can do it one by one.
I can only say that each has its own plans. The lord he stared at also looked at.
We have always had. Don't you have one? It's hard to control people by using the beauty trick. Men are the kindest.
While speaking, Ding Ling also expressed his relationship with me. There is also the fact that Ding calls him his husband.
You don't have to worry about it. Are we full of machines in the meeting? Are we calculating or innocent? At this time,
in the Center for Human Strange Research,
100 people suddenly died.
It has attracted the attention of the senior management.
Team Ling secretly began to regain his seeds. Should we launch a plan?
One person looked anxiously at the person in front of him.
100 people died suddenly.
He called him the Ling team.
It is the highest level of human beings at present. Don't hurry the cold wind. Keep your troops still. He's just a test.
A sharp light flashed in the cold wind's eyes.
It seems to be immature. Etc.
100 corpses were carried to their own people. The incandescent lamp shines on it.
The refraction of the glossy surface is very eye-catching. Feel your body in the air. Cold wind. Take a deep breath. I've been enduring it for so long. He said and turned around.
I can't tell whether it's firmness or sadness on my face. The 100 brothers were frozen in the morgue.
Wait until the day when we conquer the evil spirits.
I want to download them in the name of heroes.
Let the whole world know their name Feng. Repressing one's own life?
It also seems to suppress the anger. These people are the dark stars he has transported into the dungeon bit by bit over the years.
The seeds planted. It was all transported by him. Human beings can no longer separate the two worlds. We humans can also awaken skills independently. That was the beginning of our foundation. Lung Feng said. Touch your neck.
Under the cover of the windbreaker's high collar. It is a triangular mark like a venomous snake.
Over the years,
whether it is him or his men,
never showed your neck to outsiders.
He really wanted to open his collar one day to get some breath and merge with the evil spirit world. It was him and Darkheart who worked together to make a plan for Dark Star. He also has his own plan.
It only takes 3 days for humans to enter the copy.
At first he thought it was just a rule.
But when he becomes stronger,
he began to feel the unimaginable energy contained in the dungeon. If humans are also nourished by this energy for a long time,
maybe you can awaken yourself. Grow your own skills. No need to hunt evil spirits anymore. You don't have to become a lackey of evil spirits. Certainly. This is just a guess from him. But no matter what, he must try it. Rather than being passive, it's better to take the initiative. As for what others think,
I want to wait for the destruction of the world safely.
Or do you want to fight back? He didn't think about these things. He is just doing what he thinks is right.
So he fooled Dark Star. Let him open up the barrier between humans and the evil spirit world.
Tell him that the human world can be transformed by evil spirits. Thus it becomes a subordinate territory in the evil spirit world.
And Dark Star also wants to ride on the other lords.
So he believed it. Certainly.
Cold Wind is not sure whether the Dark Star knows that humans are nourished by energy for a long time.
Can you grow up yourself? The game between Cold Wind's eyes and dust has so far.
He didn't know whether he was a chess piece or a chess player. I took King Zhou and his mother to Feihu's villa. The King of Zhou will follow him afterwards. Then his mother has to arrange it himself. This is also one of the benefits of the Flying Tiger organization.
Thank you, King Zhou, for following me.
He had been thinking about how to get his mother to avoid the arrival of the copy until now he realized that
the copy can actually be avoided.
In addition, there are also some Feihu organization that are specially designed for the members of the organization to not complain.
So why is this information not disclosed? It can obviously make all ordinary people live. What else can I do? If you don't force it, who will go to the copy to grow? Go and die? Xiong Jia explained impatiently. Since King Zhou followed Jiang Che,
especially, there was no stopping Tuanchuan.
His mind theory did not show any sense of crisis. Listening to Xiong Jia's explanation, Tuanchuan couldn't help but frown.
He felt a strong sense of malice from the explanation.
Then I will grow hard. On one day in the future, I want to kill all the evil spirits, King Zhou said.
Anger flashed in his eyes. It seems that he feels unwilling to be in the human situation.
Then at this moment,
Tuanchuan felt a flash of excitement from Xiong Jia's emotions again. It seemed that he was just waiting for King Zhou to say this.
Generally, I don't want to kill all the evil spirits. If they didn't mess with me, I won't do it, said. I frowned. Feel the dissatisfaction in my heart.
The king of the group immediately understood.
Xiong Jia. This is deliberately guiding the king of Zhou to arouse the king of Zhou's resentment and increase evil towards the evil spirits. If you think this is the case, then please leave now. There will be a copy of the resignation message afterwards. I will notify you. After saying that, I don't look back. Walk towards the villa location. King Zhou stood there for 2 seconds, but immediately followed my feet quickly. Then I still want to follow you. You won't kill you in the future. Then I won't kill Tuanchuan.
Lean on my shoulders and stare at King Zhou's eyes.
A little curious. Why are you comparing with your father?
This king of Zhou has no reason at all.
Because I believe your father must have his reason for doing this. But no matter how he chooses.
What I have no condition is that he said he brought me with him.
He is the one I want to follow. Looking at King Zhou,
he felt a strong sense of sincerity. It was really because of my father that he made such a decision.
Thinking of this, sweet smile. These days he has been trying every means to understand human affairs. He has been trying to understand what human emotions are.
He only knows that it's very comfortable to stay with his father.
I don't want to leave for a moment.
What attracts him the most is the most sincere thing in humans called emotions.
But this emotion is very complicated. Love, friendship, family affection. But no matter which one,
he found no detailed explanation.
He looked at King Zhou. Is he making his father a friend instantly? So no matter what dad does, he supports it. But I'm actually quite curious. Do you really don't know us? Or are they acting intentionally approaching? Xiongjia instantly changed his mind when he heard King Zhou. I suddenly became a little anxious. In the live broadcast not long ago,
Xiaoqie and I are also considered small stars.
Do you really don't know each other?
Xiahou refers to those who have strength. It's normal not to watch the live broadcast.
But you are an ordinary person. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to say that you don't watch the live broadcast?
Xiongjia said this to the king of Zhou.
Actually, it's also reminding Tuanchuan. To be honest with you.
Actually, my mother and I haven't watched the live broadcast for a long time.
We think instead of spending time studying, it's better to live your own every day.
As he said that King Zhou was greedy for his father.
He is telling the truth. Tuanchuan called me quietly.
But I don't care about myself at all.
Never thinks that I am a star.
I just saw the king of Zhou trying hard to protect his mother.
Just like seeing yourself.
Now that I know that my father is staying to destroy the evil spirits.
This is the only thing I care about most now. How can you protect your family? In this regard,
the king of Zhou is indeed the same as himself.
Soon,
I took the Queen Zhou and my son back to the guards at the door of the villa.
Come forward and say hello warmly.
He didn't care at all.
We brought 3 more people.
These humans who have not met upstairs.
It is normal to do something brave to do. Is Fei Hu sleeping? I want to bring my friends to meet you. At this time,
the lady must have not slept. As he said that, the guard made way for the passage.
Let the group in. I didn't even plan to inform me.
Because Fei Hu had explained to them before. If Jiang Che wants to find him,
just let him come directly. Fei Hu's room is easy to find. There is a small elevator in the villa.
Just go straight to the 3rd floor. I'll tell him later.
You will be with us in the future. By the way, I will ask you how to get a better way to pass the copy and grow it. He should have better tutorials and experience there. Said.
I knocked on Fei Hu's door. But there was no sound inside, and I was a little confused.
At this time, Tuanchuan was suddenly stunned. I suddenly remembered something bad. It seems that I forgot to take back the illusion. Tuanchuan took advantage of the inability to pay attention to the illusory spirits entering the room. Looking at the flying tiger in the corner.
At this time, my eyes were empty.
He quietly took back his illusion.
He just wanted to teach this daughter a lesson.
Nothing will happen, right? After quickly retrieving the illusion back in his body. Just a few seconds. I didn't notice it.
At this time, I also felt that the force of the doors of several houses followed the dark room.
Fei Hu finally came back to his senses. How come the room looks around? Quietly towards the door.
He heard the knock on the door.
Flying tiger? Are you sleeping or not?
There are so many people outside who are fine. Fei Hu is the key protection target.
It's definitely nothing. Come in.
Fei Hu Chi was as hard as the gossip spoke and felt something was wrong.
I immediately put a little force on my palm.
Pushed the solid wood door open. I saw the flying tiger in the corner of the wall.
I ran over quickly. What's wrong with you?
Fei Hu just sat in the empty eyes of the corner of the wall. It was like a ray of light watching the door break into.
Fei Hu just shook his head. He walked to the table with difficulty and pressed the alert button. In an instant,
the alarm sounded throughout the villa.
Hear the sound. Fei Hu then relaxed and fell on the sofa aside. In less than 5 seconds, 5 8th level masters rushed into Fei Hu's room.
For a moment, everyone looked vigilantly at the sight of them walking into Feihu's room just now. Then he heard the alarm sounding. There are evil spirits and illusions. The weak voice of Flying Tiger came from the sofa. Only then did everyone notice his weak appearance. He quickly called the doctor. Feihu sat on the sofa. Since the alarm is pressed, he doesn't want to move at all. At this moment, I don't want to raise my eyes. Let the doctor do a physical examination for himself. Everyone's faces changed slightly. There is no doctor coming immediately. You can also see Feihu's dispersed pupils. The whole person's spirit is on the verge of collapse. It was indeed an illusion that attacked the brain. Now the mental damage is very serious. A certain recovery time is required. The doctor's expression changed slightly. This time, no one in the villa noticed the aura of evil spirits. But the Flying Tiger was indeed attacked by the evil spirits. Immediately check the entire villa housekeeper with a cold face. We began to arrange our subordinates to conduct a gradual investigation. If I didn't have special props, this time I really died in the illusion. Feihu spoke in fear. He looked at a dark-colored prison in his palm. There is a long crack on it. Obviously the props have been invalidated. Pull the corner of my clothes. Silently. He wouldn't admit it. That's what he did. Xiong Jie glanced at Tuanchuan. He also knew in his heart. This attack was basically done by this little demon. But I don't care about getting out of my position. Let those masters sense every corner of the room. Tuanchuan looked at these people without any concern about these people seeing through their identities. This time he came out of the house and made a lot of decision for him. And he's not stupid either. It will not allow humans to investigate their physical condition at all. The room is big. But there are still a little crowded when there are too many people. I kept giving way to everyone. Xiong Jie turned his head. My heart was about to hang in my throat. If the group of people like Feihu find out, they are with the evil spirits. Several masters present will kill the evil spirits directly. He and Jiang Che will definitely be arrested. Strictly interrogated. He believed that his master had strength. But I don't really think about this little demon. Nothing happened to you when you go out this time. After the butler brought a cup of tea and drank it. It took a while to relieve my condition. No. After meeting a friend, I'm going to take him into the dungeon. As I said that, I pointed to the Zhou King Feihu beside me and nodded. What he fears is that the members are unwilling to take people. As for the Tuanchuan at my hand, he just took a look and withdrew his gaze. This may be the kid I met today. Treating people is a good thing. Feihu is a little evil. The team members are affiliated. As for cultivating them, the least fear is to cultivate basic members. As long as you are willing to enter the copy. Talents who can basically transport brainlessly. That's why he has the confidence to say that he can pass the advanced copy. Okay? After that, I will ask someone to take him to learn the basics. After that, he followed me, King Zhou, in our team, and looked at Feihu excitedly. He didn't expect it to be successful so easily. There are even specialists who will take you to learn knowledge. Feihu looked at him excitedly, turning his head to comfort him. If you study hard, after, you will arrange for a high-quality copy according to your situation. In this way, the initial experience value will be higher after you come out. The road ahead can also be taken. A further time. The king of Zhou was absent. I heard Feihu and the others talk about upgrading. This is an easy thing to do. This is how he felt the biggest difference between ordinary people and these people. The copy they seem to be able to avoid. There is also an upgraded learning plan. I will study hard. King Zhou clenched his fists. After Feihu arranged these, as soon as he got up, he walked towards him crookedly. This time, thank you for saving me. A hint of shyness flashed in his eyes. If I wanted to marry a strong marriage before, then he was really thinking now. The moment the man broke into the room, only then did he truly feel what a hero who stepped on colorful auspicious clouds was. Miss reports that she did not find any trace of the evil spirit. The housekeeper came forward inappropriately. This evil spirit is like evaporating from the world. And it's only for the ladies. You heard this alone. The feces flashed through the Flying Tiger's eyes. I'm afraid in my heart.
Not thorough yet. Find the knowledge once. If it really doesn't work, just hold on until dawn. Now this area.
In addition to the city, it has been covered by the full moon above my head. When the hunting ground arrives, humans have no way to escape the range of the hunting ground. It can only be in this area like a hunting ground for being forbidden by evil spirits.
Thank you for saving me. There is still some time before dawn. Can you stay with me?
But I really want Jiang Che to stay by my side. First, I like to stay by his side. Second, he felt that Jiang Che's luck was really against the will of heaven. Maybe I can escape tonight's crisis only if I am by his side. The evil spirit only attacked him. It was obviously coming to him. Squinted eyes. Staring at the woman in front of you. No. I still want to go out for a walk. And I'm only level 5. You have so many strong people here. I'm also holding on to it. This evil spirit can be without so many experts paying attention to it. The spirit of the flying tiger in the heart represents the full range of evil spirits. So I can't put myself in danger. Fei Hu looked at me for a night of prayer. Okay? No. This evil spirit is too strong. I'm afraid of death. I agreed. No matter what happens to my wife. All must protect yourself. And I finally met Tuanchuan once. Do you still want to take him out to see the flowers and grass? Fei Hu opened his mouth. He turned his face in confusion and looked at the mirror on the side. Although I am mentally damaged in the mirror. But it did not affect my beauty at all. He even looked like I saw Yulian. Are you afraid of death? Fei Hu's voice was a little louder. He watched Jiang Che's live broadcast several times. It's impossible to tell that this kid is afraid of death. This boy saw the evil spirit. His father always acts like he doesn't accept life and death. I actually said that I was afraid of death. Tuanchuan nodded with approval. It seems that my father is completing his family's advice very seriously. As for the flying tiger staring at him at that moment, he could feel that this woman looked at her father the same as her mother. He is like protecting a calf. Standing in front of me. Trying to block Fei Hu's gaze. Looking at Tuanchuan protecting me. Fei Hu was suddenly happy. A little brat of 7 or 8 years old. As I argued with myself, Fei Hu reached forward. Want to hold my hand? Carry out some coquettish offensive. He believes that many men cannot resist this move. However, before he could open his mouth, Tuanchuan is just wow. A cry came out. Tuanchuan thought about his mother Fei Hu and suddenly felt speechless. This little brat is so hateful. Mom said. When I think of him, I go out to see the moon. When you see the moon, you can see your mother go out to see the moon. Okay? Really? Hearing the words, I was immediately delighted. Then he pulled the group out. Wife, I'm here. Tuanchuan just finished speaking. Fei Hu saw Jiang Che holding Tuanchuan. Without saying a word, I went to the yard outside the villa. At this time, Sister Xiong felt embarrassed to find an excuse. Leaving Fei Hu. I was stunned for a moment. He turned his head to look at the yard next to him. I'm very ugly. Miss. Where? The lady looked at Tuan's family and looked at him lovingly. Fei Hu was silent. Walking to the window of the room, I saw Jiang Che holding Tuanchuan in his arms. I pointed at the moon and didn't know what I was saying. Maybe that's what he is. But this is also good. If he really falls in love with the lady one day, he will definitely never leave him. Hearing the words, Fei Hu smiled. I hope there is really that day. Just arrived at the lawn. Tuanchuan used the illusion. At this time, in my sight, Ding Ning's figure is reflected under the full moon. Wife. I stood up excitedly. Ding Ning also had a smile on his face. This is the plan he has studied in the past 2 days. Using the full moon to shape a copy of China Unicom. It is an encrypted version of a holographic video call. Ding Ning stepped forward and took my hand and returned to the lawn. The family of 3 snuggled together. I can't come out to find you this time in the hunting ground. But there should be a chance later. I read them to report. The 2 worlds may be integrated in the future. I'm very curious. What does it look like to blend in between the 2 worlds? If you follow the current situation,
It probably won't take much time. From what I learned, whether it is human or evil spirits, there are black hands pushing all this. Ding Ning shook his head. He did not hide this information. Then will we be together all the time in the future? Hearing the two worlds merge. This is the first thing I thought of. Yes. But the integration of the two worlds may not be that beautiful. Ding Ning sighed. It would be fine if it was just a simple integration.
Now both sides are making a fuss about this matter. Even Ding Ning doesn't know how to explain the specific situation.
Don't worry. I will protect you. I won't let them hurt you and me. It will protect you.
Ding Ning is not optimistic about the future of mankind.
Dark stars may have been plotted by humans, but they have more than one SSS. Smart Lord. Dark Star is dead. Others will divide his territory.
And his strength has gradually weakened over the years.
Just die. It doesn't have much impact either.
Ding Ning leaned on Jiang Chei's shoulder.
Turn attention to the outside world. Tonight is the hunting ground. This is because of Tuanchuan. Many evil spirits noticed that the aura here was not approaching.
But now the city is already full of blood and killing.
Ding Ning's expression darkened. If possible,
he hopes that Jiang Chei will never understand these things.
The struggle over the years has made the two worlds two completely hostile camps.
Once this world merges,
such killings will only be more violent.
If we still see each other every 10 days later.
Have you been thinking about me?
Of course.
And today I learned a lot of things. I also ate a lot of delicious food. I'll do next time you come. Speaking of this, I was suddenly stunned.
The hunting ground has not been formed.
I did eat a lot before. Have played a lot.
But after the hunting ground came,
I took Tuanchuan to the city to play.
But after I went there, I found that no one set up a stall.
No one opened a store. The colorful lights on the street have become weird.
The lights in every building and every room are turned on.
This is the first time I have seen such a bright light. Like the night of day. Bright lights.
But there is still no way to dispel the suppressed fear in the city.
Turn on all the lights. It seems to have become a way for humans to dispel fear. Only then did I realize that. If your wife comes to see you next time, that must be the time when a hunting ground arrives. If they went to eat at that time, we'll encounter the current picture again. Panic everywhere. Screams everywhere. No one set up a stall. Anyone who can see fleeing everywhere. There are also some teams hunting for evil spirits.
I want my wife to come, but I am afraid that my wife will come.
Will be disappointed here. Because this place is not as fun as I described. Maybe it would be better if the two worlds merged. Everyone is used to the existence of evil spirits.
In this way, I can also take my wife to try all kinds of fun and delicious food.
Time flies very quickly. The sky is getting brighter. The full moon also begins to turn gray. I could feel the illusion that was reminded around me was about to disappear. I quickly took Tuanchuan out of the villa. Walking into the city. Just take a look. Take your wife to see the city scenery. Take a look at the world. Along the way, I quickly arrived at the white and bright city last night. I thought about taking my wife to take a look before the end. But here again. But I found that the city was not bright at all at this time. Yuguang is still in every corner of the city. But many houses have been extinguished. But the lights are not turned off actively. But it was destroyed. The collapsed building. The cracked cracks. There is also blood all over the ground. I just heard of hunting grounds. The hunting ground just took a look last night.
But at that glance, I just came over and took away the sidewalk next to the king of Zhou and his son, and there were already things covered with white cloth.
Besides, there are also some evil spirits exposed on the earth. There are countless wounds of all sizes on it.
In addition to fatal injuries, there are also many people holding small knives in their hands and stabbing them repeatedly on the corpse.
I'm very venting my inner hatred. The humans in the hunting team did not stop ordinary people from whipping corpses and evil spirits. Just stood by and counted his own spoils. I quickly turned around and opened a room.
I just feel chest tightness and shortness of breath.
Very uncomfortable. The evil spirits of human beings have reached this point. Ding Ding didn't say anything. He was taken to the suburbs by me again. My mother-in-law doesn't want to show off these things. I know. The scenes just now were a thought of Jin Jin Ding Ding. No matter what other spirit masters plan to merge the two worlds, he decided to stand in the same camp as the Rabbit Man to prevent the integration of the two worlds. Although other people's killings are not his business, it's not about Jiang Che's business. Dan Ding knew that he was the master. The next two evil spirits will take the initiative to participate in the hoof poop. For hunters, the best solution for humans now is to disconnect the two worlds. In this way, the disputes between the two worlds will gradually come to mind. For a moment I couldn't speak. I thought I would listen to my wife. Avoid all dangers. I saw the corpses of evil spirits with countless wounds. I was really a little nervous about having to copy with Fifi Hu and others. Only become stronger. Only then can you have strength. Protect your arms. Keep your own family and everyone in the East. I'm leaving. Ding Ning clicks his toes in the illusory projection. No matter how many worlds the disputes fell on my lips. Dad. Goodbye. Next time, I will come to see the hunting. All the balls will protect their arms. I stood in the wilderness outside the country, watching the starlight fragments beside him. The disappearing wife and daughter looked east again. The rising sun slowly. The idea of becoming stronger has never been like this. The hunting ground just now, ordinary people whip the evil spirits and see the images of evil spirits. Always see my own mind lingering away. I took out my cell phone and called Fei Hu. Hello? Flying Tiger? When will the next copy be? I want to enter the copy with you. 2 days later. I have 2 copies of the set. One strong and the other weak. Which one do you want to choose? Fei Hu's voice was a little excited. I'll come back to find you. Get that stronger information ready. After saying that, he hung up the phone and rushed back. Among them, I hope the two worlds will merge. Then you must have enough strength to prevent both sides from taking action. Just like Uncle Xiong said. When the two sides take the talisman together, everything will be fine. Seeing the sun come out. Fei Hu's vigilance. I also let go of the Osaka world. Peace was restored. He promised to go to the copy with me. Fei Hu's voice was a little light. Go and help me call the King of Zhou here. Soon. The housekeeper brought King Zhou to the study room. At this time, Fei Hu was reading information on the sofa. You are the polite Fei Hu waved to the King of Zhou. Then he took out a document and handed it to the King of Zhou. Here is a copy file. Among them are several copies that will be opened in 2 days. Among them, this B-level copy. Most of the B-level dungeons we have guided. If you want to go to this copy, I will send someone to follow you to protect you. Another one is the copy Jiang Che and I are planning to go to this time. How to choose the location of the copy depends on yourself. He signaled to King Zhou. Take a look at the information in your hand. King Zhou was stunned. He took the lead in opening the information about the B-level copy. The opening location of the copy is recorded above. Turn on the energy rating. There are also some copy prefasts you may encounter. If you can. I hope you can choose a B-level copy. The Flying Tiger stared at the King of Zhou's eyes. Because the collection copy is too dangerous. At most, I can only guarantee that I will survive. But you need to live, he smiled. You also see Jiangche a very simple person. I want him to stay in the Flying Tiger. But he has no bond here. And now you are his bond. He treats you as a friend. Then if you don't leave him, he shouldn't leave Fei Hu Group. Certainly. You have also seen the benefits of staying in the Flying Tiger. Your mom will never be in danger. And we also have a lot of customs benefits here. He paused. Then it failed. I actually put my hope on the King of Zhou that Jiang Che knew. You see, I really have no choice. Jing felt that this would keep him. Miss Zhou Wan looked at Fei Hu's eyes seriously. I can't agree to you about this. He shook his head. Firmly said. Anyway. I want to participate in the copy with Jiang Che. He didn't say anything. If you encounter danger, he will stand in front of Jiang Che. You are with him. Then you are just sending death. Flying Tiger frowned. If you really encounter the danger of being unable to avoid it,
I don't mind the King of Zhou or firmly believe in my own ideas.
Flying Tiger looked at King Zhou. As the superior, can identify the people below to a large extent. Who told the truth? Who told the lies? When listening to the King of Zhou, he realized that King Zhou really wanted to block Jiang Chei's knife. At that moment,
his expression became extremely complicated. A strange arrival.
So many years.
He has seen many people who try every means to let his companions take care of themselves.
Even trying every means to let your companions explore the way for you. It's a risk. This is the first time I saw someone volunteering to be a chess piece. Live broadcast just started.
Everyone saw someone surviving with their companions.
Everyone will choose this person.
But as time goes by,
this kind of thing gradually became the norm. Perhaps at the beginning, there were some people who were willing to block the knife for their companions' thoughts drifted away.
He can't remember how long it took for this last time.
Nowadays, turbidity becomes the norm. Clear?
Instead, it made him a little uncomfortable.
Then go back and check the information.
Fei Hu said and handed over a stack of copies of the information.
Check out the information you took. Bend down to thank you. Then he left the study room. Sui Hu looked out the window. He saw Jiang Chei coming back from outside.
Later he saw that the child had already vanished. It seems that Jiang Chei has sent the child away. When he saw the child, he hated him so much that his teeth were itchy.
But I understand the children's love.
Very pure.
No matter age.
If he were young, someone fell from the sky to make oneself clear.
He will fall in love with that person. When he arrived in Jiang Chei, he broke the door.
The way he pulled him out of the illusion.
He couldn't help but imagine. Who said that heroes from heaven will only happen to children? The first time to enter the door, Fei Hu handed the information to himself. There is nothing to say about all the copies. The most important thing is to survive from the evil spirits. Because of the hardest copy. You've seen me already. Nodded thoughtfully. I have many skills now. It must be that Aining has thought about this. Just a shield.
You can make yourself safe in major replicas.
Thinking of this, it suddenly lost sweetness in my heart. Because this is my wife's love for me. I think you can't make up for much information when you read it temporarily. It's better to watch some live videos. What is he able to see others experience in the copy? Flying Tiger. I know very clearly. Jiang Chei is different from King Zhou.
King Zhou belongs to a copy of the low-level common sense.
Almost all humans have learned a lot. What he lacks is high-level copy information.
But Jiang Chei is different.
What he even lacks is the most basic common sense of human life. I looked at the tiger with some confusion. Is there a live broadcast now?
Flying Tiger smiles bitterly.
Except for the day when the hunting ground arrives. Almost every day, people are invited to the dungeon.
We have also been testing copies that meet our level.
Most of the reboots are optionally entered in low-level copies.
There are also many survivors who have missed the level inside to brush their levels.
Fei Hu said and handed over a tablet. The last time your copy was so terrifying. No one who can detect the energy of the magnetic field will take the initiative to go. That's why it's in the copy. Most of them are ordinary people. I nodded. This is the first time I have watched a live broadcast. There is still a countdown of 10 minutes on the tablet. Where did your live broadcast props come from? Can you actually monitor everyone once? Want to know? The Flying Tiger looked at me with a smile. I can give it to you. You know. I told you before. It's not as simple as organizing a company one by one.
It also includes props and other items.
All dowry. Then forget it.
I don't really want to know that my face changed color and sat on the sofa. At this time, the barrage had appeared in the live broadcast room one after another.
There are many people's avatars below. You can even slide everyone's avatar. See what everyone is doing. It was even barrage just now. Seeing his name, many people are discussing themselves. You see, someone is like Jiang Chei. Carry out a box of jewelry.
He also brought wine and smoke to smile.
If you don't live, you will have to replicate the interview with Jiang Kemming.
Seeing them talking about themselves.
For a moment, my expression was a little weird. I quickly tapped the screen. You can send anything to the barrage. As long as it is something that is sincerely given to parents. No matter how valuable it is. They will all be happy. I thought my words would be noticed by everyone. But soon I found out that I was wrong. A group of people began to mock themselves by slapping their words. You are sincere to the evil spirits. Then take out your heart and show it to the evil spirit. At this time, I also turned the camera to the person they mentioned. I saw that man carrying a backpack. I also carried a suitcase in my hand. Just like yourself. The only difference is, he was wearing a pistol subtitle pocket. The bulging one seemed to have a copy of props. This time, both sides reversed their identity. I became the one watching the live broadcast. Previous audiences became participants in another copy. These people are full of confidence. He even took the initiative to say hello to the barrage. And that live broadcast? I didn't dare to try the SSS level copy I learned. But is it okay if the low-level dungeon is won by the package? Those who carry supplies. Even a fooling alliance was organized. Everyone is comparing who deceives more evil spirits. Who fooled the thugs strong enough? The low-level dungeon has now become a playground for some strong people. I didn't see anyone else. Looking at the group of people tightly. So the person who makes you uncomfortable. This group of people actually wanted to use this method to deceive the evil spirits. Soon. The countdown ends. The copy officially begins. But we came to an abandoned station. Maybe it's because this copy is relatively small. 20 of the more than 700 people landed in this station. There was a bus parked in the station. The broadcast room was urging to get on the bus. The vehicle is about to start. Passengers are asked to check their tickets and board the train. 20 humans in the waiting hall looked at the scene in front of them at a loss. Damn. This is a copy of the rules class. Someone reacted immediately. The broadcast is also urging him over and over again. Becoming more and more acute. It is also becoming more and more sharp. Sharp sound. Even through the live broadcast, I still feel a little harsh. Looking at the person I mainly pay attention to. I just learned the name of this person. Lu Hong was carrying a small suitcase. It seems to have thought of something. Then, walking towards the car with firm steps. Please check the ticket. At the entrance of the bus, an evil spirit wearing a driver's uniform stared at Lu Hong, who had just walked over. He appeared suddenly. Lu Hong was shocked. If I knew there was such a driver in the car. Lu Hong said that he would not come over so easily. Please check the ticket and get on the train. The driver stared at Lu Hong's eyes. I started repeating my own words again. The scarlet color on both eyes became more and more obvious. Lu Hong was at a loss. He hurriedly spoke. My ticket dropped. Please make up the ticket and get on the train. The driver looked at him sinisterly. He pointed out a ticket purchase location for Lu Hong. Lu Hong walked towards the ticket purchase office in confusion. A evil spirit sat in the windowsill of the ticket purchase office. Extend a finger toward the window. Lu Hong looked down at the window. I just felt a chill that surged in my heart. Because the hand that stretched out at the window was covered with deformed fingers. Like a sea urchin. I watched the live broadcast screen. Lu Ji himself listened to the rules copy. It can be said that it is the simplest difficulty of passing the level. Because no matter how the rules change, just find the rules. Then it is very likely that a team can go out alive. Now there are many mature copy rules tutorials online. One of them is to hear clearly the rules of evil spirits. And meticulous corpse. So, the face of the person becomes very embarrassing. Because he thought of this clause at this time. As soon as you come, you have to point one finger at this point, how can you still play? He looked anxiously at the evil driver on the Lu Hong bus behind him. When talking to him, no one behind the people had a drill close to him. I heard that the vehicle was about to start. Please check your tickets and get on the train. A fatal voice came again. Lu Hongxin made a desperate move from the suitcase he carried. Take out a gem necklace. In this strange world, the radiant light of the diamonds on the necklace is extremely dazzling. Can I use this and your Rail train ticket? Lu Hong carefully placed the necklace on the evil spirit's hands. Looking at the diamond necklace handed to him, the chain that looked like he was entangled in his place. On the hands full of fingers. still guarding the evil spirits alone. There are fingers all the time. This one looks so good to wear.
Lu Hong endured his inner disgust.
Comment on your lips.
At this time, the barrage in the live broadcast room was already crazy.
I'm really playing with him. This guy is not talking about it. Is Lu Hong really okay? In the hands of the crowd.
The evil spirit slowly stretched out his fist with his fingers. He grabbed Lu Hong's hand.
With a click. Hongshan didn't even have time to scream. You haven't even picked up your ticket with one hand. A finger was handed to Lu Hong's front.
It was the one Lu Hong who had just been broken and looked pale. A sharp and anxious voice sounded again in my ears. He didn't even have time to wail at the broken finger just now. Just took the finger handed over by the ticket conductor. He hurriedly ran towards the bus position. A clause that a copy of the rule class must comply with. That is meticulous enforcement rules. Now the rules require him to get in the car. He had to rush over immediately. Seeing Lu Hong covering her fists.
There are also blood-seeking fingers.
At this time, the other dozen people who arrived near the car had no idea what was going on. They only knew that the urging was getting more and more urgent.
You must get on the bus. Someone ran towards the bus position. Some people smiled at the ticket office driver and took the finger handed over by Lu Hong.
Seriously, put it into the ticket box in front of the vehicle.
Welcome to bus No. 344.
The terminal station for this bus is the 6-star tower.
After saying that,
the driver gave Lu Hong a seat.
Lu Hong looked at him calmly.
Then he walked into the car. Neither the starting station nor the end station of the car was what he thought about.
Some things are done first. It's time to think slowly. I followed Lu Hong's perspective. The scene inside the car is immediately visible.
There are 50 seats in total. But 40 of the seats were already filled with evil spirits of different appearances.
Seeing this situation,
I turned to look at the remaining 10 people of Feihu.
What happens if you can't get in the car? At this time,
Feihu was studying his subsequent copy information.
Didn't watch this live broadcast.
After all, he has studied too many low-level copies.
Hearing me ask questions,
Feihu doesn't even think about it.
Think. Just say it will die. Anyone who cannot get on time before driving will die. Is it necessary to break a finger?
I frowned slightly. I saw that finger was broken.
When it was returned to Lu Hong, I can't understand for a while. What is the purpose of doing this? Actually, it is not necessary to break your flying tiger. Immediately give an understanding method. This set is so familiar to him that he can't be more familiar with it. You see, someone is about to die.
Feihu's speech just ended. I saw a gunshot sound in the live broadcast room.
One of them also landed heavily with the gunshots. Descend in a pool of blood. Then one person took out the knife.
Cut off a dead finger directly. Then he handed it to the ticket seller.
This is your ticket.
After the ticket seller took his finger and checked it, he handed his fingers away.
It was almost an instant time.
The corpse lying on the ground. Even the toes were cut off.
Take it over and try it. Toes don't count. Feihu pointed at him again. Rule.
The ticket price is a finger. Sure enough, the person who handed over the toe was rejected.
Trade. The gunshots rang again.
Another person fell to the ground. The rest of the people just lowered their heads.
No one condemned the man who shot. Because now everyone needs a finger. It's too late to start moving now. Feihu continued. It's a small lesson in rules. After seeing the survivor get on the train with his ticket,
the driver in the bus started to announce that Guanyin took the No. 344 bus. The terminal station for this bus is the 6-star hall Flying Tiger.
Suddenly,
are you sure the driver just reported to go to 6-star hall?
Feihu was very excited. Yes. This is his second broadcast. I'm a little confused. Is there anything special about these 6-star halls?
This is a bus that killed 2 people with guns. Feihu stared at the live broadcast room, looking at Lu Hong who was on the bus. His face was full of disbelief.
The name of the No. 1 SSS level dungeon is Luxington.
Feihu and the others have never encountered this situation. The most important thing is that the 6 stars copy has only appeared once since the strange arrival. It has never been turned on since then. And these 6-star halls are also the only copy marked with rewards.
It is also the only rule class replica in the SSS level replica. There are many small levels in the dungeon.
Various rewards are marked. Among them, from strength to props, they are all things that humans desire. Although the rule copy is turned on, the rules change every time. But as long as it is a copy of the rules, it will completely abide by the rules.
As long as the steps are not wrong.
Even ordinary people can pass the level.
Flying Tiger. My heart became hot instantly.
As long as there are enough people participating in the rules, then you will always try to find the most correct path. I'm going to take part in this Flying Tiger's deep breath.
Before one breath, he would plan a winner S-level dungeon.
Now he has changed his goals.
He wants to pass the SSS level copy. And you need to be able to understand manually. You squint in. Not after the copy is opened. Can't the rest of the people participate anymore? Forced copy. We can't even do the advanced dungeon. But the low-level dungeon can be opened to the present moment. This is exactly a low-level copy. Just as Feihu said, he started calling. At the same time, start crazy operations on the computer. I squinted my eyes. This is a sudden realization. Humans have much deeper control over the strange world than they imagined. At least,
it has never been mentioned in the information that the outside world knows.
Humans can forcefully call Feihu to see him for a few phone calls. Everyone started to get busy. At this time, a prompt sound came from my phone. Lift up your phone and look at it.
It was the news that Feihu Group had just released to all humans urgently.
According to the new copy today,
among them, the survivors boarded the buses leading to the Star Hall. Seeing Feihu Group join forces with the 3 major survivor organizations to force the weird dungeons.
The exit will condense in half an hour.
Those who wish to go are kindly welcome to go there by themselves.
I was slightly stunned. I thought this was just 3 major ideas for self-seeking. Unexpectedly, it was jointly organized by the 3 major survivors to click on the organization information.
I saw 2 official private organizations like Feihu. This bus leading to the 6-star hall attracts everyone. Even if you go there, you will die. But the group of people did not retreat.
As for you, Feihu, look at me. The eyes are a little complicated. Rule copy is no more than those copy accompanying you. Maybe it's because of a bad brain. Make trouble for everyone. It's up to you. This does not force you. He paused. After all, it's an SSS level copy. Other dungeons can also grow from low level. But I still hope you don't participate. After all, this time is really different. I'll set out first. Feihu opened it without saying it again.
After he finished speaking, he quickly contacted the vehicle. The driver was waiting outside.
Only then did I realize. This time he didn't bring a bodyguard. You should know that you went to other copies before. He is planning to take the master to take the initial level of the high-level dungeon. You won't be with him. I looked at the bodyguards in the villa.
The lady who couldn't help with the rules copy has already made her own decision.
Ha ha. Who is not? In fact, I was ready to die since I entered the dungeon.
I used to wait for the 6 stars hall. Miss Kai has been waiting for the 6-star hall for a long time. A few bodyguards said a few words.
I understand, too. Thinking about it, I still contacted Tuanchuan and received a call from me. So I went to Ding Ning directly. Ding Ning sighed. This group of humans never thought of transcending the rules of the factory. It's just a game. You go too. This is not a 6-star altar at all. He sighed. Fortunately, it's not the rule.
The lord of the 6-star hall of the dungeon is very rigid.
If you go in and don't follow his rules, you will do something wrong. I can't even protect it. Fortunately, it's not Ding Ning.
It seems to know something strange.
I could also vaguely feel that this was a conspiracy. But I don't know what the conspiracy is. If you want to go, just go. I will follow you. Ding Ning's brisk voice came. He doesn't care about any conspiracy or not. As planned, he will not be able to meet me for a long time. But now someone opens the door. He was also happy to meet his father. Tuanchuan misses you too. Grandpa and Grandma miss you too. A meticulous voice sounded beside it. That's not an SS copy. What is this time?
Ding Ding shook her head.
I don't know clearly. It must be that the lords are now working on their own. I don't know what they are doing either. But I have my own plan.
As long as it is not the 6-star hall,
there is room for operation. Nothing will happen.
Ding Ning is very sure this time is not a 6-star talk. Because the 6-star hall is the most important change in the rules.
You enter the normal way. Don't be the 6-star altar before the great knowledge. This matter itself is a violation of the rules.
So when he heard this, immediately, my ghost can come in a little later. If it is to attract a variety of words,
it should be a long time.
Ding Ning said softly. I also want to investigate who set up the situation.
After saying that, he disconnected from me. Pick up your phone again.
People on the internet shouted that they were going to explore the rules copy in just a moment.
Is there so many people who have signed up? It's still time to think.
I saw a huge black hole appearing in the sky not far away. There are huge black needles around the black hole.
4 black needles circle a region.
The energy connects to the small copy of the magnetic field energy further away. At this time, Xiang Jie also ran over with interest.
Xiao Che is gone. He pulled me excitedly and was about to set off. To be honest, if it is a normal copy, he may still be afraid. But if it is an SSS level copy,
he is really not afraid of Jiang Che.
SSS level dungeons are just like going home. Then I'll call King Zhou. After saying that,
I walked towards King Zhou's room.
What are you asking him for? SSS set copies are too dangerous. He frowned and called Zhou too. One more person.
It gave him a strong sense of crisis. And the boy of King Zhou saw that he won Jiang Che and saved his life.
He looked like Jiang Che said what he was.
This made Xiong Jie very angry.
He felt that when he was a dog, he would be snatched from him. Now he is the only one who leads the King of Zhou. It's a secondary SSS level copy. Initial experience in clearing. At this time,
King Zhou came out with Jiang Che. He felt that his advantage would be pulled down infinitely.
No. This time it's not an SSS level copy.
Perhaps to be precise, this time it was not announced by Fei Hu and the others.
Luxington Huanjie followed me to King Zhou's room. See me coming.
The King of Zhou immediately stood up.
Online notification. He naturally saw it.
Now when he saw me coming to find him, he immediately knew why he could let me say a few words to my mother before going there. The King of Zhou had the firmness of looking at death.
It has been said online. This is a SSS and dungeon rule that does not rely on force. If there is something that is not accurate, someone needs to do it. And what does this mean when I call him? In an instant, King Zhou understood. I don't know when I will be back this time. I nodded. This time the copy seems special. I don't know if I can come back in 3 days.
After listening to my words, the King of Zhou was stunned at first. Then he nodded silently.
Rest assured. I'm ready to die at any time. Said.
He was reluctant to take a look at the information in his hand.
He thought he could make a comeback.
It seems that there is no chance now. When the King of Zhou comes back,
Xiong Jiecai drove us to the exit. It only took half an hour.
At this time, someone was already announcing the entrance to the venue.
According to the current information,
want to board the car to the 6-star hall.
Tickets are required. 4 tickets. How to pay for it if you choose freely?
The staff said it was very obscure.
Free ticket selection.
But anyone who has watched the live broadcast knows it. There are only 2 ways to give oneself or give others a live silence.
But most of them nodded to show their understanding. I looked at the live broadcast room again. Lu Hong and others have been in the car and the land is far away. Never arrived. But as soon as they leave the station's location, another bus will be generated here. The same driver. The same passenger. The same ticket paid. When the number of people is full, the train will be departed again. Soon. Fei Hu's avatar appeared in the live broadcast. He had no choice to enter the copy with anyone he knew.
The flying tiger was killed at the first time.
The moment the people around you. It was the first time I felt the heart of this woman. Very cool. Xiong watched the live broadcast. Expressionless. By this woman's means, if you encounter something that needs to be sacrificed, he will definitely sacrifice others without hesitation. What he is kindest is not with his acquaintances. Which group of people do we join with? Xiong Jia looked at me curiously. This is definitely not enough to pay your fingers as fare. Only by following which group of people to enter the copy. Then randomly select one. After luck in. I fired straight away. I guess many people think so. Pay attention to protecting yourself when entering the dungeon. Xiong Jia touched the pistol at his waist. King Zhou nodded. He knew that Xiong Jia said this to him. I should not be a victim of the first round. If sacrificed in the first batch, then he was called to follow him. No effect. As soon as Xiong Jia and I appeared, many people recognized it all at once. We walked towards the entrance of the copy. The person who was about to enter the dungeon immediately chose to avoid me. Step into it in one step. No hesitation at all. Xiong Jia was stunned. He saw the previous car just leaving. Now Jiang Che enters it. If no one makes up for it later. There are only 3 of them on this train. King Zhou also followed Jiang Che and Xiong Jia beat up. Because he found that the people around him had no intention of entering in an instant. Jiang Che. I don't want to go to the 5th level peak with him. I definitely can't beat it. I'll be with him. That's the ticket. He was too slow. It's a psychopath. Don't you know we can choose not to enter? Ha 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 ha. This time, luck is useless. I also want to see what to do when he removes his fingers. If you don't remove your fingers, you'll die. Xiong Jia was a little anxious. He also felt that Jiang Che was too anxious. They should follow these people. What should I do if I go ahead and get in the tickets? I can't beat the King of Zhou. Although he didn't like King Zhou either. But he felt that the life of King Zhou could be used at critical moments. Looking at Jiang Che's perspective already appeared in the copy of the mobile phone. The waiting room has begun to count down. He rushed into it helplessly. He was already ready to do ideological work for King Zhou. For example, Jiang Che may find recovery drugs. Let him be reborn after breaking. Xiong Jia. After entering the copy, unexpectedly, no one followed him in. No one anymore. It seems that Ming is not a good thing. Xiong Jia is greedy and greedy. The group of people who know you may be giving it to us. So they are ready to wait for the next batch. At this time, a group of people in line looked at the entrance. No one went in after Xiong Jia. After entering the copy, Jiang Che's picture appeared in the live broadcast room. The group had a sarcastic smile in their eyes. If Jiang Che secretly traveled with them, even if they die, they will only think that the person who died insidiously by Jiang Che and the others is not lucky. When someone watched the live broadcast at the beginning, think about it again. Just 10 fingers. He insisted on killing someone. Later someone gave an answer. No one wants to give his own and many of them suffer. It's better to suffer alone. The reason for killing is also very simple. Prevent resistance. Prevent trouble. If you lose 10 fingers, you won't die. But if the bus starts, he wanted to pull the other 10 people to die together. Do something that violates the rules? No one can say sure. Everyone is still waiting for the departure. In this way, the next group of people will continue to enter. They watched the live broadcast. Looking at Jiang Che, who wanted to see how he chose a group of 3 people, Xiong Jia. Such a person will definitely not cut off himself. Jiang Che's level is higher than him. In the copy, he also has to rely on Jiang Che. I won't use his only ticket. It's the best young man who is slaughtering each other. The people outside can't help but be big or small. Everyone likes to see this kind of plot. Xiong Jia took a deep breath. He stretched out his hand. I'll do it. This little injury. Fortunately, we don't have many people. Zhou On looked at the exit. He was sure, too. No one will come in again. He sighed. Let's go ahead and say. I'll do it. You and Brother Che retain their strength. Zhou On pushed Xiong Jia away as he said that. Just like what Xiong Jia said. Just 3 fingers. This kind of thing is not even a minor injury in the dungeon. This kid is pretty sensible. Just him vulnerable. Not proactive. Do you want others to use force?
Xiong watched him walk over and didn't change his color.
He really doesn't like King Zhou.
Because he thought Jiang Che could only have his own traits around him.
Too much of this is not good. And that little devil named Tuanchuan.
It seems that it does not stop Jiang Che from appearing around him.
He is so angry that he is very angry. I don't know if this is the owner's intention. Can't stop Zhou On from being by Jiang Che's side. This can only weaken the strength of the king of Zhou. Become stronger in the future. Can't be avoided.
But now he can become stronger.
Suppressed it hard before. Wait for a moment.
I stood in front of the bus.
Think about what my wife said before. Only then did Zhou Ong stop calling. Xiong Jie's back felt cold. Could you do it yourself?
He felt that he had a life knit. But Jie took a deep breath in 2 fingers.
Isn't this a waste? Hearing the words, King Zhou stopped. Turning to look at me. Wait for me. Give the next command. Instruct this time.
I walked straight to the car. The driver of the roadshow was blocked at the door. He giggled and reached out to me with a hand into the car.
Please pay for the ticket. I won't give it to me and I'll evade the ticket. I said as expected. Seeing that I started to get mad again.
Xiong Jie, behind him, instantly put on the mask of pain. For a moment, he was still trying to explain to me.
I saw the driver blocking me.
He moved away from his position with a confused look on his face.
Then I saw me step onto the bus. Jay Cho behind him also looked straight. He looked at the driver, and I was going to evade tickets to see the 2 of them get on the bus. Nothing is wrong. Xiong Jie Zhang. I'm really a dare to do it. One dares to learn.
At this moment, he was the only one who stood in front of the driver.
I also evade the ticket.
The driver did not stop him from getting in the car. This scene made Xiong Jie unable to come back to his senses.
Just come up like this. He just felt his mind was scrambling.
All the people who evade tickets are in the car. At this moment, I shouted indifferently.
Xiong Jie also spoke without hesitation. I just saw that I got in the car and was evading my ticket.
Yes. So we evade tickets.
It's not that I didn't buy a ticket. My slut.
What if you get caught?
Xiong Jie took a deep breath. There is no ticket inspector on the bus. Said.
I pointed to the driver.
He drove. No ticket checks. Xiong Jie suddenly froze in his seat. He's right.
At this time, the people outside had already exploded.
What he said makes sense. If you don't have a ticket, you don't have a train. Don't get in the car.
There are no ticket purchase rules.
Just let you get in the car. My mind is so messy. If so, brothers, I have another solution.
A group of people outside the venue watched the live broadcast and started planning
how to speak next time.
The man raised the tablet in his hand.
As shown above,
it was the ticket seller with weird fingers.
Then can we cut his fingers?
That's right. The people standing beside him were a little nervous. But it still feels risky.
It's better to get involved in their own way. There is no risk of getting on the train with evasion. No one even needs to sacrifice. He.
In case of checking tickets in the middle of the journey or checking tickets at the terminal.
If you don't have a ticket, you will die. If I ask me, the person who has a ticket is the safest one.
As he said that, he raised his arms and stood up.
Is anyone in 4th Street willing to work with me to kill the ticket seller? Ha ha ha. I've wanted to do this a long time ago. I am willing to give it a try with you. Just talking. Several people stood out from the team. The team preparing to forcibly broke into the crowd gathered 5 people. Hello? Please pay the fare.
The ticket seller with a weird finger stretched out his hand again. This time the person standing in front. Without hesitation, he took it to his fingers. This person can cover the strength of survivors. To take off the finger of an ordinary evil spirit. It's still easy to see him take action. The people behind him followed suit. The live broadcast room is already very boiling. Everyone shouted that a few big brothers were sincere and the people outside were discussing fiercely.
The people inside are not difficult to distinguish.
It is not difficult to give up the ticket seller's strength.
It was suppressed for a few seconds after just a few breaths. There is an extra weird finger on the hands of the 5 survivors.
Looking at the survivor who no longer attacks. The ticket seller also returned to his position silently. He hadn't thought that he would become the group of people before.
It's really vain.
So the rules are not stated.
Things mean you can do it.
And the driver just looked at their fingers. It's really good to go back to the driver's seat without saying a word.
2 solutions were found in 2 consecutive strokes.
One is to evade tickets.
Second, I took the ticket conductor's finger.
There are both those with strength and those without strength.
The road is okay.
The car started to form a team again off the field.
Soon, batches of newly formed teams continue to enter the dungeon.
At this time, the King of Joe sat in his seat. He was trying to record the line.
But it's very dark outside. The scene outside the window cannot be seen at all.
Brother Sweet.
Actually, I have an idea. It said that it doesn't limit anyone's fingers. Then can we remove the conductor's fingers? He looks weak. I turned my head. Somewhat confused.
Why take his fingers?
No tickets are given. If something happens in the middle, you will be driven out.
King Joe looked out the window worriedly.
If you are left in this dead place, they will have little hope of living.
Fine. Ding Ning, who was about to get off the bus halfway through, gave me the site information before.
According to Ding Ning's information, this car is actually a strange world.
The bus that the little ghost visited stopped many times in the middle.
The evil spirits in the car are here too. Go again.
Several batches have been replaced.
There are rules on the bus. No matter who the passenger is, can't take action at will. Feel the landmarks change again. I got up and walked to the car door and got on and off.
The driver just looked back strangely. Then he withdrew his eyes and got out of the car. A fog immediately enveloped several people.
Okay.
The live broadcast screen has disappeared.
Ah Hua said and walked out first.
The buns beside him were like small cannonballs. Rushed straight towards me.
Dad. I miss you. Tuanchuan's shouting was very light. King Joe was stunned. Isn't this the little brat before? How could he appear here?
Seeing King Joe looked puzzled. I smiled and spoke.
This is my daughter. You've seen it before. Is this the 6-star hall? King Joe was slightly stunned.
He stared at himself. This pig's tall man eating flour is constantly swaying. I also have the so-called girl standing next to me.
It looks very different. Very good to see. Become very beautiful. I greeted Ah Hua with a smile. Oh. Can you see this way?
Right. I felt so slicker after just a few days after going out.
Ah Hua snorted coldly. He just stood behind him and didn't dare to move outside.
He dares to say a few more words.
But in the copy, he recognized his position directly. You are with the evil spirits.
A trace of doubt flashed in King Joe's eyes.
He felt like he understood. I don't seem to understand.
And Xiong Jie seemed to know about this. Seeing King Joe looked puzzled.
Xiong Jie dared not say a word.
He knew that if the King of Joe was acting wrong at this time,
then the next second is death. He. You can do this and you have to come from below. This is my wife's good friend. Ah Hua. No wonder you always say you want to create harmony between a person and evil spirits. Everything in every world. This is what the King of Joe feels like he is really. It's a big mistake for this king to create a line. This is the first time that King Joe has come into contact with evil spirits so close. This is a touch of the king. He wasn't afraid. Until we met for so long. This evil spirit did not hurt himself. This means nothing is wrong. The most important thing is when you are outside. He has met the group. The kid helped them a lot at that time. I said a lot to my mother. So he was just a little curious. You look pretty good.
This ordinary person has no fear at all.
Ah Hua was a little unhappy for a moment.
He rubbed the branches and looked at King Joe and hummed.
King Joe was stunned. But I found that the other party was just raising his head. Didn't take action against myself. I use sauce. I mean, you look delicious. Ah Hua said, waving the gold bars directly. Instantly tied up the king of Zhou. Tuanshuan and I didn't care about Ah Hua's behavior. Tuanshuan walked towards the bus position.
Take out 3 somewhat transparent balls from your pocket and pass a ticket checkout at the bus exit.
After a village at the get off the bus, Zhuangzi put the ticket into his huge mouth. Thank you for asking. I said that there was no human being to this train.
Zhuangzi kept raising.
Looks flattering. Wait until Tuanshuan comes back. Ah Hua had already opened her mouth and hung up the king of Zhou high. It's about to fall into your mouth.
Zhonger's flower silk laughed.
He stared at King Zhou. And he wants to see what these two people should do?
When the king of Zhou heard him say that he looked delicious, he was a little overwhelmed.
But he saw that Jiang Che and Xiong Jie did not make any stops. He didn't even raise his eyelids. He has no fear in his heart. Just sighed. He did not expect to end his life in this way. It's fine. We have all been eaten by Ah Hua. I waved my hand.
Then he walked inside with his arms around.
Hello? Ah Hua was so angry that she was suddenly angry.
He waved the gold bars angrily.
Wave towards me. Why does this person need to remove his own fetus?
The king of Zhou blinked his eyes and was eaten.
No wonder Jiang Che and Xiong Jie didn't say anything about this. Then you eat it. Zhou Ong said. I looked at Ah Hua so annoyed.
Ah Hua loosens the gold bars. He threw King Zhou to the ground.
Seeing that I was untied, King Zhou was stunned. Uncle Xiong. Have you ever been eaten by Sister Hua?
Sister Hua Xiong Jie's eyes widened and the boss called out for no reason.
Has been eaten.
Xiong Jie, who was eaten with your brother Che, didn't want to say that he was almost scared to pee at that time. The king of Zhou nodded thoughtfully.
Is it a ceremony to be eaten by Ah Hua once? Thinking of this, he also looked at Sister Hua Hua again. Can you eat me too?
Brother Che and Xiong Jie have both been eaten.
I want to try it, too. You're not sick. They were so angry that they laughed. Do you still need to be sick to eat?
They really have a mental problem when they get off the car. He couldn't help but frown and mentally ill. This thing is not something he can control.
Get out of here.
A gold bar that Ah Hua was upset.
He directly pulled on the king of Zhou.
King Zhou felt the force.
Unexpectedly, it doesn't hurt. Where is the elves now? At this time, I interrupted their blood-sucking Ah Hua. I was a little unhappy for a moment. That's where other humans go now.
It was made by the other lords. The chaos that wants to expand the gap between the two worlds with countless flesh and blood.
At the same time, Fei Hu discovered a problem as soon as he got off the car.
Batches of survivors were sent to the cemetery. They seemed to be on the bus in different batches.
But the time we arrived here was surprisingly similar.
He had already been in the bus many times behind Lu Hong before getting on the bus.
But after the end, he found Lu Hong right in front of him. Not far away. He stood there, moving,
observed the situation secretly. A group of people in front of the ticket were intercepted by a pile. Zhuangzi stretched out his hand.
Ask them for tickets. Fei Hu stood behind. No action yet. No matter what happens,
he wouldn't be the first to eat crabs. After Lu Hong and other people in the front row looked at each other, then he handed his finger over.
However, they did not wait for news that Zhuangzi had released it.
He heard his cold and mechanical voice repeatedly. Please show your ticket. Lu Hong and others looked embarrassed.
I also asked a question alone. Some people have already picked up weapons. Prepare to attack those around you. Everyone has to have victims. Let's unite with us.
He said that, looking at an ordinary person beside him. If I ask ordinary people, please don't come in and ask the crew for SSS and dungeons.
The other survivors did not make any sound.
He also acquiesced to his statement. Many ordinary people who arrive at their destination can make 10 flying tigers just by sacrificing one.
I immediately felt that someone was looking at him. It's easy to distinguish between ordinary people.
He did not hesitate at all. He took out a C4 and a pistol directly. At the same time, a shot crashed into a distance.
Another ordinary person. Everyone.
My ticket has been paid for. Fei Hu put away the smoky gun.
Everyone was silent and said nothing.
The area here is very small.
If it detonates C4, even the 5th level survivor will be melted instantly. Everyone, please don't attack Miss Fei Hu.
No one in the rules dungeon should have a higher pass rate than his.
So what will Miss Fei Hu say next?
Seeing that these people had no intention of doing it for themselves,
Fei Hu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your care.
He said that, and took out a knife from the side of his calf.
Crack. Just took off one finger. Take one step ahead and walk towards Zhuangzi's position. Fei Hu knows very well. In the copy,
the so-called identity of Miss Fei Hu is useless.
Fei Hu handed 2 fingers nervously. However, but Zhuangzi didn't even look at him.
Instead, he looked at the corpse behind him and received the ticket successfully. A rosy light fell on the corpse.
The corpse sank into the land bit by bit under the red light. At this time,
Zhuangzi made way for a while, only for Fei Hu to pass by.
Fei Hu took a deep breath.
The eyes are covered with golden sweat.
It's actually alive.
He immediately quickly walked out of the passage.
All I have to do is leave the house quickly and be killed by accident.
Really?
Just as the corpse disappeared. Everyone has a fierce pupil. It seems like I understand it instantly. Hands up and knife falls. Gunshots kept ringing.
One corpse after another melted into the black and red land.
Just after the first level, the number of players has been reduced by half. Lu Hon's body also disappeared. Become a member of the victim. Miss Flying Tiger. How do we go next?
Someone stood at the exit and shot at him.
Everyone did not continue to kill fearlessly. Just watched the previous level. Everyone is still friends.
I don't know that there was a trace of confusion flashing in Fei Hu's eyes.
This is different from the information I remember.
And it doesn't look like a copy of the rules at all. As far as he knows the rules.
The copy says it's one.
But it was definitely not the nonsense just now.
Is this really the 6-star hall?
Fei Hu's heart had a question for the first time.
There are also copies that Miss Fei Hu cannot crack.
You are afraid you are thinking about taking the quota for your own hands.
Someone chuckled. If so, then we can't let you live.
The eyes around him are getting colder and colder.
Fei Hu shook his head. You can think about it yourself. Does the situation now look like the rules that should be the rule copy? While speaking, Fei Hu found that a bracelet appeared on his wrist. Looking around, a bracelet also appeared on the wrists of people around him. It's just that each color looks different. Just when everyone was confused, a voice rang in everyone's ears at the same time. Welcome to SSS No. 2 in the chaotic place of dungeon. In a moment, there was horror flashing in everyone's eyes. They looked at the black dust flying all over the sky. Looking at the bloody mouth that appeared in the sky, the lewd laughter broke through the sky. Try your best to struggle. Of course I will give you your own way of shutting down. Want my book? Then go and search. Fei Xin felt completely chilled. Didn't think about calculating myself.
In the end, he ended up dying in a chaotic place.
Before here, the copy learned. All knowledge is useless.
It has no reference value.
This is what he suddenly realized. It seems that I have forgotten Jiang Che's extraordinary luck and physique. He didn't let him in. Does it mean that you have failed? What will Miss Fei Hu do next? Someone who wanted to do it before. It was completely panicked at this time.
In the second copy, whether to kill the flying tiger.
It makes no sense at all. I don't know if everyone will go. Fei Hu waved his hand. It looks like it doesn't matter. The buses are still arriving one after another. One person after another got off the bus. After learning about the situation, the first reaction is to attack the people around you. Continuously staged on new people. Are those idiots outside? Can't you watch the live broadcast? He was still rushing to Fei Hu, and someone cursed and said, "This is a conspiracy of evil spirits.
A conspiracy specifically used to murder humanity."
But no matter how he scolds and kills him, no one with red eyes looked at them. Just after killing one person, go and exchange your so-called tickets. I saw someone walking towards the gate.
A bald man rushed over directly.
Carry it up hard. Has the man's collar come in and die? His eyes were red. Looking at the humans coming in one after another. I just feel extremely angry. The person who just entered here. It seemed that I saw it suddenly. There are so many people here to guard. Why are you all here? They didn't expect. But through the transparent air, you can't see fried chicken. There are 2 paintings in front and back. Draw the front of the station. Can't see people? After leaving the station, people are everywhere. The live broadcast is also invisible. At this time,
the bald uncle was already squatting on the ground helplessly.
He touched his pocket. Take out a pack of cigarettes from it. New people coming outside also felt something was wrong. Since you got off the bus,
the live broadcast screen disappeared.
We thought it was a protection for the copy of the rules. So it didn't take it seriously.
The person who walked out of the gate.
The wrists also have a different colored wrist generation. Everyone noticed this scene. It is difficult to distract yourself to think at this moment.
I just watched the location of the fried chicken mouth coming in continuously.
Different people. It seems that everyone is attracted by the rules copy. Everyone wants to take this opportunity to soar. Keep moving forward. Although chaotic. But as long as it is a copy, you will have a chance to survive.
Fei Hu's face was chilling. He looked at Wande on his wrist.
I started to think about the meaning of it. So your Fei Hu organization is not clear.
The entrance was opened directly.
I've also cheated so many people in. Sent to death, right? At this time,
a muzzle has pointed at Fei Hu's brain.
Hearing what he said, Fei Hu couldn't help but want to laugh. Fearless of pointing at your own gun. If the owner of this copy wants to kill them, you can do it directly. There must be other purposes. He frowned. Feeling of anxiety.
Unconsciously scratching the head with fingers.
The delicate hairstyle becomes frizzy. Why do this? I asked the same question here. Ah Hua, who was walking in front, didn't even look back at me. It's just a so-called relay program. If it's just 1 or 2 people. Fear. Too little harvested. It tastes tasteless. But if it's a group of people, it feels great to harvest. But the little girl who likes you is also in this copy.
As Zhou Hua said, she came over bravely.
Just a casual wave. A huge Unreal screen appeared in the air. How? Is this show fun enough? The king of Zhou also looked at the picture. He instantly understood what Ah Hua said about the repertoire program. Ah Hua looked at him jokingly.
I'm just the flying tiger pointed at by a gun in the picture.
Do you want to save him? I don't actually feel much in my heart. Zhou has always wanted to join the organization by himself.
It does provide a lot of convenience.
Except that the mouth is always a little untuned. I still want to save the rest of the time. I didn't hide my inner thoughts. You are really boring. Ah Hua rolled her eyes. As he said that, he walked out of the dark forest to follow. Ah Hua didn't look back. To what I just said, not to save me. There is a phenomenon of disagreement.
He would never save him.
Even if Aining ordered this to save people, he would also pretend that he hadn't heard it. Take a step forward to make a copy. Edge. Instantly turned into a huge flower. He was swept into a leaf.
It was not far from the destination of Fei Hu and others at an extremely fast speed. In almost the blink of an eye, I arrived next to the so-called bus. Taking advantage of the next bus, a few people followed the crowd.
I don't know when.
Ah Hua has become a girl of 1.5 meters.
The red ponytail is bright and beautiful. Take us toward the gate of the gate. Then handed over something. The fried chicken farm just glanced at him. Then a group of people followed Ah Hua into it.
At this time, the small team inside had already divided into batches.
Finally, we chose the team division based on the color of the wristband. Fei Hu was surrounded by people in the corner. What to play? Can you add me to a flower? Feel the emotions of these people.
Standing behind several people with a grim smile, there was a little beauty raising her eyebrows alone. I thought the flying tiger was already very good. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl later.
Come. You also want heroes to save the beauty. They raised their eyebrows and looked at Ah Hua Jiangche. Ah Hua frowned. Called me all over? Don't want to do it yourself. But Sure Fei Hu raised his head suddenly. Sure enough, I saw Jiang Shi walk out from behind.
Jiang Siwei raised his hand. The land in the center of him fell to the ground.
ECUN several people who besieged him.
I also saw Jiang Che raising his hand and lying on the ground.
Is Fei Hua my own? Are you here to save yourself?
He began to splash in his heart.
You're wrong.
It's not Jiang Che who came to save him.
You are me, Ahua. I want him to come. Don't be grateful to him. Don't be moved by him. It's me you should thank. Thank you. Fei Hu's cheeks turned red. Being broken. The heart is turbulent. He glanced at Ahua.
This was the first time he saw such a flamboyant girl in the dungeon. The fiery red hair has a strange purple color.
Who is this?
A group of people around him were still kneeling on the ground.
Leaning on the ground without moving.
This group of people.
How do you solve it? Ahua asked. Fei Hu hesitated for a moment. Keep it first. I don't know if there is any bad thing to kill people now. The after image. Let's talk about it when they start first. You should pay more attention when you come here. If you are not careful here, you will die.
The people around also noticed that they seem to want to see the flying tiger here.
They show their killing hands. What are the concerns about this? Ahua smiled. He stepped forward. One kick. Step onto the person who was kneeling on the ground. Don't fly to stop it yet. I saw the blood that was soaked. Like a watermelon that explodes. Is there any injury to my little sister? Fei Hu half kneeled in front of Ahua.
He was in a panic and checked his body.
I'm not a little sister. Ahua opened the flying tiger's hand. I'm much older than you.
After stomping a person's head.
Only then did everyone secretly write down this rule. They looked at the red-haired girl quietly. Even standing in this weird copy. Even if everyone feels desperate.
He still looked at everything in a straight face. And it seems he came for the flying tiger. He is a master of Fei Hu group.
A group of people who wanted to attack Fei Hu before. I took 2 steps back independently before. They don't know Ahua. But they recognized the slap. Damn. Lucky is here. We don't have to die this time.
A kind of inexplicable safety suddenly appeared in the hearts of the crowd. The eyes of my eyes were full of hope.
Brothers Jiang Che. What should I do next? We all listen to you.
A person raised his hand in the distance.
Constantly calling. I don't know. I really won't be fine if I spread my hands. We will do whatever you say. Others don't mind. It's like everyone joked. However, Ahua noticed that. Some people are approaching me quietly. He could feel the malice that these people were carrying. It's already very crowded. Although there are only 10 people coming to each train. But the advantage is that there are many cars. And no one dared to leave. It just got blocked together like this. Originally, these people wanted to hold their troops still. But after waiting for a few minutes, I found out that I didn't seem to be planning to take them with me. Soon. A gun pressed against my back. At the same time,
a sinister voice sounded in my ears.
Don't move. What I hold is not an ordinary pistol. Even if you are a 5th-level survivor, I promise to be shot. I advise you to give honest explanations. What are you going next? However, just the moment the gun hit my back. I don't know if it's everyone's illusion.
It seemed that a girl's laughter came from the void. The laughter was sarcastic and wanton mockery for a moment.
Everyone present was locked tightly by his eyes. At this time, in the void on the upper level of the copy,
when the 10 lords sat in front of the round table, Jiang Che appeared.
The lords of the major dungeons didn't care. Because Jiang Che's life and death cannot change their layout.
And these lords have not reached the point of interacting with each other yet.
These humans are right. This is a dead voice at the moment. Don't move. I follow those who are indifferent. I've been able to escape with me. Humans. You see, this is the world you want to stop fusion. In the dark shadow. A somewhat charming girl. The eyes and mouth chuckled. She waved her hand. The scene of my back being hit by a gun.
It was projected directly into the middle of the round table.
You see, your husband is so hurt by humans. There was endless laughter on the round table.
Ding Ning's face did not change. After all, he does these things. It is not to protect these humans. When I saw someone pressing the gun on Jiang Che's back, he only feels that humans are worthy of death. Maybe it's just a toy. The Lord in the other shadow was very dissatisfied. They mocked the same kind. Not a toy. It's just that my husband Ding Ning's face doesn't change. Don't care about outsiders' voices. So if he dies on your territory like this, I will never stop with you. Said. Ding Ning turned to look at the Lord of the Chaos Land of Copy No. 2. Under the black outline, I could only look at a monster with a bird's head vaguely. It's not my fault. This time they used my territory to lay out. Now you still say that it is my responsibility to die. The bird-headed monster was breathing heavily. I was so angry that I hummed by Ding Ning's words. Ding Ning closed his eyes. Because on your territory, you also saw with your own eyes that something was wrong was your problem. However, Ding Ning's seemingly unreasonable remarks. But I want to protect Jiang Che in this way. Those who shot Jiang Che. He was not sure if there were chess pieces sent by other lords now. It seems that I have understood Ding Ning's thoughts. The bird-headed monster cursed. Because he knows very well. Ding Ning's episode is basically mandatory. I got into a question with him and found something wrong with Jiang Che. It's just like they started a war and contacted humans for so long. You learned this. The situation is unclear now. The Birdman naturally doesn't want to go to war with other lords easily. This will weaken one's own strength. At the same time, on the other side, seeing everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Che, Ahua takes a step forward. Is it possible to know how to pass the test? It's me. Do you know what the different colors of wristbands on your hands mean? Ahua smiled and spoke to her. Only then did the group turn their attention to their wrists. After counting it, I found out that there are as many as 10 colors. Little girl. You mean that the bracelet is the key to passing the level? Otherwise you think it looks good when you hang it. Said. Ahua raised her hand high. This bracelet represents the camp. There was a white wrist between him. But the same on my wrist. At the same time, he also grabbed Fei Hu's hand. This is also the reason why I saved him. When he saw Ahua's face, he said without changing his expression. Fei Hu was a little confused for a moment. Because he knew very well that the bracelet on his wrist was not white at all. But when did the color start to change? He looked down at the wrists of Ahua and me. Not unexpectedly. All are white. So can this camp be chosen by yourself? Or is this red-haired girl changing the ability to color the bracelet? As soon as Ahua finished speaking, a panic broke out in the crowd immediately. People of different bracelet colors are immediately separated from others. However, when they want to see who else is with Jiang Che and the others. But it really found that in the huge crowd, except for the flying tiger, no one has the same color as them. What does the camp represent? Because we are alternative white. At this time, countless guns were aimed at me. Ahua smiled and was greedy. I didn't plan to explain anything. And I am also cold. Looking at these guns. Then extend your hand to your own person. He snapped his fingers calmly. The next moment is centered on me. Suddenly down. Being trapped in a big pit. And those who hold weapons. Then he was crushed to the ground in an instant. I have no feelings for these people. Just follow a principle. Whether it is an evil spirit or a human. Just do it yourself. Then I will never show any mercy. Another snap of fingers. The person lying on the ground. I suddenly felt the gravity increase sharply. The bones all over the body suddenly rattle. Soon, my whole body was deeply pressed into the earth. Ahua looked at me and raised her eyebrows. Unexpectedly. Your mastery of skills is so outstanding. The other people who wanted to attack me for a moment were immediately suppressed. Of course. At this time, the ground was filled with dirt and half-meat sauce. They looked down at the bracelet on their wrists, thinking about whether he has the strength to match Jiang Che. At this moment, a prompt appeared again in mid-air. The camp list is opened with the death 10 people.
Hunt on humans from other camps. The first 3 camps are qualified to survive. At the same time, the same list appeared in everyone's mind. Now the number 1 position on the list is the white bracelet of Jiang Che and others. However, this situation made Ding Ning frown. He turned to look at the Dark Star list. He could see the other party's methods at a glance. Seeing Ding Ning looking at him, Dark Star just grinned and spread his hands. This is one of the plans. And if you use your little boyfriend as your target, maybe it can cause more killings. After all, white is the group with the least number of people. It is easy to be surrounded and killed. As he said that, Dark Star thrust his crossbow mouth again. If he accidentally dies, then you go and find the Birdman to take revenge. When the nodule Dark Star was talking, Ding Ning has stood up, walked towards the Dark Star. He directly penetrated his chest with one hand. But now most of the people who come here are phantom clones. Generally, it is invalid if attacked. Therefore, Dark Star did not dodge anything. However, just the next second, Ding Ning showed a grim smile. The moment Ding Ning spoke, Dark Star felt the position of his body and the phantom being exchanged. Do you think you are still my opponent now? Ding Ning sneered. When you retract your hand again, there is a transparent life in the palm of your hand. You have raised so many wives. How has the strength been weakened now? Don't make any mistakes. This is the SS level Lord's shadow. Last time you ran fast, a big hole appeared in Dark Star's chest. The upper and middle chi breath is instantly weak. No. Originally, the S-level aura suddenly fell to the middle and was not yet standing. Immediately, I worked hard to gather energy in the void. Only then could he barely get rid of it. Ding Ling set out a void channel. He sent the beads to the void casually. At the same time, the bead came to my hands. I was just a little stunned. I knew this was Ding Ning's handle. You can feel that the beads contain rich energy. It seems that everyone can return it inside. I didn't expect you to be quite good at that person with an S-level energy squeeze. See this scene? The other main part has opened its mouth. The secret heart falls from SSS. The energy essence is in this bead. Oh. Yeah? I've introduced him a long time ago. He is my lover who treats him well. Not for granted. And the people on my side soon began to find their own formation. I started to absorb the energy of the ball directly. In a moment, a huge stream of energy flowed into the body. I didn't panic at all, because I know Aining will not harm him. In the void, Aining watched me take the ball away. The corners of the mouth cannot help but look upward, slightly raised. Ding Ning's actions. The rabbit people in the same sword camp couldn't help but silence. You deprive Dark Star of strength so much. After he fuses the seeds, the first person to retaliate is you. As the Dark Star is driven away, the spirit master on the round table turned into 9 rabbit men. When talking, the other 7 lords have begun to be alert. They can't beat the current Dark Star. But the rabbit man is right. No one knows that after Dark Star summons all the seeds, what kind of strength will it become? But they didn't expect Ding Ning to take action so decisively. For a moment, their eyes looked at Ding Ning were full of vigilance. He. How can humans say something like anger for beauty? Who said that for Lan Yen? I can't make a shot. Everyone is alert. He was unforgivable at all. Ding Ning took away the energy of the Dark Star. In fact, it is very common among evil spirits of level D. Ding Ning used this energy to the giant body. They don't feel a difference yet. But what is the concept of using it to cultivate a human being? It can be said that an ordinary person can be instantly promoted to level 14. It sounds like a terrible person. So this star culture is full of police force. Because he used half of his strength directly. He even trained one of the humans to the 15th level. That's the strength to fight against SS level lords. So they've been making fun of it all the time. In the end, Dark Star is most likely to be unable to stop the show. And now, Ding Ning weakened his strength even more. What will happen to Dark Star in the end? It's not known at all. Do you think there is a very light voice on the side of the 16th Order Roundtable in humans? Level 15 is not still a Dark Star. Did that fool train him? Humans also want to have a lord in the 16th level and can't help but mock it. Maybe what? The next 16th level was trained by a certain lord to speak.
At the same time, they all saw that Ding Ning was referring to it very clearly.
Ding Ning didn't give any explanation.
After all, he has said it many times.
That's not his pawn.
But his husband. He just wanted to take the opportunity to make Jiang Che stronger at this point in time.
When I collect the ball. Ah Hua didn't pay attention.
King Zhou and Tuanchuan were also watching the crowds that had become chaotic. But Xiong Jia saw it. Even with Ah Hua around to protect her, he will still stare.
Because he is different from King Zhou. He has his own mission.
So he would never let Jiang Che escape from his gaze.
Xiong Jia didn't say anything. Just silently lowered your head. Although I don't know what it is. But it didn't prevent him from envious. The population classification is becoming clearer and clearer. Everyone stood in a crowd of people according to the color of the bracelet. And there is more and more order in the copy.
The live broadcast room has become very chaotic now.
The bus stopped, too.
It seems that the stars are instructed by the Lord above. Bus drivers also began to stop hiding their scams.
After a group of people entered the station.
As usual, they ran towards the ticket seller just as they wanted to cut off the ticket seller's finger. The ticket seller pulled out more than a dozen human-shaped stakes.
These farms have dense fingers. The ticket seller's intentions are very obvious. You can take your fingers from these goods.
And the most important thing is that a lot of debris of clothes are mixed in those fingers.
At that moment, everyone was stunned.
The person who wanted to enter the dungeon also became rational in an instant.
I want to know that it's still alive inside. How many people in the dungeon have hesitated for a long time? Most people finally chose and gave up. At the same time, the humans in the copy have been divided.
After forming a team until the camp is completely distinguished. They found that except for white. The remaining 9 color teams were actually in almost the same number. And Zhang Ji and the others only had them from beginning to end.
At this time, a team is headed. One person stood up. I have a suggestion for everyone. Before we fight each other, can we get rid of the aliens here first? He said as he focused on the alien I was.
He also came in with his friends.
But it was also divided into 2 different camps.
He didn't understand why they could guarantee the same camp.
Let me talk about my strength first. I am Beiji. I know that there must be people here with higher levels than me. I even think that the key to passing this game is to kill them. I also think this may be the key to breaking the deadlock. A person with a mediocre level has no action. Some people who think they have good grades gradually stood up.
They stared at Jiang Che and his group of 6.
What if there are indeed 6 promotions this time? Just as I was thinking of a dozen people standing up. A prompt sound only they could hear appeared in his ears. Kill 6 of them. You guys can survive. At the same time,
the 9 lords in the void have begun to each of them to transfer their energy towards the channel level.
When I saw a group of people standing up and facing Jiang Che,
Ding Ning then suddenly looked at some other lords.
Obviously,
those who want to take action against Jiang Che are not only at ease. One of them said that there was one more Jiang Che.
It doesn't matter if humans live. But in fact, if he can fight with the Birdman, then they also like to see it.
And since the beginning, Ding Ning felt an energy.
He is tangling with his body in the passage. Don't let him leave. At the meeting site, Ding Ning didn't move.
In fact, he and the Rabbit Man both agreed to everyone's plan on the surface.
Hello? Ding Ning?
If your husband is really beaten to death,
what to do? Otherwise, you might as well help. Although it sounds so nasty. But hasn't he been eating all the time? These noisy sounds kept coming from my ears. Ding Ning didn't even raise his eyelids. Because they don't know Ada's strength.
So there is no need to have too much space.
Even if you are strong, you can solve it completely. Brother has heard of your name long ago. SSS and copy. There were 17 people standing up and the only escapee. Not much seems to be there. But the lowest one is also level 8. There is time at the highest level. My name is Chen Zijuan.
Having experienced copies of all sizes,
hundreds have arrived. Now I am naturally reluctant to die of this comfort. So even if you kill you,
only 1 10,000 plans can be added. I won't hesitate, either. Ah Hua tilted her head and looked at the bird who stood out. He shook his head. Then take the previous step to leave the goods. He can solve it with one hand. And when I first received the bead, I felt Aining's good intentions. What he gave me was also refined energy. So I have been completely absorbed by me. Is Aining's current situation difficult? I held Ah Hua in one hand. Yes. Otherwise he would have come here long ago. Just be there. I can poke these people to death with just one finger. In Ah Hua's opinion, I'm the same as everyone here. Killing for a second. Can you become stronger by clearing the dungeon? Looking at the humans in the copy. If it was the first time I killed so many people. Ah Hua nodded. But this copy is not the customs conditions. This is just a game. But if you want to become strong, then you have to pass all SSS level copies. Okay. Then I will do this. I spoke without hesitation. Ah Hua smiled contemptuously. Aining lets you go. So you think SSS level copy is very simple? An opponent who can't even escape. How could I deal with it? But I will work hard. I will be the head of this family well. Let's protect everyone. My palm has begun to condense the head of the gravity field. Ah Hua smiled. Ding Ning often says, as a lord, be responsible for the lowly evil spirits. Seeing myself being ignored like this, Chen Zijuan snorted coldly. The strength of the stone steps is enough to make him look down on this place. Everyone Chen Zijuan is very fast. The next second comes to me. A big fist as big as a killer. Holding the blue veins, he pressed towards me. However, but I stretched out my hand slowly. One handful. Just hold his fist. Feel the force in the fist. Chen Zijuan's black pupils suddenly felt like this last time. When he was a child. The team leader clenched his fists. You can't beat it if you don't drag it out. Before he could react, there was a crisp click. The sound of bone shattering came from the junction of the boxer. The force on my hands is getting stronger and stronger. He looked scared. Who said this? He is the 5th level peak. Then he ripped off Chen Zijuan. The whole person flew backwards. Everyone's eyes fell on their wrists that were torn apart. However, it's not time to shock them. They felt the land under their feet began to become weak. The whole person has begun to sink. Soon, everyone's legs fell into it. They want to leave. But I found that my feet were not able to pull them up at all. And the culprit just raised his hand and looked at them coldly. Ah Hua looked at me a little confused. Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Both skills that are not attack-based can play this effect. Not long ago, he was still mocking Jiang Che as a weak human. In a blink of an eye, I was about to catch up with me. Feel Ah Hua's gaze? I didn't hide it either. Aining just gave me something. I've absorbed a lot of energy. Very good. The lords in the void saw this scene. I couldn't help but throw myself towards Ding Ning. The energy drawn from the dark star wanted to be refined. It also requires the same amount of energy. This means that Ding Ning himself also consumes a lot. But until now, they found that Ding Ning had almost recovered his strength. Hearing the words, Ah smiled and retreated to herself. All the doubts in my heart disappeared. If he has this strength, he doesn't need to take action. He snorted proudly. He's down. Why didn't you say it earlier? I grin. Smile at Ah Hua. The movements in my hand did not stop the thousands of survivors in front of me. At this time, he was almost completely surrounded by mud. I just need to clench my fist slightly. All the humans here will die in my hands. Jiang Che. You really dare to do it. So many humans. Don't you feel any guilt in your heart? In the killing, most people have been buried. Only showed his head. Death outside. Coming. Lu Zijuan also simply gave up. Everyone. I have a doubt. Before that I received a message. Let us kill Jiang Che. Let us go out alive. This obviously wants to kill me. Lu Zijuan said. The redder eyes. Sha had already reached his mouth.
Now when I think about it, he must have made a deal with the evil spirit. Otherwise, how could a human be growing so quickly? Thousands of you traitors died in your hands. As a human being, you have come strangely. The biggest boy heard this. Tuanchuan had narrowed his eyes. The skin begins to turn red and dark. You are not allowed to say that. My dad. He struggled to rush towards Lu Zijuan. He felt that after I heard him. There was indeed a trace of emotional change in my heart. No matter which ethnic group. The word traitor is a very heavy title. They have never interfered with my choice. I never forced myself to change my camp. Now Chen Zijuan wants to use these few words. Break the slaves of their entire family. Chen Zijuan was shocked. He suddenly thought of being by my side. This human child who always seems to be very well behaved actually has such a change. The hideous face and body look different from what humans should have. He suddenly remembered the little evil spirit in the Nineth dungeon who almost killed Jiang Che. Ha ha ha, I get it. Chen Zijuan laughed wildly. It turns out to start with copy 9. You betrayed humanity. I'm gonna. Your strength is to betray Zijunjin, who has taken it from mankind, roaring desperately. Those who want to survive are listening. Chen Zijuan's words. I stopped. Continue to bury their actions. He looks patiently listening. So, you, a traitor, will kill all of us for the sake of the evil spirits? You said and grinned at me. But isn't no one knowing about this? Lu Zijuan was stunned. If they were all killed. That's true, no one knows. And I have never been afraid of letting you do it. And the evil spirits in your mouth. It is the change we know as me and my life. I stopped attacking because your words affected me. Of course, it is not so-called guilt. I just want to tell you. That's my wife. As I said that, I picked up Tuanchuan. And she is my daughter. As the words fell. Stop flow. The desert became more turbulent than before. My raised fist instantly pinched the rolling mud and sand. The moment I closed. I will introduce it like everyone in the future. My family for a moment. All the noisy voices disappeared. Only a few of us were left standing there. The black land is constantly seeping out. Bright red blood. Then he slowly returned to his original appearance. I stared at the land. Don't say a word. You can control the land within your own scope. You can also detect changes in the land. And at this time the bottom of the earth. Something is sucking bones and flesh and blood wildly. Seeing me stunned. Ah Hua poked my arm. What are you looking at? She looked at my eyes in confusion. Isn't it just a dead person? All the bodies are gone. Something was eaten underground? I stared at my brow and spoke. He is crazy. Hurry and lose sense. Sure enough, the smell of blood on that place. Now there is no trace left. At the same time, before the 9 lords in the void laughed immediately. They are also worried about how to design the humans to kill each other? Because if they kill directly, then the human flesh and blood will be contaminated with the breath of evil spirits. It becomes less pure. Unexpectedly, it seems that my husband had a complete misunderstanding before. As humans. But it stands with us. They closed their eyes with a smile on the Lutherans. He stood his eyes as soon as he arrived. He has not done his feet on the passage. This is a lot of supplementary channels. Consolidation was faster than he thought. He just hopes that Jiang Che can take a look at the scenery he wants before the passage is completely formed. After the 2 worlds merge, whether it is human or evil spirits, they will all fall into complete madness. No matter what. This time it's thanks to him. At this time, the second copy lord. The Black Crow had begun to spread the breath of his territory along the passage. That's the case. Then you release the exit and let him go out. After Ding Ning smiled like a smile. He's still at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, my face stiffened. If I read it correctly, you man already has the real one of the Death Master. You want me to open the exit? Give it a copy of the book. But it's not bad. Then you will give me something. All right. He looked at Ding Ning and directly activated the voice transmission. Communicate privately. You plan to get him to pass the 10th dungeon. After hearing what he said, Ding Ning's pupil said suddenly. This is also a coincidence that he got information. He only told Ah Hua.
And he was not sure about the authenticity of the information.
But if even the Black Crow knew about this, perhaps many people already know not to think too much. The information you saw. The Black Crow I gave you was very sharp, hoarse and unpleasant. The information you gave me. Why did Ding Ning look at him? Asked about the doubts in my heart. Because they are showing the exit. As a trap to tease humans. Only you hide the exit. So I want to hide it from them. Hey, smile. Not in words. What do you want? Ding Ning just needs to be sure.
It's enough to know the news yourself.
I'll send a clone. Go to your copy.
Let him leave the Black Crow from the exit.
Staring at Ding Ling. I want to give it a try, too. What happens after collecting the origins of its 10 copies? He said. I didn't say anything here. Good. I agreed to Ding Ning and nodded. At the same time,
a channel soon appeared in front of me.
At the end of the passage there are 10 halos representing the exit. The black light at the second outlet is very dazzling. Ding Ning noticed that. These 10 halos are the same color as the camp represented on the human bracelet just now. If the white exit represents Ding Ning's copy territory, then this black represents the chaos in the second copy. But Ding Ning noticed it.
The purple light belonging to the Dark Star dungeon is also dazzling.
He kept a god. Remembering what Black Crow said to him just now.
If a halo represents that he has collected a copy of the light source, he also collected the origin of the copy just now.
Watching these scenes of Fei Hu shut up. He finally understands it now.
The child I am carrying is a sister who is evil spirit bear.
It seems not surprising. It seems that I have known this a long time ago. Zhou Ong was envious. Look at why you are with the evil spirits? Fei Hu was silent for a long time. Still asked. He had thought about whether he would die because of this? But this question is really important to him. Hear the sound of the flying tiger. I looked back at him. I'm not with the evil spirits. But I finally found my own family. I had a smile on my face. It's like the family photo in my mind. The same is true when it was first drawn.
The family members were slightly stunned. Of course he knew about the nurse in the blood and the disciple of the blood.
Didn't those who pretended to be stupid? I know what his family is really joking. Jiang Che Fei Hu opened his mouth. Looking at the bun hanging on me. Know if you are speaking. If you are not careful, you will anger this little demon. Seeing him want to speak. I will put down. It's fine. You tell me.
Seeing this, Tuanchuan also led Ah Hua toward the open space on one side.
King Zhou ran over with Ah Hua. Look at his eyes seriously. Is Jiang Qi's wife the same as you? Fei Hu looked at the little evil spirit called Tuanchuan. Leaving a little lost. This evil spirit is so relieved. His conversation with Jiang Che. Are you still Jiang Che? Finally Fei Hu asked this most important question. The evil spirits have various means. He felt that Jiang Che was shot by the evil spirit. Of course, I always answered calmly. Then do you know that the family you mentioned are the kind of evil spirits that harm humans and kill people? Killing? Are you talking about me?
I turned to look at Fei Hu. I just killed more than 1,000 people and flew tigers in silence. But the flying tiger race will be different in unity.
How do you know they won't hurt you? Maybe you are just taking advantage of you. Fei Hu has thought of countless kinds. Maybe he really didn't expect that Jiang Che's family taught in the live broadcast would really hurt me. Looking at Fei Hu in surprise. My family? Whether it is the old lady who was my wife's friend. None of them hurt me. However, watch the live broadcast replay. I realized that my partner was actually using me all the time. Fei Hu also thought about it. The person who entered the copy of that live broadcast. In order to survive, they all have ulterior motives. You can't think so. There are still many good people in this world. I can only open my mouth. I can only say this sentence. Maybe it's just that your luck is a little worse. Bad luck. Fei Hu suddenly fell silent. He always firmly believed that Jiang Che was a subordinate of his aura. Be able to escape from the dungeon by luck. But now he felt a little bad luck in his heart. It's really bad to say. But just the blood disciples' parents also have a few evil spirits. It's enough to get you out of the SS copy.
Then we were confused in our hearts.
Hey. This is the old lattice credit.
But the smile consciously raised in the corner of the mouth.
Flying Tiger was stunned. Jiang Che always laughs when he talks about his wife. So is your wife very strong? Mom is Tuanchuan next to Lord Lingzhu. Hearing this question, Jiang Ao proudly introduced Ding Ning's identity.
Lord Feihu didn't expect Tuanchuan to say this word.
At this moment,
all the details are puzzled.
All together with the evil spirits from the beginning. Well designed.
Carefully designed to give breathing skills.
Even the opening of the mouth at random. But I left with a lot of excuses. Everyone just attributes it all to luck. Is this true? Then maybe I will choose evil spirits. Fei took his luck and let out a breath. After that, we are one of the two of us. Thinking about how I wanted to marry Jiang Che into my family before. Now I suddenly feel very ridiculous. I almost died in the illusion. It may be the handle of that lord.
It turns out that he had taught himself a lesson. After thinking about the stupid things I just said,
Feihu couldn't stop smiling. Where are their two camps?
The other party tells himself.
So many things.
Isn't it just to make yourself die?
Do you understand? Not two camps. Tuanchuan appeared beside Jiang Che. Dad is human. He looked at Feihu's eyes seriously. We never asked Dad to make the necessary choices. At this time, Ahua walked in front of her. Have you let this mankind survive by chance? He looked at Feihu with disdain. Not hiding his identity. Feihu looked at Ahua.
Thinking of what Ahua said at that time.
He looked at the red hair.
The playful girl with a hint of purple tassel. The other party raised his chin high. His eyes were full of malice towards himself. The previous malicious intentions of humans have also arisen. He just showed a proud look on his face.
Not hurting yourself.
Instead, he saved himself.
He felt like he understood.
But at this time, he was always counting on any human being to save her.
Ahua's eyes are on the corner. He hopes that thank you for your little thanks to you. You saved me. Ahua can always feel Fei has preparation for him. So he doesn't like this woman very much. But now this human being is on guard.
It turns out that my words of gratitude come from the heart.
Human. I advise you not to say these sensational words to me. Is this the most annoying thing about it? Ahua is a little angry. Yes. I know. I'm ready. You do it. I've lost my horns.
But the eyes were full of firmness.
Everyone looked surprised.
He asked carefully as he watched himself Flying Tiger.
Don't you kill me? Why do you want us to kill you?
I looked at Feihu with some confusion. I don't know why he would make such a request.
Could it be that I am thinking too much? Classical Chinese Flying Tiger walks tentatively towards the exit. For a moment, he was in a complicated mood. I've been thinking about it for so long. Didn't expect to become a survivor who passes SSS and copies. Dad. You go? Tuanchuan was also a little reluctant to leave.
Break free from my arms. Just now he also received a virtual message.
I just followed me all the time. Near the separation. He stared straight at Ahua.
She thinks Ahua is really good looking. Whether it is the flower or the image of the girl in front of you. In fact, he is still quite aware of the darkness in the dungeon.
So, this seems to be alternative.
But such a harmonious family. It made him grow up with a desire.
I looked up at the void.
Aining had just spoken to him. I know he's always looking at himself in the void.
It's just that I can't get out for the time being. I couldn't help but sigh. It's normal for me to separate briefly.
But I don't know why my heart is still filled with bitterness.
Uncle Xiong Zhouang. It's time for us to leave classical Chinese. There is nothing extra for both of them. Keep up with me quickly. Come to the black halo. I looked back at the back. This time at the end of the passage. A familiar figure is running. Run towards yourself. For a moment, my eyes were wet. I spread my arms. Running towards the person coming. There are so few opportunities for the two to meet. Fine. I didn't kill Ding Ning. Put your head on my heart. Sorry. I didn't do it.
His voice is very small.
It seems to be blaming myself. It doesn't matter generally. I never cared about her. I embedded my hands in Ding Ning's soft hair. At this moment, all my thoughts and emotions were integrated into this tight embrace. But at this time, a sudden sound silently passed into my ears. Have you ever seen your wife's body? Do you want to see your wife's body?
I hugged Ding Ning tightly.
Ignore the voice in my mind. The sound is strange. The moment I had never heard the sound appear before. Ding Ning also heard the voice. There is no shyness at all. This is a bright open plot. No matter what answer I give. At the moment when this question came out, I have achieved my goal. I didn't say anything. It seems to be avoiding this problem.
Ding Ning suddenly felt lost.
He looked at me. Some dodge archer. Do you want to see it? Ask this question.
Ding Ning felt a little bitter in his heart.
He knew it was a trap.
But he also knew that he had fallen long ago.
How could she care whether humans were afraid of their appearance? But the answer to this question is very important to her now. I shook my head. I want to. But I don't watch it. Actually, I'm more afraid than you.
As I said that, I took Ding Ning's hand.
The two walked aside. Sit down on the steps. Sit side by side. Talking quietly. Are you afraid?
This answer made Ding Ning silent.
Is he afraid to see his own body?
He repeated this sentence in his heart again.
Yes.
I'm really afraid that I'm so afraid that you don't like this. Because I have discovered before that the aesthetic difference between evil spirits and humans is still very different. Like parents, they like to decorate their homes in a bloody style. So I'm afraid that this way I don't fit your aesthetics.
Looking at my sincere eyes, Ding Ning couldn't help laughing out loud. In a moment,
the uneasiness in his heart completely dissipated.
What I like is that you have seen you for the first time. That purely hot heart. It made me want to keep getting close. So do me.
I looked at Ding Ning and shouted at the question. That plan was instantly swept away by the feeling of happiness at this moment.
Hear my firm voice. Everyone couldn't help looking over there. My sister-in-law does not look like a local.
King Zhou could not see Ding Ning clearly. I can only see that he is shrouded in the mist and is not a brother.
Have you figured it out? Said. Ahua draws a vine.
In an instant, the king of Zhou was lifted up again.
You shameless strangers. We are the locals in the air. Zhou Ong was picked up and rotated by Ahua. His hesitant voice came intermittently. Sister Hua. Or maybe you'd better eat me once. Fei Hu looked at this scene enviously. The copy was filled with gray and black dust. But I don't know why. At this moment,
the smell of blood in the air disappeared.
He looked into the distance. There is no view in the empty world. The black forest in the distance rises high and looks to the other side. Looking at Zhou Ong, who was thrown into a circle. Clap and laugh. Zhou Ong was picked up by Ahua and rotated it. But I'm not saying something begging for mercy.
Instead, he was asking his evil spirit to eat him, but he said something strange.
Wouldn't your life be lost after being eaten? He turned to look at Sister Xiong on the side. This man is just staying quietly. I quietly looked at me without saying a word. Sister Xiong smiled. Pointing fingers at yourself. Hey. Me? I'm the one who is really lucky. Luck to live. Passing the level of luck. Luck possession. Now all this. Xiong Jie said. He spread his hands helplessly. For a moment, Fei Hu didn't know what to say. He also found that he had become the so-called lucky person now. He looked at the seated side by side. Two people with sweet faces. He couldn't see Ding Ling's appearance clearly. But he thought. That must be a gentle and beautiful woman. Ding Ling and I didn't have the last hug for too long. Ding Ling stood at the entrance of the passage. He waved his hand to say goodbye to the few people. Tuanchuan and Ahua followed behind him and watched the four of us walk towards the entrance of the passage. King Zhou looked at his palms. On it is a purple life crystal in the shape of water droplets. What are you looking at? I noticed that he was a little absent-minded. Asked in confusion.
Sister Hua gave me a crystal of life.
Explain. As long as you have a breath of food, you can recover.
The king of Zhou was very quiet,
touching his pockets all over his body in a hurry. In the end, I'm still worried.
Just pinched it in the palm of your hand and stood beside him. Just now when Hua gave him this crystallization.
He also saw Gong Xiao. He heard it, too. For a moment,
he felt that maybe it was time to add an extra basket of dungeon props to the strategy.
Let the evil spirits give it to you.
He looked at me unconsciously. It turns out that all this is really firm love.
You mean, I and Uncle Xiong both have this?
Zhouang suddenly turned his head and looked at Xiong Jia and nodded when he saw his wife. He lowered his head in frustration again.
For a moment,
he thought he was thinking too much. The passage is dark.
But it's not long. Soon a few people walked out.
I rubbed my eyes. I just feel that the light in front of me is a little dark.
Not normal. Is it dark? Look at the weeds around you. And the giant screen.
Feel that your own strength has been enhanced.
This means that you have successfully come out of the dungeon.
The forest flying tiger quickly looked at the surrounding situation.
According to the past situation, the landing point should be the entrance. But now there is a figure around you that can't even be seen.
This is a dark forest.
Zhouang spoke in a serious voice. I nodded.
The surrounding tree trunks were covered with ferocious and distorted human faces.
Brother Che. Will something happen to my mother? Zhouang's face became embarrassed. Let's go. We'll rush over now. By the way, let's see how much the forest has expanded. Feel this? Ding Ning and the others probably didn't expect the city. Not far from this entrance. It's only 10 minutes.
I saw the shadow of the city.
The city of reinforced concrete is full of strange trees that are already airtight. It has been eroded now. It's hard to even find an entrance. Is the biggest advantage this time the dark forest that grows by eroding life below level 13? How much human population is? Thinking of this, I breathe consistently. This scene is even more shocking than I thought.
It was finally difficult for Zhouang to find a complete car in the cracks of the tree. He drove the car.
No sound along the way. After leaving the forest area, only then did everyone's cell phones gradually recover the signal.
The car has already raised a level of alert. The latest news has also been playing in the radio in the car.
I also quickly spoke to Ding Ning.
I learned how to prevent the invasion of dark forests. Only humans over the 13th order can place anchors with themselves as the center
to occupy an area. When the black forest touches this part of the aura, his expansion will automatically be closed.
Let Fei Hu take out his cell phone quickly. Tell his dad what I just got. I looked at the forest that kept passing by.
Suddenly I remembered that I could also place my own anchor points.
I asked King Zhou to stop the car and walk.
If you are now on the way to Feifei Group headquarters,
it can block the route of dark forest disease in this direction.
Go inside and in another direction. That direction is the Red Pig Mental Hospital. The area I can place just covers the Red Pig Mental Hospital.
Although there is no good record in this mental hospital.
But now I see this place. I still hesitated. I have lived here for too long. Xiong Jia looked in the direction. Naturally, I also saw the Red Pig Mental Hospital. By the way, we also buried Xiong Jia before. It seems that something has come to mind? Archer. You're here to put it. I went over and brought the stuff over. At this time, I looked at Fei Hu again. As far as I know, there is another feature of the anchor point. That is the scene in the area.
Will change according to the concept of consciousness of the presenter? Just like the copy characteristics of each evil spirit are different.
After humans put the anchor, the environment will also change according to obsession.
Fei Hu immediately took out his cell phone after hearing this. His father is a Flying Tiger organization. The strongest one happens to be the 13th level. It has been put into operation now.
In the stage of consolidating the anchor point, he could see the surveillance over there. As expected, it's the same as what I said.
The area occupied by his father has changed drastically. The original appearance of the city has not been changed. It was just that there was a blue-black eye on the top of everyone in that area. And the sky above the area is even more covered by a large number of screens.
All the images seen by Xin Black Eyes keep playing on it. Seeing this scene,
Fei Hu only felt that his back was cold. It seems that I have been doing live broadcast for too long.
Occupational disease. Maybe it was at this time. I've walked to the open space aside.
Soon a grayish-white halo appeared.
Focus on me.
It spreads rapidly outside.
Why don't we find a construction team to build our own city? The newly rushing back Bianjia trapped the endless mine and caused the idea of building.
I think it's okay. I have a reliable construction team here and don't worry about the construction speed. Fei Hu quickly raised his hand to show that he had resources. Just as several people were discussing how to build it, the surrounding environment has also begun to change.
They felt nervous. I don't know what kind of environment will appear. I frowned. Since the launch,
I feel that my mind is uncontrollably showing a picture of a mental hospital.
This is the most common scenario in my own understanding. Everyone looked at me, frowning tightly. The surrounding area also began to appear grayish-white fog. In the mist, the grayish-white buildings are gradually emerging. The white wall is like a maze. Cover all directions.
The cold white hospital bed appeared around.
Endless mist is poured onto the entire anchor area.
Soon the group was trapped in a room.
There are also many cold inspection instruments generated inside.
Xiong Jia walked out of the room. This is a long and narrow passage.
On both sides of the channel.
It's full of rooms like this.
One anchor after another. The area for delivery is large.
It seemed that this area was madly turning into a red spider mental hospital.
Xiong Jia suddenly realized something was wrong. He quickly informed Ding Ning about the situation. After opening,
Ding Ning and other forest masters wanted to follow him out to occupy his own area. Ding Ning thought it straightforwardly. The way to destroy the passage failed. Then he will fight with other lords.
Go grab those territories. But at the moment the channel opens,
breaking out of the passage before them. But it is a dark forest. And the most important thing is the dark forest coming out.
I didn't expect that there was so much nutrient at the exit. The evil spirit lords did not expect it. There will be so many people gathering together in human beings.
Here, dark forest tree species overflowed. I immediately found the nutrients for reproduction.
It directly makes the dark forest multiply and big. It even blocked the entire passage directly. Listening to the emergency communication from Xiong Jia, Ding Ning's face was a little embarrassed. A mother in the dark forest blocked the passage tightly, not giving them a chance to go out at all. Tell him, don't go to fantasy about what's in the mental hospital. Try to imagine. Ding Ning pinched his fingers tightly. He could only tell Xiong Jia to assist Xiong Jia next to him and nodded. Run to me quickly. Can you hear Archer? Ding Ning lets you relax as much as possible.
After emptied Xiong Jia's retelling several times,
I just heard him clearly. Start trying to think nothing. But the more so,
the archives and the cold inspection instruments. Those medical staff walking around in white coats.
It even more involuntarily emerged in my mind. At this time, Fei Hu and others looked at the room silently.
A white shadow at the door suddenly passed away.
Very fast.
Someone flying tiger hurriedly walked towards the door. Then I saw a familiar and strange figure walk through the blue-gray passage.
I went over to see what happened to him. Fei Hu greeted the house,
volunteeringly chased towards that back.
King Zhou,
Xiong Jia and others are still by my side.
Remind me over and over again to try to let go of my thoughts. Only, the more they reminded them, the situation around is getting worse. Another white phantom walked quickly past the door.
This time, Zhou Ong immediately felt something was wrong. Now he and Fei Hu are at the peak of the second level.
Did something happen so soon?
He hurried to the door.
Just the next moment,
the scene outside the house stunned him. I saw countless doctors and nurses walking around busily. They also held metal iron plates in their hands.
These medical staff didn't see it at all.
They just move around the area by themselves.
Fei Hu stood not far away and stared blankly in a ward, motionless. What are you doing?
Sister Xiong also found something was wrong.
Run to the door quickly.
He shouted at the flying tiger.
hearing the shouts. Looking back to Sister Xiong, pointing at the medical staff coming and going. The lips trembled unconsciously. None of them have any faces. Sister Xiong suddenly looked at a nurse walking towards him, which was the type he liked. However, the position of the nurse's facial features was sunken. The same is true for the doctor who looked at the side. There are countless doctors here. There are also nurses walking around the area mechanically. Xiong Jie suddenly felt nervous. Jiang Che. You're okay. I also woke up at this time. Come over. Turning around stiffly. Nodded to Sister Xiong. Have we returned to the hospital? Looking at the familiar scenes around you, I asked in confusion. Do you know nothing? Xiong Jie's expression on his face at me was a bit complicated. I remember after I started putting anchors. It's like entering a deep dream. Then I heard your voice. But I can't let go of my brain. Fortunately, you woke up. Xiong Jie patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. This is not a hospital. These are things that evolved from your dreams. Hearing the words, I got up and walked outside. I also saw these medical staff going back and forth. He reached out to hold a nurse. I felt the real flesh. It's just that there is no temperature. These people are just allowed to get sick. No reaction. See me recover. Xiong Jie also promptly reported the situation to Ding Ning. Ding Ning has been waiting for my message. Hearing. After nothing happened, he also breathed a sigh of relief. There was just a small accident. Xiong Jie thought about it. I told Ding Ning what had just happened. There are many people in the world where he puts anchors. Or they should be called evil spirit classical Chinese. Ding Ning suddenly felt a little alarmed in his heart. Now you can make sure something immediately. Let's see if the evolution of mental hospitals has ended. Ding Ning's voice is very light. What he fears the most is this evolution. It's not over. Sobering does not mean that everything is over. Xiong Jie hurriedly pulled me to check. We walked a long way together. This mental hospital is like there is no exit. Soon he came up with an answer. It's just like what Ding Ning said. The evolution of the environment has never stopped. Ding Ning suddenly felt nervous. He looked at the group of lords who were clearing the passage. Snorted coldly. You guys are busy with your own business. I'll go back first. After saying that, he chuckled. Leave instantly. Feel Ding Ning's breath disappearing cleanly. The lord in the passage suddenly left in a daze. He really doesn't care about the human carpet outside. Isn't there a husband? Just a human. He said, Uncle. You really believe it? When people tried to open the channel before. You're still mocking. Now Liao quits his job. Ding Ning quickly returned to his territory. After instructing Ah Hua to guard the door, he closed the door directly. He can't take much care of it at this time. As long as this mapping field is not stopped, then his mental power will definitely be exhausted. He launched a direct arrival. The energy of consciousness was sent over. Why do you suddenly look much better? Xiong Jie looked at me. He just felt that I became much more relaxed in an instant. That was a change in the breath. He felt it easily. It's a little relaxed. I feel that there is a clear stream in the void nourishing my spirit. It seems to be helping me generate the world. It just feels that the clear stream is weakening rapidly. At the beginning, the special energy is huge as a river. Now it has become a trickle of breath. I could feel that energy and began to become overwhelmed. I couldn't help but smile bitterly on my face. A shadow appeared silently in his eyes. You guys wait for me. I control my mental power. Dragging the clear stream. Send it back to the void. I believe Aining can understand what he means. Then take off the shadow on one side. Some of the weakened sitting on it and refused. After Aining's special energy, I can no longer move. It's obvious that my mind is getting hot. The spirit began to blur. The congested eyes were unable to breathe into two strands. Blood and tears slid down to the ground. Absorbed by it, blood and tears fell rapidly. Turned into blood-colored crystals after blood. Now the anchor is put into operation. With Ding Ning's help, I've overcome the biggest difficulty.
Your own mental power can do the final finishing work.
Soon.
The formation of mental hospitals has stopped. You can clearly feel that the current territory covers a very wide range.
Focus on me. A radius of 50 kilometers has become a mental hospital. The size of a city. But I did not end my territory trip. I always feel that something important is missing at this moment.
At this time, the surface of my skin was tilting outward. Not only every pore in the skin of both eyes is pouring out blood.
What to do? Isn't this eyelid yet? Xiangjia doesn't know what to do.
I quickly wanted to contact Tingling.
No hurry. It's still a little bit better. I just closed my eyes in blood. The surface of the body keeps falling. Hear my voice.
Xiangjia breathed a sigh of relief.
Although my condition looks bad now.
But the sound sounds relatively stable.
There should be no big problem. It made him feel a little moved for a moment. I didn't expect you to form something similar to a copy. Your territory is like a city on the border.
Blocked the dark forest.
It prevents human cities in the back area from being swallowed by dark forests.
This jizz word shocked me immediately.
Yes. If it is a copy, I will also receive a reward for passing my copy. Will others have a way to get through the level when they come in? I started thinking. I found that my copy had no exit. There is no rule setting to look at the zeros wandering in the dungeon. I suddenly realized. Finally, I know what is missing. Before the thoughts move.
Blood beads that fell from my body. At this time, they rose from the ground one after another. Turned into bloody crystals after blood. Appears in the passage of the mental hospital. And those tombs were now standing beside the blood-colored crystals.
Moving. Feel the changes in the dungeon.
The King of Zhou and others were slightly stunned.
Those spirits actually stopped moving and were confused and mechanical eyes.
At this moment, there seems to be a divine darkness.
A blood-red light in the black eyes was very conspicuous. I have not set up a spirit to chase anyone. He was not set to hunt down any evil spirits.
Just ordered them to guard their bloody crystals.
These things need one to leave. Then I will give them a goal. It's not enough to finish all this. The copy also needs to be exported. After a long silence.
Finally, I decided to place the exit at the gate of the mental hospital and leave from the gate of the Hongzhou mental hospital.
It's equivalent to escaping from my dungeon. Most of my life lives here. Not that I had thought about leaving.
But the doctors and nurses won't let this happen.
Later, he came out of copy No. 9.
I learned the truth about the mental hospital.
This was also the first time I left the gate of the mental hospital openly. But this time in my copy. As long as you can walk to the door. Then anyone can leave. After thinking about this, a light lit up at the gate of Hongzhou Mental Hospital. At the same time, my mental power that has been passing is also locked up.
The faucet breath is closed and closed.
The copy was officially formed. I slowly opened my eyes.
At this time, my eyes had turned bloody.
The skin becomes fair. Just as most of the blood has flowed in. After the copy is officially formed. The mental power of the dungeon is enjoying the feedback from the dungeon. Hello.
Xiangjia stretched out a hand.
Swayed in front of my eyes.
After seeing the doors of the blood-colored hospital shaking,
he only breathed a sigh of relief. All right. As I said that, I stood up.
If this needs to be formed into a copy of the genus,
this is the copy. Why didn't I listen to my dad? Feihu spoke in confusion.
His dad won't hide it from him.
This is what I perceived myself. I said seriously. It's like building a house. When the construction is completed, you need to apply for a real estate certificate. The moment the delivery ends, you have to set the rules. There is also an exit location. Otherwise, no matter how good the house is, there will be no real estate certificate.
Also a black tiger. Other strong men from behind can snatch your house openly if they come over.
Dad. Are you okay?
At this moment, a sound appeared in my mind.
Mom is worried about you. He asked me to tell you. Must set up an exit. There are also basic rules. Tuanchuan retells what Ding Ning said. Ding Ning didn't have time to speak before.
The power support of mental power has already made him understand.
Is Aining okay?
Ding Ning's voice was not heard.
I was a little anxious. Mom is just a little tired. Looking to one side.
Ding Ning's father, who is already sleeping on the throne, shouldn't think too much.
Tuanchuan's voice is very light.
It seems to be afraid of speaking loudly.
It will also shock my fragile spirit. We are a family.
As he said that, he carefully climbed into Ding Ning's arms.
Weak mental power. It nourishes the dry and exhausted sea of Ding Ning's brain. His mental power is very weak. Just got into Ding Ning. The mind is absorbed completely from classical Chinese. I won't say much more. Needless to say, family. Thanks. Just do better than them in the future. What happens if you touch these? Fei Hu looked at the blood-red crystal beside him. The atmosphere of this copy is a bit weird. This complex channel is connected in a strange way.
Ning, who had been wandering aimlessly before, has found his place where he should be.
There is a blood-colored crystal in a white uniform staring at the blood-colored crystal. I was also a little lost for a moment.
When the evolutionary copy is, the most thoughtful thing is to escape from here. To some extent, the blood-colored crystal.
It represents yourself. If you encounter it, there is only one choice.
That is to find all the blood and blood knots that leave. These knots represent yourself.
It also represents other people in the mental hospital.
If these crystals are touched,
then nothing is wrong. Touching the crystal. That means you choose to take this responsibility. All the knots left here. Where is the exit? Flying Tiger was stunned.
Now standing in this world of knowledge. I don't hide from the southeast, southwest, and northeast.
And right at the entrance of the mental hospital.
He did not hide the location of his exit.
I have a small problem.
This is the King of Zhou who raised his hand.
What is the level of the copy now? It should be SS level. I roughly estimated it. Actually, I don't care about this problem. Is this true? If a human is invading. And this is the world of humanity. So the 3-day rule.
Or there is no place for humans to send back.
Then wouldn't they come in at all times? If you memorize the map again, you have become the easiest SS level dungeon to pass the level. No. Then it's too easy to pass. The evil spirits don't want humans to leave their copies. It must be something that is not good for them. Feng Houhu also analyzed Rongrong.
Looking at the mental hospital where I saw it.
Choose one by one before you.
I haven't gotten out after using it for more than 10 years.
And now everyone is talking about it. It's easy here. Let me try this first.
Xiong Jia waved his hand. He has a pound of pounds.
He knew clearly.
He also hopes that Jiang Che can become stronger and stronger than anyone else.
Only Jiang Che is strong enough.
Only then can he protect his safety.
Go there and register a document. Said.
I pointed to the archive room next to me.
And Xiong Jia.
The archives I took me to before were exactly the same.
Enter one of the folders floating in front of Xiong Jia. He reached out to get the tissue.
I suddenly felt a tingling drop of blood absorbed by the folder.
The next second his life appeared on the folder. After registering the name. If you fail, you can start over here. I looked at the archives. This is where patients in mental hospitals were recorded. Registered here. The name means that he is the one in the yard.
Then the others came to register.
Will you not be harmed by the dungeon? Yes.
But you won't get a reward if you pass the level. There are about 10 archive rooms like this in the entire area.
It is also difficult to find this. Then I started to look at Xiong Jia and he was evaluating the direction.
The moment he touched the blood crystal. The nurse who guards this crystal. Then he set his eyes on himself. A surging murderous intent came to my face.
He didn't pay attention. There was an extra blood mark on the back.
The pain stimulated his brain.
Let his eyes clear in an instant. This room really hurts. Xiong Jia ran in the front.
Big belly beat after pause with the rhythm of running.
He discovered it just now. This place seems to be complicated and complicated. But many channels are repeated. The seemingly complicated route is actually not complicated.
Xiong Jia speeds up his own speed.
He wants to prove to Jiang Che. There are really big problems with this copy now. He is very fast. It soon disappeared. I followed Xiong Jia with the others. The land under the feet of several people flows independently. You can follow Xiongjia without any fault. Everyone saw Xiongjia turn a few turns. There is a blood-red crystal at almost every corner. When Xiongjia touched it, it was automatically sucked into his body. As soon as he absorbs more blood crystals, the less blood on Xiongjia's body, the more medical staff are targeting him. Just followed a few corners. Everyone can see something wrong. It seems complicated and well-connected. There is almost no entrance to death. The only difference is those blood-colored crystals. The distribution location is very sparse. From each branch intersection there is a past location. They are distributed anywhere in the copy. The more Xiongjia ran, the more confused he became. Because there is really no blind spot here. What made him feel most inexplicable is that there was actually a small radar centered on him in his mind. The radar will show where the closest red crystal to him is. He thought that the difficulty of fluorescence in this copy was to collect these blood-colored crystals without missing a leak. Anyone hide one or two more hidden, it will stump a large number of heroes. What are you doing for? He knew that we were waiting for him to follow him without looking back. Asked loudly. Can you delete this radar? Isn't you reducing the difficulty? Wait until all the collection is completed? Is there a navigation at the exit? Xiongjia opened his mouth to complain. Sure. Otherwise, how can I get out? I answered without any hesitation. Xiongjia's head was filled with black blood. Why is this person so abnormal? Even Fei Hu looked at me with a strange look. So what are the difficulties of this copy? Do you simply give away the level of distribution to humans who have passed the level? With such a good foundation, such a large copy range. Finally, people constantly absorb and drain the energy. This is also a waste. Xiongjia sighed. He followed the little radar in his head, searching one after another the location of blood crystals. He even felt the strength of the evil spirits who were chasing him. It's just about the same as myself. Just one blow. It's impossible to let yourself die. Xiongjia sighed. If it's just this intensity, this dungeon is probably worse than many Earth-level dungeons. Just gradually, Xiongjia discovered something strange again. At first he thought these blood-red crystals were easy to take. But until the collection begins. But I found that the distribution of these crystals was very scattered. It covers almost every channel on the trunk line. But once you go in that direction, it is easy to absorb blood-colored crystals by the spiritual armor behind it. These spirits chasing him. It can even be too close to the double-clutch tower. Just a few minutes. Xiongjia felt that there were many fine corners behind him. Sometimes he just turned to the next fork. He saw that Yu Ling was guarding the entrance of the passage. The sound of footsteps in my ears was approaching wildly. There were 2 forks in this place again. There are bloody crystals at both forks. At this time, the white spirit behind him was scattering teeth and claws. Xiongjia immediately understood. Want to take away the bloody crystal from them. And escaped smoothly. No matter how fast her route is. Plan clearly at the beginning. At this time, the white spirit behind him was scattering teeth and claws. There are also several spirit-level generals at the end of the 2 channels. He double teams in the copy. Different channels lead to different locations. Xiongjia believes that he is taking the wrong route. A group of spirits surged in the generals. Xiongjia suffocated under him. Instantly enveloped Xiongjia. In fact, he has not reached a dead end. There is no way out in this copy. But they are double-teamed by those spirits. He couldn't find a way out. Open your eyes again. Xiongjia found him sitting in the archive room before. Looking at the file bag with his own name. He just felt cold hands and feet. He has not kept the information here yet. He is now dead. Jiang Che stood at the door of the archives room. Can you look at Xiongjia sitting on the chair go out? Jiang Che asked. He absolutely has no intention of ridicule. He just simply wanted to know if he could escape from the Hongzhou mental hospital. Hear his voice. Looking at Jiang Che. That earnest gaze. Xiongjia Zhang. Open your mouth and turn into a breath of turbid air. It's really a bit difficult. Why not make it a dead end? This way the copy becomes more difficult. He looked at the route Jiang Che had just moved forward in confusion. He didn't think it was because of his slowness. He tried to speed up. Want to get rid of the spirits that were chasing him. But it's useless. Just turned around here and threw a corner away. The other party will come from another shortcut. He also needs to collect those blood-colored crystals. But the more you collect double teams, the more spirits he has. This is not the reason for speed at all. He must be very familiar with this copy map. Only then can it be connected. Because I don't want to block everyone's way out. Jiang Che looked at the bloody crystal. These things represent both him and everyone in the mental hospital who once played together in the hospital. Those spirits that are chasing. It's like a medical staff in a hospital. As long as the patient escapes. They chased Jiang Che frantically. I never thought about blocking those passages. After knowing that mental hospitals are a huge organ bank, he thought more than anyone else that someone could have taken everyone in the yard to escape. At that time, he only knew himself. Wherever you go, there will be nurses who find him. It's time to have a meal. It's time to check it out. It's time to draw blood. At all times, as long as the hospital needs them, they will be found and escaped. Jiang Che said seriously. Just leave here. Since the end of the copy of No. 9, Jiang Che never saw those little friends again. Jiang Che knew that everyone would stay in the number 9 copy forever. He didn't think it was a punishment for death. On the contrary, he felt this was a relief. Just a little regretful. Everyone will die until they die. The so-called outside world I have seen. But it is the world where the evil spirits are. He grinned. There is nothing wrong with seeing the evil spirit world in the end. At least everyone got out of that sleepiness. Xiong Jia, who had been in their mental hospital for more than 10 years, was stunned. He felt like he understood something. But it seems that I don't understand anything. Lying in Ding Ning's arms. Ding Ning's weak mental power is slowly recovering. He hugged Tuanchuan and felt his efforts to keep his spiritual power warm before. The arms became tighter. There is a screen projection in front of the two. This is the picture of Jiang Che seen from Xiong Jia's perspective. Mother, I want to give it a try. Tuanchuan clutched his small clothes tightly with his fingers. I want to get out of there with those blood-colored crystals. He can see it. When Jiang Che said those words, the desire in my eyes is hopeless to leave and regret. My friends didn't leave. I want to give it a try, too. Ding Ning looked at the mental hospital where the route was repeated. This huge mental hospital looks more like a puzzle of countless small mental hospitals. He closed his eyes. The location of the hemorrhagic crystal begins to be mapped in the brain. Tuanchuan also looked at the map. Thinking, how can we bring all these crystals out? Xiong Jia sighed. At least those double-team spirits are a little stronger. Just 1 or 2 can't kill me. My rank is not high now. Just a little more than the 3rd level. I can feel those spirits. The average strength is also around the 2nd level ultimate. Wait until the later copy. If a more powerful human or evil spirit comes, so the copy is their ATM. Xiong Jia continued to make suggestions. He knew that the general content of the copy could not be changed. But it can be made a little bit of fine-tuning. But there are a lot of numbers. Jiang Che shook his head. And after getting together more than a certain number, these spirits will be integrated. The number becomes smaller. But the strength will become stronger. If they could really leave here with these blood crystals, then give them a reward. They deserve it. Jiang Che looked outside. He is now the master of the copy. He can enter and exit the 0 copy. It will not cause harm to him. But he wanted more than that. I want to try. Xiong Jia only feels a sound in his mind. That is the shade of the master. Rest assured. It won't hurt you. Ding Ning comforted Xiong Jia for a moment. He chose to come. But only a very little consciousness was thrown into it. First of all, his mental power does not support it. Secondly, he wanted to give it a try with the strength of an ordinary person. Take all these blood-colored crystals out of Ahua to disguise me. Don't let him recognize it. Ding Ning split the way to Ahua outside. You're so not having a good rest yet. Ahua's body surrounded and protected the castle where Ding Ning was. His consciousness could also see the pictures inside the castle. Of course, I also saw the scene where Xiong Jie tried to pass the level but failed. I really want to give it a try. Just a projection will not have any effect. Ding Ning spoke to the projection with a pleading request. You said you wanted to save her before. Why don't you tell him directly? You want to give it a try? Ah Hua doesn't understand. Why did Ding Ning participate in the breakthrough of this dungeon without telling Jiang Che? Because I was afraid that he would favor me, Ding Ning, and grinned. If Jiang Che knew he was coming to pass the level, I will definitely change some content for myself quietly. Jiang Che is not the kind of person who has suffered. The family also needs to follow the people who follow him and do not take the example. Ah Hua sighed. Take out a leaf and put it in front of you. Blocked my own view. The power of descending is completely different from the consumption of giving a projection. One knight's eyes blocked. Ah Hua said a whisper. The Yi Zi disappeared with a projection of Ding Ning. Sudden. Jiang Che felt that there were too many in the dungeon. A person doesn't know where he comes out. It was a woman wearing a black tight leather jacket. The figure is concave and convex. But I can't see his face clearly. The woman was standing on a bloody crystal. It seems that the game is going to start with him. Jiang Che is a little confused. He could not feel any familiar breath in this woman. Whether it is dressed or looks. She felt very strange. Someone is here. Jiang Che stretched out his hand in the file. A large projection screen appeared inside. This is a map of the copy. They stand from a downward angle. Like God's perspective. Looking at the corner of this maze. Standing a glowing little red dot. It's exactly what Jiang Che said. Someone came to the maze with small silver green spots scattered in every corner of the map. This person has not kept information in the archives room. Is it really dead if you die? King Zhou asked in confusion. No. Jiang Che frowned and felt the information in the archives. There is only Xiong Jie's information above. Once recorded. That will be recorded forever. As long as you die within the scope of Jiang Che's copy, you can be resurrected in the archives infinitely. Xiong Jie looked at the strange little red dot. Only he knew that this little red dot was displayed by the owner in Jiang Che. There are silver green light spots in the corners of the erratic passages on the dungeon map. On the map. Above. The red light spot represents the breaker. The green light spot is blood-colored crystal. Why not look like red light spots as blood-colored crystals? The green setting is set to break the level and Fly Tiger complained a little. He just felt that reality on the map looked two opposite colors. It looks a bit familiar. It's like he frowned and thought. I always think, where is this situation? I have seen the king of Zhou raise his hand. He immediately thought of the changes in the color of blood in the real game. Jiang Che looked at them in confusion. He did this. It is because these blood-colored crystals represent other patients in the mental hospital. Other companions' green represents sound. What represents life? He just hopes someone can take all these people out. Do you think this kid can recognize you? Ah Hua's voice of watching the excitement rang in Ding Ning's ears. If you can't recognize it, you can't recognize it. He is a little weaker than you. Evil spirits of the same level may not be able to see through your illusion. It's normal for him to not recognize it. Ding Ning curled his lips. Don't care about Ah Hua's words. If he can recognize you, it means he loves you more. Ah Hua said in a low voice. Ding Ning still didn't move. I was still deducing the best way to escape from the dungeon. He has learned a lot of human materials. So he knew very well that the least thing he should do in a relationship was the reason. My purpose this time was not to make him recognize me, and Ding Che rolled his eyes. He had just simulated the route of being chased by spirits several times in his mind. But no matter how he simulates and deduces it, no matter what the result is, it is a dead end. In Jiang Che's copy, no matter what, I can't escape. Ding Ning couldn't help but rise. Whether it is Fei Hu or Sister Bear. Everyone thinks that Jiang Che's copy rules are very weak now. Like an ATM. As long as humans can understand the map, you can extract energy by allowing people to. But when he tried it himself, he could tell those people clearly. Jiang Che is the real despair here. From seeing this, there is no end. Repeated mental hospital. He knew the reason for the formation of this copy of Jiang Che. These are all his past experiences.
The reason why I will be caught up by the spirit wherever I go. It is also because Jiang Che is in the real mental hospital. Wherever you go, they will be found by medical staff. I'm going to start after Ding Ning said the last sentence to Ahua. Then he reached out to the bloody crystal. What are you panic? I think I'll give it a try again. I feel like I can deduce the performance route right away. Ahua is anxious. He has formed the same miniature illusion in his own realm. Just keep touching, simulation. He felt that he would definitely find the right answer. Ding Ning shook his head. He looked at the bloody crystal in front of him. What is the answer? He needs to find it himself. In Jiang Che's eyes, he only saw the figure wearing a black tight leather jacket. Has been stunned for a long time. Then he touched his hand towards the blood-colored crystal. He started Zhou on. Looking at the small light spots representing Ding Ning on the floor plan, they began to move quickly. He quickly collected blood crystals along the radar in his mind. Very fast. It looked very smooth in the early stage. Uncle Xiong. What do you think? King Zhou looked at Xiong Jia. Xiong Jia is the only one here who has tried Jiang Che's copy. Xiong Jia stared at the screen tightly, watching the light spots collect crystals smoothly. He spoke a long time later. I have no idea. Then I don't think so. Fei Hu followed him up. The head and fingers were planning the way forward of the light spot on the screen. If nothing unexpected happens, in 3 minutes, the light spot will be double-teamed. Xiong Jia remained silent. If it's someone else, he can say something decisively. But this person is the master. He couldn't say anything certain. At his current speed 3 minutes later, he will be double-snatched by the spirit. Flying tiger in the air with one hand. Pin your fingers to calculate. The other hand pointed to Ding Ning's route. If he had a little faster, just can rush out before being surrounded. But this doesn't work like this way. The next time I was surrounded was another 3 minutes later. Just finished speaking. Everyone saw the white spirit frantically surrounding the small red dot representing the passerby. At this time, Ding Ning slowed down his speed. This is his intentional control of him and cannot stop other spirits. Come here from other directions. But he can control it. Let these spirits follow him steadily. This is also one of the best ways he found in the simulation. Don't run too fast. Let it keep up. In this way, they have no way to find shortcuts to surround themselves. He took a deep breath. But in his simulation, this is not a long-term solution either. King Zhou stopped when he saw the little red dot. It's like waiting for the spiritual roots to be chased behind. He immediately took a breath. It turns out that you don't need to be too fast. This sister is here too quickly. Fei Hu frowned. Watching this scene, Jiang Che's copy has just been established. Someone then thought about the way to break the deadlock. But it took a long time. Jiang Che's copy must not be scattered by this group of people. Every corner strategy will be guided out. Uncle Xiong. This is the most correct way to do it. The king of Zhou also looked at Xiong Jia. Simply accelerate. It's useless at all. There are shortcuts everywhere here. If you want to prevent those people from taking shortcuts, the king of Zhou's method was to hang them, Xiong Jia, and remain silent. The master came up with this solution. He didn't find it strange at all. But once others start to pass the level, you will definitely lose your mind. Jiang Che looked at the figure who passed the level. No words. He just felt that there was a sense of possessiveness in his heart. Thinking of this, Jiang Che was stunned. Then a ray of clear lemon appeared in the cold face. It will begin to merge soon. Jiang Che knows what will happen next. Just like when he was in a mental hospital. If those medical staff cannot catch the patient, it will summon people with stronger physical fitness. For example, security guards come over to control them. Ding Ning also felt that the spirit body chasing him began to become stronger. He looked slightly sideways. Looking back, I saw 5 groups of spiritual bodies beginning to merge. Every time the fusion, the strength of the spirit body will become stronger. I can't catch up when I see it. Will also actively change a channel. After the rapid double team upgrade, the spirit body has a more wisdom. Watching this scene, Ding Ning's eyes were filled with relief. This is also the result of his previous deduction.
If you can't catch it, that will inevitably change to a stronger person.
If it was just the previous level, Jiang Che and the others were able to escape from the mental hospital 100%.
And the passage is narrow. No matter how many spiritual bodies gather, it doesn't make sense. Unless they merge. Strength is enhanced.
After seeing that the fusion strength of the spirit body has increased by more than doubled,
Sister Xiong and others did not object to Jiang Che's copy anymore.
The strength of these spirits behind the scenes is no longer something that they can break through. Even with a sound, they still saw the little red dot.
Keep the spiritual thought behind you. Too strong. Fei Hu and Zhou Wang took a deep breath. This passerby is really too strong.
More and more spirits gathered around him. But he can still walk freely like Butch. The rules of this copy really cannot be changed. King Zhou asked in a low voice.
If everyone can walk so easily after understanding the rules, Jiang Che's copy is really an ATM.
Tear. A sharp blade. The clothes on Ding Ning's arm were cut apart.
At the same time,
the little red dots representing the breaker on the top view also began to shine at this time.
It means he was injured just now.
Fei Hu breathed a sigh of relief. According to the progress of the top view,
the breaker left in just a short time. 10% of the copy progress.
The main reason is that this passerby walked too easily.
It's so easy that it makes people feel that the dungeon is not difficult at all. Ding Ning looked at his broken sleeves. He could feel that he had only taken 1/10 of the route now.
There are already spiritual bodies that can harm him. It can hurt your projection.
This means that most humans cannot escape from the dungeon. Ah Hua was finally satisfied with this copy. Deduction is deduction.
Only the difficulty has been really tried. He recognized that Jiang Che's level was pretty good. With his current perspective, Jiang Che, who used to be killed by the moment he poked it. The human-made copy received this review.
It's really not easy to come back.
The consumption of projection alone is quite large. Ahua began to greet Ding Ning back.
Let me take a look at Ding Ning again.
Speed up your own speed. Because the speed of the spirit bodies that were chasing him was also accelerating.
The beauty of the spirit is integrated once.
The strength will double. Fei Hu and others originally thought that the passerby was not far from death when he was injured.
But what happened next was completely beyond their expectations. That injury was like he accidentally.
The spirits chased behind are becoming stronger and stronger. But the passers-by in front have become more and more stable.
It is too strong to always keep a distance from the spirit.
King Zhou looked at the red dots of light.
What is the strength of this level breaker? On the screen, the light spots representing the spirit body merged again. The strength doubled again.
This time, even Jiang Che has a little difference. Now the strength of this spirit body has reached the S level.
It's even comparable to SS level.
But Ling Jin, born in his copy, is even stronger than him.
Hey. It must be thanks to my wife.
I remembered that my wife has been instilling with the mental power to nourish her.
Jiang Che's mouth unconsciously rose. Another force claw.
Tear Ding Ling's spirit apart.
Even if it is a projection.
Ding Ning still took a sudden breath.
Feeling that my projection almost shattered under this blow.
He just felt bitter in his heart.
Jiang Che's copy can survive without anyone. He should have been very happy. But when I thought that this copy was built with Hongju Mental Hospital as a template,
he was very uncomfortable.
These encounters also represent the encounters that Jiang Che once wanted to escape from Hongju.
Ding Ning looked at the light and shadow around him very dimly.
He is very fast. It is getting closer and closer to the exit. In this endless passage, there is no window. The lights in the area are slightly dim. Can you escape if you are in a dark place? Is there an answer to this question? The sharp nails cut Ding Ning's back.
A crack appeared in the black leather jacket again. His current combat experience is enough to allow him to avoid some fatal damage. But when 2 scratches fell on the body one after another,
he actually felt the pain doubled.
This boy's setting was interesting.
Ah Hua's eyes lit up when she looked at this setting.
It can be said that Jiang Che really gave the passers-by a lot of opportunities.
Because he really wants people to escape. Ding Ning ran in front,
collecting the crystals on the road and radar displays.
Sometimes he thinks the path is inappropriate. Why is the crystals on the road missing? I will always remember them in my heart. Jiang Che said. Hope everyone can escape. Not telling lies. The difficulty of this copy is obvious. Can hurt Ding Ning. It is enough to show the oppressive force that the attack brings to the breaker. The reason why Jie broke through the cracks? Some people were killed by those white spirits. But if you are careful to avoid all attacks, then head towards the exit. Maybe there is a chance. Ding Ning's projection breath continues to change with one wound after another. After the spirits are merged, the attack power is getting higher and higher. Even he can't avoid it completely. Still a little lacking. Your current strength. You feel very mildly injured. Maybe it is unbearable pain for ordinary people. Ahua kept connecting with Ding Ning.
In this way, ordinary people suffer a little scratch. It will evaporate them directly.
It shouldn't be Ding Ning talking. But the steps under my feet were not stopping at all. Didn't I get injured just now?
I'll try to transfer energy to patch it up.
Continue to get through the barriers.
As a result, after I transferred the energy,
this copy seems to have actually measured that I have become stronger.
The attacks suffered also increased their intensity according to proportion.
Ding Ning talked about his guess.
This is also the reason why he does not call energy to repair his spiritual body. That pain won't feel stronger because of weak strength.
Not because of strength. I just feel that he is equal. Whether strong or not. The proportion of the pain you feel is the same. The more frequent damage you are exposed,
the greater the damage intensity of the stacked.
It's really interesting. Ah Huan Man spoke. From his birth to now, I've seen the levels of each copy. I have also seen many reasons for setting copies of evil spirits. That evil spirit never sets up the level for one's own people. It is a setting used by the territory to strangle outsiders. Since the spatial substitution between humans and weirdness has become weak, humans frequently transmit to the world of evil spirits. From then on,
only then did these evil spirits realize that after being successfully passed by outsiders,
it will actually be absorbed into the origin of some of the copies.
Although energy can be restored,
but it is always a negative consumption. And their evil spirits will not fight for the sake of a little energy to break through the gaps and start a war. Once the fight starts, it's to devour that evil spirit.
Absorb all the origins of him passing the level.
It's better to absorb the energy of the world seriously to grow. It is also exempted from other evil spirits from copying. After the human race successfully passed the level, able to absorb replica energy, they can naturally get some benefits from humans. Absorb human fear. It grows faster than absorbing the energy floating in the world's air. In Ahua's understanding, all the territorial copies, all levels are created to drive out and kill the intruders. Level setters never want the intruder to escape.
Jiang Che was the first thing he saw was just speaking. Ding Ning has already suffered a lot of wounds on her body.
His spirit body is getting weaker and weaker. Ding Ning's body's face turned pale. He patted Tuanchuan in his arms. Motioned him to get off himself.
The pain caused by wounds today.
He was a little overwhelmed. Tuanchuan got off Ding Ling obediently.
Squat beside the throne of Ding Ning.
Looking up at my mother. Why don't you end it? Ah Hua knew he surrendered. I don't know how to stop it. He knew that unless Ding Ning successfully passes the level or his energy body dissipates, this action will not be cancelled.
The huge cannibal flower above the castle swayed slightly twice. The purple mist became thicker and thicker. He did not dare to expand the purple mist into the entire copy. This will inevitably attract the attention of other lords. He only dared to surround the purple mist. All around. Eliminate all peeping eyes. It was soon there and Ding Ning shook his head. The small radar in his mind began to show the bloody crystals of the surrounding mega rice. As the white spirit behind him becomes stronger and stronger, the small radar actually evolved into a detailed dive erosion map. He could see the route as complicated as a maze. You can also see the crystals on the map. As late as possible. The clearer the perception of the map will be for the breaker, the more accurate the detection of blood-colored crystals is. Detailed Ding Ning knew that this detailed map was not because Jiang Che recognized him. But this is the rule of the copy. The further you get to the next level, you will feel such a detailed and accurate map in your mind. He really wants everyone to leave. He is all the bloody crystals. Leave here?
Jiang Che looked at the woman wearing a black leather jacket. Keep moving forward. There are more and more wounds on his body. Long holes. His body is invisible. Only rely on clothes. Raise the broken wound of the corpse. No blood was evacuated. The strength of this spectator is precisely questioning and ultimately falling out. Can walk 2% of the way?
It has already shown that at the beginning, Yish himself didn't know what the final result of the dungeon would be. The formation of this rule is not controlled by him.
At the beginning of its formation,
the copy rules evolved according to his potential consciousness.
After the copy is formed,
Jiang Che knew the rules of his copy better than anyone else.
He could see that the woman's route is constantly being optimized. It can be said that every part of his feelings, the most conscientious route he could see before. Just like Ding Ning's guess. The map is presented to all level breakers.
The more progress the level breaker,
the perceived map range is beyond Jiang Che. Of course I know the setting of my copy. Because he never thought of trapping anyone.
Ding Ning was only injured
8 times, only 8 times.
He had already felt the pain of tearing his soul apart.
Double the injury again. How many 8 times did you go up? After 8 times,
the pain Ding Ming suffered has become 512 times.
When I was injured for the first time, he just felt his spirit was irritating. I just feel like an ant chewing on his finger. A little painful. Does not affect action.
The second time was like a knife scratching it in an enhanced pain.
Is this copy of yours too simple?
He could actually go out to Zhouan to look at the projection map of the plane.
They can only see small red dots. Represents the passerby. The little red dot flashed 8 times in total.
It means he was injured only 8 times.
He left just 8 times.
The realm speed of 2/3 of the entire copy has not affected at all.
In the past human copy survival experience, humans know a very hard way. The most important thing in the dungeon is to be injured alive. Still alive. It doesn't matter how serious the injury is.
Xiong opened his mouth next to him.
I want to speak but stop. No lying. He knows who that is. I also know that he has the boss of Zhang Chang No 9 copy. It's not a joke. Xiong Jie shot at Jiang Che's position.
In front of everyone was a transformed desktop. The flat map of the copy is displayed on the desktop. You can clearly see the blood-colored crystals appearing on the previous subpicture. None of them were missed. King Zhou and Fei Hu's eyes were filled with sorrow. He was worried about the difficulty of Jiang Che's copy for everyone. But Xiong Jie knew that Jiang Che's dungeon was very strong. The master hid his identity and came over to pass the level.
There is no need to let go of water. Even he was injured. How strong will the dungeon be? It can be imagined that. Xiong Jie sighed. The master's current condition is not good. You can contact yourself occasionally at the beginning of the journey. 2 sentences. Ask Jiang Che whether he recognizes himself. It's hard to have a copy of the talk for a long time now. Xiong Jie answered Zhouan's question with affirmative answer.
What he experienced personally knew was that the strength of the dungeon was not as simple as it seemed. When countless white spirits attacked, he swears that it was the most painful time in his life. At that moment, he didn't know that he had suffered dozens or hundreds of attacks.
I just felt that I lost consciousness in an instant. Jiang Che didn't say anything. Just staring at the passerby.
But the next second he turned his eyes toward the edge of the map.
Follow his eyes.
The king of Zhou found that there were 3 other small red dots on the edge of the map.
Zhou Ongmeng looked at the little red dot that suddenly appeared on the map.
This group of people appeared on the edge of the map. This means that someone has discovered an abnormality in this area and came here.
Everyone enters the copy and shares the same map.
But I enjoy a set of my own blood crystals. There are also spiritual bodies that are hunted by dungeons.
At this time, Fei Hu's phone also made a sound. At this time, their live broadcast props send out a reminder to start the broadcast. As the 3 survivors broke into Jiang Che's subordinate body, everyone around the world received the broadcast at the same time. Hint. An organization called Longyun Tower stood up.
And these 3 people are the investigators. They discovered that they were dispatched abnormally. Soon the copy information was released by Longyun Tower.
When I learned that this was an unrealistic SS level copy, Flying Tiger,
Organizations such as Lungfeng have started their own actions.
At the same time, Dingning finally persisted to the final stage of the copy. At this time, Fei Hu quickly raised his cell phone. Shouted to everyone. Look at it quickly.
There was a live broadcast by King Zhou and Xiong Jie who came over instantly. At this time, Fei Hu's phone. The three of them stood carefully on the edge of the dungeon. The moment they broke into this place,
a familiar prompt popped up in their minds. The copy is enabled. Please successfully pass the copy and receive a reward copy. Isn't this a human world? Wait, there is a little radar in my mind.
The location of a nearby crystal is shown above.
I have, too.
But there was a white spirit body beside the crystal.
Then what should we do next? The three quickly combined known information. If it is a copy, there should be a live broadcast, and a person looked at the void. He felt that there must be an audience watching him. Whether there are or not.
He began to introduce himself to his current situation.
Experience tells me these crystals are the key to passing the level.
But I think once I take these crystals, maybe the target of those spirits will become my speaking.
The man took the lead and took a step forward. Now I'm going to try it out first. You two are ready to run in the opposite direction of me.
Hearing his words, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly felt a little moved. I am really worthy of being a member of Longyun Tower.
The whole organization follows the Chinese meaning first.
It is indeed well deserved.
At the same time, Longyunla also published the copy information collected through Barrage. Two information without reality and permanent residence are instantly learned. Humans can enter at any time. Then wouldn't we be able to make the most complete copy strategy? Soon. A barrage flashed by. Everyone was shocked. At this time,
Fei Hu Group also hurriedly stated that members will be organized to go to the dungeon to conduct strategies immediately.
We are also willing to send Leng Feng's barrage to flash by several powerful humans and talk to each other.
Looking at the live broadcast room,
Fei Hu sighed secretly.
He could have told outsiders about the situation through barrage,
but he chose not to say it.
But now what he is most worried about is still happening. Zhang Che's copy is the first to be affected.
Become the object of human strategy. As the first Longyun Tower to enter the dungeon, it will definitely provide a lot of useful information for people outside.
At this time, one of the people in the dungeon was the first to reach the bloody crystal. The moment he touched the bloody crystal in front of him, the other two were also ready to escape at the same time.
But strangely,
the moment the man touched the blood crystal,
a phantom appeared in the white spirit body. He chased him.
And he also began to run wildly towards the front.
While running, reporting while doing it.
The situation seems to be talking to the audience in the live broadcast room. It was automatically absorbed by me when I touched the first crystal. And the little radar in my mind immediately began to show the location of the second crystal. The spirit also began to chase me. The other two heard the words of their companions. But they found that from their own perspective, the blood-colored crystal still exists.
The white spirit still exists. It actually exists alone. Realize this.
They took a deep breath.
This is a single copy.
Fei Hu looked at the live broadcast room. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Why didn't the previous level breaker live? He looked at Zhang Che in surprise and wanted to remind the breaker that there was a problem.
Zhang Che didn't say anything. He has always been very clear about it. That passerby is not a human.
And as the master of the copy, he just tried to experience the pain that the woman was suffering at this moment.
Just a moment.
He felt his brain almost shattered.
Before. Is it painful for you to fail? It was very painful for Zhang Che to look at Sister Xiong.
But he died too quickly.
How painful it has been so far.
I have forgotten that Zhang Che was silent. He found that the pain that the mysterious woman suffered was lasting,
not diminished with time.
The shadow who was passing the level.
The movement is much stiffer than before. It is obvious that he cannot handle this pain easily.
But he was still enduring the pain and trying hard to walk towards the exit. And the advice at this time? The pain that is constantly superimposed. It has already put his spirit on the verge of collapse.
At most, you can only take damage once.
His projected energy body will collapse.
And at this time, the other two pursuers. They have discovered it. As long as the blood-colored crystal copy is not opened, it will not be opened.
They followed the first person.
Continuously record the route the first person has taken in your notebook. This copy should be a turning point for us humans to become stronger. Single-player dungeons are unrealistic.
I seem to see a master brushing the dungeons crazy.
I want to try it, too.
Even if he died, he would contribute to the rise of mankind at that time.
And at this time,
the audience watched the other two recording the information.
I became confident for a moment. At this time, the first person was chasing more and more spirits. Soon, a powerful palm grabbed his back. He sighed. According to the first time I was attacked, he actually didn't even make progress in the dungeon. Not to be there. He had already been ready to die. However, this catch was like being bitten by a bee. Just a slight pain. It doesn't hurt at all. What the hell copy is this? He turned around in a daze and looked behind him. The dense spirit body ran so far on itself. What is it for? Shouldn't it? Another person spoke in confusion.
When he comes again, try it.
Said. The first person stopped his steps. Countless spirits also attacked him. Just a moment. His brain hasn't reacted yet.
The pain progresses rapidly.
Cover his brain. How could he be?
Not finished speaking yet. Then he fell to the ground with all his might. The proud smile at the corner of his mouth has not even fallen. The partner died so suddenly.
The other two didn't know what to do for a moment. They couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Soon,
all the white spirits disappeared. The two of them lifted their partner's body and put it aside.
He doesn't know what happened to him. But one thing is certain. Even if it doesn't hurt, you can't let those spirits get close to you.
The two looked at each other carefully. What is known at present is, he is going to start collecting these blood-colored crystals.
You will start to pass the dungeon level. There is a radar in the brain to show the location of the crystal. And there is another chance to tolerate mistakes. They quickly spread the latest information to the audience. Speaking of fault tolerance, one of them paused. Is it a coincidence or fault tolerance? We'll try it for you later. The copy is very large. Our current progress is insufficient. 1000th.
The remaining 2 people in Longyun Tower smiled bitterly.
But don't worry. We will try our best to provide you with corresponding information.
As he said that, the second person had already taken his own steps.
I see.
The last teammate behind him grinned. I wish you peace and good luck, and one hand has reached to the bloody crystal. The spirits behind him began to hunt continuously. Barrage of peace all the way across the screen.
At the same time,
Ding Ning on the other side could clearly feel that he had arrived at the real Hongju Mental Hospital. The walls here have obvious signs of new passing.
The equipment is also better than the glorious stars I have seen on the road before. Arrived here. The level breaker basically has nothing to collect. He has only slowed down his own path now.
I want to take a closer look at the place where Jiang Che once lived.
He is really strong. King Zhou looked at the map. I can't help but sigh. The first passerby is only at the ruler from the exit. He just needs to walk through a straight passage now. You can see the black iron gate of Hongju Mental Hospital.
Ding Ning soon discovered this situation.
Looking at the road ahead, Ding Ning's tense spirit relaxed a little. These tight-colored essences. Which one represents Jiang Che? Ding Ning was discovering that.
Now a fork appeared in this straight passage.
However, on the map, this channel is not displayed. Ding Ning just hesitated for a moment. I ran towards this fork and ran across a corner.
Ding Ning saw a light blue crystal in front of him.
From the moment I saw it,
suddenly, a very strong sense of familiarity surged into my heart.
And on the body of this blue crystal stood a red color. Spiritual body in white coat.
He had a slender and sharp scalpel in his hand.
There is also a light blue streaming light on it. Ding Ning. He was sure that the red spirit was not displayed on the map. This light blue crystal is not shown either. And Ding Ding saw this light blue crystal.
His color began to dim down constantly.
It seems to be a step forward when it comes. This crystal will completely disappear. At this moment, The red spirit body also disappeared. Ding Ning has not yet done anything. He rushed over with a knife. This is a narrow passage for the enlightenment mouth. He wants to break through. Ken will definitely be attacked by that spirit.
But his current state is not enough to endure the pain of his back when he does not turn over once.
Pain. Enough to defeat all his sanity.
At this time, looking at the blue crystal that appeared inexplicably on the map, I felt the individual's breath beside me. He knew at a glance that he himself was the crystalline manifestation. But he had no idea that this thing existed in the dungeon.
But he is sure of one thing. Will this sperm disappear?
It will have no impact on the entire copy. It's like a line of knowledge mission. Every level player came here to express his feelings about how many people felt that the gas in that body became silent at that moment.
What does everything in the entire copy now represent? Each of them has their own wounds in their hearts.
He unconsciously pinched his fingers.
He was tightly attached to the breaker. This passerby doesn't know the body.
The breath on his body is also very strange. But Jiang Che could feel the scent of the blue crystal when the level breaker felt the breath of the blue crystal.
That body's rationality is faster.
He rushed straight towards the red spirit body.
No hesitation at all. He took over the scalpel directly. That's all.
He inserted straight into the body of the passerby.
At that moment,
the roar of pain resounded throughout the mental hospital. From Jiang Che's perspective,
he could see the woman's body begin to collapse.
But he was still rushing towards the blue crystal. The blue crystal was instantly absorbed by him.
Then, he began to turn around and run towards the exit. Jiang Che disappeared from the spot instantly. Come behind that woman. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away.
Jiang Che heard the woman's unconscious whisper. The aura of this woman is still unfamiliar. But at this moment, Jiang Che already knows who he is.
He instantly dispelled all the white spirits. Want to hug Ding Ning? But he was very fast. And the goal is very clear. Go and Li rushed towards the iron gate.
Although his movements have become a step forward.
Have to fall down already.
It may fall down at any time. But his mouth was reshaped repeatedly.
That sentence. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away. At this time, Jiang Che ran quietly behind him. Let's go together. The exit is not far.
The moment Ding Ning rushed out, he then fell forward with a break.
Jiang Che held him in his arms, looking up at the sky. At this moment,
he suddenly felt that the air around him became fresher. The two of them sat quietly on the ground at the door.
The buildings not far away have turned into dark forests. No vitality can be seen. The sky is mostly stained with blackness. This is the edge of Jiang Che's territory. Ding Ning in Jiang Che's arms had already fallen into a coma.
His energy body is collapsing.
Turns into bubbles. So good. I took you away from Ding Ning's voice. From Jiang Che's arms. The next second it disperses into countless lights and shadows. Disappeared. Jiang Che's subordinates were all gone.
He sat on the ground, turning his head to the mental hospital behind him.
After a long time, he murmured, "This time I am really free." Sudden. The aura on his body began to change. The dark forest not far away seemed to feel something. Continuously starting to wither and retreat.
When he returned to the archives, the few people who were watching the live broadcast suddenly turned their eyes to look at him. I just feel that Jiang Che has changed. But I can't tell where it changed.
What happened to you? Fei Hu paused. Still asked.
Because he discovered that Jiang Che had left. The red dot of the first level breaker also disappeared.
Are you okay?
Xiong Jia roughly knows what happened.
Just a random question. Jiang Che nodded calmly. No answer to Fei Hu's question.
I continued to observe the remaining two passers-by. But Xiong Jia noticed that
Jiang Che seems to have changed now. The eyes became clearer.
Unlike when he looked at those passers-by before.
There is always a hint of hope in my eyes. Hope they leave.
Hope they can take away all the bloody crystals.
Survive successfully.
But now his eyes are more determined.
There is also a feeling of freedom and relief. And now, the survivor in his copy is just the survivor.
Jiang Che no longer puts his thoughts on them. This is the voices of the two survivors continuing to come on the live broadcast screen of the mobile phone.
Brothers,
this copy has great fault tolerance.
I have suffered 3 injuries now.
But this injury will not die. But the pain I suffer will double every time.
Time and again it is unbearable.
The two of them shared their feelings with the audience crazy. And the barrage has exploded at this time.
Not fatal at once. It will give many opportunities. Why do I feel that the owner of this dungeon just wants to escape?
Brothers, I want to try the live broadcast audience's words.
Some are analyzing copies. Some of the masters are already eager to try. At this time, a barrage caught everyone's attention again. This copy is more than SS level.
Just now, the energy aura of this copy grew wildly. Almost touched the SSS level.
Feihu group also detected Feihu. A barrage message was sent.
This is a very fast growth rate. I think we need to hurry up.
This is a breakthrough.
Ah Hua looked at Xiong Jie's projection. His eyes were straightened. He didn't know how much it cost to get in touch with a fruit that broke through the SSS level. At this moment, he suddenly realized something.
The number of places for promotion in the evil spirit world is already full. What about the human world? Ding Ning, who is not qualified in the human world, opens his eyes.
Consciousness has just returned to its essence.
He saw Ah Hua's thoughts. It is a pity. We lords have tested it before.
He sat in a chair with his chin.
That's why I thought about letting Archer pass all 3S level dungeons. But now, I don't know what will happen next either. At the same time, Fei Ying hopes to convene all human experts to have a meeting together.
He sent a voice message in the chat group.
It is time to discuss what to do after today's human society? After sending the flying eagle, he couldn't help but look up. I looked at my sub-district again.
The floating eyeballs seem to be one monitoring after another.
He always feels that something is missing in this area. But he couldn't say it. Since my daughter told him to put the anchor point. Lost contact. He wasn't getting any useful surveillance either.
You'd better forget it there. Those eyes in prison will make us uncomfortable.
Soon. Someone in the group replied to us. Let's gather outside that new copy. It just so happens that everyone needs to bring people there. But how did you get the information about your daughter's anchor point? At this time, someone is confused. Open the mouth.
The first time the dark forest spreads.
Just when everyone is at a loss.
It is the news provided by Feihu Group to everyone.
I have no idea. Since obtaining this information, I was never able to contact my daughter again. Fei Ying shook her head. He has too many questions to ask. For a moment, he even felt that he had left the human category. Something that appears in your own field. But he felt that he was more like an evil spirit now. Soon, all major organizations agreed. Proposal to the copy assembly. Each organized his own team to start heading towards the dungeon. At this time, Jiang Che, he was still observing the two people who were passing the level in the dungeon. Watching them keep providing information to the outside world. He didn't want to interfere with the idea of this group of people passing through the barriers. And he will never change the rules of the copy because of this. Feihu also looked at the live broadcast room. He hasn't contacted his father. But he already knows from the barrage information. The powerful human beings are rushing towards this side. I also brought many powerful players. Prepare a collective guide. This copy of Jiang Che. In fact, Feihu's heart was already in chaos at this time. He didn't know what to do. Telling humans? This is Jiang Che's copy. Or don't tell this information. Watching humans die one by one in Jiang Che's copy. At this time, in the live broadcast screen, the two passers-by are already feeling desperate. They found that they could not get rid of the spirits that were chasing them, while the two of them were running away. There is no time to think. Although the same passage is connected. But now the two have embarked on different paths. I feel like I can't hold on anymore. I've been injured 3 times. Every wound will cause more pain. The man running in the front was pale. He didn't deliberately try to get hurt for the first time. How insignificant is it? He thought that if he worked hard without being hurt, he could watch it for a long time.
But he still overestimated his strength. He didn't hold on any longer than the first dead partner.
It's almost the same time node.
He was hurt for the first time. Now he could have a premonition that the fourth pupil was shot down on him.
It's when you die.
But he didn't stop.
Until the last second of life. He is still sharing his experience with the audience.
The more blood-colored crystals I collect in this copy,
the more perfect the map displayed in your mind, he said, turning around a corner.
I found that the white spirit body in front was rushing towards me. At this time, he chose to give up struggling. He rushed towards the direction where the most white spirits were.
That kind of persistent pain is so painful. Perhaps the first companion is the happiest one. Brothers, this copy is not as simple as everyone thinks. By now.
The white spirit rushed towards him quickly.
The pupils of his eyes spread in an instant.
He lost his breath.
Depressed to the ground.
All viewers in the live broadcast room watched the scene.
They couldn't even tell him. He is really great. Another survivor had already fallen a dozen minutes ago. Heavy emotions permeate the barrage.
The calm father became calmer.
Humans died.
There was no turmoil in Jiang Che's heart.
But in the copy,
there is no oddity in the humans who died at his hands. Even though Ding Ning didn't say it or blame him. But he knew that the channels between the two worlds could be opened so quickly now. It was myself who was promoting the fire. But Jiang Che doesn't care. Even he felt more joy in his heart. And for this matter,
Xiong Jie and Zhou An actually don't care more. A person just wants to live well. The other is just thinking that your mother can be fine. Now Jiang Che can create a copy. It is the safest for them. Although they think Jiang Che looks a bit weird now.
But now Jiang Che makes them feel more at ease. Especially the archive's registration information.
This person will belong to the copy. Then I can't die again. Of course, if the copy is destroyed, registered in the copy, the information will disappear as well. Everyone has their own little thoughts.
Only the flying tiger.
At this moment, I frowned tightly. He stood in the corner.
Stay staring at the phone screen. I saw Fei Hu frowning and he was about to stop talking.
Xiong Jia immediately knew what he was thinking.
He pulled his friend's mouth.
You have to know that you are not dead. It means us. Actually, it's quite good to you. He didn't say anything else. He did not say anything about cooperation between the two sides. Certainly, Xiong Jia doesn't want him to belong to Jiang Che. I know everything about everyone outside.
Hearing this, Fei Hu returned with a low voice. I'm just thinking that the copy needs to be set to be completed.
Should I tell you this?
He actually has no selfishness.
His father has taken the lead in delivering it. There is no chance to set the level. He is even worried now. A dungeon without levels will become a fatty meat in the eyes of the major lords. I think what you really need to think about now is which end you are from. Now, between humans and evil spirits, Sister Xiong wants to tell Fei Hu this truth. This is no secret. This can be said that Jiang Che's expression is as normal. He interrupted Sister Xiong. Say whatever you know.
He turned his head and looked at Fei Hu again.
It doesn't matter to tell them that this copy is mine. But Fei Hu was a little hesitant.
This time the person who came here was the organization of Longianla was different from us.
The people in Longianla are all impressed and full of words. For humans, humanity will win. Their slogans were louder than anyone else.
But in fact, they are also dedicated to being a human being. So once they know that their people are dead in your hands.
Speaking of this, Fei Hu looked up at Jiang Che.
He didn't finish his words.
But everyone understood what he wanted to express.
Then I'll start the live broadcast. Let me tell you, as Jiang Che took out his phone and set the title.
Just put your phone in front of you. Hello everyone. I'm Jiang Che. Welcome to my copy. For the human world. Jiang Che's name can be said to be very resounding. The lucky escape from the SSS level dungeon shocked everyone even more. Almost most people have followed Jiang Che just started broadcasting. Then a group of people rushed in. He is still alive. What does the title of the live broadcast room mean? Welcome to his copy. My mind is going to break. Barrage. The screen was filled in an instant. They have too many questions to ask Fei Ying.
I also entered the live broadcast room as soon as possible. At this moment, he looked at the picture on his phone silently.
When Fei Hu told him the news before, he also asked what happened to the copy. But Fei Hu only said that the situation is complicated. What he can know now is that his daughter successfully escaped from SSS and copy. And promoted to second sister. What does your copy mean? Fei Ying asked quickly.
Looking at the barrage covering the entire screen, Jiang Che slowly turned on the rear camera. He didn't speak. Just aiming the phone at the passage outside the room.
And that bloody crystal. There are also white spirits.
He walked in the passage with his cell phone. Through the blood crystals. The spirit that did not absorb the white color also turned a blind eye to his existence. Even as he walked by. You will also lower your head to indicate ups and downs.
Seeing this scene, the audience opened their mouths.
The pupils were filled with shock.
Turned a corner.
They saw the body of the Longyun Tower passerby. At this moment, half of his body was trapped in the land. It seems to be being absorbed by the copy. Jiang Che did not stop.
Continue to walk forward. The barrage has exploded. Damn. This is your copy. Are you a human or an evil spirit? Since the copy is yours, why watch the same kind of death? I'll give me an answer if I don't help me. The people from Longyun Tower took the lead in standing up.
The ordinary person on the barrage has been promoted.
No words. Jiang Che looked at the barrage. He didn't answer that person's question.
Instead, he said on his own.
As you can see, this copy is mine. Now, humans have the strength to place anchor points.
Anyone who forms a realm can set it as his own copy.
I want you to give me an answer. Why did the person who killed us continue to ask questions?
This time, before Jiang Che answered,
other humans stood up. Owner. This is your wrong. Breaking into someone else's copy. Life and death have fate. Wealth is in heaven.
Now how to set it into your own copy is the key.
The owner of Longyun Tower saw someone talking to Jiang Che.
He suddenly realized that he was a little impulsive.
He kept shouting the slogan of human survival as the first priority.
Now he is indeed a little unseen.
But Jiang Che didn't care about the arguments on the barrage at all. Instead, walk into the passage at will. The room next to him walked to a bed without caring about it and sat down. He doesn't care. The words of the owner of Longyun Tower.
This time he started the live broadcast to tell them how to set up a copy.
After it is done, he continued. There should be many people who have not placed anchor points now. Hearing this point, Fei Ying's heart skipped a beat. He found that he seemed to be moving a little faster. Claim to set up a copy. Isn't this the exclusive to the evil spirit? Why did you tell us this news and watch the same person die in front of me? I think this person is not simple. The method he said is very credible. Why kill humans? We need an explanation. The owner of Longyun Tower did not continue to speak. The average person started sending barrage questioning. Why is Jiang Che? Jiang Che repeated a few words in his mouth. He just found it a little funny.
Some time ago, you entered the so-called 6-star altar to eat people.
Kill one person and take your finger. When the vote was withdrawn, I didn't see you tell me. Killing humans requires a statement.
Hear Jiang Che's words. The barrage was just silent for a moment.
This is different. We are all about becoming stronger. It's also for the sake of humanity. There is no way. Do you think humans have considered it?
Seeing Jiang Che's strange smile getting deeper and deeper,
Fei Ying quickly came out and chose to connect to the microphone. The flying fox outside also hurriedly signaled to Jiang Che that the flying vein would be opened instantly. Fei Ying chose to turn on the camera.
He found that Jiang Chebiao was not evil, but his face was not evil. A man with a beard appeared in the camera.
Hello? Is my daughter okay? Hearing the question of Fei Ying,
Jiang Che's strange smile only relaxed a little.
He got this answer without any problem.
Fei Ying lowered her head slightly. Without looking directly at Jiang Che's eyes, Wei He's eyes flashed with the elf's light. It's true that he cares about his daughter.
Now, knowing that my daughter is safe, he was thinking about a lot of other things. Jiang Che can survive from the dungeon. He also brought his daughter out. He relies on not just strength. And luck is as simple as that. Everyone present is a human spirit. Hearing Jiang Che's words, all couldn't help but squint. As the number one master of mankind, Lung Feng fell into deep thought. He is controlled by Dark Star. In recent years, many humans have been sent to upgrade. He represents the country. His Survivors Alliance all came out of the Dark Star dungeon. When he first heard Jiang Che's name, he is a lucky SSS in dungeon. He went to study Jiang Che's previous videos of passing the level. The murderous intent in the eyes of evil spirits is not fake. Jiang Che's life and past. He also investigated. It can't be cleaner. Such people are connected from evil spirits. He can't do anything at all. But now Jiang Che has survived several SSS level copies in a row. He is so familiar with this. Because he can also come out of Dark Star's dungeon every time. Only by being controlled by evil spirits can it be done. He was very confused. Why does Jiang Che know that there are other principles for the process of copy generation? He has been with Dark Star for so long. Don't know the relevant messages generated by the copy. Thinking of this, his breathing began to become rapid. Everything he specializes in is fortune-telling. Even if humans are controlled by Dark Stars, I'm trying every possible way to get rid of the boundary. It is the key to the growth of the evil spirit lords. Now, humans can actually generate copies. He swallowed 2 saliva. The throat is still dry. Confront the evil lord. Let humans enter the superpower era. This has always been the direction he has worked hard to break into the mark. To this end, no matter how many people died, how much has been lost, the day when dawn comes also seems insignificant. This is not because he always ignores Jiang Che in his world. Now, it doesn't matter whether it is the wife controlled by the lords. Generate the copy the way he does. Could it be another trap controlled by evil spirits? They have a long way to go. Get strength. Just the first step. Being stronger first is the kingly way. Can you explain the principle of copy generation in detail? He sent a barrage. As soon as the name of Cold Foam, the strongest man in humanity, appears, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly became quiet. Those who want Jiang Che to give an explanation. No more whispers. Everyone watched them communicate quietly. No one has to be so hostile to him. I think he should have a last resort. The cold wind began to speak for Jiang Che. This is the first time we have seen Long Yunlu people who have seen him unaware of it. Break in. Just like an outsider. A copy of humans entering the world of evil spirits. Evil spirits can also kill humans. Perhaps this is a mechanism for breaking a copy. He tried to tell everyone in a way that everyone could understand. Jiang Che just had no choice but to kill someone. After listening to the cold wind, everyone didn't say anything anymore. It is worthy of being the first human being. Always stand in the position of others to think for him. I didn't consider whether he was involuntarily responsible. After others have set up copies, everything will be revealed. If a copy is established, are humans not allowed to live in it? So where should we go afterwards? You should also be able to move freely in the dungeon. I see that there are also many evil spirits in the copy of the evil spirit. Seeing the barrage of the human strong men who were thinking about setting up a copy, they immediately frowned. Because the audience considers something that they themselves have not considered. The location where their copy is located shows ordinary forests on the map. But now it has become a mental hospital with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. You can know that the copy has the ability to change the terrain. But the scope of this terrain changed by Jiang Che is too wide. Is the scope of the terrain building related to its strength when putting anchor points? Nowadays, humans gather to live in several cities. If the city is really turned into a copy, will it affect the strength of your copy? Several human experts who chose to build a site in a city before. At this time, I was secretly glad that I did not place an anchor point. Such as the changes in the copy of Jiang Che. Choosing a large open space is the best choice. They didn't tell others what they thought. Compared with Jiang Che, who killed 3 people. Once they change the location, what will give up will be the lives of millions and millions of people. Jiang Che looked at the barrage and didn't care what they were thinking. Because what he has always asked for is very simple. Tell them the way to set up a copy. He did not expect humans to kill the evil spirit lords. Just want to cause some trouble for those evil spirit lords. Don't let them disturb themselves in Ding Ling's reunion. So no matter how sarcastic humans are, he doesn't care. Because he doesn't care about the feelings of those people. He lets them achieve their goals. The anchor point is put on. You probably already know it. He spoke to himself about the news he knew. An anchor has been put on. No level is set. There is no way to set up again. As for how to set up the level, actually, I only have a vague idea and concept. That is to add your consciousness when putting anchor points. Work hard to set up your own level. Before creating the copy, you can think about it. What kind of level do you want to set up? It is not impossible to set up a copy of the rules. As long as you can stay awake when setting up. Present all the ideas in full. It's just a bit painful when setting up a copy. Once failed. This copy is still a masterless thing. If someone kills you, he can set up the level again. Obtain ownership of this copy. Listening to Zhang Che's description of the establishment of the copy, Fei Ying's heart suddenly became cold. It is at this time. He suddenly felt several murderous gazes seeping out of the void. At this time, I was also secretly awake. Fortunately, the characteristic of my territory is to monitor the eyes. He kept his face clear and remembered the appearance of those people in his mind. A sneer came out of his mouth unconsciously. It seems to be for the sake of human care. He should sacrifice himself. Make the household registration on the copy more complete. But these people must be able to kill themselves. I probably understood the cold wind. Grasp a keyword in Zhang Che's words. Only by setting up a level copy is the main one. Does this mean that even evil spirits cannot control it? There is a copy of the master. He has too many problems in his mind. I want to contact Zhang Che alone. But now in front of live broadcast, he couldn't communicate too much information with him. If the people were asked to know that Lang Feng was also a wife controlled by evil spirits, then humans will completely lose the courage to charge forward. There is no barrage in the live broadcast room. When he was communicating with Zhang Che, surprisingly quiet. Everyone just finds it strange. Why did Lang Feng trust Zhang Che so much? Can you meet again later? I'm rushing towards your dungeon. Want to meet Zhang Che? The dark forests reproduce very quickly. He wasn't sure after that. Will there be any disconnection between the territories? Now it seems that they will meet the only chance. Just go directly to the copy. Come in from the entrance of Hongju Mental Hospital. The level will not be triggered. Zhang Che replied. After listening to Zhang Che's words, the audience breathed a sigh of relief. They also don't want Zhang Che to kill someone on purpose. Hi. I'll just say it. Everyone fights for the survival of mankind. How could it be that it is possible to deliberately kill someone and refuse to save him? Long Yun Tower. The three people will definitely die if they don't enter through the entrance. Brother Zhang Che. Can your copy be lived in? Can we also accept some human beings? For a moment, the live broadcast room was filled with the barrage of words. At this time, the people in Long Yun Tower did not speak. They knew that their members had died in vain. But the poster thinks that Zhang Che is the owner of the copy. Then he must have a way to control the level of suspension. But he chose to ignore it. Choose to let the dungeon swallow them. This person is too bloody. It is definitely more cold-blooded and ruthless than what he shows. If Mr. Jiang is a lord who has already set up the level, he died because of an accident. The mastermind of Long Yun Tower is flashing lightly. Those who have no owner can grab it. Then the lord's mind is too obvious. Almost everyone can see that. If the owner of the copy dies, no one absorbs it. He didn't have time to give the copy to someone else. Without waiting for Zhang Che to answer, the owner of Long Yun Tower asked several questions in a row. What happens when the owner who can't escape the copy dies? I don't think I'm concerned about this issue. The owner of Long Yun Tower left this question to everyone again. After listening to his question, the cold wind couldn't sit still. Don't mess with this issue. Anyone can ask. Only Long Yun Tower. The poster asks. Zhang Qi's intention is too obvious. Seeing the cold wind blowing at the Long Yun Tower,
The poster immediately curled his lips.
He let go of his phone. Throw it onto the coffee table. There were about a dozen people standing in the huge living room.
These were originally planned to guide Jiang Che's dungeon. Now the action of the strategy copy is naturally cancelled. The poster, "Our brother died at his hands."
Just forget it.
Cold wind speaks for Jiang Che.
It made them feel a little unable to sit still.
The owner of Longyun Tower picked up in front of him.
I took a sip of the tea on the table. It really responds to that sentence. It's not illegal to kill people with mental illness, right? Boss Lu. Actually, I still have an idea. After you open your copy, then kill him again. Take away his copy.
Does the place you control become more? The strength will become stronger and the owner of Longyun Tower is drinking water.
Hearing this, he couldn't help but stop holding the teacup. This is a good question.
He really didn't expect that the owner of Longyun Tower would not speak again and broadcast live.
Only Cold Wind is left at this time.
When the time to make an appointment with Jiang Che is confirmed.
After Long attaches another copy.
The previous questions of the poster.
I'll answer now. Seeing that he wanted to speak, Fei Hu pulled him away with one hand.
Turned the lens of the phone over.
You don't need to answer his questions. Just tell everyone about creating a copy. The camera is not aimed at Jiang Che again.
Instead, he aimed at several other people. Only then did the audience see that except Jiang Che, appeared in the camera, had neat clothes. There was no injury on his body.
The advanced humans can even see that the strength of the three people has improved a lot.
Especially the king of Zhou and Fei Hu. The two people have jumped from ordinary people to the peak of the two realms.
This means that they all followed Jiang Che and survived successfully from the SSS level dungeon. At this time,
the cold wind completely confirmed his thoughts. Jiang Che should be like himself. They are all chess pieces controlled by evil spirits.
He sighed. He has also been ordered by dark stars.
I had to do a lot of things that betray human beings. But he does these things. Just want to hide yourself better from the Dark Star.
Don't let Dark Star know that he can escape from his control. Jiang Che now tells humans. What is the purpose of creating a copy? Is it also an order from the evil spirit? Is it the evil spirit's calculation? Boss, do we still create copies?
Around the cold wind.
A man wearing a mask. Bitter opening. Almost everyone in their organization is a chess piece of Dark Star. Why not break through? Take a deep breath in the cold wind? Now even if it's the wool game.
We must also use the deep fist of the cold wind.
Unconsciously pinch yourself. After I met him, ask for some useful information. His mental illness should not be cured.
But I also believe that he can tell whether he is a big shot or a mental illness or not.
Hope he can quietly reveal some information. Hopefully, what are these things for? They are also ready. As soon as the information is obtained, create your own copy immediately.
From now on, you will also start designing your own levels.
I can answer.
Jiang Che ignored the flying tiger. He pointed his phone board at himself again. He felt the target of the owner of Longyun Tower.
But what does this matter?
His purpose is not to protect himself. What he wanted was to cause some trouble for those evil spirit lords.
Good. Let yourself be more appetite with your family. Regarding your question. Of course, it can be either evil spirits or humans. You can grab a copy. Similarly, humans can also snatch copies of evil spirits. As soon as the words fell, Long Yun's pupils, who were watching the live broadcast, changed instantly. He just wanted to discuss Jiang Che. Unexpectedly, he really said everything.
The cold wind also took a deep breath of cold air.
He never thought Jiang Che would answer. And also gave a crucial message. He has always wanted to get rid of Dark Star's control.
How to steal the power of the Dark Star.
Now Jiang Che has shown him a way out.
And he had long felt that the strength of Dark Star has declined very seriously.
At this time,
there are joys and sorrows in the barrage. Finally saw hope for resistance. Hope now gathers on the cold wind.
I don't know when he will break through to the 16th quarter. Watching everyone's discussion, the cold wind couldn't help but smile bitterly. Humanity's hope lies in itself. He turned on the front camera of his phone. Looking at the one that spreads to your neck.
The mark belongs to the Dark Star.
Can a slave of an evil spirit lord also be able to bear the hope of mankind? Several subordinates around Lungphone lowered their heads.
They also have the mark of the Dark Star.
The tattoo spreads all over the body. Boss, you are the hope of mankind.
The masked man beside the cold wind.
The voice is low. They don't know what your father said. But we know.
In the history books of future victory,
the first record must be your name.
The cold wind opened its mouth.
In the end, it only turned into a dull human being who would win. If you win later, don't write about me anymore. Once enslaved by evil spirits.
This is so harsh.
Fantasy of the future victory.
Lungphone smiled unconsciously.
Although I don't know why the evil spirit lord behind Zhang Che told us about such an important thing. But I have to say, this information is really critical.
Everyone still went to the location where Zhang's father was based as planned.
But this time we didn't go through the level. But what should I do after communicating? There is a connection between the strong humans. I've always had plans to go over the past. Now I have just changed the plan temporarily. In a chat group with only a dozen people. Everyone responded one by one.
I'll send a representative, I'll still not go.
What happens after I have put the anchor point? It has nothing to do with me. I'm still doubtful. Information that so many of us cannot get. The last psychiatrist knew clearly. I know some of us have collusions with evil spirits.
But this is all about scamming with tigers.
You'd better be careful. There are also people who collude with evil spirits. Where did you get the news and collude with evil spirits? Can it guarantee that the right to autonomy will not be lost? See them discuss. Lungphone sighed. Evil spirits are connected to humans. This is not known to ordinary people. But advanced humans will notice some clues from all aspects. You may not go this time. I will help you ask everything. Don't say cold wind. This one must not know. He is the greatest wife of the evil spirits. I went to the group and suddenly a word came out. The appearance of this person. The audience was silent immediately. Humans increase evil spirits.
But this hateful thing is also divided into high and low.
And this person's increase in evil spirits. If he dares to say second, no one dares to say it. The first is good. You go to the cold wind and look complicated. In fact, who are those humans controlled by evil spirits? He had some guesses in his mind. But he is the only one who is sure. He escaped with great effort. Still thrown out by the evil spirit. Most humans are complete when they enter the copy. After coming out, I rarely get disabled humans. And he is the exception.
He is also the only human survivor who has been cut off his hands and feet and stuffed into a jar.
Then throw out the copy of the human being. They tried. Help him remove the jar.
But this jar itself is a very powerful dungeon prop.
No matter what method is used to destroy it, it cannot be damaged. On the contrary, the external blow will shock the person in the jar.
He screamed in pain. At the beginning, everyone just wanted to help him remove the jar.
Then install a little prosthetic for him.
Some human organizations that live out of the copy will do their best to help them overcome the difficulties in front of them.
Failed one by one. Like a fire extinguisher. It will extinguish all the fire of hope in my heart. Someone asked him if he needed euthanasia? That day.
The cold wind is also present.
He saw those eyes as dead ashes. Burning the flame of hatred. Empty eyes. It's more suffocating than the atmosphere on site. Need not. He was just quiet. Said 2 words. After that, he asked someone to take him to pass the copy. He said that the jar on me could not be broken anyway. You take me with you. I can still fight you. As soon as this sentence comes out, countless human survivors are moved. Because his body size range is still very large. Holding your neck in front of you. Just protect this person's head. Don't let him die.
That can indeed withstand a lot of damage.
After that, whether it is a large or a small copy, as long as someone finds it. He said he would take him to copy it. He is willing to let someone carry himself as a shield. As the number of copies is increased, his rank is getting higher and higher.
Because the jar is hard enough.
Can resist injuries. When encountering danger,
he stretched his head into the jar. Later, the person who took him to the copy died.
He is still alive. He even got a few skills in the dungeon.
Let him move freely without hands and feet. After he moved freely, he never begs others to take him to copy.
As his strength improves, he has become the boss of an organization again.
An organization dedicated to the treatment of disabled humans.
He joined the group. But I can't speak at all. I won't participate in everyone's discussions. This is the first time he has spoken in the group. What do you think we will tell him about our situation?
Boss. What you tell me is not telling him everything about us. The man with a mask beside Long Feng showed concern.
This matter must not be exposed. And this person's mind is unstable. His hatred for evil spirits is definitely far more than others. He can endure so much pain. Climb to this position now. His drive must be an unparalleled hatred. He will definitely hate the spirit.
Once he knows that we are evil spirits,
then he will definitely kill me first.
There is uncontrollable worry in the masked man's voice.
This jar man is very strong. Stronger defense.
Several skills he obtained were all-powerful attacks.
Give up your own defense skills.
And he himself is invulnerable to swords and guns. Nowadays, the strength of high-level human species can also rank at the forefront.
But now Dark Star is the best lord to solve. Just kill him. We humans can directly occupy his territory in the world of evil spirits. This is also the first step for human beings to gain a foothold.
During the hunting of the Dark Stars,
we can't play again.
Because we have to go to a place where we are isolated to transmit. It makes the Dark Star unable to withdraw the power from our bodies in a short period of time.
Cold Wind.
Speaking of their trump card.
Yes.
Their trump card is not to solve the Dark Star.
Instead, they found a place where the protagonist transmits. The transmission of energy in the two worlds takes time. This time is not long. Now they can only extend this time. So you need a very strong person. Kill Dark Star at this time. If you hate the spirits enough, he will understand our cold wind and take a deep breath. If Dark Star can die, it doesn't matter if we die together.
The cold wind looks at the phone. He was afraid that the other party would not find the entrance to the Hongju Mental Hospital.
Send a map. Send it privately. There are also several advanced human survivors in this group who express their opinions. I will go to Jiang Che's copy to meet you. In addition to the Flying Eagle,
several other anchors have already been placed and have chosen to reject the child.
Only anchor points were placed. No levels were set up. They dare not come over without permission.
I'm afraid I'll die as soon as I come.
Here. Never go back. There are many people who are targeting these dungeons now. Jiang Che, Sister Xiong and others stood in the yard of Hongju Mental Hospital, waiting for the arrival of other human lords. Not far ahead is the gate leaving the Hongju Mental Hospital. Outside the gate, the original cement road was already covered with dark forests. Jiang Che is not like other advanced human survivors. Don't dare to appear on the edge of the dark forest. He knew this was an absolute law of domain.
But the field has been formed.
The dark forest will never invade.
Jiang Che looked at the door. The corners of the eyes were bent unconsciously. The corners of his mouth also curled up. In the past, this outside was the future he was looking forward to leaving. Now he feels at ease standing in an empty courtyard.
It can be seen everywhere in the mental hospital.
A thick layer of earthly world has accumulated.
It looks extremely depressing. After Brother Che, can I take my mom over? King Zhou asked carefully. Sure. Jiang Che nodded. He looked at Fei Hu and Xiong Jie. If you have any brothers and friends, you can take it over. Xiong Jie sneered. You don't know. I went to find me as soon as I came back.
The so-called family seeking revenge.
Where can I have any family members? If you really want to be a family member, I think you are more like my family now. Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che. Is there no other way to my dad's territory? He is a little bitter. He is my family at the moment. Unless your dad is promoted to SSS. Otherwise, there is no way to reset the copy level. If my father really dies in the future, I hope you will end his life. Fei Hu looked at Jiang Che. The mouth is full of bitterness. Of course he didn't want his father to die. This is what he least wants to think about. But if this day really comes, he hoped that his father would die at Jiang Che's hands. Soon, one helicopter after another came over Jiang Che's copy. Jiang Che has never seen a high-level human survivor.
He has never participated in the activities of advanced human organizations. At this moment, looking at the person coming, he only knows Lung Feng, because he has seen the photos of the cold wind. As the most powerful man in mankind, his photos are posted on the streets and alleys. It's like a guide to humanity. It brings hope to countless people in despair. Hello? I'm Cold Wind. Cold Wind came forward to introduce himself. But I also think Jiang Che may not know him. He scratched the back of his head. A little embarrassing. I clearly feel that I should be a household name. Now I have to introduce myself in a very embarrassing way. Hello? Mr. Lang. I know you. Hearing this, Lung Feng felt relieved. He is not aware of his identity.
It's just that sometimes it's much easier to do things. At least after the identity of the strongest man in humanity.
It will be more convenient to communicate with him.
Nice to meet you.
Jiang Che Lingfeng stretched out his hand and dated Jiang Che politely.
Zhou An, Xiong Jia and others are behind Jiang Che.
The idols of the past appeared in front of them like this.
They were feeling a little uncomfortable.
Xing Jie was still a little frightened. He dared not look directly into the eyes of Ling Feng. I was afraid that he would see something wrong. But he was worried too much.
Cold Wind just glanced at him.
Then he withdrew his gaze.
Let me introduce it to you.
The Cold Wind is only behind me.
Some people haven't come this time.
The situation is quite complicated.
I can only explain it to you later. This is the owner of Long Yun Tower. Long Yun?
He pointed it not far behind him.
A middle-haired man in a black windbreaker.
He stood behind his back.
I'm drinking with a few people. It seems to be induction.
He turned his head. I happened to see Long Feng introducing myself. He was aiming at Jiang Che.
There is also Cold Wind.
He raised his hand and shook it. The moment I saw Jiang Che, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
Wow, my Master Jiang's copy is good.
Quite awkward. The levels are also great. Long Yun heard this. Lung Feng immediately turned black. I really praise him for his hands spreading out. Turning his head to the mental hospital. His eyes were full of gaze.
If you say this again, don't blame me for being rude to you.
The Cold Wind looked at Long Yun. The eyes were filled with coldness.
I used to mock online.
Even if you still say such things in front of others now.
He didn't think it was a joke.
Jiang Che waved his hand.
It doesn't matter. Mr. Lang. It doesn't matter yet.
After many people heard Jiang Che's words, he looked towards him. No one expected that Jiang Che would be so bullying.
Thinking of this, many people showed a joking intention in their eyes. If you really like this book, you can be here straight. Rook points to the direction of the mental hospital. There are many rooms here. You can choose a move you like. Hearing Jiang Che's words,
Long Yun's face suddenly stiffened.
You call me crazy. Jiang Che frowned. I don't mean that. If you like it, it's really possible to stay here. Jiang Che remembered that there were many subordinates in Ding Ling's copy. Each has great strength. His copy now has many spiritual bodies. But none of these spirits have consciousness. In addition to the existence of these spirits, it's for level service. I will not do anything except after passing the level. Thinking of this, Jiang Che looked at Long Yun. I think he is a good candidate.
He needs Long Yun to register information in the archives room. He can become one of the members of Jiang Che's dungeon.
If you stay here, when I was not here,
you can still take charge of this book for me.
Jiang Che. As soon as this is said, Jiang Che's expression became weird. As we all know, only dogs will cut fakes. He didn't expect.
Jiang Che looked dazed and scolded.
It's not dirty. Who are you calling a dog? Really? Long Yun's violent temper is like fireworks. 1.
A ruthless look flashed in his eyes. He rushed towards Jiang Che with his fist.
This is a great opportunity to take action against Jiang Che.
He did fall in love with Jiang Che's copy.
I want to stay, too.
But it is definitely not staying here as a guardian.
He wants to be the master here. Thinking of this,
he began to pour strength into his raised fists.
That fist looks ordinary.
But there was a black ray of wind around, which had broken through the wind in space.
At this time, it would be amazing if the fist fell on a person. Many people took 2 steps back, watching Jiang Che like a fun. Also, can Long Yun dungeon be snatched? They always have to find someone to try it out. Now, Jiang Che and Long Yun are a good experimental goal. Seeing this, Long Feng's face changed drastically.
He thought the two were just fighting each other verbally. I didn't expect that Long Yun would take the action to kill.
1.
When the sound and movement of the cold wind are heard, he blocked Jiang Che's knife. Once he grasped his fist, the fist wind arrived at Jiang Che's face. The strong wind blow his short hair.
Are you okay?
Lung Feng looked at Jiang Che worriedly and looked him.
He frowned, because Jiang Che's expression did not change at all.
He didn't seem to care about Long Yun's words. I didn't care about the ridicule of these people. Instead, he had a serious expression on his face. It seems that it is sincere to say that Long Yun is watching the door for him.
Usually after feeling Jiang Che's strangeness, Cold Wind frowned. He really couldn't control Jiang Che's mental state. Before, he thought that Jiang Che's mental illness was a cover. Now he looks normal. But the spirit is indeed different from that of ordinary people.
The Cold Wind had a headache for a while. He thought it was just Long Yun who couldn't persuade him.
It seems now that
Jiang Che may be the one who can't persuade the most. He had no choice but to turn his head to look at Long Yun.
Why can't I control you even if I speak?
What humanity needs most now is unity.
With your current strength, you can create a copy yourself. Why bother?
Lang Feng said this sentence for Long Yun.
It's also for others to listen to.
He looked around and flashed his eyes.
Warn most people to see him take action.
There was a flash of expressions. Unfortunately, he knew that many people wanted to experiment with the truth and falsehood of Jiang Che's words. Jiang Che is also a good experimental subject. I don't know if the malice in these people's eyes is too obvious. When Jiang Che's eyes met them,
many people turned to look at the other floor.
Xiong Jie sighed behind him.
Jiang Che still has too little social experience. Now all the people who come here are humans. In addition to the cold wind, the strength of the rest is not much different.
Although Jiang Che created a copy, but in their opinion, it is just a pioneer.
Not too long in advance. Now, Jiang Che will tell everyone the information. After everyone goes back,
you can place your territory immediately.
Set the level. I don't have this meaning to create my own side. I just want to try his strength. Long Yun waved his hand quickly to deny his intention. After all, there will be many ordinary people in each copy. In case he does not have the strength to protect everyone, whether it is evil spirits or dark forest invasion, you can't come here. He will die. Long Yun opened his mouth, looking at Long Feng's cold eyes. He calmly held back his words. Okay. The cold wind hasn't reacted yet.
Jiang Che's voice came from behind him.
He was stunned. Just something is good.
Seeing Jiang Che without warning Wu Bo's eyes,
Long Yun couldn't help but put down the corner of his mouth.
Then Jiang Che walked around the cold wind.
Walked ahead of yourself. Staring straight at yourself.
At the same time, he raised his fist like himself.
The intention to punch is too obvious.
Long Yun put down his mouth and raised it again. A hint of madness rose in his eyes.
Brother Lang. This time it's not that I don't listen to advice. The cold wind hasn't reacted yet.
Jiang Che's fist, which looked ordinary, had already faced Long Yun.
At that moment, Wang Mingsheng exploded directly into everyone's eardrums.
Although they didn't know how Jiang Che was promoted to the 13th level of creation.
But every mist has a basic attribute bonus. This punch won't lose too badly against Jiang Che. But it will definitely not be too easy. And it's obvious that
Long Yun used the power of the fist directly this time.
I wanted to intercept it. But the action I just made stopped again. He wants to manage these two people well. First of all, Jiang Che needs to be obedient.
Then let teacher Long Yun come down by himself. As long as Jiang Che sees the strength of others,
it will be easier to discipline. Talking himself, he could listen a little more. He sighed secretly. He doesn't want to do this either. But I feel like I am the same as others.
The yard was cleaned very clean. The airwaves brought about by the whole country still roll up a circle of dust. Everyone saw a figure flying straight backwards in the smoke and dust.
With a bang. It was embedded heavily in the wall not far away.
The cold wind blew twice.
He quickly looked at the wall covered by smoke. Jiang Che. Are you okay? Long Yun. You're a little too much this time. Everyone is fighting for humanity.
Lang Feng hasn't finished speaking yet. I heard Jiang Che's voice coming from the yard behind me.
I'm fine.
Lang Feng turned his head in surprise. Looking at the yard after the dust has dissipated. The ground at Jiang Che's feet sinks into it.
A pit. Everyone around was shocked and took a few steps back.
Jiang Che looked down at his feet and frowned slightly. The land at the soles of the feet was restored to its original state.
Everyone looked at the collapsed wall in horror.
I saw Long Yun embedded inside, tilting his head and rolling his eyes.
He fainted. Following the sound of the cool air around.
Thinking of everyone looking at Jiang Che in horror.
Long Yun's strength cannot resist.
This is not the ordinary 14 realms. It has reached the 14th level interruption position. The cold wind looked at Jiang Che.
I was also shocked. This is his first time being Jiang Che. It is his strength.
He sprinkled around him. I saw that many people had already fallen from the previous one and straightened their backs. Then Lang Feng pulled out Long Yun, who was embedded in the wall. Long Yun, who was unconscious in his head, woke up instantly. The first time he felt the pleasure of tearing his body. He also looked at the moment when Jiang Che fisted with horror.
He faces endless oppression. He only felt powerless. You can't resist at all.
Subconsciously tell him.
This is a very psychotic disease. But the information conveyed by the subconscious also points to this point. Then he fell into a coma.
What are your strengths?
He swallowed his saliva.
Standing behind the cold wind, lowering his head slightly. But Jiang Che just frowned and looked behind him.
Follow Jiang Che's gaze?
Only the walls that were smashed by themselves were seen.
Long Yun had an unstoppable anger in his heart. Clenched his fists. But let go helplessly. I will find someone to fix him. Long Yun opened his mouth.
In the end, it only turns into soft words.
Now the copy is under the control of Jiang Che. The wall that he thought and moved was restored. Then Jiang Che frowned again. You seem a little weak. Not suitable for me to watch.
Xiong Jia and others watched all this in a daze behind Jiang Che.
When Jiang Che stepped forward, they didn't have time to stop them. Even if I pray for Lang Feng for help, I haven't said anything yet. Long Yun was punched away by Jiang Che.
Long Yun in the distance had all his clothes on. Quan Naf's arm shattered.
The gravel slag fell into the back. Blood dripped from behind him. But compared to Long Yun, Jiang Che's condition is so good that he should not be better. The cold wind saw this scene. Squinted eyes. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He can do this even when fighting with Long Yun. But the problem is, he is different from Jiang Che. Jiang Che is the real wish. He was promoted to this comfort now.
But it took several years.
He went in and out of the Dark Star copy. Many times I have clearly known how much experience can I increase by clearing an SSS in copy.
I also know how many times it takes to go in and out of the dungeon to grow to this point.
What about Jiang Che?
The cold wind blocked Long Yun behind him.
Grow up on your own.
So much has been paid. But Jiang Che entered the dungeon for the first time not long ago.
Now I have the same strength as myself. So what kind of deal did he and the evil spirit reach? That's why the evil spirit gave him such strong power.
The cold wind stared at Jiang Che's mind and kept spinning. Thinking wildly about the purpose of the evil spirit doing this.
Now it seems that. Is it all the evil spirit's plan to let humans create dungeons? What are the benefits of creating a copy for evil spirits? But he had to admit that. The evil spirit's move was very successful. No matter who is so strong.
After he heard Jiang Che's method of creating the book,
I can't help but want to try it. And had to try it.
The dark forest rages.
Cities with hundreds of millions of people.
It is the purest nutrient in the dark forest.
In such a situation, high-level human powers must open up territories to contain refugees. Create a place of peace of mind for humans to survive. Cold Wind's thin lips were pursed tightly. He only felt that the diameter between his teeth was bitter. Creating a copy is bound to be a must for humans to move forward. But is the method given by Jiang Che a trap? This still needs business addiction.
Long Yun saw the cold wind blocking his sense of security. It also returns to the cold world a little bit. The bigger the gap, the more.
Every step up, strength will change drastically.
Long Yun clenched his fist. The veins on the back of the hand are storming. He has never suffered such an insult. It used to be a revenge that exploded on the spot.
This is the first time that he has been said to be inferior to the watchdog. But there is no way to refute it.
He knew his strength to interrupt the 14th level.
Jiang Che was able to punch himself away.
Then his strength is up to the 15th level. And Jiang Che was also looking at Long Yun. But his eyes were full of regrets. The doorkeeper is still a little weak.
At this time,
the roar of a helicopter overhead broke the silence.
The helicopter slowly fell.
They saw the two of them walking out in a sedan chair. The noise disappeared instantly.
Many people involuntarily took 2 steps back. Whose child is this? King Zhou asked curiously.
He looked at the sedan chair with confusion, which was too small.
It can't tolerate an adult at all. However,
as soon as he said that, Fei Hu held him in his hand.
His mouth shy. Don't discuss it.
His flying tiger's voice was not loud. This passage almost popped out of the teeth. A hint of horror flashed in his eyes.
Xiong Jia took a deep breath. Could it be that man Fei Hu twitched his head hard? Can there be such a special way of travel? Except for the one who was in the jar. Nothing else seems to be very lively here. It looks like I've just had a fight.
The rough sound of frosted cardboard came from the sedan chair.
The sedan is closed tightly. The person inside did not show up. A little misunderstanding.
All are now lifted. The cold wind immediately stepped forward. He looked at Jiang Che slightly.
Mr. Ren. Let me introduce it to you.
This is Jiang Che. He took the lead in telling Jiang Che's identity to the people in the sedan chair. This person hasn't appeared in front of someone for a long time.
He didn't know why.
This time he insisted on seeing Jiang Che. Jiang Che also looked at the sedan chair with confusion.
Hearing the sound of talking inside. Don't know why.
He had a very familiar feeling. The misunderstanding lifted the person in the sedan and ignored the words of Leng Feng.
Is it a misunderstanding to just look at Long Yun behind him?
Long Yun heard this person ask.
I was surprised and happy. Of course it's not a misunderstanding. We just have conflicts. He didn't expect.
I only met this man with the can man a few times. At this time, he actually wanted to stand up for himself. As for whether this person stood up for Jiang Che, he can pat his chest to assure him.
It's not because Jiang Che never met this person in a jar. At first, no one knew what his name was. Before he grew up, he has many nicknames.
Gunman, Shield Brother.
Even if everyone calls this vase girl at that time, he doesn't make a fuss or get angry. Not even saying a word. After he grew up later,
no one called him Guan Che again.
When you see this nickname, you will only call you sir respectfully.
Later, through a series of people's indirect attacks,
only then did everyone know that he trusted this person. Unstable mind.
There are few people who talk harshly.
At the beginning, in order to become stronger, let others treat themselves as shields.
Later, in order to become stronger,
he killed a lot.
Blocking him in front of him brought obstacles to him.
Regarding this, no one complains. Not even dead because of this.
Others also think they deserve it.
The suffering his ex-wife suffered.
Let him do whatever he does later.
Everyone thinks it is right.
If he was weak when he was,
it is necessary to let everyone see their humble body.
Then he always sits in the sedan chair without showing up.
People carry it. Everyone also thinks it is natural. And Long Yun also knew that he came to Jiang Che just to become stronger. For the copy. But if the copy information given by Jiang Che is not true, the hatred of the evil spirits by the jar is definitely 200%. After all the sufferings in him were poured into him by the evil spirit family. Long Yun saw the jarman's sedan chair standing between him and Jiang Che. This person brings him a sense of security more than the cold wind. The cold wind usually only persuades fights. Play Tai Chi when it's right. But this can man is really good at killing people. And no one can stop that kind. Long Yun's voice is loud. It was just passed to everyone clearly. He informed him of his guesses one by one where he looked at Jiang Che. If it is yourself who wins this time, he wouldn't be so suspicious. Because as long as it can be solved, no matter what identity Jiang Che represents, he can easily grasp it. But Jiang Che won. And he won himself with an absolutely crushing attitude. Then he will definitely be able to know how Jiang Che's strength came about. Keep doubting that everyone is so strong. Haven't you ever doubted how this person got his strength? He looked at the black sedan chair while speaking. The people in the sedan chair didn't speak. Long Yun is all companions. Don't be suspicious of each other. Long Feng's heart skipped a beat. He also thought Jiang Che was too arrogant. Such strength does not hide your suspicion. Long Yun looked at the person in the sedan chair. Mr. Rin suffered so much at the beginning. If the evil spirit's lackeys are allowed to mingle into our team, this is the biggest ridicule of our hard work until now. Although Long Yun doesn't know this person, but based on his knowledge of him, his heart is definitely on his own. Ruo Jiang Che is really a lackey of evil spirits. Then he and Jiang Che will definitely stay alive today. Mr. Ren must be a copy today. But have you ever thought about it? If this message is false, then your efforts over the years will be vain because of this person. Long Yun's voice is getting louder and louder. He directly pulled Jiang Che to the opposite of humanity. He is not stupid. Everyone here is not stupid. No one will be incited by him. But Jiang Che is really too suspicious. The strength that everyone has worked hard to grow is just one step ahead of him. If he is strong enough to be harmless, bring your friends out of the major SSS and copies. That certainly is no problem. But what if not? It's because of other reasons? For a moment, everyone's eyes looked at Jiang Che were full of vigilance. Long Yun sneered twice. He seemed to be able to see the canister flying out of the sedan chair. Attack Jiang Che. He admitted that Jiang Che was very strong. But if you face this can, you will definitely not have the upper hand. This canned man lost his hands and feet. This fight is even more fearless. For him, everything that can be lost has been lost. Only one bad life is left. The gentleman is very careful and he will know how to distinguish black and white, he said. Then he bowed toward the canister. Jiang Che looked in the direction of the sedan chair. He walked 2 steps forward slowly. 2 sedan chairmen carrying sedan chairs. No action. No command received. They didn't know how to do anything before. Seeing Jiang Che's shrunk steps, Long Yun just felt relieved. I was so tough when I faced myself before. The ruthlessness I had when I was facing myself before. How come you become timid when you see a cruel person? He bent down and waited for the people inside the black sedan to make a decision. Mr. Ren's news about the copy. We can take him down and then interrogate him. I have a trick here. I guarantee that what he said afterwards is 100% true. Now what he said. I don't think we can believe it. The people around him also nodded quickly. Reconsideration on the copy. They also don't want to make any mistakes. Jiang Che's voice in the black sedan chair was hoarse. When you pronounce these 2 words, no emotion can be heard. Long Yun stood beside him. The head is slightly lowered. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the ground. He has never been said to be inferior to dogs. Such a humiliation. Jiang Che didn't reply. He just stood there. Long time no see. I didn't help you find your family. The sound in the sedan is very low. With a hint of sob. Long Yun heard this inexplicable sentence. My mind is twisted in turns. My thoughts can't be changed at all. What's the meaning? He is talking about nothing but mute. What to look for family? He hadn't had time to think. He saw Jiang Che's hand trembling towards the black sedan face. For a moment, Long Yun's clear mind became hot again in an instant. He seemed to see Jiang Che's blood ejaculation. There was also the right hand that was cut off for a moment. A room suddenly erected around the sedan chair and Jiang Che. Frame the two in it. Long Yun narrowed his eyes. Sure enough. But why have you never seen this skill? But he can understand. Sir, don't want anyone else. See what he is now. This skill should have been obtained specifically for this later. Keep people in the room until the target is killed. This skill will be removed. Kill everyone who has seen him. It's equivalent to no one seeing darkness. In the room, the incandescent lamp above the head is not bright. Seeing the skill activated. Two people carrying the sedan chair. He must take the lead in stopping Jiang Che. This is the weaker the sound in my brother's sedan chair. He did not stop Jiang Che from reaching out his hand. The two godfathers of the younger brother were stunned. They have never heard of it. The gentleman and younger brother Jiang Che gently lifted the curtain. When you see the person inside. His heart suddenly felt like it was clenched hard by one hand, and it felt painful. In an instant, Jiang Che curled up on the ground. He covered his chest, inhaling air in big mouthfuls. His face began to turn dark. The entire copy also started to fluctuate. The people outside only felt that the aura of the dungeon suddenly became weird. They looked deep in the mental hospital. A huge pressure is getting heavier and heavier. It seems that something big hole is being generated. Jiang Che curled up. His eyes turned red. He stared at the people in the sedan chair. Round jar. She was wearing neat clothes. Sleeve. The legs of the pants are shriveled. You can see clearly what form he is now at a glance. Who is Brother Xiang? Make you like this Jiang Che? I want to run. But I was afraid to touch the smooth surface of the jar. What kind of person in the sedan jumped to Jiang Che in one step? The ceramics fell on the ground. It made a dull and crisp sound. Then, a transformed arm stretched out and stroked Jiang Che's head. Jiang Che's head tingles. He opened his mouth. In the end, I had to stay motionless. I don't know, either. The group of people in the hospital said I could be discharged. But I'll do the check. It turned out like this when I woke up. He shook his head and tried hard to recall the memories. How did you become like this? Jiang Che clenched his fists. He remembered the information he had seen before. After he was anesthetized, the entire hospital was transported to the copy. Humans have no leisure to do these things in the copy. Not only the evil spirit can act like this. Jiang Che's trembling body gradually calmed down. Brother Xiang. I'll find it out for you. Which evil spirit general? You became like this. What to check? You might as well check yourself first. Have your family found it? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I haven't heard anything. Later I heard that Kichuan went to the copy or something. I'll check if I can find any information in the copy. But I became stronger later. Said. The outside of his body transformed into an illusion. Hands and feet are getting better instantly. Put all the clothes he was wearing. It looks no different from ordinary people. You see Ni. Isn't he okay too? But I still broke my promise. I promised to be discharged from the hospital. I will definitely help you find your family. He looked at the familiar set in the room. Xuanhao pulled him back to his life in the mental hospital. All the people in the hospital were dead. Right? I later learned that this hospital is not a good thing. You have no evil spirits. Didn't take you out. It's mainly because it's too dangerous outside. Later, the S and the copybook are coming. I didn't have time to reply to this. All hate yourself. Not only did you not find your family, I will never see you again. At this time, Jiang Che suddenly remembered something. He quickly took out the crystal of life from his pocket. Ah Hua said. He can recover after any injury. Brother Xiang can do this too. Looking at the crystals in Jiang Che's hand, Ren Fengxiang could feel the rich life energy above the crystal. But he shook his head. I can't use it. How could he not use it? Just think about your perfect appearance. The hands and feet can grow again. Jiang Che was a little anxious. He didn't understand why Brother Xiang refused him. I've grown with this jar, said. Ren Fengxiang knocked on his stomach. I've tried it a long time ago. Forced repair will only make yourself very painful. This jar is a bit special. It seems like an SSS level dungeon lord got it for me. He was in that small copy at that time. I saw a coma. I might be curious. He cut off my hands and feet and made it like this. Ren Fengxiang said that the clouds are calm and the wind is light. It seems to be telling other people's stories. The two of them were lying on the bed one by one. Like a roommate in college. Hu Tian cuts the earth. Ren Fengxiang also waved his arms from time to time. Don't say it. This hand is much more useful than my own. If there was a hand in the beginning, I've long killed the people in the hospital. He was very satisfied with the strength of this pair of limbs. Speaking of this, he was suddenly thinking about something. By the way, you're okay when you go to the copy? He picked up Jiang Che. Turning around and checking your body like a little chick. Jiang Che did not resist either. Let Brother Xiang investigate. I'm fine. Brother Xiang. And I found my family in the copy. Found my wife. The child was also found. Referring to family? Jiang Che became excited again. It's just a pity. There is no way to bring them here for the moment. Found Ren Fengxiang. Also became excited. You also found your wife and children. He frowned. Why do I always feel that something is wrong here? It's obvious that I and Jiang Che grew up together. Why didn't I know that Jiang Che has a wife and children? Yes. Jiang Che doesn't think there is any problem. I always feel that something is strange. He scratched his head. I can't think of it for a while. Any questions? Brother and sister must be very beautiful. When did I meet? If you can't figure it out, you don't want Ren Fengxiang to throw the situation directly. He and Jiang Che have known each other for a long time. I know Jiang Che's character well. There were also many patients in mental hospitals at that time. But only the two of them can communicate together. Some other patients always feel that they are not sick and disdain to communicate with others. What others say, they don't believe it either. And no matter what he said, Jiang Che would believe it. Just like he will believe you no matter what Jiang Che said. Jiang Che said he couldn't find his family anymore. Then he will go to look for it when he is discharged from the hospital. Although Jiang Che hasn't seen Brother Xiang for a long time. But he never thought that Brother Xiang would lie to him. He didn't come back to find him. I must have my own last resort. And now. Ren Fengxiang also believed what Jiang Che said. No matter who the family and wife and children are in Jiang Che's mouth. As long as it is recognized by Jiang Che. That's a good person. Speaking of this, Jiang Che also started contacting Tuanchuan. He wanted to know which evil spirit did Brother Xian's appearance now. He didn't bother Ding Ning. Because he knew that Ding Ning must be practicing in a row now. You know that SSS Jilin masters like to cut off their hands and feet and cure them into jars. Since Ding Ning started to recover, Tuanchuan was keeping eye on Jiang Che's situation. My mother is very weak now. I don't know when it will be completely restored. Dad seems to be besieged by humans again. He won't let his father get into trouble. Although they can't help now. But there will be no accidents in life on my father's side. The things that save lives on Jiang Che are not fake. He can't help. But he can remember all those people. But I had originally added stillness to him. Change the skill that can view both parties' situations to take the initiative. It requires both parties to agree to see each other's perspective. But I found out that I was weak just now. Just untie what he looked like. Can Tuanch see what happened to Jiang Che? He saw Jiang Che and a human being faced with Jiang Che. Pull him into a realm of his own formation. Field. The two are the realm of fighting between trapped beasts. The two of them were lying on two beds in the room. What happened during the time of separation? This person turned out to be the friend who left the mentally ill before. I know what Jiang Che asked about this. Just asked about Tuanchuan's knowledge field. There is indeed a lord. He himself looked exactly like his uncle in the jar. Tuanchuan finished speaking. Jiang Che got the answer.
Jiang Che was in contact with Tuanchuan in his heart. But he was introducing his family to brother Xiang.
And wife and daughter.
He was not the one who liked to talk happily, and after he took out the so-called lord from the jar.
I will only talk to brother Xiang about this. I don't care what I'd become.
But Jiang Che cares.
Just like Rin Fengxiang didn't care about his current appearance just now.
But he also turned his side.
But I was afraid that he would become like himself. How could my brother and sister stay in the copy? That's too unsafe.
Ran Fengxiang frowned and Jiang Tingche said that he met his younger brother and sister in the No 9 copy. I felt so terrifying after meeting my parents in copy No 9.
The copy is weird. You may die at any time.
He also lived to this jar on his body.
This jar ruined him.
It also made him successful.
My wife is very strong in the copy of No 9. No one is his opponent.
Jiang Che made a sound.
When talking about Aining,
his eyes are full of pride.
And pride. No wonder you guys came out alive from Dun 9. But my younger brother and sister have been on No 9. The copy is not the same as a solution.
That place is still too dangerous.
At the beginning, Ren Fengxian lost his hands and feet.
So he couldn't watch the live broadcast at all. Later, the arms were transformed with energy.
But it's been too long.
He completely forgot about this matter. The people around him saw that he had never been in contact with the live broadcast. I'm afraid he doesn't like to read these things and doesn't even dare to mention them.
Everyone.
I'm afraid something is wrong with my words.
Injure him.
He was very worried when Jiang Che entered the dungeon.
But I couldn't know any information about Jiang Che.
Yes.
Too dangerous. Jiang Che nodded. According to Ding Ming and Tuanchuan, there are many lords fighting openly and secretly in the dungeon. Wait until the rear channel opens.
I must take them all to me as soon as possible. But the dark forest was blamed for blocking the road.
The two godfathers next to them dared not speak.
They listened to their communication. Looking at Jiang Che in confusion. Mr. Rin did not watch the live broadcast.
Don't know the situation. But they looked at it.
They didn't know that Jiang Che was his younger brother. Otherwise, I would have shown this live broadcast to Mr. Rin long ago. Jiang Che was crazy in the dungeon at that time.
Is the parents he mentioned now really not the lord and the couple?
He didn't know what kind of monster his wife and children were.
But definitely not human. Ran Fengxiang frowned. It's also my brother and sister. Even on the wall, she is still a woman. Being trapped in a dungeon for so long isn't a big deal.
No matter how strong it is, it can't last for so long.
No. I'll help you open the channel you mentioned now. He said that, and wanted to walk outside.
His eyes were full of firmness.
The expression is strange at this time.
He looked at Ding Ning, who was stinging with his eyes closed beside him, as if he felt his eyes slowly opening. My mother, my father's friend, said she wanted to rescue us.
Ding Ning waved his hand.
He just traced the scene back. He watched the reunion scene of Jiang Che and his friend again.
I like to modify human habits.
There is only the Lord Copper Jar with copy No 5. Ding Ning frowned in the bronze penis, although the Lord had a strange behavior in his usual manner.
But he is not weak.
Otherwise, Ren Fengxian would not have been close to a jar. It grew to the point where it is today.
Ding Ning's breath is slowly recovering.
When he saw Jiang Che's hatred for the children's jar, he listed the bronze crown as his enemy. The advantage of copper jar is that it has strong defense.
But each lord has its own power attribute distribution. He is strong. Other attributes will be a little weaker. Will mom and dad's friends hate me holding Jiang Che in my hand?
The teddy bear he gave at that time. He has been caring for this toy carefully. Little Bear cares about Jiang Che's emotions very much. But he never felt hatred or other bad emotions in Jiang Che. But just now he felt it. He felt that Jiang Che knew there was a change. The extra hatred in the emotions. When I heard Jiang Che's friend say he wanted to rescue himself and his mother, he is still secretly happy. He used him to save his mother's breasts. But the next second he became anxious. Wait for the good fortune. Because of the evil spirits. After he knew his identity as his mother, will he hate himself? I don't know that Ding Ning Qingnan had thought it very clearly from the beginning. Whatever happens between humans and evil spirits, he would not bring it into Jiang Che.
He believed Jiang Che would do the same. Including Jiang Chi's friends, they don't have much opinion on this. Human survivors who can grow up already have their own understanding of the world. But now there is a person between them. Feng Shangwang is watching the return visit just now. Hearing Ren Fengxiang talk about his past, he could hear the other person. How painful it is to go step by step. It's hard to be too careless again. I won't abandon myself for him. I will not abandon the other person for myself. The biggest obstacle in their relationship was the Lord's Children's Canon Dun 5. Rest assured. I'll fix it all. Ding Ning patted Tuanchuan's head. He also rubbed the plush bear puppet in his arms. The warm temperature and touch are natural. Gentle and warm. Just like Jiang Che. What are you going to solve? Ah Hua is full of sound. From above the palace. This matter? Let him Jiang Che solve it himself. Didn't you ask him to break 10 copies? When he succeeds in coming out of 10 copies. To deal with a copper jar? It must be easy. Maybe it's love houses in Wu. Ding Ning sighed. He knew that what Ah Hua said was the best solution. And he really has no ability to kill Tong Guan. In addition to the secret heart. No lord is easy to deal with their 10 lords. Anyone who can kill other lords will not live in peace so peacefully. For so many years. The exchange between Jiang Che and Ren Fengxiang in the Central Committee continues. Ren Fengxiang nodded seriously.
Although no one is a rival to his younger siblings. But you still have to let your younger brother and sister hide. It would be bad if you go to the Lord of the number 9 copy.
You may not know.
That is, the Lord of the number 9 copy is not allowed to fight.
Otherwise, this copy would not be so ordered.
The two men nodded next to each other.
Copy 9 was once called Despair. It's just because he has no escape. But the danger level inside is really much smaller than that of other dungeons. So many advanced survivors would rather challenge other SSS and replicas before.
I don't want to go to copy 9 either.
Other copies are at least likely to be alive. Jiang Che's family may not be humans. But be careful in the 9 dungeon. Jiang Che blinked his eyes immediately.
He felt that Brother Xiang seemed to have misunderstood something.
Brother Xiang.
He scratched the back of his head.
You seem to have misunderstood something.
Jiang Che looked at Ren Fengxiang's eyes seriously. He won't take the initiative with the Nineth Dun Lord.
Because he is the Lord of the 9 copy.
Jiang Che's words also spread to Ding Ling. He was thinking about how Jiang Che introduced himself to his brother. He waited until the revenge was over. Or choose a better way. He neutralized Ren Fengxiang and his hatred. Although Ren Fengxiang became like this,
it was not what Ding Ling did.
But the hatred between him and the evil spirit cannot be explained in just a few words.
Just now.
The hatred that Jiang Che's voice fell. Ding Ning also let go of his worried heart. 2 tutors appeared in his eyes. When I heard Jiang Che's words, his eyes widened in an instant.
How can evil spirits have feelings for humans?
What's more, he's still a lord. Looking at Jiang Che's sweet and firm look, they all sighed secretly. What the people outside said was indeed correct.
For a moment, the 2 godfathers looked at Jiang Che. Suddenly full of defense. Ren Fengxiang didn't say anything.
He looked at the 2 godfathers who were on guard.
Lifted up his hand gently.
Then he clenched his fist. The 2 men found out that they could no longer speak.
For a moment, they were anxious and in a hurry. Want to use sign language to illustrate what you want to say. But I found that my hands also became out of control.
The 2 of them shouted anxiously. Ren Fengxiang ignored them directly. He turned to look at Jiang Che. There was a little more seriousness in his eyes.
Are you under control?
No. Jiang Che shook his head.
I'm very sober. And I know what I'm doing. Then I understand.
These copies are also told by your younger brother and sister.
Jiang Che nodded. No too much explanation.
It seems that the younger brother and sister are still very helpful.
I will create Ren Fengxiang when I go back. Didn't ask much.
I directly believed Jiang Chi's statement.
But there are some things to note. I will tell you everything later. Jiang Che quickly added. Then can't we create it quietly? Ren Fengxiang frowned. Those people are pretty awesome. But if they create a copy, brother and sister may be in trouble. It's a little troublesome. But what's more troublesome than creating a copy of humans is that the other evil spirit lords Jiang Che side. And those people around at this time. He became afraid of being dragged into the copy.
They all retreated into the Madark forest.
Later I found that there was no movement inside. Then he walked in quietly.
They lay their ears in this temporary erect room.
I want to hear the sound of fighting inside on the wall.
Long Yun and others did not do such indecent things with their own identities.
You said there was no movement here. Is the sound insulation so good? One person lowered his head against the wall. But I can't hear any sound yet?
It seems that Jiang Che is strong enough. It is so difficult to match with Mr. Run.
At this time,
Leng Feng looked at it.
The dragon standing behind you. Yun Jiangche will definitely not die. But it's better to end this matter if you provoke it.
Long Yun lowered his head,
muttering quietly. Brother Lang. This obvious traitor. I don't think he can believe a word. Whether he is a traitor or not. We must all get cold wind in this dungeon, he said without changing his face. According to the current situation, no copy is created. I can only allow the lower-level humans to be swallowed by the dark forest. This is a body without any solution. As soon as this is said,
Long Yun was stunned for a moment.
And Mr. Run must have bleed for you. I don't know how far they beat. Long Feng sighed. But it shouldn't be enough to be talking. The room in front of them is slowly disappearing. Through the darkness gradually becoming transparent. The 4 people inside the wall gradually appeared in sight. 4 people stood together. It's not as tense as imagined.
There was no blood from flying swords all over the ground.
Long Yun frowned.
He took 2 steps forward. At this time, the high-level physical fitness is good and the vision is good.
It's even more a mecha.
But Long Yun still felt that he had read it wrong.
You just said there was a conflict between you. Right? The ward disappeared.
Run Fengxiang stood beside Jiang Che's side and his arm was put on his shoulder. They looked good to both brothers. He said that Jiang Che pointed to the direction where Long Yun was.
Looking along Jiang Che's fingers, everyone's eyes fell on Long Yun. Everyone's faces became weird.
Long Yun complained about it more than 10 minutes ago.
Now he faces the same problem again. Are you?
He also glanced at Long Yun beside him. Now this situation has developed in a direction he has not expected. Although these people have no friendship with Mr. Ren. But he knew that Mr. Ren had entered the place where the copy was suffering at the beginning.
Not the Red Bead Hospital. Jiang Che has been trapped in the mental hospital again. Logically speaking, these two should not be known.
And this is the first time Ren Fengxiang has appeared in this form.
He was wearing normal outfits. It looks no different from ordinary people. Stand out in this way. It is obvious that it is to come out for Jiang Che. Seeing this,
the cold wind takes a step toward the side.
Don't worry. The cold wind cannot die. The sound is very light. Only the Long Yun around you can hear it. He had no intention of making a dragon. He is still very familiar with humans. He may also attack Long Yun in Zhangjiang. He has to think about things a lot.
If you know that the body meridian is very ripe. Mr. Rin and he stand together. All he could do was save Long Yun's life. If it weren't for the fact that there were not many advanced human members. Then, in this situation where you have to choose one, you will sacrifice your life.
It's possible. He knew, sir. You know your friendship is very good.
If he knew, he had arranged for you to meet early. The cold wind squinted his eyes. He still wanted to find out how Jiang Jiang and Mr. Rinxian met?
Now he can be sure. Jiang Che is related to evil spirits.
For a moment, the cold wind only felt cold on the back. Including Mr. Rin and Jiang Che.
So are there really strong people in humans who have grown up on their own? Jiang Che and I both grew up in the mental hospital.
He is my younger brother, Long Yun, classical Chinese. His face was embarrassed.
Myocardial infarction took 2 steps back. I'm really afraid of anything I'm going to do.
There is also Long Yun who is turning his head toward the edge.
You just said that you have a conflict with Jiang Che, right? You can tell me. What happened?
On behalf of my brother Day, I apologize to you. He really looks like a brother who has not apologized.
Long Yun waved his hand quickly.
He opened his mouth and closed his mouth bitterly. There were rumors before that Jiang Che was a traitor. All of the words were stuck in the throat. Jiang Che is very strong and can knock him away with one punch. But he is not afraid of Jiang Che. He is not even afraid of the cold wind. Because these two people didn't seem cruel enough to him. Cold wind is reasonable. Tell the rules. If Jiang Che did it to himself, the cold wind will stop it. Take out his big principles. There is also a system of rules. But Ren Fengxiang is different. This man walked along the way. No one dares to put the truth, rules, and human care before him. What does he want to do? No one wants to. No one dared to go. I just think your brother may be controlled by the evil spirit. We need to help him together. Long Yun racked his brains and said a few words. The younger generation has been wet. Do you think so too? Ren Fengxiang looked outward. Those who were watching the fun saw him staring at him. Everyone waved their hands quickly. A slightly awkward smile appeared on most people's faces. Of course, there is no such thing as. I won't come over to consult him about creating a copy. Yes. The evil spirit can be destroyed directly. There is no need for us to disclose this information to us. Isn't this just adding difficulty to yourself? The face of each person and Long Yun around him became dark instantly. He had no time to lie. Ren Fengxiang had already walked towards him. The arm transformed from energy becomes huge. Slide toward him quickly. He wants to escape. But I found that my legs were not listening. There is no way to resist at all. He wants to raise his hand to resist. He found that his hands seemed to be degenerating. Ren Fengxiang's mouth is smiling. He politely held Liang Yun's right hand. For the strong man at the level of Long Yun, he couldn't control it for too long. But experts fight. A few seconds are enough. Long Yun's hand was held by Ren Fengxiang. Suddenly, shedding powerlessly. Losing the initiative. He just can't move, but he. Feeling the pain coming from the pinched arm. His eyes were full of horror. Because the moment the hand was controlled, he has lost control of his limbs. His legs bent slightly. Unconsciously kneeling on the ground. The cold wind can be seen naturally. The battle between the two. But he didn't lie. For him, as long as Long Yun is not dead, just a little punishment. This is not a big deal. Ren Fengxiang took a look around. What are the people around you thinking? He knew it clearly. They discussed it in the group before. But at that time he didn't know that the person they were discussing was Jiang Che. He wants everyone to know whether Long Guanxiang is controlled by the evil spirit. He has firmly stood on his side. Long Yun lost strength in both legs. Kneel on the ground. He felt a strange energy coming from his arm. This caused his calves to continue to deteriorate. Mr. Ren. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'm really wrong. He was frightened. He was afraid of becoming the same person as Ren Fengxiang. Losing limbs. Trapped in a jar. Let Fengxiang take back his hands. This is the first time he borrows the power of the can itself. It makes people temporarily lose control over the body. He lowered his head and knelt on the ground. I apologize for my brother's previous incident. He was indeed wrong before. In order to prevent you from dying here in Longyun Tower, I have to ask you to keep here. How could he say you are not suitable for guarding the door? I think it's quite suitable for him. Long Yun, who was kneeling on the ground, was stunned. He looked at the pain that was sometimes just by Ren Fengxiang. Disappeared instantly. Clammed the fist in disbelief. Intact. It made him untrustful. Fengxiang speaks very strangely. He had sincere apology on his face. It seems that he really came to apologize for Jiang Che. It's just that the content is a bit weird. It doesn't look like an apology. At this time, Jiang Che slowly walked to him. He didn't know when he had an extra file bag in his hand. He is the position of the Dragon Sun. Still blank. In order to prevent you from dying here in the future, you can register some information. You won't die after staying here. Jiang Che said. He handed the file bag to Long Yun. After registering information, as long as you die outside in the future, as long as you haven't left for too long, all can be reborn in the dungeon. Xiong also registered the corresponding information.
Seeing Jiang Che's movements a little confused. In his opinion, immortal rebirth is already a great benefit. And this benefit should not fall on Long Yun. Rebirth in immortality.
Long Yun was stunned.
He looked at Jiang Che's mid-range gear and took him as the client.
I can't figure out what Jiang Che is for at all.
Are you really apologizing to yourself? He didn't even have time to think. Why did I kneel on the ground and never stand up?
Coldwind is also confused.
Even a little shocked. Your copy also has the function of rebirth. It can only rely on the life energy of the dead person in the dungeon. Come back to life. The stronger the person, the more energy you consume is needed. If there is not enough life, then you can only wait until the copy accumulates life energy again before you can get back to life.
Jiang Che explained Long Feng a little. After listening to Jiang Che's words, Long Yun said nothing.
I immediately wrote myself on the file bag. He wanted to stand up happily, return the file bag to Jiang Che. But at this time, he only realized that
his knees are not strong at all. He held it with both hands.
Almost fell down. His face became ugly.
And now he realized that
his current posture is like a dog. What did you do to me?
Long Yun was heartbreaking and roaring at the wind.
He tried desperately to get up and rush over.
Whether it is his feet or waist.
How to use force. He couldn't even feel their existence. At this moment, he finally understood the words from Rin Feixiang's mouth. It was indeed a bit inappropriate to watch the door before. Now that's right. Now it's Long Yun. Only on all fours. I can only crawl around the ground like a dog.
Coldwind looked at Long Yun lying on the ground with complicated eyes.
He finally understood why Jiang Che chose to let Long Yun fill in the information. Give him the ability to be reborn. A temptation to be reborn. All Long Yun's abacus were instantly eliminated.
Long Yun looked at the file bag in Jiang Che's hand.
He knew why he signed his son. Just at that moment,
his mind was blank.
Being reborn? Fill in 2 words. Everything is so misleading. Revenge. Can't die after. All beings are just like the present life of sentient beings. Just keep being a dog in the dungeon.
Ren Fengxiang ignored him without any sympathy in his eyes when he looked at Long Yun. Then he turned to look at the people around me.
I heard that someone had an idea about my brother's copy. Want to try and kill him?
Take his copy for his own eyes. He took out his cell phone.
Looking at what everyone discussed in the group. Read it word by word.
When Jiang Che stood beside him and heard these words. Just a moment when the expression changed slightly.
But he quickly returned to his calm. He lowered his eyelids. The eyes are dark. No one knows what he is thinking. Everyone looked embarrassed. These are all previous guesses about Jiang Che's new copy.
They thought no one would tell anyone to read a few words casually.
Ren Fengxiang put away his phone. But what you said? I think it's okay. Now anyone who wants to try can kill him. That copy is yours. Devour the copy of the Lord. There is a certain chance of failure. Jiang Che also added.
After Ren Fengxiang finished speaking, he walked on his own.
There is no hesitation in the dark forest.
Then he started to build his own copy. He didn't plan to change to a farther place.
He chose to be next to Jiang Che's copy. Everyone could feel it immediately.
Ren Fengxiang's breath began to change.
It's true that Jiang Che said. The same goes for the process. No extra behavior.
When Ren Fengxiang meets, he will start to create a copy.
At this time, the talents from Long Yun Tower quickly stepped forward. They looked at the documents in Jiang Che's hand. Everyone was thinking about snatching it up. They're just ready to act.
Then I found a blood-red crystal appeared in front of me.
There are also white spirits floating beside them.
The small map of the dungeon was also heard in front of the group of little brothers in Longianla. They also follow the prompts in their minds.
I instantly understood the rules of the dungeon. The copy is very large.
They stand at the standard of the copy exit. This also means that they need to run the dungeon a lap before returning here to be considered successful.
A task also appeared in Long Yun's mind instantly. The breaker who prevented the breaker in the dungeon from being pulled into the dungeon looked embarrassed. They naturally found that their boss also appeared on the map. It's just as a level tabloid. While Long Yunlu was pulled into the dungeon,
the copy live broadcast also began to see this scene. The cold wind was slightly stunned. He seemed to understand how the evil spirits in the copy came from. His face looked a little ugly.
So far, I don't know how many humans have died. If you can rebirth in the copy, then what are you killing before? Jiang Che shook his head. Can't. It's just that my copy level is simple. Single function.
That's why I have the ability to resurrect. It's also a sacrifice of intensity.
After creating the copy,
Jiang Che also learned a lot of knowledge about his younger brother. But almost no lord would choose to be like him.
Unified the entire copy into one level.
In particular, the accumulated life energy is needed to revive this function.
For them, somewhat is useless.
After all, subordinates can always recruit.
Hearing Jiang Che's words, Lung Feng breathed a sigh of relief unconsciously.
He was afraid that he would work hard for so long. The result is a scattered bubble.
At this time,
he turned his gaze to Ren Fengxiang on one side again.
At this time, the dark mist over there is disappearing. The sunlight once again fell on the earth. The dungeon began to generate Ren Fengxiang's expression and became very painful. He tried to be the same as Jiang Che said. Create your own copy. He even started preparing for the level in his mind.
The easiest way he is preparing to set up is also the most common mode in the previous copy setting.
As long as the person entering the copy finds the exit, escape successfully, even if successful, the area occupied by Ren Fengxiang consciousness. The dark forests that are constantly expanding are also constantly moving away and changing.
The crisscrossing branches gradually turned into dry firewood stars.
Then it turns into powder. It fell on the ground inch. Start with the release of consciousness. All the best. He set up an exit.
It is the other side of the Hongju mental illness gate.
Now everyone is looking at the door.
The words vermilion red on the white plaque.
The name of the mental hospital on the plaque is a bit scattered. Two copies are connected together. In this large area,
the dark forest disappeared. Cold Wind lowered his head and pondered. If all the higher humans create copies like this,
all the copies are together, can you build a large area of safe areas? He thought of this. Others thought of this, too. Many people's happy eyes gathered together in an instant.
Ren Fengxiang and Jiang Che know him.
Take the lead in creating a copy. This means that Jiang Che's method of creating a copy is true. If Jiang Che lies, the one who hurt the most is definitely not the outsiders, but Ren Fengxiang. Now if you build all the copies together, it can also help each other better. Most humans do have their own little thoughts,
but more people will still shoulder that responsibility on their shoulders.
The sky has collapsed. There is a tall man holding on. But now I come to Jiang Che's side.
The consultation copy is a taller man among humans.
A group of people looked at Jiang Che and were about to open their mouths to ask.
I saw Jiang Che looking at him.
The stronger the strength, the bigger the situation. When you reach the 14th level, the area of the dungeon will also become larger. If the expansion of adjacent replicas is restricted, it will automatically turn on the wrinkle mode.
Jiang Che had asked Ding Ning about this long ago.
This is also why those lords do not put their dungeons together. After listening to Jiang Che's words, those people's minds of living were also calmed down. Cold Wind sighed. He no longer mentioned putting everyone's copy together. In the future development, he cannot guarantee that other people will not have the intention of devouring others. According to the current situation, if everyone's copies are donated together, the people in the middle will inevitably be restricted in the future. If you can, I hope everyone stays away. Jiang Che spoke to remind him.
The cold wind looks complicated.
He looked at the location of the gate of Hongju Mental Hospital. Jiang Che reminds everyone. A little further away from the dungeons.
But he let Ren Fengxiang create the copy next to him. Jiang Che also looked at the door.
For Jiang Che,
walking out of this door is freedom.
But for Ren Fengxiang, walking into this door is going home.
Ren Fengxiang was still frowning at this time.
When he created the copy, actually, there are not many ideas.
I saw that there was only a single-family small door in his place.
There is a small yard outside. This is his ideal place to live. And outside the building.
It is the wilderness after the dark forest devours everything and disappears. The black scorched earth smells bad. The surroundings are dead silent.
Strange. No vitality.
His dungeon did not show strange surveillance like a flying eagle. No other strange things appeared in everyone's eyes. The whole world looks deserted. But it gives people a normal feeling. Those advanced humans looked at this scene with complex eyes. It seems like the original form of those copies of the evil spirit world. And there was no strange and terrifying thing generated. But just when everyone thinks so, everyone saw one crock pot after another on the black waste rocks. The black-brown crock pots are big and small. They are all shrouded in the soil. Seeing this, Cold Foam couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Hostages have always been one of the highest criminal laws of mankind. Being put in a jar is enough to wipe out any courage in life. The clay pots generated one after another in Rin Fengxiang's copy. The mouth is dark and deep. Everyone who looked at it quickly wiped away their gaze. It seems like a look. It will be swallowed by the crock pot. Rin Fengxiang frowned. His face began to turn pale. Jiang Che was slightly stunned at the generated clay pot. He immediately understood. These things must be the same as the Hongzhou mental hospital that I created myself. Uncontrolled. Jiang Che unconsciously clenched his fists. He knew that Brother Xiang was just saying that he didn't care. In fact, this clay pot that was created all over the world already represents his great heart. Thrown by these jars, the area where the jar is located is large. In addition to the single-family building produced by Rin Fengxiang himself. In the land outside the small building, you can see the raised dark brown crockpots on the ground every few steps. Many people have started whispering. It seems that this incident has had a great impact on him. Now, looking at the things generated in the copy are also related to your own experience. I don't know what the level of his copy looks like. Why don't you find someone to try it? Try it. Everyone tried it silently in an instant. It's not a big deal. It's not a meaningless sacrifice either. In the dungeon, it can swallow each other. On the premise of enhancing one's own strength. Understand others. It also adds some tricks to yourself. But they don't want to use the cultivation of Deadpool either. Most of today's human beings are no longer afraid of life and death. These high-level people may have seen Feng Xiang's miserable appearance over the years. They don't want their men to make such a tragic sacrifice. What is the result of passing the level? No one said that. But I already had a small sacrifice in my heart. And at this time, several subordinates who want to save Long Yun. He is still passing through Jiang Che's dungeon. There is a copy map in front of Jiang Che. Everyone on site can see the changes above. Represents the red dot of the passerby. Long Yun was moving quickly and watching the few people who came to save him like that. Already chased by the white spirit. Sister Xiali. His eyes were scarlet. The few people he brought were of great strength. It is already the mainstay of Long Yun Tower. Or he is already his closest brother. The boss under the wheat. Don't worry. Wait until we break out this copy. I will definitely tear the file bag in Jiang Che's hand to pieces. Just a few people's voices came out and were still being sent back through the map. Jiang Che looked at the map that appeared in front of him. There was no change in expression. Long Yun was killed with all his limbs. The expression is painful. Long Yunla has always been loyal and righteous. And this is not a clamoring declaration. He could come over to trouble Jiang Che for a few ordinary subordinates. Now closer subordinates. In order to save him. Now Jiang Che may die at any time in his dungeon. This pain is even more difficult for him to accept. These brothers of his are very strong. But after being attacked by white spirits again and again, the aura of several people gradually became weak. This was the first time he had seen Jiang Che Fuxing's strength. He knew the strength of his subordinates.